think there's something going on with Fauci. Fauci lied. People died, and we'll get to any updates on that. Oop, invokes the Fifth Amendment. There we go. Let me just mute that. Sorry. He's going to invoke the Fifth Amendment all day. So I wouldn't expect any bombshells to come out. It's going to be very clippable. You're going to see the questions from, like, the senators asking questions, and then he's just gonna go, I don't know, like, yeah, like, whatever. If he lies to Congress again, they can prosecute him. However, this is not something that anybody wants to hear, but it's just a fact. The pardons are legitimate, unfortunately. Right, they're legitimate. The auto pen pardon, it doesn't matter. The blanket pardon that Joe Biden threw out, well, the auto pen threw out on his way out the door, it has been litigated. I don't see that being overturned. So I think that people are expecting some senator or some congressman to be super smart and catch him in a lie. He's gonna just invoke the fifth all day. So I wouldn't just expect anything crazy to happen. But I could be wrong. Maybe he's an idiot. Maybe he will. You never know. But let's get to the daily breakdown. If you've never seen this show before, obviously we have the theme of the day, Woke Wednesday. We're going to be talking about the Charlie Kirk, the Tyler Robinson video, and I'm calling it the Tyler Robinson video on purpose. All right, because some people are falling for this direct framing that Schizophrenic is trying to do. Like, we found a video of somebody that's not Tyler Robinson. That's Tyler Robinson. That's yeah, that's Tyler Robinson. Okay, that's Tyler Robinson. Stop it there, and stop putting all the onus on Candace. Just take the video and break down the video. Okay, it's a good thing that this idiot released the video. A woke leftist killed Charlie Kirk, period. Because his ideology, because of the rhetoric of the Democrats and the woke left and the people in power, they radicalized him so that he killed Charlie, period. Let's just get that out of the way. Anyone who's even entertaining a possibility of other people that, like, at this point, you're an idiot. I don't want to hear, no, but I always, no, shut up. You're an idiot. Shut up. I'm sick and tired of you people that are just like, I get it. You're well-meaning. You're like, I don't want to just, like, believe official narrative. Don't believe official narratives. Don't fall for the gaslighting. Don't sit there and go, well, no. Listen, believe your eyes. Believe your eyes, believe your mind, believe what you know, and stop leaving the door cracked open for retarded. It's crazy. It's like believing, it's very similar to believing, oh, Fauci. Maybe it was a bat. Maybe a bat did have sex with a pangolin. Maybe that's how COVID-19. No, it was Fauci lying, and it was China releasing a virus. Why are we entertaining anything otherwise when we know? I'm not saying that you should never ask questions about anything. I'm saying don't ask stupid questions based on stupid people lying to you. It's not hard to figure out. Questions? Great. Stupid questions exist, and if you ask them, you're stupid. All right. But on top of the theme of the day, we also have the Daily Breakdown. The Daily Breakdown, the way I named this show, is when I go on the internet, I type in the word news daily, and we break it down. I don't choose what articles we're going to cover. The news that pops up is what we cover. So let's break it down. Oh, we also got we touched base on this yesterday, but we're gonna go over a little bit more footage here on our woke right, which is what we talk about on Woke Wednesdays. Well, we talk about woke left and woke right. We talk about the woke ideology. I got some additional footage for you from the Andrew Wilson debate that I had last year, and Steven Crowder talking about what he calls the Marxist right. Okay, and Marxist is woke. Marxism is woke. Communism's woke. Socialism's woke. If you say Marxist right, you're saying woke right. So, alrighty, and we got a great chat here. It looks like everybody's having fun, so let's get it started. Death toll rises to 18, and rescue search for survivors after a 7.1 earthquake kills 18 in southwestern Japan. Very sad. Very sad. Couple of there's some. Is there an earthquake season? Because I feel like we're getting a lot of earthquakes recently. Work is interrupting my podcast time. On the edge in the chat, you have your priorities in order. I am more important than work. All right, you need to stay here. Don't do your job. Don't get fired so you can watch more of the Daily Breakdown. We have the diary. Diary doesn't matter if he's pardoned. People are really hyped up about the Fauci thing. The diary won't matter. I'm not saying this to be like a doomer or anything. I'm saying it because it's true. The diary's covered under the pardon. Okay, you can't create the new crime when the diary was written in the time period that piece of shit Joe Biden pardoned him for. So if he's describing past crimes in a diary that he was pardoned for, it's going to be irrelevant. They can ask him questions. If he invokes the Fifth Amendment, which is his right, then he can't incriminate himself for future crimes, and the crimes he committed previously are pardoned for. I don't like it, but that's what's going to happen. I don't like it, but we'll see. I thought he could not plead the Fifth due to the pardon. I don't know, actually. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. I hope so. Maybe. Who knows? But there's something, it's a legalese thing. Maybe he can't. I don't know. We'll see. But we'll cover it if anything pops up. I got it sitting here on the left of me. I have the TV going. I'm looking at his freaking raisin-looking face, and I just doubt we're going to see anything that we would consider a bombshell or incrimination. Maybe. Okay, back to this earthquake. Fumika Ono was at a shopping mall with her older sister when the ground shook so fiercely she lost her balance and ducked. So an earthquake happened in Japan. I'm sorry, guys. When these types of stories come out, it's sad. It's a tragedy. It's not my country. I don't know. It's an earthquake. I'm not a weatherman. I'm not an expert in seismology. I don't know. So we'll move on. Pray for the people of Japan. Okay. Next up from the Hill, Trump and Senate give tearful goodbye to Lindsey Graham. No, they got Bibi Netanyahu and Zelensky on this. This is going to piss people off. Former Senator Lindsey Graham received an emotional send-off Wednesday at two memorial services where political allies and foes, some of whom have shifted back and forth during South Carolinian's long career, bid him a tribute. He was a force of nature, and I will miss him greatly, Trump said. It included Benjamin Netanyahu and Zelensky. That's kind of make it very political, but he was a political guy. Trump nodded to his friendship with his fellow Republican, which grew from a rivalry when the two were running for the GOP nomination in 2015. As you remember, this is a quote from Trump, as you remember, Lindsey and I did not exactly get off to the best of starts running against each other. His phone I don't know what he did with it, but it exploded, the president joked. Graham went on to become one of Trump's strongest allies, and this was the beginning of our friendship. Here's what I'll say about Lindsey Graham. I have been a very vocal critic of his style of politics, his neocon perspective. Neocon has been turned into a slur by people like, the woke left and the woke right, Tucker Carlson, Dave Smith, all these people. They've made neocon sort of something that you should cringe at, and they have somewhat of a point. But not all neocons, like, you have Douglas Murray, um, Lindsey Graham, doesn't necessarily mean that their intention, they might be, in my opinion, a little misguided, a little bit too war hockey. But when it comes to a certain conflict, let's say Iran, let's say fighting radical Islam, neocons make a good point. It's a broken clock theory. Okay. I don't agree with Lindsey Graham's position on the Ukraine war, for instance. I think that that is a political war designed to create profits, or designed to use bodies, dead bodies, to push a narrative, to achieve a political goal. I have been very clear about my position, where I have a distinction between the radical Islamic wars and these, what I call, political wars, right? Like Russia, Ukraine. I don't agree with one, but I do agree with another. The world is not black and white. Here's why. An ideological enemy, for instance, Japan in World War II, Hitler in World War II, or Iran, Hezbollah, radical Islamic Jihad, global intifada. Those wars need to happen, because if we don't do something, it will expand. A political war, for instance, Russia Ukraine, which is what I believe is, I want some land, I don't like your politics, I don't like your they're very similar in ideology. They're very like Russia and Ukraine, they're not very different. So the actual war is not ideologically based. It's actually based on the leader, based on the Putin, right? I don't believe it's an ideological war. So I think that you can stop it diplomatically, so you should stop it diplomatically, right? It's either over oil or land or, something, NATO, right? Power, control, etc. So when Lindsey Graham, Douglas Murray, and all them, they say, "Oh, the Ukraine war, blah blah blah," I disagree. When they say Iran, wipe them out, I do agree. And people will try to conflate those two things. I don't think you should conflate those two things. I think that you should look at each individual conflict and assess it based on what you can glean from whether or not it can be solved diplomatically or with brute force. I don't think that you could have ever stopped Japan from expanding, invading, and creating a mass casualties way bigger than Hiroshima and Nagasaki without Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I call it the trolley problem. Everybody knows what the trolley problem is, right? The trolley's coming down the tracks. It's going to run over 5 people. You pull a lever, it runs over 1 person, right? Did you kill that 1 person? Technically, yes. Did you also save those 5 people? Also, yes. It's not black and white. A neocon will always, 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 always pull the lever, right? I'm not a neocon, by the way. I'm just saying a neocon will always pull the lever because they believe in that. But I think that sometimes they're misguided, and that lever is not where it's not going to actually change the trajectory of the track. Am I getting to an analogistical analogy? Let's just move on from that then, because I'm confusing myself at this point. But anyway, Lindsey Graham, he wasn't necessarily a bad guy. I disagreed with him politically. I think that I saw Sneeko post something. And again, woke right. Let's see what Sneeko said about Lindsey Graham. Something about him burning in hell or something. Sneeko, this guy's such a clown. Um, skip that. He said something about Lindsey Graham. I'm not gonna dig too far for it if it's Inshallah, Lindsey Graham is boiling in hell with all the blood, feces, and excrement he bathed with on earth. Guys, anybody who thinks that we should, like, we should align with these people, anybody on the right, to quote right, and I think that Sneeko has crossed the Rubicon where nobody even considers him right wing anymore. But he at one point there was a lot of entertainment of Sneeko and his little clique on the right, and like I said, I think that that's long past. I don't think that anybody even considers him right wing, but we should recognize the similarities between people like Sneeko and people like Tyler Robinson. Okay, we should recognize that when when you demonize people for a political disagreement or policy disagreement, foreign policy, um, who are not bad people. Lindsey Graham, I don't think was a bad person. I think he, like I said, I think that he was a little too war hockey. But I don't think that I would ever say something like this about, somebody on the left like Kamala Harris. If she died, I wouldn't be like, she's boiling in piss and stuff. Nah, because I wanna make sure that I am still me at the end of the day, right? I don't want that on me. And this is like Hillary Clinton. If Hillary Clinton died, I might make a joke. I might make a little dark humor. I don't think I would go like freaking this hard because I want us to be the better people. I want us to be the people who, when, let's say, somebody on the fence of where they align politically sees our reaction, they go, at least I can get on board with that. That's maybe a little dark humor joke. Like maybe like breaking news, Hillary Clinton found um shot in the back of the head twice. Like, no, I wouldn't even go that far. You know what I'm saying though? We gotta do better, we gotta be better. Um, same thing I do with all these stories. I'll show you them, but I'm not gonna go too much into them because it's pretty much just Groundhog Day. Iran launches missiles at US base for the first time since Trump paused strikes. Okay, so like a week. Iran's gonna keep launching missiles. Trump's gonna come back and fire missiles, and this war is at a stalemate until Trump decides to go the nuclear, not literal, but the nuclear option would be bomb the shit out of them. I think he's waiting until after the midterms. I think that's what's going on. I think that after the midterms, Iran is fucked. That's what I would guess. I think that Trump should do that, by the way, because I don't want us to lose the midterms because gas shoots up and whatever. And I think that he's between a rock and a hard place. But yeah, Iran's still popping off. That's that story. What's this? Wildfires gripping France and France and Spain. What was that? France and Spain are off the charts. I don't understand why wildfires are such a problem in areas near like highly populated areas. This has to be something that like you go, "Oh yeah, maybe we should have, you know, created a perimeter where like the dead brush that could catch fire and get really close to these highly populated areas and kill us. Maybe we should have figured out how to mitigate that." I mean, I know it's more complicated than that, but you see it happen in California all the time. You see it happen in Canada all the time. You see it happen in France and Spain. And I'm wondering if there's a correlation between poor leadership, because apparently it's always in these places where it's like, the climate crisis, we're going to hug some trees, cut them down. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm making too big of a jump. I don't think I'm making too big of a jump. I think that the reason wildfires happen in far left run areas is because frickin' they don't want to cut down a couple of trees. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's a little ignorant, but I think I'm right. Wildfires hitting Idaho and Oregon. Oregon, exactly, Oregon. I know it's a little bit more complicated than that, but I would say just maybe we'll make a little distinction. Fauci invokes the fifth again. Yep, Fauci just keeps invoking the fifth. It looks like he's just pleading the fifth all freaking morning. All right. What's this one about? This is from WISN Milwaukee. Wisconsin Democratic primary debate for governor. That was probably going to be interesting. Is there any trans people on the panel? No, maybe. You never know. This lady at the end maybe looks very broad backed. Never know. 2 weeks before the Democratic primary for Wisconsin, Mandela Barnes, etc., etc. Question. Well, I'm not reading all this. This is literally a whole breakdown of the debate. There was a debate in Wisconsin. All right. Finally, like what we were just talking about, Rand Paul releases Fauci's pandemic-era diary. Now they'll face off on Capitol Hill, which they are doing right now. Who's that? No, Ron Johnson's questioning him right now. And the Chiron just keeps on reading Fauci invokes the fifth. Fauci invokes the fifth. So if he answers a question, I assume the Chiron will say answers question, and then we'll jump to it, but I doubt it. But anyway, here these diary releases, a couple of them were pretty damning. Let's see here. The over 1,100 pages. Why did you write this down, bro? Why did you write all of this down? This is like Andrew Tate going and just admitting to all of his crimes on camera. It's like, I know it's not as bad, but it's like, dude, why did you write this down? Why did you write this down? If you didn't have a blanket pardon, you would be fucked, bro. You would be so screwed if you wrote all of this down. He wrote it down before he knew he was going to be pardoned, guys. That's the thing. He wrote it all down and he didn't know he was getting pardoned. Like, I mean, I'm sure he assumed or thought, but he didn't know. So you wrote all this down? You lucky, bro. All right, Rand Paul, and you know what? I'll say something about Rand Paul. I think that he's libertarians they're anarchists at this point. I can't stand them. I put them just below the left. And I'm not a big fan of Rand Paul. I think that I think that libertarianism is just this misguided political ideology that it mirrors the woke left of this suicidal empathy, but even more dangerous, right? Because it's not suicidal empathy. It's like it's suicidal. It's suicidal policy. All right, it's like let's make black tar heroin legal. That'll stop the drug epidemic. It's just ignorant. It's like you can't do that. So like let's non-interventionists and let our enemies come to us and attack us first before we ever do this. Libertarianism, liberty, they conflate liberty with freedom, and it's not the same thing, right? Your liberty. I guess you could say that they have confused it with freedom because they think that freedom, right, to be free means there's no control whatsoever, right? None. They want, I know that they say limited. They want no government. That's anarchy, right? If there's no control, a societal structure needs some form of control, right? Because there's too many bad people out there. But you need to balance it. Which is why a constitutional republic invokes the principles of the Roman Republican rule of law. And then it mixes that in with the Greco right, of the early Greek democratic process. So that's how you get a constitutional republic. You mix democratic, not democracy. You mix democratic systems with a rule of law, and you have a constitutional republic because the Constitution is our laws, and laws are there to create a functioning society. Libertarians kind of want to rip up the Constitution. They don't really want the enforcement of rules to de-incentivize crime. They want to just make everything legal, and you should be able to protect yourself. And if there's a criminal, you stop them. It's like, that's not how it works, bro. I want limited government. I do. I want a federal government so small I barely know it exists. But I mean, you have Thomas Massey the other day who's calling to basically defund the police because of flock cameras. I'm not for flock cameras. Again, this black and white argument, if you say, oh, you disagree with Massey, you want flock cameras? No, 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 no. I think all flock cameras should be cut down by masked men and smashed into pieces. I am not for flock cameras, right? That's police state. I don't want it. But there is a happy medium between saying we should argue that legislation should be created that bans flock cameras or gets rid of flock cameras. But instead of that, Thomas Massey's argument is defund the police. Like, defund any police precinct that is enforcing flock cameras based on the laws that you assholes created. Undo the law. That's all. Fauci's pardon isn't valid in the chat. I unfortunately you are incorrect. It is. It is valid. I don't like it, but Fauci's pardon is valid. Because Joe Biden said it was. That's all he had to do. Joe Biden came out and said, yeah, if Joe Biden does that, he doesn't even need to sign it. A lot of people don't know that. It's the signature is essentially just a receipt, but he came out verbally and said that it's valid, so it's valid. You are single-mindedly a spokesperson for Fauci. Sent a document fact-checking Paul's claims and a letter written by Fauci's legal team last month. Fauci's lawyers wrote Rand Paul was waging a years-long public crusade against Fauci. Hey, man, keep him busy. If he's going after Fauci, I'm fine with that. Just shut up about everything else. Quote, you are single-mindedly fixating on seeing Dr. Fauci prosecuted for imaginary crimes? He's admitted to some crimes. And you are invested in an outcome that you have created for personal brand around it, says the letter. I don't know, man. I think that it's possible to see Fauci in jail, but right now, legally, I don't see the legal constitutional route due to the abusive pardon power of Joe Biden. And, well, whoever Joe Biden's handlers were. I think that he abused his authority. I don't think that's what the pardon power was given to a president for. But I think that he used a technicality to pardon people who are criminals. I mean, it's definitely corrupt people. Pardoned Hunter. He didn't pardon himself. If I was anybody, I'd arrest Joe Biden. He didn't pardon himself. I'd start going after him. I'd go after anybody not on the pardon list. That's what I would do. I'd be like, haha, checkmate. You forgot one. Lock them up. All right. Moving on. Let's get into That's Tyler Robinson. From the, shoot, why am I blanking on the name? Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Thank you. This is that from Leonardo DiCaprio. That's me. If you guys aren't looking at the screen, it's that scene, the meme where Leonardo DiCaprio is looking at the TV and pointing to it, and it's me. That's Tyler Robinson. Okay, so this is from Lisa Knows. I kind of agree with her. Let's break this down because there's a spectacular community note under this post which did not do what people thought it was going to do. Okay, so this is from Lisa Knows 429. Shout out, go give her a follow. Candace just released footage that the judge ordered not to be shown to the public. Okay, I'm going to disagree with her here a little bit. Okay, The judge ordered in the courtroom that it was not supposed to be showed to the public. Okay. And it was the defense that pushed for it. Okay. The judge just ruled on it. Okay. Tyler Robinson's defense did not want this released to the public. Candace Owens released a video that Tyler Robinson's defense did not want released to the public. The prosecutors and Erica Kirk wanted this video released to the public. Candace Owens released something that Erica Kirk and the prosecution wanted released, thinking it was a gotcha. Keep that in mind, okay? She has already doxed a witness for the prosecution. Fact check, true. When is she going to be charged with obstruction? This is completely out of hand. She is doing everything she can to destroy this trial. She is absolutely evil. Okay, I agree with all this, okay? Now, here's the community note, and this is hilarious, all right? Candace released independently obtained Lucy rooftop footage. Court limits on broadcasting exhibits applied to courtroom media, not third-party commentators. Okay? This is true. Candace Owens did not violate the court's order because she was not in the courtroom. That's true. Now, this is the community note, okay? Legal standard for obstruction of justice requires corrupt intent to impede proceedings. Yeah. Yeah. That's true. I think that that's what she's doing, and I think that you could prove it in court. So Candace could be actually obstructing justice and attempting to impede the proceedings. I think that this could get her a gag order because of what she did. Did she violate the court order? No. Is she impeding the proceeding by doing this? Yeah. Because what she did was she released the footage and framed it in a way where there's it's completely just made up, right? So we're going to show you the footage that she released. This is the footage that people on the fifth day or so of the Robinson trial, they saved it right to the end. The judge allowed Erica Kirk and the families and the people in the courtroom to view this footage, but they didn't want it released to the public. Tyler Robinson's defense didn't want it released to the public. Do you know why? Does anybody know why Tyler Robinson's defense did not want this released? I'll give you guys, hold on, let's see if anybody gets it in the chat. Actually, I'll give you a hint. Why would Tyler Robinson's defense not want this released? Does anybody? Tyler Robinson's defense does not want this released. Family Low, you got it, because it shows Tyler Robinson. It doesn't show his face, but it shows Tyler Robinson. That's why they didn't want it released. And yes, it taints the potential jury. Thank you, United since 1776. It does. It can taint the potential jury in favor of the prosecution, because this video alone, if you try to frame it, you could say, oh, that doesn't show Tyler Robinson. Correct. It shows a figure that is dressed the exact same way as Tyler Robinson, who is on camera at the scene right before this video. So it's not a huge jump to go, okay, that guy's in Tyler Robinson's clothes. That guy's on the roof that they say Tyler Robinson shot him, the confession, etc., etc. When you add this video into all of the other evidence, that's Tyler Robinson. But let's see. I'm going to show you guys how you should do this, okay? Here's Candace, this is from JTC 53. Okay, Candace Owens just debunked all her BS claims by illegally obtaining the video of Tyler Robinson. On the roof, pulling the trigger at UVU. It wasn't Egyptian planes, exploding mics, or mole people. It was Tyler Robinson. Congratulations, you played yourself. I'm going to play this without sound. And then I'm going to play it with sound. I'm going to play it without sound first because I want you to see what she did. And I want you to see me do it to her. Or to, you'll see. Okay?
I didn't see one, but let's
let's turn that off. Okay, this is just Candace talking. Okay? All right, here's the video. Now, guys, I'm going to take out that Candace in the bottom corner. I'm going to get rid of that. Okay? And I'm going to do a video later on this video. Right? And I'm going to play this video with my commentary, just like I'm doing right now. In fact, maybe I'll just clip this. I might not even have to make a video. This might be sufficient. Okay? But let's play this footage without the sound. Without Candace talking over it, trying to frame it for you. I'll frame it. I'll do exactly what she did. Okay, here's the roof. Okay, there's Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson is running across the roof. That is Tyler Robinson running across the roof. I am looking at Tyler Robinson running across the roof. That's Tyler Robinson running across the roof. Right? Tyler Robinson is running across the roof. Look at Tyler Robinson run across the roof. There's Tyler Robinson. He's running across the roof. That's Tyler Robinson. There's Tyler Robinson kneeling down so people can't see him because that's Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson is on the roof kneeling down. Tyler Robinson is now shimmying to his shooting position. Tyler Robinson is shimmying. Tyler Robinson, Tyler Robinson, Tyler Robinson. That's Tyler Robinson. He's shimmying. Tyler Robinson is now getting in position. Tyler Robinson is laying down. Tyler Robinson is army crawling. Now Tyler Robinson is in a prone position where he takes the assembled rifle that he assembled before he got into frame. Tyler Robinson took the rifle that was in two pieces in both of his pant legs out. He screwed it together, which takes about 15 seconds. I've shown you how to do that. He screwed the rifle together before this video started, and then he ran across the roof with it. And then he got into position, and that right there, this little, you see this rifle-shaped shadow? That's the rifle that he put together, okay? Now, that's Tyler Robinson right there with a rifle on the roof. Now, Tyler Robinson is laying down. Tyler Robinson is setting up. Tyler Robinson is right there in the position that they found Tyler Robinson's DNA in. That's Tyler Robinson. Tyler Robinson, Tyler Robinson. Do you see what I'm doing? All right, that's Tyler Robinson. And then there's going to be a muzzle flash because Tyler Robinson shot Charlie Kirk because that's Tyler Robinson. I know this is annoying, but so is what Candace does. But that's what she's doing, right? This is how she's doing it. She's saying that's not Tyler. This is what she does. She goes, that's not Tyler Robinson, right? I'm just doing what she's doing, but I'm doing it without lying. And I can't remember. All right, so yes, now hold on. Let's go and I think we can find that muzzle flash. It's very hard to see. If you're watching on your phone, you won't be able to see it. Okay, right there. It was, you can watch, instead of trying to watch the muzzle flash, watch his body right here where my cursor is. Watch his legs, and you will see the recoil, and you will see his reflex right there. Okay, so now Tyler Robinson gets up very quickly because he just shot Charlie Kirk. That's Tyler Robinson, and he picks up the rifle and the bag. He leaves the screwdriver behind because he doesn't need it anymore, right? The rifle's already been assembled with the two screws. Okay, now Tyler Robinson is running, and Tyler Robinson has his bag, he has the towel, he has the screwdriver, and he has the gun, and he's running off the roof. That's Tyler Robinson running. That's what Tyler Robinson, that's Tyler Robinson. Okay? Let's play it with Candace commentary. I know it sucks, but you'll see why. Let's play it back in 1.5 times speed so we don't have to suffer this for too long.
Anybody see a recoil?
Yes. Did anybody see a recoil? Yes, I did. I saw his body move when he pulled the trigger. You idiot.
I didn't see one, but let's actually
You
put
didn't
that
see one because you're an idiot. That's okay. It's okay to be dumb.
footage all together uninterrupted. Here we go for you guys to watch.
Oh, it's uninterrupted? Oh, never mind. Oh, wait, she's interrupting.
He comes running onto the rooftop.
Hold on.
He comes running onto the rooftop.
Okay, you said uninterrupted, then you interrupted.
What we know definitively is he gets down into what is known as a lateral military crawl. He begins that crawl over to the right first, and then to the left. We see a quick flash. We're not sure what that flash is.
You see a quick flash? I'm not sure what that flash is.
Actually, looks like... I'm not going to read into it. There's that...
I'm not going to read into it.
Throw forward. I say fold forward. You can say throw forward, but that's definitely something being flung forward, getting into position, and here we wait.
Position to what? To get up and run away? He's getting into position. For what?
For what we expect to be some sort of a kickback. This must have been when our source began recording from the side of the Pelosi building and said, oh, I just saw someone get up there. He's got a gun.
Saw somebody up there with a gun. Does Candace realize that this is confirming everything? Is she so dumb that she doesn't realize this is confirming everything? Okay, there's the recoil.
And he's up.
There's the recoil. It was right before. Again, the recoil is here.
And he's up.
It's his back.
And he's gone.
His back goes up. His legs move. That's what happens when you shoot a gun.
What do you guys think?
I think you're retarded. What do I think? I think that you're retarded.
I should just jump into this chat and see. Where are my gun experts? What do you guys...
I'm the gun expert. Hold on. Me. I'm the gun expert. Right here, babe. Right here, sweetie. Come here. Look at me. You're an idiot. That gun right there. Right there. That gun right there. That is the Ruger American Predator. All right. It is a 23-inch barrel, which is very similar to the rifle that Tyler Robinson used. The chassis is pretty much the same length. The takedown is pretty much the same. I broke it down. I put it in my pants. I walked. I've seen this. It takes 2 seconds. Well, it takes 12 seconds to put that gun together, run across a roof, get down, and fire. So, you asked where the gun experts are. I am. I'm right here. You just showed a video of Tyler Robinson shooting Charlie Kirk. You moron. You just helped the defense. You just helped the prosecution. The defense didn't want this shown. For a reason.
Think something feels not right.
Yeah,
something
your
doesn't
brain.
feel right. That feels to me like what the witness said. That person looks like they've got training.
Yes, that person did have training. Tyler Robinson was training for months before this happened by himself. He went to the range. He mapped it out. He cased the school multiple times. Yes, I have training. I'm not in the military. I've never been in the military. I have training. I trained myself. You idiot.
It's not giving Tyler Robinson to me.
It's not. It's not. Why? Because you don't want to believe it. Okay. But anyway, yeah, Candace literally just helped the prosecution by doing that. Because, again, it taints the jury. It could potentially taint the jury pool. Okay. What we know, the public, right? What we know is Tyler Robinson was at that school on that day, on camera, wearing all black clothing. Well, dark jeans and a black shirt, right? We know Tyler Robinson, the video of Tyler Robinson jumping off the roof was Tyler Robinson. We know Tyler Robinson confessed multiple times to shooting Charlie Kirk. We know the DNA found on that roof at that spot was Tyler Robinson. Matched Tyler Robinson to a 1-something trillionth degree. It's Tyler Robinson. Okay? You just showed a video of a man in the same clothes or similar clothes that matches up with all of the other actual footage. You showed a man in that spot wearing similar clothes, lying down right there where Tyler Robinson's DNA was found. You're an idiot. Any public person who's watching this, who may eventually get on the jury pool, they're going in with, I wasn't sure because I never saw Tyler Robinson in that actual spot. Until Candace posted it. Wow. She thinks if she just says, it's not giving Tyler Robinson vibes, she thinks that that's going to be enough? Nobody cares about your frickin' vibes. Wow. I'm glad she did it. I think that a lot of people are like, look, I get it. She's evil. She's a demon. I get it. But why are you mad about this? I wouldn't be mad about this. I'm stoked about this. Right? I am happy that she is so stupid she did that. Right? All right. We got 10 minutes left. I want to get into those stories that you just saw on the screen. I don't know if I'm going to get to them because I want to show you this, okay? I showed you this yesterday, right? I love Steven Crowder. All right? Steven Crowder's great. I watch him almost every day. I watch him. I watch Bongino. And Sean now. And it bugs me a little bit that Steven Crowder and his circle have refused to acknowledge the term woke right. Okay, I get it. I'm being a little picky, but as I said yesterday, the reason you want to do this is so that you can create the parallel between the woke left and the woke right, so that people realize that woke is the ideology of woke is the problem, and if we have it on the right, it's a problem on the right. Okay, and what Steven Crowder says here, I want you to pay attention to.
Now, before, this all brings us to Berlin. As we know right now, as of this broadcast, 1 person was killed, 29 injured. Car, as they say, drove into a parade. But before that, does anyone actually believe that? So before we get to the idea of this being a wedge issue or distraction along with trans, I see that a lot on the Marxist right.
What kind of right? The Marxist right. So he's willing to agree that there is now a Marxist right, but he doesn't want to call them woke right. Okay. Now Marxist is more. A lot of people don't know what it means. Okay, like I know that like if a Marxist, like Marxism, Karl Marx's ideology, you'd have to know all about what he actually believed. When you say Marxist right, people are like, what's that? If you say woke right, people go, oh, you mean like the woke left on the right. Okay? Yes, you want to dumb it down and simplify it for the general population. But Steven Crowder has no problem using that, right? And now, this is a clip I played yesterday. We're going to play it again because he's so close. He's just like Candace, so close. But here's the clip I played yesterday where he's showing evidence of the woke right.
I say this because, or I point this out, because you have a good portion of people on the right who have adopted the left's talking points, saying the trans issue, it's a distraction. It doesn't act, it's a non-issue. You shouldn't be worried about it. That's to keep us and them fighting.
We have no research about how being trans or undergoing gender-affirming treatment impacts athletic performance in teens.
The culture war stuff,
Dave Smith.
It's like, I think it's an intentional distraction.
See, libertarian, I would argue is more left, right? But for all intents and purposes, because Dave Smith has so many friends on the quote right, because he's on planet Tyrus, definitely right, definitely MAGA. libertarians are now considered more right-leaning. So, woke right.
Action that they use.
Did trans people storm the Capitol?
According to them, the trans kids that want to play the sports, Lord have mercy, that is the biggest issue that we had. Since when? Since when? Find the little trans child that is ruining your life.
Have you already covered that trans athlete winning this swimming competition? Genuinely just curious about your thoughts on it. My position, first and foremost, is like, I don't care. It straight up does not matter.
Really
Absolutely does not matter in the grand scheme of things. Even if trans women were completely dominating certain fields of sport.
It's like, who cares about transgender girls in sports? Honestly, who cares?
Nick Fuentes, who cares about trans girls in sports? Woke right.
0.6% of the American adult population is transgender. That is a tiny community of fellow human beings. Certainly not enough for an alleged takeover of girls' sports.
Just keep in mind that, like, the fixation on trans people in sports was largely of concern to conservatives. There are like 5 trans people in sports.
I am the only person here involved with recreational sports where I play with trans people, by the way, because this is a manufactured issue. It's a manufactured issue.
Why are my cities disgusting? I don't want to go there. It smells like weed and halal food.
Right.
And you're lecturing me about how it's a great moral victory that I kicked the boys off the girls' soccer team? Good, I'm so glad. But let's do the real stuff, like making New York livable.
And how many trans people have been at the mayor's office or work in that administration? What about health secretaries?
Okay, so we only got 6 minutes left. Look, we played this yesterday. All that clip does is show you that there is a parallel in messaging, in talking points, right? So I debated Andrew Wilson. I played a little clip of my introduction yesterday. I want you to see Andrew Wilson, who's also a huge fan of Steven Crowder, friends with Steven Crowder, still doesn't, think that there's such a thing as the woke right. But apparently there's a Marxist right, which is woke right. Watch this.
Are inalienable, not just axiomatic, but they're justified on God himself.
So
that would be the core of your identitarianism.
Sure. Okay. So you're saying there is no woke right because everybody has identity.
At least on the identitarian front.
So you can make your argument.
Only on the identitarian front when I make this case.
Your argument that I could use against you is there's no woke left either.
No, well, when we say woke on the left, we're talking about...
What is woke on the left?
Yeah, so that would be intersectional politics, which is based specifically on specifically elevating one victim class over another victim class.
That's woke right.
Yeah, but it's not, though. And I'm going to explain why, but I'll give the counter, too, for each one of these definitions for how it applies to woke left and intersectionality, but not the right, who rejects intersectionality. All of them, in fact, kind of...
Okay. He has no argument, and he doesn't even realize he agrees with me because he's so focused on being right. Andrew Wilson, I like Andrew a little bit. Like, I mean, he's kind of a clown, but I like him. I don't have a big problem with Andrew Wilson. I think that he's a little bit hypocritical. I think that he's definitely sensational, but he does agree with me. His debate tactic is to just win at all costs. Screw the actual argument, right? And that's the problem because those aren't debates. That's Jerry Springer. C. Michaels, the woke right have gone so far right, they are on the left now. The world is round. This is the point, okay? That's why you call them the woke right. You call them the woke right because it makes the connection to the left. And they are left. They are Marxists. They are communists. They are totalitarians. They are the woke. They are awake to an oppressor. That's what woke means. Their oppressor is the Jews and globalists. It's the same thing. So yes, they are the left. But if you try to keep on putting this barrier in between them by shying away from calling them woke, then what you do is you actually leave them on our side. You leave them on our side as opposed to pushing them over there where they belong. The woke left is responsible for Charlie Kirk's death. They let the radicals of their party continue this ideology, this awake, woke ideology of being oppressed, being a victim, where that person's the bad guy, and one of them believed it so much that he got a rifle, he crawled up on a roof, and he shot the guy that he thought was a Nazi. Or that hated trans people. Why is trans not an issue? Tucker, Nick, Dave Smith. Why is trans an issue? Because it killed Charlie Kirk. And now Candace, your little friend over there, she's trying to kill his legacy by getting that guy off. F you. F you. That's why it matters. That's why it matters. People just don't get it. All right, we got 1 minute left. I don't think we're going to get to both stories, so let's just pick this one. Andrew Tate's lawyer just came out and basically said, so what if they raped you? This is just wild. I have to add this in here. I told you I'm not going to give too much attention to Tate, but damn.
These are good men who have done a lot of good for the world, right? Even if you accept all the allegations against them is true, the amount of good that they've done for the world tremendously outweighs the bad. And people don't see it because there's a very one-sided narrative out there against them.
Even if you accept the evidence against them as true, the evidence against them is sex trafficking children, raping children. Yes, 14-year-old girls are children. Even if you accept that, they told young men to go to the gym. So, even Stevens, guys, I don't think I need to go too far on Andrew Tate anymore because he's doing enough. His lawyer's moron. Anyway, it is 9 o'clock, so Sean Farish is coming up next with Ungoverned. Quick shout out, maybe 10, 15 seconds. Let me get to the screen. Okay, Family Low, Bumba, Crazy Moan, McGroin, Shelley, Grunt for Life, United since 1776, On the Edge, Peter Out, Dave, Herrell, T. Mitchell, Emerald Sonic, and Samuel. I will see you guys tomorrow for 2A Thursday. Sean Farish, Ungoverned. See you later.
Hump Day. Happy Trump Day to the Ungovernables, the Captain Screw, the Elevate Family, McGroin Nation. We are coming to you pre-recorded again. Second to last day of this week. There you go. From the deep red state of Tennessee on rumble.com/LFATV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Wednesday, Hump Day, Trump Day to you. That's right. It is a good morning. Hopefully you're having a good morning. Got some fun stuff for you today. Got some interesting stuff for you today. The unseasoned boiled chicken breasts are back. Maybe we'll start off with that. Zoran Mamdani has announced city-run grocery stores, and there's a little bit of a catch there. He might be caught between a rock and a hard place because it looks like some, they have these things in New York City called bodegas. And some of them are owned by immigrants. They've got these grocery stores, some of these independent grocery stores. Some of those are owned by immigrants. Nothing wrong with that. But when you have the government coming in and saying, we're going to sell everything at a 30% discount or 30% less than everywhere else, you're basically going to force those other independent grocery stores to close, right? Because they're not going to be able to compete with the government. I also read that you might have to show ID at these city-run grocery stores. What? You sure? I thought that was racist. What? So black people and married women aren't going to be able to buy food in New York City? Because that's what I was told by the left. Why the Save America Act can't get passed. You're going to disenfranchise black men and you're going to disenfranchise married women. Remember Kathy Hochul? Young black men in the Bronx don't know what the word computer means. They don't know these things. What a disgrace. We have that. We're going to talk a lot about that first half of the show. The Democrats in Michigan have an issue. All right, they've got two really bad candidates running in Michigan. They got Abdul Al-Sayed, right? And then they got Haley Stevens.
That's the Michigan way.
That's the Michigan way. And one of them is going to be the nominee come next Tuesday, August 4th. This is their primary. The betting odds, last I checked, and I haven't checked in a couple days, but seem to favor Abdul Al-Sayed. He's the DSA candidate. And Haley Stevens has the endorsement of Jim Clyburn. I almost said Jim Cramer. Jim Clyburn, Gretchen Whitmer, some of these sort of quote-unquote old guard Democrats. They're still far leftists, but they're, what you would call the old guard. But the Michigan Democrats have a Senate problem. And this DSA thing is a massive wedge issue for the Democrats right now. It is eating that party alive. The question is, will that be enough come November? Will that be enough come November? I'll say this. These DSA candidates talking about abolishing the Senate, abolishing the presidency, abolishing prisons. How does that help with the quote unquote affordability issue that they love to talk about so much? The answer is it doesn't. It doesn't. So you've got a bunch of things happening on that front. DSA versus old guard versus DSA. You've also got new polling that essentially says that the Republicans, as I've been saying for a while, the midterms are winnable, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not telling you that we're going to win. I'm saying that we are within striking distance. If we want to win, then we can win. If we take the too big to rig mindset into this election, then we can win. With that, we have redistricting. There's that midterm convention that Trump and the GOP are talking about throwing in September in Dallas. I think that's a fantastic idea, a way to unify the party 2 months before the election, right before the midterms. Couple new polls. I'll tell you what. If I'm the Democrats looking at these polls, I'm a little nervous. And you bet your ass it's because of the socialists. Part of it is because of the socialists. Another part of it is because the Democrats have no policy to run on that actually makes sense to the American people. All they do is Trump is bad, Trump is bad, Trump is Hitler, Trump's a fascist, Trump this, Trump that, Trump. That's all they talk about. Algae in the reflecting pool, mosquitoes at the UFC event, Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu, Israel. It's all left. They don't actually tell you what they think they can do to help the American people. Well, we're going to do Medicare for all. No. Because everyone understands that means taxes go up to pay for subpar health care that nobody in the Senate, by the way, is even going to use. Or the House. Or the federal government, for that matter. Socialism is never for the socialists. It's for the people, the peasants, right? The folks who are going to implement socialism, the government officials, your senators, your president, your House of Representatives, the bureaucracy, they're not the ones who are going to have to deal with the ramifications. They're the ones who are going to sit atop the mountain and look down their noses at the peasants. That's you. Look at Mom Donnie. Turn your air to 78 degrees. You think his air was 78 degrees? There's no way. You think Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift at their wedding in Madison Square Garden, you think MSG was set to, 78 degrees during what they referred to as the dangerous heat dome is a heat dome. It is hot. We've never seen anything like it, even though it's the summer and it happens every year. Yeah, it gets warm in the summer every year. I don't know, that might be breaking news to some crazy soils, slow on intake liberals, or as Dan calls them, Dan Bongino, SIAC, stupid is a choice. Because that's the truth. It is a choice. And we're going to get into stupid is a choice in just a second because I've got unfortunately, a Candace Owens tweet that I want to put up there and show you. What I've been telling you about this woman is 100% true. I'm 100% right about her motivations. I got blocked for calling this out in her mentions not too long ago. This is what she is doing. I'll show you that in a second. Before we get to all that, I want to get to a word from our friends over at, you know who it is? OFP Farms, OFPfarms.com, OFPfarms.com. It is the sale that you have been anticipating for a long time. It's one of my favorite sales that they do every single year. Merry Christmas, we say. Why? It's July, not December. Yeah, well, it's Christmas in July. Let's go. Merry Christmas. We're just 5 months away from Christmas and the holiday season. It's going to be here before you know it. Christmas in July has officially come to OFP Farms, and they are thrilled to present one of the best seasonal offers that they put out every single year. It is the Christmas in July sale. Ho, ho, ho. 'Tis the season to order OFP Farms. For a limited time, you can enjoy 20% off your entire order plus a free snack pack with qualifying purchases of $35 or more. It's the ideal chance to stock up on your beloved farm-crafted goat milk, grass-fed tallow, and magnesium skincare products. Stock up on the items you love, explore something new, or pick up a few extras for gifts before the bustling holiday season kicks in. Every product from OFP Farms is meticulously handcrafted in small batches with ingredients that your skin actually understands. Whether you're dealing with dry, fatigued skin, cracked lips like me, or you're preparing like Brennan for your soothing nighttime routine with all that magnesium stuff. She loves that stuff. This sale makes it easier to pamper yourself and your loved ones. Use the code Shawn, SHAWN, at checkout. Visit OFPfarms.com for 20% off of your entire order. Again, with the code Shawn, and you get what I love the most, a smack pack. If you have a qualifying purchase, $35 or more, boom, free smack pack and 20% off. Smack pack is, of course, 4 of these Goat Kisses lip balms. How about it? That's OFPfarms.com, promo code Shawn. OFPfarms.com, promo code SHAWN. Next up, you know where I'm going, right? Some of you know. Some of you don't know. Armra Colostrum. I love colostrum. I've been taking it now for a little bit, a few months, more than a few months, I would say. Gut health, number one for me. It's crazy how much of a difference it makes. I never believed in the whole gut health thing until I started taking colostrum. It works. It works. It works. I love it. You should try it. Tryarmor.com/LFATV. You guys know I'm always on the lookout for ways to strengthen my immunity and gut health. Gut health, especially with Cyclo Runny Booty, right, going around. Cyclo Runny Asses. You want the gut health. I'm always on the lookout for ways to strengthen my immunity and gut health, improve my fitness and metabolism, and enhance my skin and hair radiance. That is what Armra Colostrum can do for you. And then some. Colostrum is the first nutrition that we receive in life, and it contains all the essential nutrients that our bodies need in order to thrive. Listen, colostrum can help reactivate your hair growth. It'll help your skin glow. I have noticed that it's helped my skin. It can help fortify your gut health. That's a big one for me. It'll ignite your metabolism. It could help ignite your metabolism and could help fuel your fitness performance and recovery. All three of those things, awesome if you want to start living that Maha lifestyle. Check it out at Try. It's TRYARMRA.com/LFATV. TryArmra.com/LFATV to get up to 30. That is 30% off of your first order. TryArmra, TRYARMRA.com/LFATV. TryArmra.com/Lima Foxtrot Alpha Tango Victor. All right. Why don't we start with a little, I know you guys love it. At the beginning, we'll do a little. There we go. So this was not too long ago. We had this example of them singing. This was a good one.
Don't come
back no more. What do we say? All right. There they are. Singing. You know how it is? Unbelievable. There they go. We got a new one now. We have a new one. A new one like this.
Everybody, hoo-hoo-ya.
Remember a hoo-ya? Here they were in Minnesota.
My dear ones.
Yeah, Delaware Church.
Neighbors in Afghana, de-ice our neighborhoods. Invite our neighbors in.
Okay. Sorry that I had to put you through that a little bit. But here's the latest of the unseasoned boiled chicken breasts. They remixed, guys and gals, I'm telling you, it's fair warning. They remixed We Will Rock You by Queen, and they did a horrible job. Watch this.
We will fight back. Fight back. We will.
Look at that miserable.
We will fight back.
Oh my gosh.
Stealing from the poor man, these old men cheating, redrawing those maps so they'll win someday. But in every single town, we won't back down. We the people say no kings and no crowns. We will fight back. Fight back. We will fight back. Fight back. The people will rise up, stand up, fighting the good fight all the way till election day. They can close the campus polls, they can purge the voter rolls, but we will win the fight for America's soul. We will fight back, fight back. We will fight back, fight back. Thanks, y'all.
No, don't clap for them. That sucked. You know, that song by Queen is like it's a bloody of a young me, the whole thing, right? Like, it's supposed to pump you up. We will fight back. Oh my God. Huh. Don't fall asleep on the air. All right. Had to start off with a little bit of fun. Now we got to get to some serious stuff. Zoran Mamdani, grocery stores, city-run grocery stores. Here is the economic impact of this stuff. Let me start off with a tweet, actually, from a pretty cool guy, Billboard Chris. I think we met him at CPAC a couple of years ago, 3 years ago. But Billboard Chris wrote this post in response to Zoran Mamdani's plan for city-run grocery stores. Matter of fact, I'm going to run Zoran Mamdani talking about these city-run grocery stores first so that you know what he said, and then I'll give you a Billboard Chris's response, and we'll get into why this is a terrible idea. Here's Mamdani.
We know that for many New Yorkers, 30% at the grocery store means something very different. Since 2019, food prices have soared at grocery stores around the country by roughly 30%, in fact. Talk to shoppers around the city, and you'll often hear the same frustration. Wages have not kept up. Making matters even worse, some corporations have built out technology that allows for something called surveillance pricing, collecting personal data to charge some people more than others for the same carton of eggs, for the same gallon of milk. All of this leaves too many New Yorkers feeling like groceries are out of reach. And that is frankly unacceptable, which is why city government is stepping in to make people's lives more affordable. Today, I am proud to announce a collection of essential staples that will be predictably 30% cheaper at all 5 of our city-run grocery stores. This core set of goods will include all fresh produce, meat, and seafood, along with 20 other essential items like cheese, milk, and bread. Here's how it will work. Once a month, our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices for this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices. No exceptions, no gimmicks. The savings will last for the entire month. That means no weekly fluctuations nor sticker shock at the checkout line. Not for our seniors living on fixed incomes, nor for the parents who rely on a regular supply of apple slices to keep toddler tantrums at bay. Now, can we all see this incredible example of produce in my hand? Now, you will see these plantains here, so for anyone wondering how much these beautiful plantains might cost, you can use this QR code or head to grocery.nyc to access our policy report. I'm going to demonstrate exactly what that means. Ladies and gentlemen, the QR code does work. You can see this here. There you can learn more about our city-owned grocery store program, including the 30% discount. 30% off adds up.
Okay. There are several things wrong with that, but number one, let's start with this post from Billboard Chris. I want to put this up on the screen right here. He's a good guy. Billboard Chris. All right. How communists collapse the food supply in 5 simple steps. 1, city stores subsidize food prices and undercut private grocers, which means the private grocers close. Why would the private grocers have to close? Well, because they can't compete if somebody else is selling it at a 30% discount. It's one thing if the price was close. 30%? They are either going to have to lower their prices, which is going to cut into their margin, or they're not going to be able to compete. They're going to go out of business. Boom. That means loss of jobs. What else does that mean? That means demand goes up. Why? Because supply goes down. If you wind up losing a bunch of private grocers and you're only left with a bunch of those city-run grocery stores, you have less locations altogether where you can buy food, correct? Which means you have lower supply. Okay, now, as Billboard Chris points out, demand and reselling empty city stores. Next, government forces suppliers and farmers to accept these lower prices, which means those suppliers, those farmers, are going to either cut production because it's not profitable anymore, or they're just going to stop producing the goods altogether. Think about it. If the government said, you Chevrolet, this Chevy dealer on the corner of, 1st and 2nd Street, whatever, right? You cannot sell that Chevy Silverado for $50,000. You must sell it for $30,000. And Chevrolet comes back to the government and says, but wait a second, it costs us $35,000 to make this vehicle, or it costs us $40,000 to make this vehicle. So it costs us $40,000 to make it. You're telling us we have to sell it for $30,000. That means every vehicle we sell is going to be at the very least a $10,000 loss. Well, we're just going to stop making it then. If we can't make it and sell it profitably, we're going to stop making it. Boom, that vehicle comes off the market. Government forces suppliers and farmers to accept those lower prices. So the suppliers say, oh, those prices are too low. We can't profit off of those prices. So we're going to stop producing that food. What does that mean when suppliers stop producing the food? Shortages. Shortages appear. Rationing begins and black markets follow. You want this food? You're going to have to go to this guy who says, it's all good. And he's going to sell it at a premium. Why? Because demand is through the roof, because there's not as much supply anymore, but the demand has stayed the same. People still need to eat. Now there's just less places to buy food, unless you're talking about the city-run grocery stores. Right? Those are going to be the only places that stay open. There's nothing there because the food producers aren't producing what was stocking those shelves because they couldn't afford to sell it to those places because they weren't making money off of it. And this ends with food supply collapses, like in the Soviet Union, in Venezuela, and other price control, like Cuba, other places like that. Billboard Chris laying it out perfectly. It's also laid out very well here in this Breitbart article. New York City Mayor Zohar Mamdani's plan to open a slate of government-owned grocery stores has begun to take shape. The mayor said on Monday that the Mamdegas, that's a funny name, would sell produce, meat, and a host of other kitchen staples at 30% discount to what privately owned grocers offer in the city. The stores will not be run by the city directly. Instead, private operators are being invited to bid for contracts to run 5 city-owned grocery stores, 1 in each borough. The city will pay for the construction of the stores and waive property taxes. It will also subsidize their operations to help pay for the discount. This has private sector owners up in arms. They see the arrival of a tax-advantaged competitor subsidized by the very taxes that they pay on their income. That's the worst part. You have a grocery store in New York City. Name one. Gristedes, whatever it is, right? In New York City. They're selling all their groceries every single day. They are paying a tax on their income. That income tax is funding their competition. And their competition is able to, because they're taking other people's money and spending it, is able to sell the same things that Gristedes is selling for a 30% discount. How is that fair? The answer is it's not. Welcome to communism. Everything's supposed to be fair. Everything's supposed to be equal. Everything's supposed to be equitable. And it never winds up that way. They obviously have a point about fairness there, although the small number of stores is unlikely to present that much of a threat to most private grocers. I wouldn't say that. The Mamdegas, as Breitbart is calling them, combining the New York City term bodega and the name of the mayor, will discount a core basket of government-approved, allegedly healthy groceries, including produce, meat, seafood, pasta, bread, yogurt, butter, nuts, rice, and beans. The store will not be offering hot food in an effort to avoid competing with local businesses offering those products. Okay. They won't sell beer or cigarettes. 30% off while supplies last. The greatest challenge for stores like this, as we just mentioned from that Billboard Chris tweet, avoiding shortages. The private sector's pricing creates a natural distribution system by balancing supply and demand. When prices are so low that stores run out of products and can't restock fast enough, store owners raise the price because this is a reflection that demand is outstripping supply. When prices are so high that produce withers on the shelves, store owners lower prices to clear the inventory. Right? Because at those stores, if you have a whole bushel of bananas, is that a bushel? Bushel? I don't know. A whole crate of produce, and it's so expensive nobody's going to buy it, then the store has to purchase it to bring it in. Nobody's buying it because they're selling it at too high a price. It goes bad. The store takes a loss because you can't sell rotten food. This will likely mean that stores will experience shortages when they have underestimated demand. So there's going to be empty shelves, low-income New Yorkers, including seniors on fixed incomes and parents hoping to buy some apples to slice for their kids. They'll have to do without or return to the higher-priced private sector alternatives, if those exist still. It's likely there's still going to be regular runs in the stores when new inventory arrives, awarding those with schedules flexible enough to line up early in the morning when the trucks arrive. Oh, it sounds like a bread line. It sounds like a food line. It'll help to be jobless or a part-time worker, and it'll hurt to work full-time. Literal bread lines will form outside of the Mamdegas. The road from Mamdegas to ration cards. As Billboard Chris pointed out, ration's going to happen once the supply gets negatively impacted by all that demand because of the lower costs. The city will also have to decide how to deal with the risk of hoarding and reselling. Entrepreneurial New Yorkers will realize that they can buy out the inventory of the city stores and then resell it, still undercutting the private sector stores while making a handsome profit. So you buy, let's say, a bushel of bananas for $5. You sell it for $6, and it's the private sector store out there is trying to sell it for $8. Right? You still make $1. They're still out because you're selling it. It's a black market. No good. Technically, that's illegal, but you only have to stroll through almost any neighborhood in New York City outside of Midtown and a few high-end areas to observe private sector merchants creatively ignoring licensing requirements for food. I mean, we've seen this before. We're on the Cross Bronx. They walk up to your window with a crate of oranges and ask you, do you want to buy the orange? Here's the thing no one's talking about. Well, people are talking about it now. A lot of those private sector grocery stores, those bodegas, some of those shops, owned by immigrants. Whoa. Now, you don't mean to tell me that Zohran Mamdani is doing something that would hurt immigrant business owners in New York City. It's a city of immigrants. We're a nation of immigrants. We're immigrants. No. There's no way that Zohran Mamdani would ever do something that would adversely affect immigrants. Oh, yes, he would. And that's why they're getting ready to sue him. Boy, do they have a problem on their hands over there if you are the Mamdani administration. Let's get to this one. This is a good one. Multicultural Business Coalition moves to sue Mamdani over government-run groceries alleging unfair competition. A business group led by immigrants in New York City is moving to bring a lawsuit against socialist New York City Zohran Mamdani, the mayor, over his plan to have taxpayer-funded grocery stores in the Big Apple, alleging that the plan will create unfair competition against privately owned businesses without the luxury of having public funds at their fingertips. Yes, and the crazy part is the public funds are coming from, in part, some of those privately owned businesses. You are paying taxes that fund and subsidize your competition. This is a disaster. It's a disaster. The Multicultural Business Coalition, the MBC board, voted to file a lawsuit in the coming weeks to block the initiative from Mamdani, per the New York Post. Interesting. Now we're going to see all these white, yuppie, latte liberals, these champagne socialists. F those immigrants. They're standing in the way of affordability. Screw you, brown people. You'll see. They're not going to know what to do. Well, wait, they're immigrants. But they're at the grocery store. Short-circuiting. Cannot compute. You start to see steam coming out of their ears? Mamdani announced new details to slash the price of basic items like bread, milk, and cheese by 30%, claiming that without a profit motive, profit margins for grocery stores are usually around 2%. A 30% savings will be possible. The NBC chairman, Frank Garcia, said, the mayor doesn't seem to want to sit down with us. Uh-oh, is he a racist? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking. I didn't mean to do that. I'm just asking the same questions that the left would ask, right? If you say something, you don't want to talk to immigrants. What are you don't like immigrants? What are you, racist? You don't like brown people? Zohran? He seems to be screwing over a bunch of brown people in New York City. Frank Garcia said, and he added that Mamdani, quote, won't be able to bully the lawyers that we're going to bring in. Oh, how sweet would it be? Pardon my stereotypical nonsense here, but how sweet would it be if they were Jewish lawyers? Oh, yeah. How sweet would it be? Because Mamdani hates Jews. Imagine if it's Jewish lawyers. Oh, that'll set the champagne socialists on fire in New York City. The Jews are keeping everything costing more in New York City, and the immigrants, nasty brown people and Jews. Oh, you know it's coming. Stop it. You know it's coming. NBC plans to raise $1 million to fight against taxpayer-funded grocery stores and said that the lawsuit should be a nonpartisan initiative. The group is planning on sending a letter in the coming days to put Mamdani on notice about the lawsuit. Funds will also be used by the group to fuel the lawsuit as well as campaign to raise awareness about how mom-and-pop shops struggle to obtain capital and fend off shoplifters in the Big Apple. The NBC and other business groups have said that Mamdani plans on pursuing the city-run grocery stores whether or not it hurts small business owners. That's right, because he doesn't care about actual prosperity in New York City. He does not give a shit. You think this guy cares about you? This is in New York City. If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere, right? No. If you make it in New York City, Zoran Mamdani's going to be right behind you, tapping you on the shoulder saying, all right, pay up, buddy. One area in particular they'll point to is where there are 5 bodegas located within a few blocks of where Mamdani plans to place a store in the area of Harlem known as La Marqueta. Business owners in Harlem feel that Mamdani's socialist project will put them out of business. And then there go a bunch of jobs. Now those people, the business owners, lose out on income. The folks who are working in those stores lose their jobs, all because Mamdani ushered in communism. Communism. It's not so communism in New York City. Oh, this is going to be fun to watch. Immigrant run and owned grocery stores are going to sue Zoran Mamdani, who's supposed to care all about the immigrants. Oh, we're going to put the immigrants. Oh, it's brown people. Okay. All right. You want to play that game? I'm gonna. This is not gonna impact me. I'm in Tennessee. I don't really, it's not. This is not gonna impact me. But I'm gonna sit back. I wish there was keto-friendly popcorn. I'd eat the keto-friendly popcorn. I'll eat peanuts instead. That's fine. That's gonna be an interesting, very, very interesting thing to watch. Huh? All right. Let's take a quick break. Very quick break. And I got to get to it. I'm sorry. But I got to get to Candace. I got to take a little bit of a victory lap here and say I was right about something. I told you what she was trying to do. I told you. She's doing the bidding of the left. She is doing the bidding of the left. I don't know if she's getting paid by somebody to do that. I don't know if this is, Trojan horse got inside the gates. She's been a leftist the whole time. I'm just telling you, it has been painfully obvious. Just watch her actions. She is carrying water for the radical left. The people that want you and me dead, the people that sent a SWAT team to our house, the people that killed Charlie Kirk, the people that have tried to kill Donald Trump, the people that have terrorized Supreme Court justices, the people that are terrorizing ICE officers, the people that are terrorizing police officers, the people that have burned down buildings. She is carrying water for those people. I'll show you why in a second. But first, we have to take a quick break and talk to you about our friends over at Silent. It is slnt.com/Sean, slnt.com/SHAWN. Let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, your phone is a tracking device. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even pesky cyber criminals, they're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And they don't ask, they just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams all around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, that technology is available to you, so you can protect your freedom, you can protect your family, and you can secure your digital footprint. All you've got to do is drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve, and it is off the grid, completely silent, and invisible to the outside world. Now, from their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. That is slnt.com/SHAWN. Save 15% and get free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/SHAWN. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/SHAWN. Spell it right. All right. Candace is carrying water for the left. I told you. When you look at somebody who, and look, you want to say, oh, she's investigating. Her mind is open. She's not just going to believe everything that the government tells you. All right, fine. We got the Fauci diary. He lied to us. All right, that's fine. You want to maintain a healthy skepticism of what the government tells you. I'm not going to argue with that. That's fine. That's fine. It may be a little annoying at times because everything is fake and gay. That's what they say. But okay, fine. You want to have a healthy skepticism? Healthy. That's why it's called a healthy skepticism. Okay? But when you look at let's call it a narrative that the government is putting out there, that makes logical sense. Okay? Like, for example, you wake up and everything's wet outside. And you're like, wonder what happened. And then you go on like the Weather Channel and you go on their thing and, major flash rainstorm came through Murfreesboro, Tennessee overnight. Oh, okay. That's cool. Makes sense. That's why everything got wet. You don't just go, well, because the government said it, like the National Weather Service said it, like that's clearly not what happened. Obviously, the Jews stole a fire truck, hooked up to a hydrant, and sprayed the neighborhood. That makes more sense than it like rained. If you believe it rained, you believe in like Fed slop or something. If it makes sense, I'm going to believe it. In the case of Charlie Kirk's assassination, the government is asking us to believe that Tyler Robinson was indoctrinated by radical left-wing ideology. He was in a relationship with a trans furry person, this Lance Twiggs guy. He engraved the bullets that, it said, hey, fascist catch, and all that other stuff, the Antifa lingo that was on the bullets. He confessed via text message. Right? I mean, you're asking me to believe something that is very believable. It's not like I'm going, okay, yeah, right. You mean to tell me that some super MAGA Trump supporter all of a sudden decided he didn't like Charlie Kirk and that's why he did? This is not hard to believe that an Antifa type did Antifa things. They're very violent people. We know that the left justifies political violence. There have been many polls showing that they're 3 to 4 times more likely to justify using violence to achieve a political goal than Republicans. Jay Jones, for example, in Virginia, remember Jay Jones fantasized about his opponent's children being killed. This is not new. So it's like, okay, if the government narrative does not actually make sense, logical sense, okay, I'm going to go, all right. Okay, bat soup, really? No. But this makes sense. Why is she not even considering the possibility that a radical leftist was at fault here, was the one who did it? Tyler Robinson. She has blamed, she has created new people to blame. Egyptian planes, an exploding microphone on the chest, underground people, bees, Israel, Fort Huachua, that's a real, she has blamed everyone except the radical left, and you have to ask why. Why would you not blame the group that always talks about killing us? Why is that unrealistic? Why is that Fed slop? Why? It makes perfect sense that a radical leftist wanted to kill Charlie Kirk and unfortunately succeeded. I introduced this because here's the tweet. This was yesterday. Today's episode will be positively explosive. Yeah, more clickbait. More clickbait. Might even free a young man who is being wrongly framed for the murder of Charlie Kirk. Okay, that's not a question. She is saying that Tyler Robinson is being wrongly framed. She is saying in this tweet, he didn't do it. Note the people who sold you Fed slop. They are going to have a terrible, terrible week. Really? I'm having a pretty good week, actually. Been filling in on the Dan Bongino show. I'm still running here on LFA TV. Wish we were live. We're not. It's unfortunate, but we will be live Friday. I'm having a great week. Then again, I didn't feed anyone Fed slop, right? Because I believe, why? Why is it Fed slop to believe that a leftist did leftist things? Why? Why is that so hard to believe? Oh, there's no exit wound. Soft point bullet, brother. That's it. There was no exit wound for Martin Luther King either. Well, where's the body? It's a place where you can't find it. That's where the body is, because you're such a deranged lunatic. You dig it up and do your own investigation and defile the gravesite in the process. Well, how come Erica Kirk is acting so weird? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because her husband got assassinated gruesomely on live television and she's now left without the father of her children. Maybe that's why she's acting a little differently. Would you like to experience that? Well, how come the text messages between Tyler Robinson and Lance Twiggs are so strangely worded? Huh. That's a good question. 22-year-olds don't text like that. How many 22-year-olds do you know that are in relationships with trans furries? How many? So you're asking abnormal people to communicate normally? You've got a confession in the text. You've got a confession in the note. Folks, listen, you don't have to agree with everything Erica Kirk's doing. She's not perfect. She's not a saint. I get it. Okay? You may not like the way she's running Turning Point USA. Fine. Take up that issue there. Stop with the... And now you have people saying that the Jews ate Charlie Kirk? What? What Candace is saying in this post right here, and spare me the crap. Don't even... I know it's going to happen. I'm not here live. It's fine. I know. Stop talking about her. All she wants is the attention. Yeah, you're right. I'm just going to ignore the problem so hard that it fixes itself. Right. Yes. Let's let her lie. Let's let her lie without any pushback, and let's see how that problem goes. You have a leak in your roof? Just ignore it really hard, and maybe it'll fix itself. That flat tire on your car, if you look at that flat tire and then you defiantly turn the other way, go, I'm not paying attention to you, flat tire. I'm just going to ignore you until you put air back in yourself. Turn around, tire still flat. I don't get it. I'm ignoring it so hard. I understand the concept. Don't give her oxygen. Don't give her the publicity, the Streisand effect. Folks, she's not going to just go away because we decided she doesn't matter. She has to be challenged. What would you have done if Donald Trump had just ignored the fact that CNN lied? And ABC and CBS and the fake news, if he just ignored it. Yeah, that's a problem. We're just going to ignore it. They'll eventually stop. They're not going to stop. So you have to challenge them. You have to correct the record. Stop with that talking point. Just ignore her. She'll go away. No, she won't. Just like the leak in your roof won't go away if you ignore that. It's only going to get worse. You have to address the problem. And the problem here, as evidenced by this post, is that she is saying that Tyler Robinson, the radical leftist that evidence in that preliminary hearing strongly suggests killed Charlie Kirk. And I say strongly suggests because he hasn't been convicted yet or pled guilty yet. She is saying that Tyler Robinson did not do it. She is saying right there that he is being wrongly framed. That means she believes that his parents are framing him. That means she believes that his attorneys aren't doing a good enough job. How come nobody on the defense is talking about the evidence that she's bringing up? Because it's all bullshit. That's why. She is saying that he didn't do it. She is carrying water for the left. It is obvious, and it is not hard to believe that a radical leftist was motivated, indoctrinated, and encouraged by radical left-wing ideology to assassinate Charlie Kirk. That is not hard to believe. This isn't a novel concept. They wish death on conservatives every day. This is not a novel concept. It is not Fed slop to believe that the left is violent. She is covering for the left. Whether she's being incentivized to do so by I don't know, shell companies and funding flowing through. I would not be shocked. But she's covering for the left. And I said this months ago. And she blocked me because of it. And when she did that, because it got a lot of engagement in her comment section, I said, okay, that's the truth. That's it. She is shutting that down because she does not want people to see it. Look no further than this post. No further proof is needed. And spare me, infighting. That's not infighting. It's not infighting at all. Okay. On to the Champagne Socialist. This is a great story. Abdul Al-Sayed, Saeed, whatever the hell his name is, running for Senate in Michigan. Turns out, that's interesting, isn't it? Turns out that he's got a lot of property all over the world. Whoa. First of all, stolen land. You can't have houses. Can't have property. He's what we call a Champagne Socialist. Let me take a break because I want to run this in a single segment. Friggin' hot in here. Hot. Getting worked up. Been a long day. Good day, but a long day. And let me talk to you about our friends. I got to take a drink out of this, actually. This is Cove Pure Water. Oh, it's just good pure water. Yum. Cove Pure, COVEPURE.com/Sean, CovePure.com, the CP16. You got to get one of these. You got to get one of these. What are you waiting for? It's a little expensive, but you got a great discount with this offer here. Ladies and gentlemen, summer sale, CovePure.com/SHAWN. I don't take a lot of things at face value anymore. And I'll be honest, tap water was one of the last things on my radar until we actually looked into it a little bit. And that is now why we purify every drop of water in this house with our Cove Pure CP16. Over 176 million Americans are drinking tap water with PFAs in it. What are PFAs? They're man-made chemicals used in food packaging, non-stick cookware, firefighting foam, all sorts of nasty stuff. Scientists call them forever chemicals because once they're in your body, they stay there. They don't break down. And they're linked to hormone disruption, immune damage, and increased cancer risk. But here's the part that stopped me cold. The EPA set legal limits for PFAs in drinking water back in 2024. What? But water systems have until 2031 to comply. What? That's 5 whole years from now. Until that deadline arrives, a utility can be operating above the legal limit, and they're not required to notify you. That's messed up. You're just drinking the water. The EPA knows these chemicals are harmful enough to regulate. They're just not making anyone act on it yet, which means it is on you to take matters into your own hands. And now you can. Cove Pure was engineered exactly for this purpose. Unlike the normal pitcher filters you can get at the store, their Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, PFAS, heavy metals, fluoride, pharmaceuticals, filtering particles hundreds of thousands of times smaller than a single human hair. Now, a lot of people complain about reverse osmosis. Oh, it takes all the good stuff out of the water, too, and it gets the bad stuff out. Not that. The CP16 actually puts the calcium and the magnesium back into the water before it comes out of your pitcher. The best part about Cove Pure is they make it so easy. It sits right on your countertop. You don't have to drill any holes. You don't have to call a plumber. You just plug it in, fill up the tank, put the filters in. Boom. You've got pure water to drink in minutes. Don't wait for 2031. Take control of your water quality right now. Head to CovePure.com/Sean. You'll get $250 off of for a limited time. That is COVEPURE.com/Sean, SHAWN. CovePure.com/SHAWN for $250 off. The CP16, you're going to love this thing. CovePure.com/SHAWN. All right. We talked about this Champagne Socialist. He's got property all around the world. Whoa. Oligarchy. I have 4 houses or 3 houses. The people who have 4 they're the people who have to pay their fair share. Okay, Abdul Al-Sayed. Some shady stuff about his, income and things of that nature. So I want to go, listen, Haley Stevens, I can't vote for her. I don't live in Michigan. I would never vote for her. I'm not a Democrat. I don't vote for Democrats. But Haley Stevens, aside from being a chipmunk,
I am going to be working on our behalf. I am going to be telling the stories on our behalf. And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way.
All right, that's the Michigan way. Well, she called out in a debate Abdul al-Sayed over this whole income thing, right? Because it's bad to be wealthy if you're a Democrat. Watch.
But it also is about transparency. And you have not released your full tax returns. $300,000 in other income while you sat in the podcast chair and you hawked junk healthcare cures that RFK Jr. would thumbs up. You talk about getting money out of politics and putting money in people's pockets, but still no one knows who's putting the money in your pocket.
Oh, uh-oh. Champagne socialist Abdul al-Sayed in a little bit of trouble. New financial disclosures, which he delayed, by the way, reveal that the far-left politician Abdul al-Sayed has a bunch of properties all around the world. They own rental properties in India, the United Arab Emirates, and the United States worth hundreds of thousands of dollars each. Al-Sayed delayed the disclosures. One property, a condo, is listed as being in Bangalore, India. The filing, which covers the 2025 calendar year, stated that the property is valued at between $100,001 and $250,000, and that it brings in an income of between $5,000 and $15,000. Al-Sayed's wife is listed as the owner. The filing also lists a second property located in Dubai with the same valuation, income, and ownership listed. The couple also owns a rental property in the United States located in Ann Arbor, Michigan. The property is valued at between $250,000 and $500,000 and brings in an income of $15,001 to $50,000. The ownership is listed as being joint. In early July, the Senate candidate claimed that the process for filing financial disclosure forms was complicated. Due to his wife's family owning overseas assets, Al-Sayed had requested an extension to file his 2026 financial disclosures until after the Senate primary. So another fraud. Remember, socialism, communism, it's never for the socialists or the communists, meaning the politicians and the folks who are implementing these forms of government. Look at Maduro. Was Maduro a victim of socialism? No. Maduro was fat and happy. The rest of Venezuela, outside of the government and the military, they were the victims of socialism. The Chavistas in Venezuela were not the victims of socialism. The government, those aligned with the government, not the victims. The people were the victims. Communism and socialism are never for the communists and the socialists, i.e. the implementers of socialism. It's only for the people. The rules that they ask you to live by are never the rules that they live by themselves. We have gone over this time and time and time again. One of the easiest examples to cite is New York City and the 78 degrees air conditioning thing. Was Mamdani's air conditioning set to 78 degrees? No. Was Taylor Swift's wedding set to 78 degrees? No. Wait, so you mean to tell me the elites play by different rules in New York City? Yes. Yes, they do. Medicare for all. I want Medicare for all. Bernie Sanders, right? Is Bernie Sanders on Medicare? He's old enough to be. No, I can't do that. I have to see a doctor. I don't want to wait to see a doctor. Just like he said, he would never fly commercial. I can't fly commercial. You expect me to fly United? That's not the way it's going to work. Why not? You're hell-bent on climate emissions. They never pass, carbon emissions, they never pass their own tests. Ever. I'm going to play for you now. A little bit. Haley Stevens calling out. I'm sorry. Little fun from Haley Stevens now. The chipmunk in her little C-SPAN debate, Michigan Senate. Primary August 4th. Should be fascinating. Who's going to win? I haven't bet anybody. I'm not going to bet anybody, but I would say, I believe my money's on, but I don't have any money on the race. Abdul al-Sayed. But here's Haley Stevens, little chipmunk. She's at it again. Watch.
Manufacturing geek, okay? I have visited hundreds of small to mid-sized manufacturing shop floors. I have operated CNC machines in my life previous to being in elected office. I have a deep passion for the bread and butter of our state and a unique understanding of it.
Okay. The only thing I have to say to that is,
Christmas, Christmas time is here. Time for toys and time for cheer.
Simon, Theodore, Alvin! That's a chipmunk right there. That's a chipmunk. Finally, and I'll just touch on this. There was an Emerson poll that had a huge margin. I think that's an outlier. Not because I want it to be an outlier, but because none of the other polls have this. A 4-point poll and a 2-point poll, respectively, in this article. Democrats need at least a 4-point margin to take back the House, you would think. And that's according to Chase Bowes as well. It's safe for them, 4 points and above. It is too close for comfort. They are trailing way behind their 2018 numbers when they took back the House. They're running way behind those numbers. Now, the Republicans don't have as many seats as they had in the 2018 midterm cycle either. But with redistricting and the fact that communists have actually openly taken over the Democrat Party, these midterms are winnable. But we have to start building that army to bring to the polls now. We can't wait until a couple of weeks before Election Day. We've got to start now. I wanted to start 6 months ago. We've got to start now. All right, Jeremy Herrell is up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. Please make sure you subscribe anywhere you get your podcast to 2 shows. 1, to Ungoverned. This is the one here. Search Ungoverned, hit subscribe. Number 2, launching on August 17th, is Sean Farish Live over on Silverlock at bongino.com/Sean, rumble.com/SHAWN. You can subscribe to Sean Farish Live anywhere you get your podcasts. Jeremy Herrell up next with Live from America, the flagship show of LFA TV. As President Trump says, we will never give up, we will never give in, and we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this beautiful country, the United States of America, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll see you back here tomorrow, pre-recorded one more time this week, and then live again on Friday to take your calls. Jeremy Herrell up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Live from America. You are locked and loaded right here on rumble.com/LFATV. This is Live from America, and my name is Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot, the host of the show. God bless each and every one of you. We had a little hiccup yesterday. We had to reorder some stuff, get some stuff updated. We're back, and we're better than ever. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Streaming live from the Hawkeye state of Iowa. Also put your hands together for the man, the myth, the legend. They call him Mr. Damn Skippy. You know what he's about. Producer Eli.
What's going on, LFA TV family and patrons? We are so happy to be back. Sorry about yesterday. Glitches happen. You got to deal with it. But anyway, hit that Rumble button. Hit the share button. We got a lot of people to get in here. I want to see it fill up. Let's go, baby.
The likes of which no one is here. T. Mitchell, Redneck, DeCluse, Danes, Suzanne, Sherry Welch, DeCluse, Miguel Ortiz, Trishy Wheezy is in the building. We've got Danes, LJ Sin, Pennsylvania. We've got Denise, Hopes, 1972, Family Low. Moose for Trump, Green Broccoli is here in the live chat. Sissy is in the live chat. Kim Job is here. We've got Dave, Mustache is here. Jedi Legend Ryu. We've got Sean Maga, D. Brummett. D. Brummett is here. We have Ann in the building, and Darlene, how are you all? Audrey, 707, good to see you. Dan, Patty, Rita, good to see you. Who else we got in here? Alicia's in the building. Angel Grandmother. The G.R. Messick. L.M. Burkowski in the live chat. How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you very much, Marfay. Hello, MDSC. Wes is in the building. How are you, Wes? Sound off if you're here, folks. Let's give some shout-outs this morning. Deb from Pennsylvania. Dina from Arizona in the building. How are you? Yes, we're back, baby. You guys better be sharing. I better see more shares than I've seen ever before. That means if you are here, then you should share. And everybody that's watching should have a Rumble account. How about that? Fauci for hanging. I absolutely agree. T. Collins in the building. How are you? Let me jump over to YouTube real quick. Let me say hello to the growing, slowly but growing, family over on YouTube. Jason, Missy, Lunchbox, Dee Dee Winters. How you doing? Good to see you. Scott Rollins. Thank you very much. Coast Rider over there as well. Who else we got? Robert Lucas. Thank you for joining in today. We've got the Zin C. Roofer. Thank you for being here today. And Random C. Sorley. Thank you for being here. All right, guys. We have a lot to get to because there was a lot of news that I didn't get to report for you yesterday. And, you know, mix that with what happened over the night and this morning and today. We've got a lot to discuss. Now, you're probably going to see a lot of people talking about Tony the Rat-Face Fauci, because that's exactly what he is. It's been a long time since we've heard from Tony the Rat-Face Fauci, and I got to tell you, I did not miss his stupid, raspy voice. But he is in a hearing where he is pleading the fifth on everything, and I'm just going to actually take you to that live. This is RSBN's coverage.
You could have used natural immunity as somewhat of a block of protection. Imperfect, but the only protection we had and the only thing we could have done. Instead, the nursing homes were seated with people who had COVID. So I think the discussion of natural immunity is one where there wasn't sufficient honesty, humility, there wasn't enough presentation to encourage people. That was the only encouraging thing we had for a while is you've got it. You're very, very, if not impossible, close to impossible chance that you'll die if you get it again. Everybody could have been reassured. Nobody was reassured. It's like, well, we don't know. We just don't quite understand natural immunity. My favorite quote from that is from Martin Kulldorff from Harvard. You called him one of the people that you had to take down, the fringe epidemiologist. I've never, ever heard a scientist call another scientist that. But he jokingly said on Twitter, he said, yeah, we knew about natural immunity from 486 BC, from the time of the Athenian plague. We lost all knowledge of it in 2020.
Apparently.
The good news is it's slowly coming back. 24 to 2025, we're beginning to understand what natural immunity is again. Not something perfect, but a useful tool that could have been used, but also something that could have helped people by telling the public, my goodness, you're not going to die now. you have a chance. If you've already had it and you're 85 years old and you're at risk for it, and you're wanting to feed your wife, and they're telling you to wear 4 masks and not be around your wife when you've already had it, it made no sense. I visited with a man whose mom was 80.
So we just wanted to check in on that, but there's really not much to report. Tony Fauci has pled the fifth literally on everything. He pled the fifth whether there was a notebook in front of him. Rand Paul said, do you see the documents in the notebook in front of you? Do you see that in front of you? Tony Fauci came on and said, according to my lawyers and my legal representation, I plead the fifth on any and all matters pertaining to whatever. You know, the same old, he just read a template every single time. Look, I think we can all agree, even the people on the left that are watching, that Tony Fauci needs to be held accountable for a lot of things that he did to this country. And I can tell you, I know a lot of Democrats who do not agree with me on anything that said that Tony Fauci screwed the pooch. As a matter of fact, I can give you proof because during COVID, everybody from Illinois was coming over to Iowa to hang out, to go to restaurants, to actually do things because Illinois was locked down, but you cross the bridge and all of a sudden COVID isn't so bad, right? It's kind of like, Eli, remember when we were in the restaurants and you had to wear your mask while you were standing up, but as soon as you got, to your table and sat down, you could take your mask off? Like, COVID existed above, but not below. COVID, it doesn't exist 6 feet from me, but it does exist 2 feet from me. It was a game, and everybody knew it, right and left.
Yeah, one of my absolute favorites was when you were standing in line and ahead of you and behind you, you had to do the 6 feet thing, but you could be standing 1 friggin' foot next to someone on your left or right, and that was okay.
Yeah, and not only that, the airplane stuff, right? 6 feet while you're waiting in line to get onto the airplane, then you get on the airplane and you're like, you know what I mean? So look, I think we can all agree, Tony Fauci has some explaining to do, and I think in order for him to be in a setting where he can't, I mean, I guess you can always plead the fifth, but in order for him to be in a setting where he has to defend himself, I think you're going to have to bring charges on this guy for something. Or at the very least, yank this guy's, ability to continue to make money in the medical field. Look, if the guy wants to write books about how great he was, then let the guy write books about how great he was, and nobody will buy it, right? But Slam is back in the chat, says he's not allowed to plead the fifth since he was pardoned. But because he was protected by the Dems, nothing will happen to him. Republicans are terrified. I will agree with you there. Republicans are absolutely terrified to do anything. There's a few that will talk, like Ron Johnson. He's speaking right now. There's a few that will talk. Let's just go into Ron Johnson, see what he's saying since Rand Paul gave up the microphone.
They are heart-wrenching. They are heart-wrenching. Here's an excerpt from the testimony of a staff surgeon, very experienced, doctor for decades, at Providence Regional Medical Center, Everett, Washington. Quote, after our hospital was given remdesivir by the CDC, we were provided misleading/inaccurate information about the drug biomedical leadership. When I had a young trauma patient who was a perfect candidate for remdesivir, the infectious disease doctor on call told me to not give it to her because, quote, she seemed like a nice girl. He concludes, it was known early the remdesivir kills. As I said, nurses referred to it as run, death is near. So again, I've always been, it never made sense to me that we put all of our eggs in the experimental gene therapy. If you knew anything about it, you would have avoided it like a plague. And we sabotaged early treatment. But the only treatment we really approved, monoclonal antibodies, which I think basically worked pretty well, but those weren't particularly available. They were denied an awful lot of patients. It was all remdesivir, based on a study that the NIH changed the endpoint from mortality, because it had no impact on mortality, to days recovery.
Let me ask you this. How many people in the live chat had somebody in their family die before they could say goodbye to them? Because of whatever, like what happened in New York, where people were locked away, couldn't talk to the general public, and they died without saying goodbye. Now, I know the people on the left will be like, this was 6 years ago. You just want to beat up on Fauci, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, no. This has nothing to do with the election now. This has everything to do with accountability. And that's why the left keeps bringing up J6, because they don't feel that there was accountability for J6. We don't feel like there was accountability for Tony Fauci. Tony Fauci gave absolutely false information day in and day out, fear-mongered, and knew that the longer that he suggested that things stay shut down, the more he would stay in the public eye. We know this because, as I was going to report yesterday, which I'll show you today, diary information that came out of Tony Fauci, where he was saying just that, prolonging it for basically his own good, to keep him in the public eye, right? He figured that the people needed to know what he had to say. So the longer he could keep that out, the better the world would be, or the more money he would make, right? Tam Torque on Rumble says, that was murder. It was murder what he did. C. Ward said, I had a triple bypass and couldn't see my family. Kikalo said remdesivir was the kill shot. It certainly was, and so were the ventilators. Tired said, I lost 10 friends and family members to the jab. I lost my friend because of COVID. I lost everything. That man needs to be in jail yesterday. And for the people out there that might want to say, well, hold on, who was the president of the United States at that time? If you remember, President Donald Trump gave the Operation Warp Speed and everything they could do to get to get a vaccine made, left that up to Mike Pence. Mike Pence then relied on all of the information from Dr. Birx and Dr. Fauci. And I think we can all agree that that information was wrong now. I think we all know, whether you're right or left, that that information was wrong. And if you want to say, well, that was 6 years ago, tell that to the people who ended up losing family members and not being able to hug or kiss them because of this man and because of Dr. Birx. Tell that to them. That's what I'll say. I wanted to start the show out a little differently today, but obviously the Dr. Fauci stuff was in the news and everybody's talking about it and it's trending and people in the live chat were talking about it. So I wanted to bring that up. But here's how I was going to start the show. Is there a parrot in the building?
Secure in American history.
Most secure election in American history.
The most secure in American history.
Most secure election in American history.
Most secure election in American history.
The most secure in American history.
Most secure election in American history.
The safest, the most secure election we've ever seen.
Cleanest election, the safest election, the most secure election ever run.
Most secure election in American history.
The most secure election in American history.
The most secure in history.
What's the most secure election ever?
The most secure election in American history.
Let's just be clear, this is the most secure election in American history.
The most secure in U.S. history.
This, in fact, was the most secure election yet.
This was the most secure election in history.
The most secure or the most secure election in American history.
The most secure election in history.
Most secure election in modern American history.
Most secure election in our history.
Safest and most secure election in our history.
Safest, most secure election we have ever had.
The most secure in American history.
The most secure election in American history.
Most secure election in American history.
Most secure election in American history.
The most secure election in American history.
The most secure election that we've had.
The safest, most secure elections in American history.
It was the most secure election in the history of the country.
The most secure in our history.
Most secure election of our lifetime.
The most secure election ever, the 2020 election.
The safest, most secure election in recent history.
Can you honestly tell me, in all the states, that no ballots from people that are already deceased were not filled out and sent in?
This was the most secure election.
2020 election, the most.
Sounds to me like a broken record. Who are you trying to make believe that? Like, I get it. I think we all know that whether it's right-wing talk shows or left-wing talk shows, the narrative is always the same, but the exact same words for how many years? Zero, input, zero human input whatsoever, just reading whatever the teleprompter says. That's a broken record, folks. That's a broken record. Sure sounds like they were trying to get somebody to believe it for me. So if everybody wants to know why we are still fighting election integrity so much, It's so that that doesn't happen again. Not to litigate that. I would love to litigate 2020. I would love to have a judge actually bring in all the information, all the proof, all the statisticians, all the data analysts, all the numbers, every expert. I would love for that to happen. Absolutely. I think it needs to happen. But what the Trump administration is doing right now, for those who agree or disagree with it, is it's to make sure that it doesn't happen again. That's it. And what's so wrong with that? LFATV.us, the official website of Live from America TV. That is LFATV.us. Over the course of the next few weeks, you will see some changes here. There will be some shows that are leaving. There will be new shows that are added very soon. We are going to really tighten up for the election season. Mike Crispy will be handling election coverage with us this November, and he will be coming in as a contributor here and there. Obviously, we will continue to have Sean come in as a guest, and I will be going on Sean's programs as well. It is time to pedal to the metal for the midterms. Okay, folks? Pedal to the metal for the midterms. We as a people cannot rely on court decisions, court rulings, and we the people can't rely on bills being passed into law. What we have to do is adopt the same exact strategy that we had just a year and a half ago, 2 years by the time the midterms come. And what is that? Getting out and making it too big to rig. That's the only way. Now, whether there is a rigging going on or whether there isn't, that's a for sure way of winning. I'd rather have and not need than need and not have. So what's going to have to happen in order for that to become a reality again? Steve nevertheless says, love and blessings and respect to LFA. Thank you, Steve. Love and respect and blessings back to you. In order for that to happen, the Republican Party has got to, and I mean this wholeheartedly and very sternly, the Republican Party as a national political party and as separate state parties and all the way down to the county parties need to get their sugar, honey, iced tea resolved. Find common ground within the party. You shouldn't even have to say that. And stop acting like children. Now, if you take offense to that and you're listening and you belong to a Republican Party and that what I just said bothers you, then maybe instead of gritting your teeth and being upset with me, maybe you should analyze how you've been acting lately. Because I can tell you right now, it doesn't matter if it's New Hampshire, Iowa, Kentucky, Arkansas. Both parties are always at war with each other inside the party. There's a civil war going on in the Democrat Party right now, and it's the exact opposite of, but in the same ways, a lot of the same that we're going through right now. We have a MAGA Republican Party, which is a Republican Party that has adopted the new populist message and the policies driven in such a way that Donald Trump has driven them over the last 10 years, and what he's exposed just by being president, just by the people that hate him and just by the things he said. And then you've got the Republican Party that does not like him, that doesn't think that that's the new future of the party, that wants to hold on to the old ways of doing things because that's the basics. In the Democrat Party, you have the blue dog Democrats or the regular liberals, and then you have the DSA part of the party. We're all going at this wrong here in the Republican Party. So many people, whether they're the MAGA Republicans or the establishment Republicans, they act like children. It is time to win. It is time to stop griping about the 2 or 3 things you don't like and understand that if this administration loses its step, then everything for the last year and a half that we have been building up to hopefully burst into what we're calling the golden era will be gone, and everything will be stifled, and absolutely nothing will get done. Victoria said, Jeremy, needing prayers for Julie Green's husband, Chris, for his father passed away yesterday. Oh, I did not know that. I will reach out to Chris today and give him my condolences and offer my prayers. Thank you, Victoria, for telling me. That's what needs to happen, folks. Okay? So today, we got a lot of information to get through and to. LFATV.us, that is the official website. And also, if anywhere you get your audio podcast, just search up Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Get the audio podcast as well. We've seen a big jump in that lately, so we appreciate that as well. And then, of course, we're always, not always, but most of the time, also streaming a small stream over on YouTube if for whatever reason you're having an issue with your Rumble app on your TV and you just want to jump in and watch, then you can always go over there. But LFATV.us is going to be your best one-stop shop to get to whatever is live that day. Okay? Let's go to the Lord in prayer. Please join with me, folks, and let's say the Lord's Prayer, and then let's get into the news. And I'm going to be going pretty quick today, so you're going to need to be on your P's and Q's. I'm going to need some shares. Let's get back to the number we're supposed to be. Here we go. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you very much for joining with me on that. Let's lift up those cups, shall we? And let's have our first slurp of the day. Okay, I want to start out with some good news, okay? Do you guys remember Minocqua Brewery? If I were to say to you Minocqua Brewery, would you know what brewery I'm talking about? Well, Minocqua Brewery is the brewery that was in Wisconsin, where the owner had offered free beer to celebrate the day that President Trump dies. And karma has set in already. And nothing to do with President Trump, nothing to do with the feds. The far left owner of Minocqua, Wisconsin Brewery has learned the meaning of the word karma. He is currently in the FO segment of FAFO. That's where he's currently sitting right now. In a painful way, too. After cheering for President Trump's death and offering the day he dies free beer for everyone. His right to do so. But the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel reported that the state of Wisconsin's Department of Revenue sent a letter to Kirk Bangstad, owner of the Minocqua Brewing Company, informing him that his business permits to operate in the state have been revoked. Oh, it's nice when, karma another one bites the dust. Actually sets in, right? The paper notes that this news came after the authorities had seized cans of product beer from his company in June. So this investigation has been going on for, at least since March, April, May, probably since April at least, okay? But I have a feeling, yes, exactly, Rosebud. I just read your comment. Thank you very much. I agree. I have a feeling that they didn't just decide in June, hey, this guy's doing something wrong, or we've got a tip that this guy's doing something wrong. More than likely, the investigation has been going on since March or April, maybe May. But they did confiscate product from his brewery, and they said that the adult beverages had been transported across state lines without the required permits, without the required authority, and without paying taxes on it. Bangstad fumed over the news and vowed that he was going to fight back, and of course, I'm sure he thinks it's President Trump's fault. Quote, as you can imagine, I'm not taking this lying down, Bangstad wrote in a Substack post on Sunday. We're going to fight the state of Wisconsin tooth and nail, and once again, they'll have to pry me out of my tap rooms before I stop selling beer to thirsty progressives who come and visit us. Bangstead posted a screenshot of the letter that he received from the state's Department of Revenue, which notes that the revocation date is effective August 4th, which is what? It's next Tuesday, I believe. The Wisconsin Division of Alcohol Beverages is dedicated to the fair and consistent enforcement of alcohol beverages, regulating the state of Wisconsin. The division is required to follow and implement state law, including ensuring permit holders and licensees follow all applicable laws and regulations. The division takes appropriate actions when these laws are not followed. We can confirm that the Department of Revenue has issued notice of a brewer's permit revocation for 2 Minocqua Brewing Company locations and notice of alcohol beverage warehouse permit revocation for 1 location. The business has until August 4th to appeal and can operate during the appeal process. Should the business decide to appeal, the next step would be to appeal the Secretary of the Department of Revenue, who will assign the appeal to the Department of Revenue hearing examiner for their recommendations as to proposed findings of fact and conclusions of the law. He even dusted off his company's disgusting free beer all day the day he dies promotion, with posts reportedly lamenting, quote, "We almost got free beer days," and mocking the marksmanship of whoever tried to take out the President of the United States of America. There you go, folks. So, as sickening as it is, what this guy's doing and how he's trying to, profit and market, another one bites the dust. And here we are. Another lefty losing a position, losing a business, losing a job, losing their career because they're evil, sick individuals that can't keep their mouths shut and just run a business. Do you know the last thing that I would do if I ran a business where I needed everybody to be a patron? I would keep my mouth shut in a business capacity. Eli, how many times have we said about Hollywood? Some of these people that we've loved watching over the years. Shut your mouth and do your job. And now Hollywood's failing. And every time somebody does this stupid, these semantics where they try to, rile up some business, it always backfires on them, and they always lose out.
It really sucks. And then it spilled over into the music industry with Bruce Springsteen, and most lately, it's been for a while now, but like Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine.
Yep.
I'm going to be honest. I love his music. He makes some really good music, but he is the biggest cheeseball when it comes to anti-Trump and this, that, and the other. He's coming out with this whole album of everybody gets what they want all the time, no matter what, or something, some socialistic, communist type message. And the track listing of the songs is all very, socialist. It's like, can you just do your job?
Yeah. Well, I mean, and I guess kudos to them. They're using the First Amendment right to do with what they feel like they should do. Okay, great. We do the same thing. I'm not going to destroy you for that. What I am going to say is, how stupid is that when you run a business? How stupid is that when you're an actor where the studio companies that put these movies out and the production companies that hire you, they all depend on the movie doing well. I mean, Eli, did you see what Reacher? What's his name there who does Jack Reacher? You see him lately? He's been on an unhinged rant lately. And guess what season of Reacher I'm not going to watch? Why? Not just because he's bumping his gums in such a nasty way, but this guy will tell you every single day, right, that he follows Jesus and he follows God. Okay, we all slip up and swear and say things that we shouldn't say. You know what we don't say? We don't use the Lord's name in vain, like uncontrollably, multiple times in a sentence, while calling people pedophiles that aren't.
Yeah, absolutely. But, the other aspect of that, and not only with him, with every other celebrity and musician and everything, I'm so sick and tired of hearing pedophile and rapist without any proof whatsoever. They just throw it out there and
Yes.
people eat it up. But,
Yep.
you know, then again, to that point, there's those people that are, yeah, he's a pedophile. Well, shouldn't you guys be okay with that? I mean, you shouldn't be, but you made up your own term for it. MAP.
Yep, absolutely. So again, shut your mouth and do your job or face the consequences. Free speech isn't free. People died for us to have free speech. Other people have lost their careers over free speech. People are losing their businesses over free speech. Fortunately for me, my business actually thrives off free speech. But there's consequences for that as well. When I run for U.S. Congress in District 1 of Iowa, you don't think that the things that I've said on this program and in rants on my phone are going to be my consequences that I'm going to have to answer for? They're absolutely going to be. Absolutely, they're going to be. But I think more people in this world value courage and standing behind things that you said and either saying, look, I don't think that way anymore, or, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said it that way. Maybe I should have found another way to deliver it, but the message stands the same. People love integrity, period. People can see through BS and lies a mile away. So yes, even I will have to answer in this job for the things that I've said. Freedom isn't free. And we'll leave that at that. But we will celebrate that guy is losing his damn job. We're also going to celebrate this. Mickey Mouse Massacre. That's the title. And I'd like to thank Brian Chai from the Western Journal for penning this story. Disney has just had its third round of layoffs, hitting ESPN, Pixar, and more. Somebody should call the police and do a local wellness check on Mickey Mouse because it doesn't look like it's doing good for Disney. This week brought with it the news that Disney had commenced its third round of massive layoffs in many years and will with months left to go in fiscal year 2026. A Disney representative confirmed with The Wrap, WRAP, that the company was laying off swaths of employees across a number of prominent divisions. Eli, do you remember the last scandal that we heard about Disney with the cruise ship and all of the employees being arrested off of it because they were found to have been peddling child pornography on a cruise ship?
Yeah, I seem to remember something about that, but then it got buried with that Hanavirus bullshit.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Studios, The Wrap noted that it's actually one of Disney's most venerable and recently successful studios that's been hit hardest. The most significant layoffs that occurred during this round happened at Pixar Studios, the studio mastermind behind hit films such as Toy Story and Up. Pixar suffered 116 layoffs despite having just released the critically and commercially successful Toy Story 5. However, even in Toy Story 5, there was a woke agenda pushed at the end that people are already complaining about, right? And that was, I believe, Buzz Lightyear's wearing the dress in the wedding, and the girl he's marrying is wearing the suit. So you've got this macho man Buzz Lightyear, infinity and beyond, takes notes. You know, I get it's a cartoon, but when you put him in the dress in the marriage at the end and you swap the clothes, you know what they're trying to do and you know what they're trying to say, and people are speaking out against it. Alan Richson, that's the guy, Eli, for The Reacher. That's right, Alan Richson. These changes, this is a quote, these changes are part of our continual evaluation of how we manage resources and reinvest across the company as our industry continues to evolve. These jobs that were lost were not AI replaceable jobs. So it doesn't sound like to me like you're evolving. It sounds like to me that you are scaling back because Disney Plus subscriptions are way down. ESPN viewership is way down. They just had to give Pat McAfee like a $40 or $60 million contract and fire other people so they could make room for him just so they could somehow keep ESPN alive. ESPN has become just a political propaganda arm of the Democratic Party over the past few years. It's ridiculous. And it's woke as all get out. The New York Post described the latest round of layoffs as a fresh bloodbath, noting that this has become something of an increasingly common Disney tradition. Absolutely. In April, Disney had already made sweeping cuts. Before that, there were significant layoffs in 2024 and 2023. 2023 included global cuts. So not just, at Disney World or Disneyland, global cuts. The Wrap reported that Toy Story 5 had already cleared $957 million at the global box office, which is huge. You getting $1 billion? That's huge. Don't get me wrong. But it didn't come with its own set of scrutinies because all online was trending about how Disney Toy Story 5 went woke, and they waited till the end of the movie to do it. So, shame on Disney. It's definitely not the company that it was built to be. It's definitely become a completely different company, a conglomerate that's pushing political woke ideology and Green New Deal stuff and demonizing strong men and demonizing families and demonizing that there doesn't need to be a damsel in distress, that men aren't the ones that are going to save women, that women are going to save themselves and run the world and rule the world. And it's like they've gotten so far away from just reality that people are saying, nope, and their Disney Plus subscriptions, which is where they get a ton. Eli, can you do me a favor? Can you look up how much of Disney Plus is revenue overall? Like the percentage of their overall income is just Disney Plus subscribers? I want to see what that chunk of the pie is, because if they're losing their head on that, then most likely they're trying to make cuts somewhere else, physical cuts, because that's easy. That's just reoccurring, What do you got?
Approximately 12.5% of Disney's total revenue comes directly from standalone Disney Plus operations. Disney's broader direct-to-consumer streaming segment, which groups Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, accounts for roughly 31% of total company revenue, with Disney Plus itself contributing about $11.9 billion of Disney's $94.4 billion total fiscal 2025 revenue.
Wow, so that's 12%, man. That's 12% overall. That's huge. That's massive. So no wonder why they're scaling back, because people are dropping Disney Plus like crazy. So ESPN has a lot to do with that, though. All right, let's move on. Yesterday, I put together something that I was going to show you live. I ended up recording it yesterday. After we couldn't go live yesterday, I just said, you know what? I'm going to record this section. And that is this. You are being told everywhere that the economy is worse now than it's ever been in recent history. That Donald Trump has a more terrible economy than Joe Biden ever did. So I decided to dig into that. And I decided to dig into it with the most common search engine that's on planet Earth. By the way, I also plugged these in to ChatGPT, Grok, Brave, and I didn't plug them into DuckDuckGo. And I got the same exact numbers within a few, but all citing the same exact source, which go back to government sources. And everything that you're hearing is people can't buy a home. People can't buy a new car. People are struggling at the grocery store. Now, I got to tell you, personally, overall, our grocery bill did not go up when Trump came in, overall. Some items did, some items went down. So I decided, I'm sitting here thinking about this, and I'm like, this seems to be this massive political psyop going on right now that is making people believe that the economy is killing them right now. Now, that might be true for certain individuals, but is that the case average as a whole across the country? It might be in your state. It might not be in your state. But we're not gauging you personally or me personally. We are going to gauge the country average based on all of the statistics and facts that we have, based on the items and the areas in which somebody would say, I'm losing my ass. Or, am I really? So, I'm going to play this video for you. This is from yesterday afternoon. This was going to be part of the show. Here we go. It's interesting information regardless. And if you're like me, everywhere you go, online, on TV, wherever it is that you consume your daily news, you're probably hearing that things are more expensive now than they've ever been, and that this economy is out of control. And if you're listening to the people on the left, they're telling you it's Donald Trump's fault. He's destroyed this economy. He's made it unattainable for the regular person to get a house or to live day to day. Have you heard that? Have you questioned if it's true? Now, some of you that are watching are going, I don't have to question if it's true. I know I'm paying now more than I've ever been. Are you? Or have you been brainwashed to actually believe that when it's not true? Paying more than you've ever been? Now, I do this for a living. For the last 6 years, I have been reporting on economic statistics, all the ups, all the downs, the inflations, the consumer pricing index, the consumer confidence report, all of it. And I got to thinking, this doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right, this narrative that the economy is worse than it's ever been. Things are more unattainable than they ever have been. And Donald Trump has overseen that. So what I decided to do is I decided to go use Google, which is something that pretty much everybody uses, even if they say they don't. But if you don't, you can use Brave, you can use ChatGPT, you can use Grok. They're all going to give you the same hyperlinks to where they got this information from. Whether it's the U.S. Labor and Statistics Bureau, whether it's the U.S. Census Bureau, whether it's whitehouse.gov. And I decided to take it upon myself to see if that's actually true. Or is this a psyop that everybody in the world is believing and people are literally going to act based on that falsehood, which I believe that it is based on the numbers that I was able to find. I went through Donald Trump's 1.5 to 2 years in his presidency to Joe Biden's year and a half to 2 years into his presidency. All right. By the way, while you watch these numbers that I'm about to show you, I'm not saying that it's better than at any time under any other president. What I'm saying is the narrative that you're paying now more overall to live than you've ever paid before is not true. And if you can argue what I'm about to show you, then you are better at this than I am. Now, you might personally not be in these statistics, but overall, that's psyop. That narrative is not true. Watch to see if that claim is actually true or not. Here's what I found, and you might be shocked. The real median household income in the United States was $80,610. That's household income in 2023, 2 years after Joe Biden was president. The individual was $65,470. So the average salary for an individual worker was $65,470 2 years into Joe Biden's presidency. Let's go to 2026. The average and median income in the U.S. for full-time workers is approximately $64,000 to $66,000 a year. So, look at that. From 2023, it was $65,470. 2026, $64 to $66. Same exact thing. Okay, let's go further. Let's look at interest rates. In 2024, interest rates 6.72 to 6.90. That's when Donald Trump took over. 6.72 to 6.90. In 2026, they're still sitting right in those mid-6 range. Nothing's changed. Okay. How about inflation? Inflation, 1.5 to 2 years after Joe Biden was president, inflation got up to, if you look down there, peak rate 9.1%. The average inflation was 8% for the whole year, and it ended at 6.5%. Inflation right now just went down from 4.2 to 3.5. Now, not saying that it didn't go down lower under Joe Biden's presidency at all. I'm just saying the claim that we're spending more and that we are having a harder time than we've ever had is not true. So there's that. 8% average in 2 years into Biden's presidency, And we're at 3.5 right now for Donald Trump. Let's go further. How about price of eggs? 2022, price of eggs later spiked to $6.23 a dozen in 2025, early 2025, right when Donald Trump was coming into office. Okay? But in 2022, it peaked at $4.82. Right now, eggs are $2 to $2.50 per dozen. Okay? The average and median sale price for a single family home in the United States. 2 years into Joe Biden's presidency, it was $511 average and $428,600 for median. That was average in the United States, a price of a home. What's the price of a home average today? Remember, $428 for a median, average $511. The average sale price for a house in the U.S., 2026, $502,000 in the second quarter of 2026. So look at that. That actually went down. These are the numbers, folks, and you see the hyperlinks in there to prove it. How about gas? The average retail gas price for the United States in 2022 was $4.06 per gallon. And it got up to $5.03 per gallon in June of 2022. Okay? Where are we today? Look at that. Peaking at $4.56, cooling down at $3.86 in July. Peaking at $4.56 an average. What did we peak in 2022? $5.03 an average. The price of a new car. In 2023, 2 years after Joe Biden was president, average new car was $49,000. Average price for a new car at his 2-year mark. The average price of a car in 2026, $49,000. Huh, look at that. Hasn't changed at all. Okay, so let's go to this one. I got something else pulled up for you. The average cost of groceries for a family of 4 in 2026 ranges from about $1,000 to $1,500 per month for a family of 4 in 2026. Right now, $1,000 to $1,500 a month. Trust me, I know, it sucks. But what was it in 2023? $973 to $1,600 a month for an average family of 4. Ladies and gentlemen, the prices have not changed or gotten worse with Donald Trump. They've either stayed the same or they've gotten better. Why are we listening to a psyop make us believe that that's not the case? Now, if I went through every item in the world, I'm sure you could find some things that are higher than before and some things that are lower than before. But the main things that make the world go round, it's a lie. Stop letting that influence your decision when it comes time to vote. I just proved it to you and showed you the hyperlinks of the sources that they got it from. Stay the course, ladies and gentlemen, and remember, math doesn't lie, and math isn't racist. LFA TV. So there you go, folks. Look, I'm not saying that is everybody's situation, but overall, the lie that this place, the country, is where it is right now because of Donald Trump, with paying the prices for houses and gas and all that, it's because of Trump. It isn't. It isn't. Yeah, some things went up, some things went down, but overall from now, a year and a half of Donald Trump's presidency compared to Joe Biden's year and a half in his presidency, nothing has really changed. Some things have gotten better. So that's a lie. Does the economy suck as far as how much things cost? Absolutely. Do we pay too much for everything? I'm right there with you. But the fact that it's Trump that did it, you're wrong. That's a lie. And that's what everybody's believing. And I just proved that that's not true. Oh, by the way, you know what that doesn't take into account, by the way? Those are just raw step-by-step or side-by-side comparisons. That doesn't even add in the huge increase in your 401ks, the largest tax break in history, no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, $20 trillion in present and future investments from over a dozen countries, saving money by not fully funding USAID and NATO, lowered drug prices through Trump RX, and more. So, Math is math. You may not like it. You may not agree with it. But math is math. Period. I'm going to go see if Tony Fauci is still on. I believe they're on a break right now. I believe they're on some sort of a recess or a break right now. Not that we really want to hear that guy talk anyway, and he hasn't been talking. But yes, they are on a current break as of right now, or it's over. And he pled the fifth the whole time. So, it is what it is. Did you expect anything different? I didn't. Let me read some of the comments. Prices always go up. They never come back down. What matters is how much or how little they go up. And if your pay goes up too, well, that's the thing too. And that's why I took income, median income, average income, from across the nation. And the average income is exactly the same. And inflation is lower. So Fauci is facing contempt of Congress vote. Yes, he is, because he's not supposed to be pleading the fifth after being pardoned. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sapawapo said, my wallet is the best math teacher. Well, there you go. There you go. But your wallet isn't the average of America either. I'm talking the average, not your personal home. And you know what some people are doing? And this is some advice. Some people are switching what they buy and where they buy things in order to take place of things that they did buy before that have gone up. There's always an alternative. We live in the greatest country in the United States of America. There's always an alternative. And there's always a choice as well. My mom, we are still at $4 a gallon in New Hampshire. We're at $3.67 here, I think, and that's for premium. That's for premium unleaded. But really, diesel prices are what we need to come down. Now, we have seen gas prices drop over the past few days. Hopefully that continues, but we'll see. Jay Wall says, wasn't Fauci auto pen pardoned? Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Where's all that math? That should be delivered, Jana. Jana said, Jana, if you watch the video again, you'll see it either came from U.S. Census Bureau, U.S. Food Department, U.S. Labor and Stats. It came from all that. I got it all from government sites. Everything that you saw there was linked to a government statistic. So, yes, it should be put out there. Exactly. I think the world should see that, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The people that don't believe it aren't going to believe it. The people that see it, that see that it's fact, they'll go, okay, well then what am I not seeing here? Like, some people may be paying more. You might be right about that. But average, you're not. And you're not stretched further either. It's just maybe it is the items or the lifestyle that you have. Maybe that needs to be switched up. I'm not sure. Not sure. I live right next to the post office. I meant mail, said Jan. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't. Sorry about that. Car and homeowner insurance has gone up. And yes, you're right, 100%. Car and homeowners insurance has gone up. And you want to know why that is? Because we allowed 30 million people to just come into our country. And when you strain an economy with 30 million people that don't have jobs when they first come in here and don't have anything, and you put them on the system, everything goes up. Housing prices, if they're up, it's because of illegals. Insurance, if it's up, it's definitely because of illegals. Home insurance, if it's going up, it's because of 30 million people being dumped into this country for us to take care of. So, I agree. I just wanted the facts to be out there. So I did a little digging, and those are the facts. In about 4 minutes, we're going to take our first break, but we got to talk about socialist disaster. Radical New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani prepares the taxpayer-funded government grocery stores, rigging prices up to 30% below retail. What did I tell you the other day? What did I tell you the other day about the difference between Democrats and Republicans? Republicans want less government, they want less regulation, they want the market to work itself out, and they want merit-based living. And the market will work itself out based on that over a longer period of time. The Democrats can give you a shorter period of time in which everything feels like a utopia. But in order to get that, they've got to get government involved in everything. Means bigger government, more regulations, less choices, less freedom, more government breathing down your neck. But because they've got an unlimited amount of resources, they can make everything look good for a short period of time, in a short period of time. But it never lasts because it's not real. The government is not a business. The government doesn't operate like a business. The government doesn't audit or hold itself accountable like a business. The government just takes and takes and takes and takes and takes and gives and gives and gives to make it so great for everybody who's never had. But sooner or later, you get run out of take and take and take, and now everybody's poor. That's how it works. That's the difference between Democrats and Republicans and how we want to run the country. Radical socialist Muslim New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani announced Monday that his city will open up five city-owned, taxpayer-funded grocery stores, one in each borough, with prices on a core basket of items set up to 30% below typical retail. The plan, a centerpiece of Mamdani's campaign, will use $70 million in capital funds. The city will own the land or the space, cover the construction costs, which means every New York City taxpayer, all the renovations, all the rent, and all the property taxes and maintenance. Core discounted items include all fresh produce, meat, seafood, plus 20 pantry staples, dairy and refrigerated goods such as eggs, milk, cheese, rice, and beans. Prices on that basket will be locked in monthly at 30% below typical retail prices. Okay, good. I wonder how fresh the produce will be, number one. I wonder how long you're going to be able to get those kind of prices in order to lose money like that, which you won't. You will lose money. It'll operate at a deficit. It will not operate at a profit. Government organizations never do. And sooner or later, those stores are going to be empty and shit. That's how that works. Every single time we've seen this anywhere else, that's exactly what happened. There will be lines and people will run out of stuff to get. And sooner or later, that place will be a disgusting, vermin-filled, insect-filled shithole. And I'm marking that now. Everybody screenshot this or screen record this now, because that's exactly what's going to happen. The government doesn't operate like a business, hence the government cannot stay afloat like a business. Okay? Mamdani framed it as fighting corporate greed and rising prices. Okay, who are you getting the stuff from? Are you growing the bananas? Are you growing the tomatoes? Are you growing the fruits and vegetables? Are you literally milking the cows for fresh milk? Are you slaughtering a stock of beef somewhere to get cheap beef? No. You're still buying that from somebody too. And they've still got to make a profit too because they're an actual business. How long do you think that can happen for? It'll be a short-term fix. People go, oh, look at what Mamdani did. And then by the time it's ready for re-election, it'll start going downhill. Then he'll win election again, and then it will be shit. And then he'll lose. Or not. I don't know. But I know whoever they're buying it from, that business needs to make a profit. How long do you think that the state is going to, or the city is going to be able to buy stuff at that discounted rate while the other people that they're buying it from aren't making a profit? We know that they don't have their own fresh farms. We know that they're not out there getting this food from farm to store, so they're buying it from somewhere. DiNardo said that's what happened in Kansas City. The store closed. And it will close here too. And it will close here too in an epic failure. Because these people are that ignorant, they can't get out of their own way.
Here's how it will work.
Okay,
Once a month,
tell us.
Our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices for this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices. No exceptions, no gimmicks. The savings will last for the entire month. That means no weekly fluctuations nor sticker shock at the checkout line.
Yep. Here's how it will work, says the Muslim who never owned a business, never amounted to really anything, never had a savings, and somehow, like Obama, rises to power. We're about 3,000 live viewers over on Rumble right now, so if you guys could all help us do us a favor and share that out, we would definitely appreciate that. Anybody who's seen one of these stores fail, let us know in the live chat because we want to chronicle and document that. Right now, we're number 7 on the live leaderboard. We only need about 100 people to be. Actually, if you get us 200 more people, folks, in the Rumble chat, 200 more people, we will be in 5th place above Real America's Voice News. So help us get there. We appreciate it. So that's what he's going to do. He's going to ruin New York City again by taking more taxpayer dollars to build more failing ideas. That's socialism. And again, they have an endless pot to dip their fingers into until they don't. And it always happens that way. And those stores will close and they'll go, well, at least we tried. The Republicans don't even offer anything. Okay.
Oh,
that's why the RNC is sitting on $130 million and the DNC is sitting on negative $2 million. That's why the GOP as a whole nationwide is sitting on a coffer of $650 million, and the Democrat Party as a whole is sitting on coffers of $330. Maybe there's something to that.
Let's turn to the International Criminal Court, and Mondami wants to enforce its laws in New York City. When Bibi Netanyahu shows up, he says he's going to arrest him because they have a warrant out for Bibi for war crimes and crimes against humanity. I want to just note one thing about those war crimes.
By the way, Bibi is going to New York after his meeting with President Trump yesterday, so I can't wait to see that. I can't wait to see Mamdani not arrest Bibi Netanyahu. Not to say that Bibi doesn't deserve it. I'm sure he does. I don't really care. But I think it's funny that he's puffing his chest up for nothing.
That, in fact, it is Hamas doing that. So I'm not sure why we haven't seen war crimes.
I'm really surprised. I know people are going to be shocked by this, but Mondami with that socialist smile and that oozy, unctuous personality, I thought he wouldn't be so stupid to admit that he's an absolute anti-Semite and hates Israel, because any person who listened to his video and read what he wrote, the first question is, okay, you have a policy that anybody that you think in your infinite wisdom committed genocide can't come into your city. He said, you can't come into our city. It's not your city. You're an interloper. You had about 11% of the resident population vote for you. And it's not your city. I'm sorry. You may think it is. You're the mayor for a while, but it's not your city. And then the question everybody has is, though, I know our listeners are saying, well, of course, when the Palestinians come in, because they aided and abetted Hamas in many cases, you're going to arrest them, given October 7th. You're going to arrest the Iranian delegation because they were responsible, that government, for killing 40 to 50,000 of their own well after Gaza. Oh, wait a minute. You're not going to do that because members of your staff were secretly planning to meet with them as a friendly little chat. Are you going to go after the Pakistani government? Because they've killed a lot of people. They also had bin Laden harboring the world's greatest terrorist on their own territory.
So basically we get it. This guy, anytime he has an opportunity to criticize, Israel or America, he'll do it in a second. But to get him to try to criticize anything to do with Islam, he'll never do it. As a Christian, I can criticize not only myself for my non-Christian ways, but I can criticize other Christians rightfully and righteously. Now, I want to show you this Fox News host issuing a blubbering apology after a Jewish guest destroys Zohran Mamdani and calls the Marxist New York City mayor a terrorist during an explosive rant. And, of course, Fox News had to capitulate. Oh, we're so sorry. We don't want to get sued again because they have no guts. They have no glory. I'll show you the clip.
People are very nice people, but trying to talk to Mayor Mamdani is like trying to talk to the IRGC, okay? This guy is a terrorist. That's the bottom line. I'll say it. You don't want to say it. I'll say it. He's a terrorist. He's a jihadist. He hates the Jewish people. He hates America. He hates the Italian people. He hates the Irish people. He hates the German people. Unless you're Muslim, Mayor Mamdani has no use for you. He is a horrible person and maybe has perpetrated the worst American and Jewish hate in the history of this country. Those two people stabbed the other day in the airport side of New York City, that blood is on his hands. That blood is on your hands, Mayor Mamdani. We got to find a way to get this guy out of here. Maybe Dr. Naomi Wolf is right. Maybe that election wasn't what it looked like on paper. Maybe he really didn't win. But either way, this guy is the worst thing to happen to New York politics, maybe in the history of our state. He's a lowlife.
I mean, I think you may be a bit over your skis in labeling him a terrorist, and you're probably going to get flagged for that.
Why? Let me
ask you this, because New Yorkers elected this guy.
Who cares?
They knew everything about
11%
him
of New
before.
Yorkers elected
This
him.
is predictable. You talked about predictability. This is a predictable.
Griff, let me ask you this. The Hamas guys that are in Qatar right now, they've never put on an explosive vest. They've never shot anybody. Would you consider those guys terrorists? Because I would. Okay, so his ideologies are in line with the terrorists. Mahmoud Khalil is a campus terrorist. You don't have to kill somebody to be a terrorist. You have to share the ideology. That's what this guy is. He's no better than the person who actually goes and shoots somebody because he respects that person. He likes that person. That makes him one of them.
It's just remarkable that.
Absolutely. Somebody said if there is one grocery discount store per borough, and there are 8.5 million people in the 5 boroughs, you do the math. Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. What that guy said is absolutely correct. And unfortunately, real freedom of speech doesn't exist anymore. You don't think that he knew the consequences that he might have to face saying that? Now, that was Sid Rosenberg, everybody. Everybody knows Sid, right? You don't think that he knows that there's consequences for his free speech, but he stands on it. You know, that's one thing, Eli, I got to say this. Every time we do a story, have you ever heard me say, 2 people familiar with the matter? 1 person familiar with the matter said. You ever heard that before?
Yeah. And I always think to myself, oh, well, that's helpful. Is there anybody else?
Here's what I say. Put your name on it. If it's true, and if you feel that way, or if you saw something, or if you were, if you're there to testify about something that you physically saw or physically heard, then why the anonymity? Why the 2 people familiar with the matter? Why not put your name on it? Where's your manhood? You know, when I have to go answer for the things that I've said on this program to the District 1 in Iowa when I run, I'm going to stand on what I said. I might have said it with a different delivery than I should have said it as far as somebody who's running. So let me say it another way, but let me say the same thing. When I say that Islam needs to be eradicated, it does. Because all you have to do is read a quarter of the Quran, any quarter, you pick it. Beginning, middle, end, whatever. Pick any portion of the Quran and read a few chapters. You'll see what I mean. It's quite in line with ISIS. It's quite in line with Al-Qaeda. It's quite in line with Hamas. It's quite in line with Hezbollah. Now, it's sprinkled in there about how you should treat other Muslims. But all you got to do is read it. And I'll say, yes, Islam as a terrorist ideology, not a peaceful religion, needs to be eradicated. Now, do I think Muslims need to be eradicated? I've said this the other day. Yes, as far as terrorist Muslims, as far as terrorist Christians, if there are any. Yes, terrorists should be eliminated or eradicated, but not people who just want to follow Islam. The ideology needs to be eradicated, Eli, and I put my name on it.
Absolutely, 100% agreed. Damn, Skippy. Back to what you were saying earlier, the other one that really chaps me is scientists agree, or experts of...
Yes.
What scientists? What experts? Who are you talking about? Nobody asked me.
Yeah, and it always seems to be that those scientists and those experts always get it wrong. Economic experts, every single month, this comes in over expectation or under expectation by a lot. How? Who are the experts that said Hillary Clinton had a 92% chance of beating Donald Trump? Who are the experts that said Kamala Harris had an 87% chance of beating Donald Trump? Who are the experts that said that the barrel of oil was going to be $160? Who are the experts that said that the stock market was going to crash and your 401ks were going to be gone within the first year of President Trump's presidency? Who are these people? Because they might want to look at a career change. They might want to look at a career change. I want to thank the donors today. I know I didn't get everybody, but Door Slam and McGrowan, thank you so very much. And LKPLA, Jeremy, more than 5.5 million in the Brio. Yeah, that's right. I pinned that, I think. Thank you for everybody who's donated today. Trust me, we need it, and we love you. By the way, I sent out, so far, 6 reimbursement for wreaths. If it's been a month or so and you haven't heard anything, don't worry. We're going down the line. Since I'm taking the responsibility of refunding those, it's just taking a little time. I haven't heard back from them either, just so you know. But we're doing what we can do here for our people. So where are we sitting on that live leaderboard right about now? Let's see. We are at number 5, folks. We're at number 5. Timcast is beating us. Get those share fingers ready and let's get going. How about this? Investigative reporter claims that dozens of American journalists are on China's payroll and names them. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. But before we go there, let's talk about our 2 sponsors right now, which is Fatty 15, the first one. Fatty 15 is a capsule filled with an ingredient called C15. C15 gives you an essential fatty acid that your body absolutely thrives off of. And at a cellular level, it repairs your damaged cells. It continues to repair any damaged cells. It's almost like when a sickness enters your body and the white blood cells go and form a team of like 300 soldiers and they take it out. Well, C15 does that to the damage to your cells. Now, your cells, as they age, they weaken. And as your cells age and weaken, there becomes damage. And as they age and weaken, so does your body, your appearance, your bones, your muscle structure, all of it. But taking C15 reverses that. And that's where your longevity of life comes in. Now, you can get a 90-day starter kit at, I'll pop it up on the screen here for you, fatty15.com, and then use promo code LFA at checkout. Okay? LFA at checkout, fatty15.com, LFA at checkout. Suzanne put the link in the chat. Appreciate you for doing that, Suzanne. Thank you so much. 90-day supply right now. fatty15.com/LFA. Also want to talk about Armor Colostrum. Now, somebody in the chat said that they didn't get their discount the other day. It's for first-time buyers is that discount every time, okay? Now, there's a contact button in there, and I believe if you sign up for a recurring order, I believe you get that discount always. Not 100% sure on that one or not. That's something, if there's a contact button in there, if you want to contact them about your personal order, and see what they say back. But Armor Colostrum is a superfood because it gives you more than 400 bionutrients that your body needs to stay strong, immune, gut health, heartburn, acid reflux, skin, all of that, ladies and gentlemen. It is all cured. It is all kept in check by Armor Colostrum. You can put the 2 to 4 scoops of powder in a shake, or you can just dry scoop it. And either way, as long as you're consuming it, you're going to be a better person physically. And all you have to do is ask the people who take it every day in the live chat. Armor.com/LFATV. ARMRA, armor.com/LFATV. Get up to $18 off your order. If it's your first order, talk to them about recurring orders. LFATV, armorcolostrum.com or armor.com/LFATV. And I'd like to thank our sponsors, but I'd like to thank you guys more for shopping with our sponsors. If you shop with them, they stay, they help out. It alleviates some of the donors, keeping the network afloat, and we appreciate it. So all boats rise when you do that. Okay? All right, let's get back to this. Who is on the payroll? What reporters by name are on the Chinese payroll? Well, let's get to it. Investigative reporter Natalie Winters. Now, you might know Natalie Winters. She did a lot of filling in for Steve Bannon for some time there. Natalie Winters, who was part of Bannon's War Room, just dropped an explosive report on Substack claiming that dozens of American journalists are on China's payroll. Now, we knew this after the address of President Donald J. Trump a couple weeks ago about election integrity and stuff like that. He announced that China literally had some of these news people on payrolls. Well, Natalie Winters went right to work. And according to Winters, these journalists have taken trips to China funded by the CCP and received kickbacks for favorable reporting on China. If her reporting is accurate, this would explain quite a few things, wouldn't it? Okay? Are you ready for who it is? She says, here are the mainstream journalists on China's payroll. I exclusively uncovered the identities of prominent U.S. journalists flown to China by the CCP-linked influence operation, seeking favorable coverage and positive messaging about Beijing. And she put that in quotes, meaning that that's what she found. Okay? Here's what she said. Here's the names. The names are, and there's quite a few of them, and she's got them in post after post after post. They are. And if you want to write these down or if you want to screen record this is good. Actually, for short clip purposes, ladies and gentlemen, independent reporter and journalist Natalie Winters has taken it upon herself to dig deep into which U.S. journalists of major news outlets are on China's payroll. She personally vouches for this. She said she personally went into each and every one of these, the records of these people, their flight records, who paid for their flight to China, CCP paid for their flights to China, and for favorable coverage in the United States about Beijing. Who were those people? According to Natalie Winters, the names are Ezra. You know what? I'm going to put this on a large screen so that you guys can screenshot rather than screen record. I know it's easier to screenshot than screen record. Again, this is the work of Natalie Winters. Here they are. Ezra Klein of the New York Times columnist. Matthew Iglesias, Vox co-founder. Ronald Brownstein, CNN senior political analyst. Bradford Plummer, New York Times reporter. Marjorie Miller, former Associated Press president. Steve Clemens, former The Hill editor at large. David Rhodey, MS Now senior national security reporter. Jonathan Alter, NBC News and MSNBC political analyst. David Sweeney, former NPR managing editor. Daniel Gross, former Yahoo finance columnist. You know what, Eli, it's weird. I'm not seeing anybody on this list from a, quote, right-wing news organization. That's weird. How about Marilyn G. Wax from NPR, the senior editor there? Kathleen Devaney, former Newsweek editor. Tom Olmsted, former U.S. News and World Report correspondent. Steve Chapman, former Chicago Tribune columnist. Bruce Stokes, former National Journal respondent. Craig Gilbert, former Milwaukee Journal Sentinel Washington bureau chief. How about Tony Semerad, Salt Lake Tribune reporter. Shika Dalmia, former The Week columnist. Jonathan Broder, former The Newsweek senior writer. Christy Kemp, former Chicago Tribune associate managing editor. John Healy, Los Angeles Times deputy editorial page editor. Julian Paquette, former foreign affairs reporter. And then, of course, it says trip organizer was CUSEF and was founded by Tung Chi Hua, a former senior official in the CCP's United Front system, the influence apparatus Beijing uses to cultivate foreign elites and shape institutions outside of China. The bipartisan congressional report says the United Front works to co-opt and neutralize sources of potential opposition to the CCP. American media was not incidental to the strategy. It was the target. Folks, should their FEC license be revoked today? Not only based on the garbage that they put out and the lawsuits that they have lost to this administration and others, but now that Natalie Winters went in and did this, Should the DOJ confirm or deny what Natalie Winters is talking about, or probably would be the FBI? Should the DOJ get involved, and should the FEC yank the licenses, the broadcast licenses of these individuals? And should these nationally syndicated reporters be put out of a job? I think yes. I think yes. And I think that any news organization, whether it be CNN, MS Now, Fox, or anybody that uses sources, these sources from these news outlets, they should also be connected with this, because this is absolute bullshit. And I've been telling you for years, China, China, China. Kash Patel, you listening? Todd Blanche, can you hear me? How about now? I want to give the Smarty Award of the day today to Natalie Winters. I will reach out to Natalie, see if we can get her on the show, talk to her about that. But let's cue that drum roll, baby, because she deserves the Smarty Award of the day. That's news, folks. I wonder if you're getting that news anywhere else. Probably not. Probably not. Big shout out to Natalie Winters. All right. Trump goes off on a New York Times reporter after the failed attempt to toss the defamation lawsuit. Says he'll continue to hold the mainstream media and their comrades accountable. Well, does that also come with yanking their FEC license? By the way, he has gotten another ruling since I had this pulled up that says he can continue his lawsuit against the New York Times. He said the failing New York Times, after 10 years of harassment, slander, and libel, just failed again in their desperate attempt to have our powerful defamation lawsuit against them dropped. As we requested, the highly respected judge has called for an updated complaint, which will lay out in extreme detail all the ways in which the Times has repeatedly and consistently acted with actual malice in defaming me, my family, our great MAGA movement, and America itself. We will continue to hold the New York Times and their comrades in the mainstream media accountable for publishing, promoting, and dealing in fake news. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Your President, Donald J. Trump. And he's also got one against the BBC right now. So, you guys on the left always talk about court cases that have been thrown out. Well, how come those court cases aren't thrown out? How come Donald Trump keeps winning these lawsuits against these people? And he'll win against the BBC as well. Or they'll cave and capitulate, one of the two. Now, this reporter from MS Now says, Donald Trump doesn't understand that journalism is a form of patriotism. Oh, I wholeheartedly agree. When it's true. But when it's not, it's malice.
Right. The President of the United States, Donald Trump, fails to see the different forms that patriotism comes in. And I think Friday night, in so many ways, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and it's more than an hour in which he served up a platter of evidence to back that up, that he doesn't understand the role of journalists, that journalism in its form in the United States is a form of patriotism. It's a group of people that are trying to hold power accountable and try to find out information, what's happening behind the scenes of government. Then you're talking about resistance and dissent, whether it be from the opposition party or from members of your own party. That is a form of patriotism. It is challenging the authority that exists, the current levers of power, whether it be in Washington or at the state or at a local level. But instead, the president tries to quash that form of patriotism. And we have seen here now in this moment, I think it's important to understand that the president has people that are effectively trying to do that bidding for him in very aggressive ways. And when you look at our new reporting here and the ways in which there is a cognizance among some associates of his that in order for Republicans to win these midterm elections, they need to separate themselves from Donald Trump. Why is that? It's because all of them also realize that the president of the United States is unwieldy, he is unfocused, and he is going to say whatever he wants to say. And some point along the way, that they are the ones that could find themselves in the middle of that path, in that destruction, unless they do his bidding. And
I have a feeling this guy has a Grindr account. Anybody else? Raise your hand in the chat if you think that this guy has a Grindr account and he's out there grinding. Bet you he does. He seems to me like sort of a Peter Puffer. Let's see what you guys think. DeCluse. What a what a puss ass boy, she says. Liar. He's probably still a virgin. No doubt he's gay. Looks like a real wussy with a P. This guy's a fool. Trump derangement syndrome. Yep. I bet he pees sitting down. CC Jack says true. Will Skip said idiot. I'm tired of these commie losers, cool tracks. Old dog Peter Puffer, haha. Absolutely. Male on male action. Jeremy, these journalists that received funds should be investigated for FARA violations. Well, I think that's specifically reserved for elected officials. I don't think that is a journalist thing, but that's something to look into, for sure. Soy Boy. He needs MAGA in his life. Absolutely. Absolutely. Needs a little MAGA in his life. He's not a happy camper. But again, journalism, yes, I agree 100%. Journalism is a form of patriotism. Reporting on things that are the truth is a form of patriotism. I've never disagreed with that. But there's a little portion of that you have to tell the truth. Because if you don't tell the truth, then it's not journalism. If you lie just for lie's sake, if you twist something and make it look different just to hurt somebody, that's not real journalism. What we do here, you may not like, but at least we report the facts first, and then I tell you what I believe about it, what I think about it, and my opinion on it. But I do read the stories for you. I tell you where the stories are from. I tell you who pins the stories in most cases. All I'm doing is reading the stories. And then I give my opinion on those stories. Or I give a strategy on how we can win an election, or I give a strategy on how I think that we can remove one person and put somebody else in power in the voting blocks, or how to put pressure on somebody for a bill or things like that. Other than that, I just read stories, folks. I read stories. I have guests on, and yes, I do talk to people about what's going on in their races and in Washington, D.C., and I'm able to report that stuff on for you. But a vast majority of this show is me reading stories that journalists have penned. Journalists that I trust because they do tell the truth. Yesterday, when was it? 2 days ago, I put out a video that said that the DNC is broke, the RNC is sitting on a fat wad of cash, and that the Republican Party as a whole and the Democrat Party as a whole are miles away as far as money on hand. I put that out, and do you know that in the threads, Facebook and other places, this is a lie, it's not true. This is a lie, it's not true. 3 hours later, all the major news outlets started reporting on it. From CNN to MS Now to Fox. I screenshot those and I said, still not true? So if you think that I'm lying about a story, chances are I might be the first one reporting it. It might be the first time you heard it. Not necessarily that I'm a liar. I know somebody who is a liar, though. And I know why the Democratic Party is doing so bad. Here's an example.
Mark Burnett and the producers of The Apprentice for selling a lie to the American public, for selling that show as fact when it was fiction, and pretending that this man, this mediocre man, was somehow a leading businessman in the country, that he was somehow an equivalent to Warren Buffett. Give me a break.
Right.
It is the biggest load of crap, and he's so easy to see through that I find it very unbelievable that people can't see him for who he is, even with 34 felonies.
Right.
Convictions. Even with all of these, the man who started an insurrection, who conducted and condoned and sat there doing nothing during the insurrection, not saving the police officers, not saving the Congress and Senate, who was hiding and as they were chanting to kill people. I really do blame Mark Burnett and the producers of The Apprentice for selling a lie to the American public, for selling that shit.
Yeah, saying that he's not a good, well, hard to argue he's not a good businessman. He wrote The Art of the Deal. He wrote The Art of the Comeback. He has multiple times been able to declare himself a billionaire. He's built some of the greatest skylines that you've ever seen. He owns skyscrapers in multiple cities, of which are very profitable. All of his employees, with the exception of one or two over the past 40 years, said he's the greatest guy to work for. He's given opportunities to every person in his business, regardless of color or age. And he's one of the best real estate developers on planet Earth. Just look at everywhere he's got them. And the best golf courses in the world belong to him. Now, how could you get all that if you were a bad businessman, Producer Eli?
You can't. You can't do it. It wouldn't happen. Damn Skippy. I do just want to give one compliment to the makeup people from that interview. They did a hell of a job covering up Rosie's herp on the lip.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Because her social media videos, she looks dead. This, she looked halfway alive. Still stupid, but very much alive. Only Rosie O'Donnell, okay? These guys don't realize that their TDS is a turnoff to voters, especially independents. And there's more of it right here.
Bill Clinton, or for that matter, any past Republican president, if they were to have accepted a $400 million jet from a foreign government, then charge the American taxpayer at minimum another $400 million. We've heard it's actually more like $1 billion. And then have it so that as soon as that president's out of office, that jet will be transferred to that president. The outrage, that would be literally on the front page. For President Trump, it's just another day in the week. We're all supposed to turn our head and act like it isn't important. It is important. The fact that he's making billions of dollars, his sons are investing in firms that are getting $620 million Defense Department loan, one of the biggest loans in the history of the Defense Department. Another $1.6 billion mining deal for tungsten, where Trump himself was on the phone with the Kazakh government pushing this deal. And Howard Lutnick's own kids made money in the deal too, as part of Cantor Fitzgerald. So any one of these things, Joey, would be front page news every day. And now it's just another day of the week. We cannot.
You know when it wasn't front page news? It wasn't front page news when we put out document after document after document showing the hundreds of millions of dollars that the Biden family got from Beijing, got from the CCP in contracts while Joe Biden was a vice president and after his presidency when he had the classified documents by the Camaro that he wasn't supposed to have. That wasn't front page news. No, it wasn't front page news that Hunter Biden was sitting on the board of energy and oil and gas companies in other countries where he was raking in hundreds of millions of dollars from foreign countries. That wasn't on the front page news. No outrage there, was there? Didn't seem to be any outrage when that Chinese spy balloon was allowed to go over our country and to capture how many of our secrets and how many of our locations of military bases and nuclear silos because Joe Biden had gotten all those contracts and was used as blackmail against him when he knew that he shouldn't have been taking all that money. It wasn't that big of a deal then. It wasn't front page news other than right-wing news when Barack Obama dropped off $4 billion in cash, taxpayer money to a terrorist state like Iran and said, here you go, just take this money. Yeah, that wasn't on the front page of the news. No, wasn't on the front page of the news when Hillary Clinton literally destroyed all evidence that she had classified documents, that she was using an unsecured server in her basement where she beat Blackberries up with the same hammers that Paul Pelosi has in his house and bleach bit thousands and thousands and thousands of emails and, was responsible for killing the people in Benghazi. That didn't seem to be a big deal. Not for you anyway. Not for you. But accepting a plane, ooh, that's bad. TDS, folks, at the highest. Or how about this? Charlie Chester, CNN technical director, exposed back in the day by James O'Keefe when he was with Project Veritas about how it was their number one objective to take Trump down and make sure Biden was good. I wonder why that wasn't on the front page. But you're all pissed off about a plane. The plane, boss, the plane, the plane, the plane.
Picture shots of him jogging, him in aviator shades, and like you paint him as a young geriatric.
We were creating a story there that we didn't know anything about. You know, we were. So that's I think that's propaganda.
Look what we did. We got Trump out. I am 100% going to say it, and I 100% believe it. And if it wasn't for CNN, I don't know that Trump would have got voted out. Our focus was to get Trump out of office, right? Without saying it, that's what it was, right? So our next thing is going to be for climate change awareness.
Do you think it's going to be just like a lot of like fear, like climate?
Yeah, fear sells. Fear sells.
No one ever says those things out loud, but it's obvious.
For years, we've heard that CNN is the most trusted name in news, but a CNN director is on tape telling us that they're propaganda, helping a certain political candidate, employees admitting what we've always known to be true.
Trump was, I don't know, like his hand was shaking or whatever like that. We brought in like so many medical people to like all tell a story that like it was all speculation. That he was like neurological damage, like that he was losing it, he's unfit to, you know, whatever. We were creating a story there that we didn't know anything about. You know,
I think there's just like a COVID fatigue. So like whenever a new story comes up, they're going to latch onto it. They've already announced in her office that once the public will be open to it, we're going to start focusing mainly on climate. It's going to be our focus. Our focus was to get Trump out of office, right? Without saying it, that's what it was, right? So our next thing is going to be for climate change.
Our focus was to get Trump out of office. Our next focus is going to be climate change. When asked who decides that,
the network, like, just...
Who's that? Is that Zucker?
Zucker.
And that's why Jeff Zucker got fired. Because this came out. But was that on the front page of that guy's headlines? The guy that was crossing his legs like Obama? Not only are these people filled with hate for us and this guy, but they're ignorant as well. Or they're doing it on purpose. Whether it's ignorance or whether it's, you know, a mission of theirs, these are the people that fill the minds of millions of people every day. And you wonder why we are where we are. Or how about this one? AOC trying to explain that constitutional rights do not apply to citizens, they apply to the soil.
President Byron Donalds made a fool of himself on national television saying that constitutional rights are only for U.S. citizens. That is incorrect because constitutional rights are about the land. They are about the soil of the United States of America. This is the land of the free, okay? That means...
I gotta stop. When's the last time a land got their guns taken away from them? When's the last time a piece of land was told to shut up? You don't have freedom of speech, land. When's the last time the soil has had a voting rights complaint? I know what she's trying to say. I'm being a little bit trolly and facetious here, but to understand more of the mind of AOC, we must listen more.
Means that it is our government that is responsible for being held accountable to the standards of the Constitution of the United States. It's not that there are some people that have rights and other people that don't have rights.
So U.S. citizens have more rights than non-U.S. citizens. That's absolutely true. I know what you're trying to do here. I know you're trying to say if you're here, you have the same rights as an American citizen. That's not true because the U.S. Constitution says that only American citizens are allowed to vote. The Democrats say it all the time. It's a law already. Yeah, we know. The U.S. Constitution says who is and who isn't allowed to vote. I would say that means that we have more rights. It also says in the U.S. Constitution that that illegal aliens are not to receive Social Security, but they still do, and we have to prosecute them for that. It has nothing to do with what you're saying.
We are a nation of due process. The government is required to conduct itself along the standards of due process. It is the government that is required to the standards of respecting free speech. It is the government that is required for to honor and respect the requirements around illegal search and seizure. Representative Byron Donalds made a fool of himself on national television.
Boy, she's educating the masses, folks. And she's a very popular Democrat. Arguably, fundraising-wise and on-air time, she's arguably the most famous Democrat congresswoman to ever live. I don't know how. Ignorance and Trump derangement syndrome. That's what drives the Democrat Party. And since they no longer have Act Blue, USAID, the Department of Education, the Department of Labor, and the EPA to funnel money through, now they're broke. Isn't it a coincidence that the year after we get rid of all that, they don't have any money? It's just so weird.
Here are the next steps in Donald Trump's attack on the midterm elections.
Tell us.
Trump is creating a permission structure for himself, step by step. We've already seen the first step, declare that the whole system has been dangerously compromised. That was his big speech, right? But despite all the White House pageantry, Trump never offered any proof that any U.S. election has been falsified. He's just stirring up fear and suspicion about the whole system. For example,
by the way, his statement the other day that he made was not to prove all the ways the election was stolen. His statement the other day was to prove that China has meddled in our affairs. And Natalie Winters proved a portion of that. That's what his statements were for. But go on.
Those voter files that China has obtained, did you know that states sell those same files to corporations, to data collectors, to campaigns? This is not a classified information issue at all.
Oh, is it?
Step 2.
Stop again. China used that voter information to send fake driver's licenses and mail-in ballots back to America. That's why it was illegal for them to have it.
That the ordinary safeguards in the Constitution and local and state election officials can't be trusted. Trump is always attacking local election officials. He rejects every result that he doesn't like. He is a president who scorns the Constitution's clear assignment of primary responsibility for our elections to the states. Step 3. Well, step 3 we haven't seen yet, but you know it's coming. Step 3 is a declaration from the White House that the election is in danger and that only federal intervention can save it. We know that Trump is preparing federal law enforcement for a role at the polls in the fall, and we know that his Attorney General nominee, Todd Blanche, sees nothing wrong with that. He says he supports it. And the final step, of course, is that if you don't like the results of an election, you call them rigged, that's evidence of it being rigged. That's the go-to.
Hold up. Wait. Didn't I make and show you that video last week about everybody and their brother and sister saying that the 2016 election was rigged and that we have illegitimate Supreme Court members because the 2016 election was rigged and stolen from Hillary Clinton? Didn't we? Oh, okay. I just wanted to make sure.
To move for the Republican Party right now, and we can expect that. So what can we do to protect our democracy?
What can you do?
Well, become a poll worker. American elections run on the dedication and the patriotism of more than 1 million volunteer poll workers across the country, in church basements, in school gymnasiums. It's ordinary Americans who are defending our democracy on the ground floor of it, at the front lines. And finally, of course, vote, because landslides are hard to steal.
Too big to rig?
Here are the next steps in Donald Trump's attack on the midterm elections. Trump is creating a permission structure for himself.
Yep. You know what I hear? We're screwed. Now, every poll and every betting market, if you go to it right now, says the Democrats have a higher chance of winning than is outside the margin of error. You know what those same people said in the 2016 election? You know what those same people said in the 2024 election? Same exact people saying the same exact thing. In reality, the Democrat Party is dying into itself. It's imploding because of the way it's handled money, because of the way it's handled information, because of all the sexual, mischievous and sexually immoral lifestyles that they live. And Stephen Miller has something to say about that as well.
The Democrats have always had, of course, is the uniform and total support of the crazy leftist media in this country. Right? They've always had the support of the big broadcast networks, the print newspapers, and a large portion
on the Chinese
of
all your friends at CNN and MSDNC.
And a large portion of cable, too, Sean. Exactly. But the American people are learning, and you see it reflected in the polls. Democrats' approval has never been lower. True. And in large part because President Trump has exposed them for who they are. They're not liberal. They're not just left-wing. They're radical left, crazy communists. They're opening up government-run grocery stores to undercut mom-and-pop stores.
Yep.
They are talking about abolishing the prison and jail system in this country so that everybody lives at the mercy of the predators in the street. No borders, no ICE, no police, no law enforcement, taxes through the roof, regulate companies out of existence, regulate energy out of existence, grind the economy into dust. You'll be lucky if you have a windmill, and that's about it, Sean.
You know what he said about the mom and pop stores? By the time the mom and pop stores, or by the time they realize that these socialist grocery stores don't work, the mom and pop stores that are in the neighborhood are already going to lose out. This is how you destroy an economy. This is how you destroy a city. It's not how you save one. It's not how you get one back on track. Those stores that have been there for decades, they'll be gone. Anytime a Democrat can get rid of a small family business anywhere and put in a large government entity or program, they will. They'll always do that. They do not care. They think government should run everything. They think government programs, government oversight, government red tape, they think that's what saves the country. They think that government gives you your rights. And that's exactly why the DNC is going broke. The DNC, like I said, negative $2 million. The RNC, $128 million, I think to be exact, somewhere in that, give or take. But the party as a whole, the Democrats have half of what the Republicans have as a national party. First time ever. And it just happened to be after we got rid of USAID, clamped down on the Department of Correction, the Department of Education, and the EPA, and the Department of Labor. Weird. It's so weird. What a coincidence, right?
Democrats, they're much more like this. They're your $1 bills. While Republicans, you're much more like this, your 50s, and dare I say, even your $100 bills. Because just take a look here. Cash on hand from the main outside groups, ergo your congressional committees, right, your NRSC. Take a look here. Republicans at this point, $657 million. My goodness gracious, that's why I'm talking about these bills, right, $100 bills. While the Democrats, only about $334 million, only about half the level of Republicans. And of course, cash is what makes the world go round in politics. Now, you think that these numbers are bad? How about the national committees themselves? The RNC, the DNC, Republican National Committee, Democratic National Committee. Look at this. Cash they have, June 2026. The RNC, $129 million. That's pretty gosh darn good, right? But get this, the Democrats are a rarity. The DNC is red on your screen. Why are they red? Because they're literally in the red, way down there. They're actually in negative territory. That's cash on hand subtracted by the party debt. The party debt actually is greater than the cash on hand. The Democratic National Committee, it's broke. It's basically broke. And why is this? What is going on here? And it is because Democratic enthusiasm for the, Democrats, they're much.
That was posted 3 hours after we reported it 2 days ago. 3 hours after we reported it 2 days ago. 2 hours after that, I saw it on Fox. Reason I say that is because those in these live chats who say lies, 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 then I guess even your side is lying. I guess none of this is happening. And I'll tell you what, it's a big problem for the Democratic Party, meaning that even these left-leaning talk show hosts are like, who's in charge of this money stuff? Why are we so broke? They know that in politics, usually money makes the world go round. They know that. And they know they're screwed. They know there's no way out of this. Currently, with having no money.
Now from things making a lot of money
to
things losing a lot of money. At 7 minutes past the top of the hour, there is new reporting
This has to be a
morning
DNC story.
on the dire financial situation for the Democratic National Committee. Now less than 100 days until the midterm elections. The New York Times reports the Democratic Party is so short on cash that leaders are asking vendors not to send bills until after the midterm elections. The paper spoke to 3 people briefed on the move who called it a bookkeeping maneuver. The paper highlights a cash disparity between the two parties, noting that President Trump controls a $400 million super PAC. The Republican National Committee is sitting on nearly $130 million, while the DNC is $2 million in debt.
Yeah.
The news outlet Notice also has new reporting on the DNC putting its physical headquarters up for collateral last year in order to obtain a $15 million line of credit
this is just
to
so
help
pathetic.
invest in off-year elections.
This is so pathetic.
The paper also reports that in a peak of frustration earlier this month, Martin threw his phone at the desk of a junior aide while upbraiding the person. The phone tossing incident resulted in a formal complaint to the DNC's HR department. None of the people the Times spoke to witnessed the encounter, and there was some dispute over how aggressively the phone was tossed.
See, that's the key. How
Mr.
aggressively was the phone tossed?
Are we really in the weeds this deep? As Mr. Martin was said to have thrown the phone at the desk rather than at the aide.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
First of all, John Heilman, I'm going to you because I know you saw Tropic Thunder. Who knew the DNC would pick Les Grossman as their as the head of their?
That's funny.
That's
funny.
Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder.
That's funny.
And not only that, I'm sorry, with the president's approval ratings at an all-time low, with the ballot test at an all-time high for Democrats, with Democratic candidates raising money. John Ossoff, I mean, good Lord, they're raising money left and right.
Yeah, but they lost big donors.
But they still are at this huge disadvantage because Ken Martin is, get this, when Democrats should be doing better than ever, Ken Martin is mortgaging the DNC to be able to pay bills. I'll say that again. You have a DNC head that is mortgaging the building so he can take out a loan. And when he's not doing that, the New York Times reports that he's going full, and you never go full Les Grossman, but he's going full Les Grossman.
You know what he meant to say.
Phone
retard.
You
don't want to go full Les Grossman.
Hey,
you don't want to go full
never
Les
go full.
Grossman. No.
Baby, you never go full Les Grossman.
Okay, even I know what you're talking about.
You don't go full Les Grossman.
You don't do it.
Though.
Just stop.
Can I ask you this question, though, about Democrats? Republican had raised no money like 3 or 4 months ago. This is not a new story. 3 or 4 months ago, I was asking people, why does this guy still have a job? I don't know Ken Martin. I'm sure he's a wonderful guy. I'd like to play Parcheesi with him sometime.
No.
But if you're in debt, while the Republicans have almost $200 million, you got to go. Why is this guy still in his job? Will Democrats once again snatch defeat from the jaws of victory?
Is that possible?
What a Democratic thing to do, to say, well, if we lose, if we hand full ultimate power, autocratic power over to Donald Trump, over the next 2 years, instead of taking control of the House of the Senate, which we should do if you look at every single poll that's out there, well, then we'll change this bureaucrat that nobody's heard of or nobody knows. Republicans, let me tell you, Ken Martin right now would be flipping patties on the back grill at the Capitol Hill Club. There's no way Republicans would keep a guy like this who had his party in debt still running that party. It's not a close call. How does this guy have his job? And if Democrats don't get rid of him right away and put somebody like Rahm in, somebody like Rahm, a lot of people
Rahm Emanuel.
But Rahm knows how to win elections, and
Yeah,
I
but
know
he-
that for some people
but he
that
doesn't-
just doesn't
he
matter.
doesn't stick with the
but
party
Rahm knows how
anymore,
to
though.
fight, win, and raise money. Get
That's
him
it.
or somebody else that's done this before who knows how to win, and get the phone throwing Les Grossman guy. Get him flipping patties at the
Eli, you got a good point. What's wrong with flipping patties? That's like when somebody told me the other day, you'll be working at Walmart. Okay, well, let's say that I'm working at Walmart someday. At least I have a job at a Fortune 500 company that gives me opportunities to grow up through the chain, maybe become a district or a regional manager, make good money again. Like, I don't understand the disdain for people who have jobs that they seem are less than theirs. A job is a job, man.
Absolutely. It's the first thing that caught my attention. Every once in a while, these scumbag elites, they will let you know exactly who they are. They say they stand in your corner, they say that they're one of you, but then all of a sudden he comes out with something like that. You guys should be flipping patties. Well, it's a job, isn't it? And people got to make money, don't they?
Yeah.
Not everybody can be an asshole sitting on TV with his ugly friggin' wife every day, downing everything and being a negative Nancy. Back to you.
Well, I'm on TV I don't have an ugly wife, but, I am considered to be an asshole sometimes. But that was an epic rant. What is wrong? See, you got to understand something here. What are they doing? Every poll out there says the same thing. You still haven't got it, huh? You still don't understand that those polls don't mean a damn thing, don't you? Come on. All you have to do, you don't have to look at the polls, regardless if you believe them or not. Some polls are good. Most polls aren't. The best poll is just to ask a question with a massive group of people somewhere that are all not like-minded and see what percentage you get. Now, we know when we do a live poll on Rumble, it's mostly people who believe what I believe in, right? But I'll tell you one poll that's been mind-blowing lately, that over 70% of the entire country thinks we should have voter ID and U.S. citizens only voting. That's something that Democrats and Republicans can both agree on. They still don't push that one through. But again, though, the whole he'll be flipping patties. Hey, an honest day's work makes an honest man any day of the week. And I'll tell you, I'd rather be flipping patties than working at MS Now. I would absolutely turn down a contract from MS Now, even if it was whatever slow Joe Scarborough's making. The Democrats themselves, speaking of polls, here's one by CNN that says the Democrats say their party is way too liberal.
The Democratic Party net favorability. Back in 2018, when Democrats were able to take control of the House, they were actually on the plus side of the ledger. They were actually in positive territory at plus 1 point. Look now in 2026. We're not just talking down there underneath the Potomac. We're talking down there with the Titanic. We're talking 24 points underwater. And this is just the party overall. This isn't the congressional leadership. This is the party. The party. It's just a terrible, terrible, terrible brand. Terrible. I want to almost get my Charles Barkley. Terrible, terrible. I can't even do a Charles Barkley. But the bottom line is it's absolutely terrible. Now, what is the reasons? Why is the Democratic brand so terrible? Well, one reason why the Democratic brand is so terrible at this point in the voters' minds is take a look at this trend line. Voters saying that Democrats are too liberal. In 1996, it was 42%. In 2013, it was 58%. Now, the clear majority of Americans believe, and the clear majority of voters say that the Democratic Party is too liberal. 57%, they think that the Democratic Party is out of the mainstream, out of the frame, I dare say. My God, this is a massive, massive problem. Okay, The Democratic Party...
So there's a reason why I show clips from all news stations when they have stuff like this. It's to show you, because people say, all you do is show right-wing stuff. You're like another Fox News. Nope. We show CNN, CBS, ABC, Fox. We'll show you what all of them are saying based around a specific topic. And the topic of today is Democrats are getting killed. And they're lying to you, making you think you lived in the worst economy that you've ever lived in, lying to their voters, making them think that the world is worse now than it's ever been. And the reason why is because they know that they've been out redistrict. We have redistricted. We have districted more maps and drawn more maps than they're allowed to legally. So we picked up a bunch of seats there. They know their party is in disarray. They know that their own party thinks that they're not going down the right track. They've got a civil war in their party worse than the civil war going on in our party. And if you were to ask a Democrat voter, who do you trust more with this conflict with Iran? Democrats, your people, or Republicans? What do you think they would say today?
You think that Democrats, or you might think that Democrats in Congress could see some kind of boost in the polls on this subject. You might think that, but you'd be wrong. With us this morning, CNN Chief Data Analyst.
Whatever, man.
I'm tongue-tied because actually these numbers surprise me. I was looking at them and I am surprised that they are like this. So who do the voters say they trust on Iran?
Johnny B is not the only one who's surprised. You would be looking at all the news coverage, you'd be looking at all the polling of President Trump, and you would think that Democrats would be able to take advantage and be dominating Republicans when it comes to who is trusted to handle the Iran war. That, simply put, is not the case at all. I mean, these numbers are quite surprising. Trust Dems or Republicans on Iran. According to CNBC earlier this month, you'd think, okay, that's one poll. The Republicans trusted by 2 points. But then CBS News comes out yesterday, and what do you see? You see the exact same thing. Trump and the Republicans take the cake. They are trusted by 2 points on Iran. Now, one poll is one thing, but you put the two of them together, and you can see that the American people, simply put, are not buying what Democrats are selling on Iran. They still trust Republicans more, even if you look at President Trump's approval ratings on the subject, and they're negative too, but yet Republicans and Trump still more trusted than Democrats are in Iran.
Has there been any change over time?
No, and this is even more surprising, right? You might think, okay, as the war has gone on and on and on, you might think, hey, the Democrats would be gaining ground in terms of trust that the American people would give them on Iran. If anything, it's the opposite. It's the opposite. Trust Democrats or Republicans more in Iran. In April, according to a Washington Post Ipsos poll, the Democrats were more trusted by 2 points. Again, close margin, no clear leader. But look where the shift has been. If anything, the shift has been in the Republican direction. Now the Republicans and Donald Trump are trusted more by 2 points on Iran. So, again, over the course of the war, if anything, the Republicans have been the ones that have been gaining ground, which I think just goes so opposed to all of the news coverage that we have seen so far, and all of the
That's
media.
been on
You
your
would think,
station.
hey, but no, the American people are actually trusting the Republicans and Trump, if anything, more now than they were, let's say, halfway through the war.
So how possible is it that part of this is just that Americans don't like Democrats in Congress much at all?
Yeah, I think this is a big part of it. The Democratic Party in the minds of the American public are weak, to quote the great Tony Blair. I mean, just look at this. Just look at
Tony
these
Blair's
national
not
ratings
great.
of Democrats in Congress. In late February, at the beginning of the war, it was minus 41 points, minus 39, minus 39. And so you're just looking at these numbers right here, and you go to yourself, no wonder what's going on at this point, that Democrats, simply put, cannot take the ball and run with it and actually in the polls be trusted more than Iran, because the Democrats in Congress, simply put, are not well liked. In fact, these are the three lowest on record in terms of percentage points for the approval for Democrats in Congress. So it all puts together a picture. Donald Trump and Republicans may not be liked, but Democrats in Congress are really hated.
A lot of this is DND crime. I mean, there are Democrats who are unhappy with their own party, who Democrats hope might vote for them anyway in November.
You know, it'd be much easier if they were, actually liked.
Harry. So you think that Democrats,
He says Trump and the Republican Party may not be liked, but these people are absolutely hated. So, if you look at those last few videos that I just showed you, I think, as a whole, a majority of Americans are sick of both parties' bull crap. Yivy Pat says, Jeremy and Eli, thank you for real news. God bless you, sweetie. We'll always bring it to you. I think people are just fed up with politicians and Congress and news stations and all of it. I mean, I am. I understand that it's my job to report, but as far as like what's going on in local, state, and federal government, it's all the same. You wouldn't believe the stuff that I'm seeing right now in just the Iowa politics alone. They both suck. They both suck because they've lost what it means to serve. Now, my campaign slogan for when I run in 28 will be Iowa speaks, Jeremy listens. That means I'm going to listen to the left as well. I'm not going to agree with them. I already know I'm not. But at least we'll be able to go, okay, what do we believe? Do we believe this, and this? Okay, cool. Guess what? Look at that. We share some commonalities. Now, I don't agree that your way is the right way to get us where this country needs to go, and you don't agree with my way. But what did the founding fathers think? Keith Day said, I only trust LFA and RAV. Well, thanks, man. What did the founding fathers think of which direction we should go? If we can't come to an agreement, let's at least go back to the people who created the greatest documents the world has ever seen, which gave us the greatest country the world has ever seen. What did they think? Small government, individual liberties, individual freedoms. A merit-based system where the sky is the limit, or there is no limit. Work hard, achieve, receive. And have God a part of your life. That's what the founding fathers believed. So, if the founding fathers believed that, and they clearly created the greatest country the world has ever seen, which side today embodies more of the founding fathers' original plan? When you can answer that, then maybe you'll understand which side of history that you're on and decide, is it right or is it wrong? Speaking of the founding fathers and history, we will be right back.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise up, coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
You can order your light medium roast American pecan. You can get that in regular and decaf. You can also order a dark Sumatra gold as well, and we'll get that shipped out to you immediately. I'd also like to give a big shout out, Eli, to Brian over on YouTube, who it says is the #1 fan on LFA TV. You see the little icon next to his name? He's the #1 fan on LFA TV, and Lunchbox is #2. Congratulations to those over on YouTube. We appreciate your support every single day. And thanks for watching.
I gotta be honest, I never actually thought those two would be the top fans, but regardless and nevertheless, thank you very much.
It's actually right. We appreciate you being here every day, regardless of differences of opinions. XX Machine says, make sure you're buying Jeremy's brand. Hey, you know what? XX, you know what's great about you is you were able to come into the live chat and say that you've been, gone a little bit lately. You've been airing grievances in the live chat because you've been believing Satan's lies lately and this, that, and the other. Brother, we're all there all the time. Every one of us find ourselves in a bad place like that all the time. You're always welcome back on LFA TV. There's always going to be people here to talk to you. And, hey, you know it as well. This live chat is the greatest live chat in history. There's no live chat online that's like this one. I can't go to any live chat for anybody, even if it's a person who doesn't have a lot of followers, and get the positivity that I get out of this live chat. So, Kenry's mom says, hi, Brian. Good job being the number one fan over there. We appreciate you. All right. Also, Chicago Steak Company at mychicagosteak.com/LFA. So, how many of you have ever had U.S. premium or USDA prime cuts that have been aged and, salted and, put out there for consumption? We're talking the steaks that when you go to these high fancy profile restaurants, you're paying anywhere from, $60 to $150 a steak. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that is the kind of steak you're going to get with Chicago Steak Company. It is hand-selected, hand-carved, aged up to 6 weeks. It's the top 2% of beef in the country, and it's got over 15,000 five-star reviews. The ultimate steak experience. And now you can get one of these 3 different packages right now going and using the mychicagosteak.com/LFA landing page. That's right. Here's what you're going to get with it. You're going to get 16 6-ounce steak burgers free. You're going to get a bottle of Chicago Steak Company's signature steak seasoning, and you're going to get a $25 account credit for the next time that you shop with them. Plus, you're going to get 50% shipping, and you're going to save up to 50% off your orders by going and ordering it through us. So all these give you all these different things, and you're going to be able to be the talk of the town next time you have a cookout, because you're going to have the best steak and burgers that anybody has ever had. We're going to pop this up on the screen for you. It is mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Again, mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Big shout out to those guys. Great company. Even better products. mychicagosteak.com/LFA. Tired said LFA TV. Wendy Bell in Studio B. But Damon is so miserable. LOL. Oh, you're naming off who you watch. Gotcha. Well, we're honored to be one of those. Tell you that. Now, by the way, guys, I just want to kind of give you a 2020 talk. I want to give you a November 5th, 2020 talk. Okay? How many of you have been here since that day? Raise your hand in the live chat. We'll put you up on the screen. We can get the live chat rolling. How many of you have been here since November 4th, the night of, or November 5th of 2020, the election that was stolen? I'll pop it up here now. Let's see. Oh, we're still stuck. We're still stuck on the meat conversation. Okay, here we go. Me. Yes, sir. Me. Fins Up, Rosebud, Luke. NL Goldie. Me. Cat 352, Friend for Life, Don Blosson. Barb Mailer says, I've been here since 2018. Conserve Q, Tracy, Joe Bow, Erica Falkenberry, Capernia, T. Mundy. Hammer Time says we're here before that. Grayson, look at all these people. They were either here before that or that's how they found me. Or they found me on Real America's Voice News, right? From the backyard days, I have. Since running around with an iPhone. Never had an iPhone, always had Android, but I get what you're saying. Since Rav, I have. Michelle Dust says, I'm 2016. Dang, you've been here for a minute. Russ Mailing said that was the last time I watched mainstream news. Skylar, been here since the backyard days. 8 years for Fins Up. Before that, just after January 22, says the one I am. Okay, well, I'm going to give you a November 5th, 2020 speech. Everything's going to be fine. We got this. We will. Back then I said we will regain that seat again. We're going to fight. We're going to expose what happened in 2020. And I said, if you remember that night, if Joe Biden ends up staying in for the next 4 years and ruining this country day by day, this country's a lot stronger than having to deal with 4 years of a dipshit like this. Who remembers that? What happened? We did exactly that. I said, I need you guys to chill. I need you guys to calm down. This is bad. Yes, obviously. But what we learn in this process, what we find out, what we expose, will make sure that this kind of stuff never happens again. And we coined a phrase a week later. Does anybody remember what it was? Without me saying it. Erica Falkenberry says you were right. I'm glad I was. I'm glad I was. 1776 says you found me through MeWe. I remember MeWe. I remember that. Michael Gross said I was so pissed off. Does anybody remember the phrase that we coined a week later? I'll pop it up on the screen here. Barb says you did say that. Yeah, I haven't lost my memory yet. Those are the Smarties and Dum-Dum days. There you go, Michael Gross. You got it. You got it, my friend. Let's see who else gets it. Because Michael Gross was the first one to say it. Rebirth of America. Well, that was a song that came. Jax, you're the next one. Cat 352. You got it right. We're coming for you. We're coming for you, and we're taking that seat back. Everything was against us then. Every poll, every person, every news station, our family members, friends, co-workers, everybody. And what did we do? Elin says, I found you and Dan Bongino left. Well, Elin 46, I'm glad you did. What'd we do? We did exactly that. So I'm going to give you a 2026 updated speech. As long as you, and this is what it all depends on and hinges on, as long as you get out with the same energy that you got out with in 2024, and that means getting back involved in a big way. That means, yes, jumping back into the political conversation. Yes, posting political stuff every day. Yes, having conversations with people. Yes, getting people to go out and vote with you. Yes, helping people get registered. Yes, taking multiple people to the polls, even if it's before or after you go. If you do the same thing you did in 2024, we won't only hold the House and the Senate in these midterms. We'll also win the presidency in 2028 because the bills that we pass through over the next 2 years will ensure that another Democrat never does what they did in 2020 ever again. And until the left comes back to the center, they're clearly out of money, out of voters, and out of time. And they can't cheat anymore. So, if you have that same energy that you have started to build in November 5th of 2020 that carried you through November 3rd, I believe it was last year of 2020, or 2 years ago, 2024. I believe it was the 4th. Maybe it was the 5th. I think it was the 3rd on that year, though. You keep that same energy. You don't have to lose hope. You don't have to worry. You don't have to be anxious. You don't have to be fearful. You don't have to listen to anything that the left spews constantly day after day. Don't have to listen to the polls. Don't have to listen to anything. Just keep up that same energy, and we're going to keep winning. And by the way, that "we're coming for you" phrase, that's still in effect. We have kind of extended that because we're still coming for all you people that we think should be in prison. That hasn't stopped. We were able to expose and litigate on our own for 4 years the stuff that judges won't allow in, the stuff that the lefties won't even look at. We exposed, we figured out everything we needed to in 2020, all the way to 2024. We did that, and we campaigned, and we won at the same time because we could chew gum and walk at the same time. So just let me kind of give you that bump again. Not the same bump that somebody would give Hunter Biden. This is a different bump. This bump doesn't go on a long coke nail right up your nostril outside the Oval Office, hidden inside of a bookshelf. No, 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 no. This is a political bump. Let me give you a boost of energy, folks. Because I understand that there are a lot of people that have fatigue and a lot of people have fell off out of the daily political fight. But if we can get them back in and you guys can operate on that same energy, they'll never win again. They can't. We beat them while they were cheating. Now, coming back to that guy, we have more now released audio from Joe Biden and Robert Herr. And it gets worse every time. It gets worse every time we get more. You tell me this man was, for all those out there that think Donald Trump that somebody should invoke the 25th Amendment on him? Yeah. What do you have to say about this?
Speak to, during this period, we're reconstructing the period of February 2015, and there's on the schedule I'm in Munich, but after Angela Merkel, president's working lunch with, hang on a second.
No coherent sentences, by the way. None.
It's confusing me.
Excuse me. Can't even say excuse me.
This is February the 8th. Was this Munich? Yeah. It says, did I get home? Okay.
You flew back.
I flew back, so okay. And I think I went to the president's working lunch with Merkel. And the president's meeting with her on the 9th, and then the meeting with Cecilia Munoz at 3 to 4 on immigration policy. Okay. And then at breakfast, March to Able Act event. I can't remember what that was. And then I met with the Congressional Black Caucus. This was this the period where this congressman from South Carolina was trying to get me to, that we'd focus on underserved black areas in terms of the budget? I can't remember. We might ask Don Graves that question, okay? 2015, February the 10th, 2015. And then I met with the Venezuelan human rights activists, the women. There was this group of women that came to see me. And then, okay, do you remember what it was?
See, these are redacted moments, so you're not allowed to hear, so they're cutting out the audio.
Yeah, it was to get an agreement that we would focus on underserved areas and some formula. You might ask Don Graves what that was, okay? I think that's what I met with the caucus about. I don't know why. And then now I'm told by, I guess he checked with you, in order for me to get my, get all those presidential notes I had for lunch, the luncheon meetings, I have to go to. Okay, see if you can get me online while I have you now, okay? And stay.
This is probably something that goes to the presidential papers.
I don't think so. It was in between. I didn't want to turn them in.
Right, right. So that's the gray area.
So there's about 20 more seconds of that. Now, somebody asked, why are they redacting out? Because there's names and titles and information that we regular folks can't have. Which I think is I think Democrats and Republicans both, I think we can agree on. YouTube, I think you can agree with me that most things should be unredacted in life that are redacted. Like, I understand if there's an ongoing military mission or if somebody just completed one and we can't release their names because then we put people's lives in danger or we put a mission in danger. But we're redacting names of people that the government doesn't want us to know who they are because they're not elected officials. When you hear Republicans talk about the deep state, that's who we're talking about. Eli, if this guy has a book, I hope there's not an audio version of it.
That would be friggin' horrible. I don't know why, but when you said earlier there, it just reminded me of Conan. Conan, what is best in life? Crush your enemies, redact the files, hear the lamentations of the women.
Grammy Love, you're welcome. Can you imagine, Eli? The book starts out, you get the book, and it says, A Delaware Man's Life by Joe Biden. There was a guy. Actually, it's a little more nasally. And there was a guy in Delaware. In Delaware, my son lives there, and yeah, we lived there and had a Corvette. It was a great Corvette. And I almost lost it in a fire once. Anyway, I was I became a vice president, and it was Barack Obama. He was a black feller. I really respected him, and we were friends. He was a black feller, and I learned a lot about cockroaches, and you know the thing. And Eli, that'd be the worst audiobook of all time.
I meant to do this, and I just got so busy with a bunch of other stuff, but I wanted to come up with a whole list of like what the chapters would be called. Chapter 1, Ice Cream and Bones.
Yeah, we did that the other day, right? Chapter 1, Corn Pop. Chapter 2, Cockroaches. Chapter 3, Corvette. Chapter 4, Ice Cream Doesn't Have Bones. Chapter 5, Who Shit My Pants?
Chapter 6, International Depression. How do you spell that?
Chapter 7, I know more think of myself as old as I am than fly. In Chapter 8, You Ain't Black.
Chapter 9, Maui. Sure is hot.
I know all about fires. Fire almost got my Corvette once. After the Biden tapes have been released, former Assistant AG for Environment Jeff Clark argues, by law, Joe Biden must forfeit $8 million for book advance and his Delaware home where he illegally kept classified information. What? Oh, I like that. I like the sound of that because he did illegally keep classified information. You ain't black. Former assistant, I think we... Hold on. Chapter 8.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
Preceded by this chapter.
I'll lead an effective strategy to mobilize true international effort to pressure.
Epilogue.
By the way, whatever happened to Hunter? Where the hell is he? Where's Hunter?
And the picture in the back of the book, Eli, will be him wearing that MAGA hat that he put on in that fire station.
Chapter 10. Come on, man.
Yeah. And then the outro of the book, you know, I'd like to dedicate this to the people, blah, blah, blah. Maybe he can dedicate it to his daughter, who he took showers with, Ashley Biden, which she chronicled in a diary. which she sicked the Secret Service and the FBI on the woman who found it, who ended up doing jail time. And I might add that they raided James O'Keefe's house over. Yeah. Yep, that happened.
Cocaine's a hell of a drug.
Eli, somebody said Chapter 11. That's enough. Chapter 11 bankruptcy. Chapter 11. Anyway, well, getting back to that time and frame of when Joe Biden was holding those classified documents and Barack Obama was planning his coup against incoming President Donald Trump when he formed Crossfire Hurricane and shielded himself from any liability. Watch this.
Comey and I are part of the group that were tasked by President Obama to put together all the reporting we had on the Russian interference.
Former Director of National Intelligence James...
Stop. Hold up. Wait. What did this man just say? Hold up. Gay is Barack Obama's way. His wife is really his husband with an Adam's apple. Mr. Clapper just admitted, well, didn't just do it, this was years ago, but what you just saw was him admitting to Anderson Cooper that Barack Obama tasked them with this project, which we now know Russia was all fake. Was all fake. And he just admitted it right there. That's why James Clapper hasn't been being indicted and being arraigned and charged, because James Clapper is la 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 la. Me, 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 me. He's singing like a bird, baby. And who's going down for it? James Comey, Brennan, Strzok, Page. Those are the we're coming for you people.
Clapper appears to admit the Russia probe was initiated by none other than former President Barack Obama. In a recent CNN interview, Clapper discussed the findings of Special Counsel Robert Mueller, who found no collusion between Russians and President Trump. Clapper suggested he knew there was no collusion as early as in March of 2017, but that didn't stop the mainstream media from spinning false collusion narratives.
And I consistently said we didn't have the evidence at the time contemporaneously, and it was my great hope that the Mueller investigation would resolve that once and for all, and apparently it did.
This is not the first time Clapper makes controversial remarks about the alleged use of national intelligence for political purposes. In his Senate testimony back in 2013, Clapper said the government does not collect data on...
Jim Comey and I are part of the group that...
So how much do you think... Let me ask you this. Who do you think is singing more? Or who has sung more? James Clapper or Maduro? Or as AOC calls him, Maduro. I can't believe they went in there and they took Maduro out of power. Eli, let me get some AOC. Come on.
I mean, I just couldn't believe it. They go in there and, they got their guns and their helicopters and, they break into this, innocent guy's house, and his name was Maduro, and, they kidnap him in the middle of the night in front of his family and all of the people that live in his house, and I couldn't believe it. I think he kind of wants to date me.
And then she's in front of a white crowd. Hi, everybody. It's great to be here today. My name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I am a representative out of a district in New York. I will currently hold that spot, but I will be running for Senate, Chuck Schumer's seat, very soon. And I don't know if I'll be president. Everybody asks me that. Then she gets in front of a predominantly black crowd. We ain't gonna have this in here. We ain't gonna allow them to do that to us. No way. We ain't going back to them Jim Crow days.
We didn't land on Tennessee. Tennessee landed on us. We can't let it go.
Yes, absolutely. I'm waiting for her to pull out one of these, Eli. Ready? I'm waiting for her to pull out this. Say it with me, y'all. Oh, my Lord, 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 Lord. Wade in the water.
I mean, am I right, y'all? Everyone's just going to be standing there.
Yeah. Just be like, what the hell are you talking about? Should be like Robert Downey Jr. in Tropic Thunder, since they're talking about Tropic Thunder. We've been through 400 years of oppression, man. Our people have been down.
Finally got a piece of pie in the sky. It's the lyrics to that freaking TV show. Don't make it any less true.
Is that the lyrics to the Jeffersons? Don't make it any less true, man. Our people have been down for years. Never be able to make that movie today, by the way. Never be able to do that today.
I don't know. I think if anybody, either Ryan Reynolds or Robert Downey Jr. could get away with it, and everybody would be like, well, yeah, all right, you guys got to pass because we love you so much.
You might be right. You might be right. Somebody who plays blackface every day, Don Lemon, who's not actually black. I think he's white. I think Don Lemon is white, and I think he does blackface. I'm not going to lie. He's in a little bit more trouble than people think he's in.
Mentioned a moment ago, got the indictment from a source on Don Lemon. It is still under seal. It's interesting, though. They're talking about Don Lemon being a part of in a conspiracy, that he met with the other defendants and that they were planning. They met at a shopping center for a pre-op briefing. It gets into quite a bit of detail in here, and it uses a lot of information from Don Lemon's live stream on his YouTube channel from before they got to the church. They say that he was gearing up for a resistance he was with an organization that was gearing up for a resistance operation against the federal government's immigration policies, and that he took steps to maintain operational secrecy by reminding certain co-conspirators not to disclose the target of the operation. Let's bring in the host of The Beat and MS Now chief legal. Mentioned a moment ago, got the indictment from a source on Don Lemon. It is still under seal.
Don Lemon is not going to walk away unscathed. I said that since day one. Neither is the woke farmer. We know Renee Good didn't. And we know Alex Preddy didn't. And Ilhan Omar is not going to walk away unscathed too. You guys, you might be down on that one, but Melly Johnson said, Jeremy, you should do a show with Ben Bankus. Can you imagine that, Eli? Can you imagine 2 cheeseburgers up there making people cry in their fries and their wham burgers?
Both of you would probably crack and break the stage. No, that'd be a great idea. Let's do it.
Funny. Get it, guys? Because he called me fat. Ha ha.
Hey, I got some breaking news here. Just so you know, there's a new contender for #1 commenter over on YouTube. It's Coast Cider. And he says, or she, AOC is the greatest threat to MAGA today.
It's because we all want to date her. If we didn't want to date her, she wouldn't be a threat. It's because we all want to date her, Eli.
He says AOC is going to come down on you. Let's pump the brakes there, bud.
Come down on me? What are you trying to say? Because I want to date her? Hey, who wants to call a school? We haven't done that in a while, right? Let's call the school. Hold on. What did she say? There we go.
Charlie Kirk. Oh my God! Thank God he's dead. Bye.
Wow.
What country do you think this came from?
Mexico.
Thank you so much.
She's in a free country, being able to serve it. If you hate it here so much, go somewhere else.
I hate you.
Oh.
I hate you.
But I thought you're supposed to be so loving and kind.
You're. Oh no, I'm not tolerant. I'm just as tolerant as you are, bitch.
Apparently not.
Wow. You're so nice.
No, I'm not. I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch.
Wow.
You need Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus ate my fucking snapshot.
You need Jesus. You, one day.
Yes, baby, work it. You look so good, my love. You look amazing. Much better than the maggots over here. You're looking so good. Why is your man all up on me?
No,
That's
truly.
so embarrassing.
Why is he in the Mexican bakery is what I want to know.
The man who hates...
Thank you so
much.
She has
Thank
to say
you.
thank you because she is serving everyone. So.
Yeah. Charlie Kirk.
Oh my God! Thank God he's dead. Bye.
Wow.
So much.
Okay. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is Kelsey Balin. Kelsey Balin is an East Lake High School nurse. And this was at a farmer's market. It'd be a shame if somebody called live on air, wouldn't it?
Thank you for calling East Lake High School, home of the Wolves. The office will be open this summer from 9 a.m. to noon from June 22nd through June 30th and on the following Wednesdays: July 1st, 8th, and 15th, and August 5th, 12th, 19th, and 26th. Thank you and have a great summer. For attendance, press 1. For athletics, press 2. For the health room, press 3. For facilities, press 4. For counseling, press 5. For ASB and finance, press 6. For East Lake administration, press 7. For the main office, press 0.
Let's go to the main office. Or you can go to the health department. Yeah. It's only 3 weeks before school. You'd think somebody would be there. By the way, this is Washington. This reminds me of... Ready? Hello. You're listening to NPR Music. Today we will be discussing the lesbian personality. What is wrong with these women? Why do they act the way they do? Here on NPR, we champion the lesbian, we champion the gay, and we champion the trans. Soon we'll be able to pull in the MAPS, the minor attracted people, because everybody deserves a chance. Doesn't sound like they're gonna answer because nobody's there, but you guys get the gist. You guys got the number. Call. And keep calling. Maybe they're just not there right now. Maybe it's, I don't know, it's, 3 hours earlier, so it's got to be 10 o'clock there? 9:45 there? Somebody said they think that they've seen that she was fired. Sponsored by Subaru. Yeah, so the left is kind of nuts. But you haven't seen anything yet. These are adults. So I expect them to be able to air their grievances in the way that they feel it is fit and proper. But what happens when you have 5, 6, and 7-year-olds out there saying a lot worse? Ladies and gentlemen, here is your modern day left.
You racist, fascist, fuck! You're supporting a pedophile who wants to rape children! What's in the Epstein file? And it's a Nazi! Hey, nice door stopper! Don't kill yourself. Oh, look at you! You're so fucking tough. You can't 1% more Nazi eating those fucking Tesla fries. When you eat those Tesla fries, innocent children die. Come down. I want to talk to you. Come down and talk to us. And stop filming the fucking kids.
my God.
And a racist creep of shit who's in the Epstein file!
They don't even know what they're saying.
Back here again, you piece of shit! You racist, fascist fuck!
They don't even know what they're saying. They're just repeating what they hear their parents say. Let's read some of the comments. This lady says, Cassandra Church says, and they're right. Imagine being called out by a bunch of kids for supporting the men in the Epstein files. I said, wow, come Jesus, come. Like, and if you go through these comments, it's tons and tons of people saying, this is awesome. These kids are great. Where are these kids? I need them in my town. You know those kids could just be out being kids. All the kids in my neighborhood are. Riding bikes, swimming in pools and in creeks and going to the park and jump roping, playing, riding their bikes, riding their scooters. I've got a good fix for that, Eli. It's called the belt, number 1. And number 2, Child Protective Services.
I don't know. In that instance, I think Child Protective Services would probably just cheer them on because they're a huge friggin' liberal piece of shit organization too. But you know what? They've already lost control of this. And one day, you scumbags who are cheering these kids on, they're going to turn on you. And you're not going to be able to control the whole situation because you've let rabid dogs that are untrained off a leash now. And that's the future of our generations.
But unfortunately, they are trained by their parents to do what they're doing and saying. I get the analogy there because someday they are just going to be wild, crazy, rabid animals. But they're trained to do exactly what they're doing. Or how about this 10-year-old at an ICE detention center? Let's listen to what she says.
Badass bitch. Let's lock them up.
What were you yelling at the guards?
That they need to let all these people out. If they're such big and bad, why don't they just take their mask off? They want to work here. They want to work here. They want to work here. So let them show their face. Why are you so scared? Why?
Because your
There's
people will
nothing
go
to
up
be
to their
scared
house
of.
and kill their
We're all
family.
here. We're all here to just see our family members. We're not here for trouble. We're not here for nothing. They yelled at me and my brother. How about we make a deal with Trump? Let's make a deal with Trump.
What deal do you want to make?
The deal is let's lock them up for 5 minutes at least.
You want to lock Trump up?
Let's see if they're such big and bad. Why don't they lock themselves up?
How long do you think President Trump could last in there?
He'll probably just last like at least 2 minutes. Trump, he needs to leave. These people are feeding these people expired milk, expired bread.
Somebody just told her to shut up?
Told her to go eat a burger to shut the fuck up. Like, come on, you're treating...
Who said that?
Who said that?
The female guard.
Oh, yeah,
I
I'm
said,
sure she
shame
did.
on you. She said, shut the fuck up, fat ass bitch. And I said, your mom is one, fat ass.
I feel so bad for those kids, dude. I'm not even mad at those kids. As a father who raised 5 kids, I'm not mad at those kids. They don't... Look, if adults forgive them, they know not what they do, then kids really don't know what they're doing. I feel so bad for those kids.
I mean, I see where you're coming from. I can't quite relate because I don't have kids, so I'm over here typing, you fat little chimichanga shit, so sorry.
Our number 1 fan over on YouTube said, Jeremy, afraid of 12-year-olds. Yeah, that's it. I'm afraid of 12-year-olds. Yeah, that's it. No, I feel bad for that 12-year-old. I feel bad that she's living that life when she doesn't have to. She's being told to live that life, so she's living that life. That's what I feel bad about. You know what I don't feel bad about? The 350,000 Haitians that are about ready to go bye in Ohio?
To ramp up operations that deport Haitian migrants here in the U.S. This after the U.S. Supreme Court sided with the Trump team, ruling that TPS, known as Temporary Protected Status, is temporary. Federal sources telling Fox that Ohio is heavily targeted. Let's get into that now with Chad Wolf, former acting DHS secretary. Thanks for coming back, and good day to you. Here are the numbers as they only apply to Haiti during the Biden years, going back to fiscal year 2025. I would draw the attention of our viewers to that bottom line number. Total encounters of Haitians under the Biden administration, almost 500,000. Chad, what now?
Yeah, look, Haiti had TPS since 2010, so going on almost 16 years, where each administration just kept extending it and extending it. And I think the Trump administration, as they have across about 9 or 10 different countries, have said that temporary protective status is just that, it's temporary. So the idea is that these individuals, if they don't adjust status, will need to leave the country, and ICE is there to enforce that order of removal.
Okay, so Chad, here's my question. I remember when this was happening, there were several countries who were given TPS, and Haiti was just one of them. So why is the attention on the Haitians right now, or is this just the first group?
Yeah, I don't think it's just going to be on the Haitians. I think it's going to be on all of those individuals, like I said, across 8 or 9 different countries that the administration has ended TPS on. They're all going to be targets for removal. And so I don't think it'll just be the Haitians, although that's going to be the largest group, as you indicated with those numbers. The Biden administration not only extended TPS, but then allowed a lot of these Haitians to come in on parole and other types of status coming in. And the administration has ended all of that, getting back to the original intent of immigration law. So, again, the focus, I don't believe, from ICE will just be on Haitians, but that's obviously what's being reported now. But there'll be other groups as well.
So that's good news, right? Haitians leaving. Mike DeWine, Governor Mike DeWine, he's all upset. He says if you take away the Haitians from our population, then our economy is going to go to shit. That's what Mike DeWine says. Well, we're going to have a little bit of a hit, aren't we? We're going to have a little bit of a hit until we fill those jobs again, aren't we? It is the way it is. You shouldn't have had them come in there in the first place. Now you're going to have to deal with it. Also, there's a major crackdown. I told you, Eli, didn't I? ICE was coming to airports. I told you that a month and a half ago. 6 weeks ago, I told you ICE was going to be in airports soon. And they're there. No illegals flying either. No illegals flying, no illegals voting. We're going to have ICE everywhere.
Right now, Brett, the New York Times reporting exclusively that they have viewed documents that reveal the Trump administration has begun arresting foreigners with expired U.S. visas as they are traveling through airports now. And this includes spouses of American citizens. This opening up a big pool for potential deportees here in the United States, all part of the president's program moving forward for the rest of his term. Brett?
We'll follow this. Jillian Turner, live at the State Department. Jillian.
Breaking.
United since 1776 says they are not really leaving. It's a lie. Bannon had someone on. Bannon's been a little off the wall lately, though, hasn't he? Bannon hasn't been right every time, has he, lately? I want to play one more video of John Thune lying to Sean Hannity and Sean Hannity accepting the lie and not holding him accountable. And then I have something to read you.
Votes? Well, we don't. And I've actually I've had this conversation with the president many times, I think, as you know. And I actually suggested at one point that his team come up and sit down and visit with some of my colleagues. So they came up, met with about 20 Republican senators, and 15 were no on getting rid of the filibuster. The votes aren't there to do it. I know he thinks he can persuade people. But there are a lot of folks who are this is a hard position for a lot of Senate Republicans.
All right. Majority Leader Thune, good to see you.
Sean, good to be with you. Thank you. Thanks.
All right, Majority Leader Thune, thank you. Glad to be with you. Leader, if you can't lead, you have to leave. The party needs the leader of the Senate to whip 4 votes. Remove them from their committees. Put their office in the basement. Take them off all committee assignments. Remove them from chairmanships if they are one. Don't give them any special treatment. No longer give them any money out of the coffers from the Republican Party for their reelection. I bet you they'll change their votes real quick, won't they? Yeah. You are to lead, and your job is to whip votes. period. Now, I want to read this for you. There's this trend going around that says, this is very scary. I saw this video that said, this is very scary. AI is taking over everything. Ask AI what it knows about you and what your future holds based on what it knows about you that it can gather from social media and the public records. So I did that. Here's what it said. Based on publicly available information and what you've shared with me in previous conversations, so if I ever use chat, here's what I know. I'll separate public information you've personally told me, or personal life, because they are very different categories. Jeremy Herrell is known as the founder of LFA TV, conservative media personality and commentator, host of daily news and commentary programs covering U.S. politics, current events, culture, and interviews. Someone who has expanded LFA TV into a network carrying additional hosts and programming, including past shows featuring Antonio Sabato Jr. and others. What you've told me previously. Built LFA TV himself, podcast media network, described LFA TV as one of the larger channels on Rumble, covers Trump rallies, White House events, political news and interviews, wants LFA TV to continue to grow into an independent media organization, has worked on promotional material emphasizing storytelling, community involvement, agriculture, anti-human trafficking awareness, service to communities, wanted promotional videos to avoid election messaging and instead focus on his work and his mission. Those details came directly from you rather than public sources. Personal life. This is where information becomes much more limited. I do not know and would not claim to know these things like spouse, children, home address, financial stuff, this, that, and the other, unless Jeremy has personally made those details public through reliable sources. From what is publicly available, Jeremy appears to keep much of his personal life private. I don't have reliable, verified information about his family, relationships, day-to-day private life, and I won't speculate. The web search does not turn up authoritative public biographies covering those aspects. My impression from your previous requests, based on the projects we've worked together, Jeremy appeals to be independent journalism, building an alternative media company, interviewing people directly, traveling for events and political coverage, entrepreneurship, growing LFA TV. If you mean Jeremy Herrell is a public figure, and then I went in about my past and all that kind of stuff. But my point is, I love the fact that it said, I don't know much about your private life. Why? Because social media is asshole sometimes. And I only use social media for public stuff. And I keep my family exactly where it should be, off the internet. And we are going to win this election in 2028 here. Guaranteed. Now, I got to play this on the way out. Will Johnson, if you're watching, wait 1 minute, because this is hilarious. Sorry I'm taking your time, buddy, but I don't think anybody else could do as good of a job as this.
And so what I'd like to know, what I'd really like to know is what's been going on with you lately? What have you been experiencing?
I just feel like
this is him as Sean Ryan and Tucker Carlson.
I've been battling some dark forces internally.
Well, because those things are real. Those things are real, and I've experienced them personally. I have experienced them.
I've just been feeling it inside. That something's not right. I don't know if there's anything we can do to stop it. But
what kind of dark forces are you holding inside? What do you mean by that?
It's just... There it is.
Oh, wow.
They keep coming. See, Tucker, it keeps happening. And see that?
Ooh. That's bad. That's like really bad.
Holy shit.
Do you think that that's Bibi or Israel?
I know it is.
Right.
Yeah, it's not faith anymore. It's fact.
Yes. I mean, I've experienced the same thing, by the way.
Really?
It was from a demon, from sitting around eating hummus. It's like...
Holy shit.
I mean, mine sound like me. I mean, there it is. Yeah. I mean, when I was there in Israel, very briefly, by the way, because they detained me, and I interviewed Mike Huckabee, who was disgusting. Yeah. But ever since I came back, it was nothing but...
He sounds like Tucker and Sean
and it's
Ryan.
Been happening ever since.
It's constant, Tucker. I'm not out of it yet.
And when demons attack you, which they do, by the way, they leave an odor.
Are you serious?
And even in my pants, there were claw marks.
And I've contacted 3 different exorcists and my priest, and they all said the same thing to me. You don't need an exorcism. You need a gastro.
Right.
And the first person I looked up, you know what his name was? Dr. Marty Rosenfeld. Go figure.
Of course.
You mean to tell me that this Dr. Marty Rosenfeld, who's going to be responsible for getting out the demonic forces inside me, is likely working for Israel?
Disgusting.
And then I just realized everything is a lie.
Yeah.
Everything is a lie.
I'm so sorry.
I don't even know if my name is Sean. And I spoke to all these former patients who go to this doctor. They all said the same thing. He's working for Israel, not us.
I totally agree.
So, I mean, I'm still dealing with it, but... Can anyone on earth find me a Christian doctor?
It's sad. It's painful, actually. It's really painful, and I hate it. I really do. I do hate it.
Yeah, it smells like holy shit. Oh. I need to poop.
Me too. Too late. And so...
Funniest bit I've ever seen in my life. And he is killing it. Will Johnson, that's your cue, my friend. Hey, guys, thank you. And I apologize for running over on Will's show. Will's a team player like that, and we love him. Will Johnson with Culture Wars comes up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. Will, you're on, buddy. I just want to say this. Thank you for being here today. Sorry about yesterday. We're back. Everything's going good. The new equipment, the new programs, everything working fine. So thank you very much. I appreciate everybody who donated for the show, and I very much appreciate you guys being here every day. Remember what I said. Time to get busy again. That means it's time for you to go gather all of the LFA TV folks, bring them back, because we've got an election to win. There are right ways, and there are wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, and keep your head up high, because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever, ever, ever prosper. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close, especially from the Haitians in Ohio, and never stop fighting for this constitutional republic, and never stop spreading the gospel. I love you guys. Will Johnson comes up next. God bless. Stay tuned, and I'll see you tomorrow.
I wear the armor of God now. I wear the armor of God now.
You know what? That was worth the wait. That was worth the wait. I'm over here laughing my butt off. Oh, excuse me. Gotta go to the restroom. It's so good. So good. In the Culture Wars.
The single most respected voice in the pandemic is Dr. Anthony Fauci.
The man who's become known as America's doctor.
The nation's top infectious disease expert, Anthony Fauci.
You are seen to many as a superhero.
Dr. Anthony Fauci, American hero and New York Yankee fan.
You've done so much for this country in terms of this crisis, so I really appreciate your insight.
Who better to give us answers that we can trust than Dr. Anthony Fauci?
The perfect person to answer our questions today. Joining us now, Dr. Anthony Fauci.
Dr. Anthony Fauci, appreciate your candor.
Dr. Fauci, appreciate the candor.
We appreciate your service to this country.
We appreciate your service.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
Greatly appreciate your service to America.
Thank you for your 37 years of service, I believe, to 7 presidents, and thank you for your work over the past year.
The great news is you're sticking around in the Biden administration. We are so grateful to you, Dr. Fauci, for everything you do.
Thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you very much for everything that you do.
Thanks so much for the work that you do.
Thank you very much for the reassurance and, as always, for all of your public service. Thank you, Dr. Fauci.
Thank you for all your guidance this past year, and it's greatly appreciated.
Dr. Fauci, on behalf of all of our viewers here in the U.S. and around the world, thanks very much for doing what you're doing. Thanks very much for joining us. Please thank your entire team as well. We are all grateful.
Get your rest because we need you.
You are one of the busiest scientists in the country right now. It is an honor to have some of your time to help us understand what is going on. I know a lot of people have a lot of questions, so we appreciate your time, sir.
We need people to continue to have faith in science. So thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you for being straight with us. Thank you for being able to come on. You will always have this show as a platform.
Sir, whenever you can be here, we'll have you. It's always an honor to have time with you. Thanks for being here.
It's good enough for you, sir. good enough for me and my family. So thank you, Dr. Fauci.
Dr. Fauci, thank you for keeping it straight. Thank you for fighting the good fight.
I am sincerely appreciative that you are not walking away from this post. You make us smarter and safer and better every day. Thank you so much, Dr. Fauci.
Oh, dear.
Dr. Evil Fauci. Oh, my goodness, people. This dude is a tyrant. It's all get out. Now, I'm looking in the comments while that was playing. People hate this dude. This dude is the reason why so many people lost so much. Not just lives, but livelihoods, friendships, jobs, just so much. Prevented people from even going to restaurants. People couldn't go to movie theaters. People couldn't go to the gym. People can go to dinner because of Dr. Evil. Dr. Evil took our country, and not just our country, but it's like the entire world was listening to this dude. Like the entire world was all about Dr. Evil Fauci. The entire world was about him. And of course, him being who he is, he just smirked. He went on all these liberal media outlets. He went on all of them, and he was quick to talk. He was quick to say something. He was happy to say something. Hey, if you haven't already, can you please bless us by hitting a thumbs up? Share the video. No matter how you're watching this, please share the video. Let's get it out there. Fauci's in the news, and it's hot right now. Everyone is talking about it. Even the woke liberal media now talking about Fauci. And you know what they're doing? They're doing damage control because it's not looking good. The diary came out. He pretty much admitted to everything. He deleted emails. He did all this corruption. And of course, they're defending him because they were complicit with it. They were all on board. And what Fauci was doing was like right out of the playbook of communism. Forcing people to have papers. You have to have papers. And isn't it interesting? They forced us to have papers just to go into a restaurant. When I was in D.C., during that time, I went to this restaurant that I had been to a number of times. You know, I go to this restaurant and they had decent food. It was pretty good food. I went to the restaurant, walked in the door, and they go, papers, please. I had to show them proof just for simply going to a restaurant, people. We're not even talking about voting. These same people that was trying to force us to have papers, when it comes to voting, they don't want you having the ID. This is the type of stuff you can't make up. You can't make this up. Now, I want to show some of Dr. Fauci, Dr. Evil Fauci. And if you're watching on TikTok, which we're live on TikTok as well. The only place that we're not live on is Instagram. That's coming. But we're live on everywhere. I mean, Twitch, we're live everywhere. Yeah, LFA is live everywhere. Just about. But anyways, I want y'all to listen. This is just some of the interaction today with Dr. Evil Fauci in this hearing. And listen to this very beginning. Okay, so I'm not going to play a whole bunch of Dr. Fauci talking, but this is the only time that you're going to hear Dr. Evil Fauci talking. The only time.
And raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you will give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Dr. Anthony Fauci, you are recognized for 5 minutes for your opening statement.
Member Peters, members of the committee, I served at the NIH for over 54 years, 38 of those as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Over that period, I proved that I believe in and respect the value of legitimate congressional oversight. In fact, I testified before and or briefed Senate and House Senate and House committees well over 200 times over those 38 years. During and after the COVID pandemic, I have appeared multiple times for hearings in the Senate and the House, usually under oath, and sat for several days-long transcribed sworn interviews, answering questions about the very issues that are now the subject of this hearing. However, given Senator Paul's obvious obsession with calling for my prosecution, his repeated slanderous comments about me, and recently his publicly releasing my unredacted personal diary aimed at embarrassing and intimidating me, the only conclusion I can reach is that the sole reason he is calling me before this committee is to get me to say something, anything, that could vindicate his repeated public pledges that I end up, in his words, quote, behind bars, unquote. Any reasonable person who has followed his unhinged obsession with me would readily come to the same conclusion. Therefore, although it pains me to do so, because of the respect I have for the legislative branch of government and my decades-long record of cooperating with Congress, under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions. Thank you.
So you know the rest, and I have some of it that I'm going to share with you, but he goes on to say he's pleading the fifth. For every single question that they ask him, he just says, I plead the fifth. What's your name? I plead the fifth. What color is the tie you have on? I plead the fifth. What color is the carpet? And he looks at the carpet, I plead the fifth. Every question, no matter what the question was. Now, to my understanding, he's still in trouble because he actually did an opening speech. He should have came out if he didn't want to stay in, if he didn't want to get in trouble, because they actually talked about it in the hearing. If he didn't want to get in trouble, he should have just kept silent. He says, I'm pleading the fifth. I have nothing to say. But he didn't. He gave a speech defending all of the corruption that he did. He gave a speech. He gave a speech and then said, I'm not going to take any questions. I'm not going to answer any questions. That's exactly what he did. Right down ridiculous. So now I do have some more from this. I don't know how much of y'all seen from this hearing, but I have some more that I want to share with you. And look, this is a hearing. This is up on Capitol Hill. Okay. This is on Capitol Hill. I think this should be safe to share everywhere. And let me say this really quick. And let me show you the thumbnail that my producer Eli created, or LFA TV producer Eli created for this. And it's pretty straight on, right? When this was all taking place, when all of this was taking place, I did a video doing commentary. I was just talking about, and I was sharing information, what they were talking about on CNN. CNN had this lady on there, and I want to say she was from Asia somewhere, one of the countries over there, right? Well, she was on there, and she said before the American people realize the freedoms that they have, they should be forced to drink the Kool-Aid. You understand what I'm telling you? And I couldn't believe it. On CNN, and all I did was commentary. I said, y'all listen to what she's saying. She's saying before we realize the freedoms that we have here in America, we should be forced to drink the Kool-Aid. I did a video on it. I showed her talking about it. YouTube came back and said, you're putting out misleading medical advice. No, I'm not. She's the one saying it. It was on CNN. Nothing happens to CNN, but all I did was just report what they were saying. I couldn't believe it. And YouTube took my channel down. Took my channel down for me just exposing it. I wasn't telling people to drink the Kool-Aid. I wasn't telling people not to get the Kool-Aid. I didn't tell anybody to do anything with the Kool-Aid. I was just showing them, telling them to say, hey, before the American realized they had their freedoms, make them get the Kool-Aid. I couldn't believe it. And sure enough, they took my channel down. And it was for almost about 2 years. About 2 years. And then they opened it back up. So I'm just kind of curious, what's going to happen if the midterm elections happen and they do what I believe they're going to do to President Trump, if they're successful. Now, I believe that we're going to win. I believe that the American people are going to win, not these socialists. I believe that the American people are going to win. And let's just say when if they get what they want, the socialists get what they want, all these tech companies, they're going to go right back to what they did before. Remember, these tech companies were the ones that removed President Trump because somebody influenced him to do so. He was the sitting president of the United States of America. He wasn't just an average Joe. He just wasn't a citizen. He wasn't like Will Johnson. He's the sitting president of the United States of America, and these tech companies removed him. If they get the opportunity, they're going to do it again. I can see it happening. I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that these tech companies go, you know what? We may not agree with what you're saying, but you can say it because we believe in freedom of speech. We believe that you should be able to say what you want to say. But anyways, let's get on with this because there's some more right here from this hearing today. And this is really, really, can I say it like that? Senator Hawley drilling into him. And you remember, let me remind you, Fauci received a pardon. He received a pardon. He could just come out there and spill the beans, tell the truth, and nothing would touch him. I think the reason why he's not saying anything, because I believe he's protecting others.
While people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich. And not only were you doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally. Cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic, didn't you? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
You remember Greg Folkers? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Your chief of staff is the answer. Do you remember Patricia Conrad? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
She was your personal assistant. And what were these individuals doing in the depth of the pandemic in November of 2020 when millions of Americans were suffering from COVID? What were they doing? I tell you what they're doing. Folkers was on your behalf soliciting and gathering information for a cash award. Let's look at it. We've got his email right here, right over my shoulder. Folkers says, I'm working on this nomination for the Dan David Award for Fauci. We need to beef up the COVID part. Do you have language in the can that you could share that delineates how we responded in new ways to COVID? He sends this to multiple federal employees. What was the Dan David Award? Do you remember, Doc?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
It was a $900,000 cash award. $900,000 cash award. And he got it because he used federal employees to get it. And this wasn't the only award, was it, Dr. Fauci? In fact, you applied for and received at least 8 other federal cash prizes on federal time using federal employees and federal resources. Here they are over my shoulder. Besides the Dan David Award, you've got the Partnership for Public Service. You've got the Adelson Prize. You've got the Smithsonian Award. You've got the National Academy of Medicine's Award. You've got the CDC Foundation. In fact, you turned your staff into a full-time application machine. You actually wrote to people and said, do you think maybe I'd qualify? And you got cash for all of this. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 employees, was it? In fact, you use 8 separate federal employees on federal time using federal resources to solicit cash awards. Isn't that true?
And he just pleads the fifth. Would not answer a single question. And he has a pardon in his pocket. He has a pardon in his pocket. They even blew the pardon up. Now, I don't know, but I'm subject to believe that the pardon was, signatured by the auto pen. Maybe the one for Fauci was not with the auto pen. Maybe the one for him and Hunter Biden were the ones that were actually signed by Joe Biden. Maybe that was the case. I don't know. Maybe so. He received the pardon. So he should be able to say what he wants to say. And the pardon starts from 2014. Maybe there should be a rule that the pardon only exists for the time the president that signs the pardon for that time period, from the year that he walked in the door, from the year that he walked out, not years before and not years after. What? 2014? I never even heard of Dr. Fauci until President Trump's first term. Many people have, but I didn't. I wasn't, I didn't care about this stuff. I wasn't paying attention to none of this. But he received the pardon, and he's supposed to spill the beans. To my understanding, he's supposed to spill the beans because he received the pardon. Now, if he didn't receive one, then it'd be a different story.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more, Brown versus Walker, 1896, when he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyers sitting behind you now shifting nervously in their chairs. They know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people.
Let me ask y'all a question. What do you think is going to happen with Fauci? I mean, really, what do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen? Personally, I think Dr. Fauci is just going to sit there, and just like clockwork, every other time, all the time, nothing's going to happen to him. Nothing ever happens to these people when they do wrong things. Nothing ever happens. We see it all the time. They get away with so much. And for what? Why is it that they always get a pass? Why is that the case? And he's just sitting there. But the one thing I noticed, he's sitting there and he doesn't have that same smirk on his face. Before he would have had that same smirk, like you can't touch me, nothing you can do. But he didn't have that smirk today. He should be like he might be concerned with the lawyer telling him, do not answer a single question, say nothing, just plead the fifth. He should be concerned. And if they find out that his pardon was with the auto pen and they rule that, hey, it's not valid because Sleepy Joe had no idea, they need to get him. I've never, said for anybody, you got to go get that person no matter what, unless it's kind of obvious. But this dude here, it's obvious. They need to get him. And they're protecting him. They're protecting him like no tomorrow. Like it's the biggest thing. One person that's actually been saying some common sense stuff here lately is John Fetterman. But John Fetterman comes on, he says, I'm not going to defend you and I'm not going to basically attack you. I'm not going to do any of this stuff. But he just tells a story of his experience about Dr. Eva Fauci when he was there.
Fauci, I'm not here to perhaps attack you or defend or anything. It's really just more, honestly, I just want to acknowledge I have had members of my family die from COVID. And now I also grieve for people that I've met that have lost their business through the pandemic, and they'll never been the same. Now, as during the pandemic, I was the lieutenant governor, so we were in the middle of all of that maelstrom, trying to find the right balance between protect life and protect the economics and for all of it. And I'm not sure if we got it all right or wrong, but without a doubt, I can continue to question myself. But one that it's not about much more your regrets, but I have one. And that is early on that there was the theory that the virus could have emerged from the lab. And early on, that became like a right-wing kinds of theory. And I thought it seemed to make sense. Now, there was a really advanced lab that was close by, and then you have this unknown virus out. So, but that became a very partisan thing. And now it seems now it's more and more emerging theory that would have come from the lab. Now, I think that the next time our nation's facing something like this, we are not become, as I might have been, blinded by the partisan idea that maybe the truth might come from a side that's different than you are. But I think we should really be willing to pursue truth, no matter where that may have emerged, after for all of that.
That's exactly what it is. He's straight up saying that regardless of where the truth comes from, we need to acknowledge it. John Fetterman, he has more sense than any of the socialists on Capitol Hill. John Fetterman out of the Demon Crap Party is the only one that's not a socialist. The rest of them are. He's the only one. And he's on there and he's saying, look, dude, you did some terrible things. You advocated for terrible things. He pushed for terrible things. And just like clockwork, he was happy to get in front of the cameras and tell people what they should do and shouldn't do. And the thing is, we should not have to be concerned about just sharing the information of the actual history that took place in the United States of America. Right? This is Dr. Fauci saying what he's saying. He said it. But now these people are like, well, you can't show what he said because we all know that it was bad. Or if it wasn't bad, then they should say, show everything you can on Dr. Fauci. Show it, show it, show it, show it. If everything that he was saying was on the up and up, then why not just go ahead and show everything?
Vaccinated and unboosted versus vaccinated plus boosted. That doesn't mean you shouldn't get boosted, but the real danger is in the people who have not been vaccinated. So that's where we expect, if we're going to see a problem this winter, it's going to.
So the problem were the people that refused to drink the Kool-Aid. So everyone that didn't get the Kool-Aid, the problem was with them, with you, with us, with me, because I didn't drink the Kool-Aid. And because I didn't want to drink the Kool-Aid, they were saying, oh, that's the problem. As I mentioned, they wouldn't even let me into the restaurant unless I had my papers. This is a true story. Is there anybody watching right now that experienced that same thing? Is there anybody watching that experienced that? Did you go into a restaurant? Did you go into a movie theater? Did you go someplace where they told you that you have to have your papers? Because I can't imagine that I would be the only one that experienced that. I can't imagine that I would be the only one. I actually experienced them saying, "Oh, you can't come in because you don't have your papers." I mean, this is not Germany, 1930s, 1940s. What are you talking about? What papers? You're talking about my driver's license? I show my driver's license every time I go vote. Is that the one you're talking about? Is that what you're referring to? Is that it? I mean, by all means, let me know. I would like to know. We'll be right back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age, and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
In one America, Dr. Anthony Fauci is trusted and even immortalized. In the other America, though, he is tarnished and distrusted. Don't believe me? Take a look.
The Fauci era is officially over.
Right-wing TV has cast Dr. Anthony Fauci in the role of villain.
Grouchy Fauci, Dr. Doom and Gloom, Dr. Flip-Flop Fauci.
GOP lawmakers are echoing the attacks, showing the feedback loop in full effect.
An activist scientist, an arm of the China's propaganda machine.
It's as if President Biden is a weak target of the anti-Democrat media. So they are assailing Fauci instead.
Dr. Fauci has been more politician than physician.
Fauci's voter registration shows he is affiliated with no party. He's worked for Democratic and Republican presidents, but now he's become a Republican boogeyman. His email.
So, Brian Stelter and the rest of them, they defended him to no end. They defended Fauci because there was a couple of times they would say, "In Fauci we trust." Have you ever heard him say that? "In Fauci we trust." Fauci couldn't do no wrong. He was perfect in their eyes. Let me share this one with you too. Here's one where they're just completely, oh, not that one there. They're just completely all out in the open defending him. Even after all this information comes out about Fauci, all this information comes out, and it is straight up defends him, no matter what. They're defending him. It's the most bizarre thing ever.
In Natalie's introduction, she mentioned that the diary entries sometimes indicate that Dr. Fauci's reveling in his fame. There is an awareness in reading the public diaries that he is very aware of his own public profile. So one of the risks, as you know, of celebrity in politics is people start making decisions with an eye towards the camera. Does that happen in medicine when a public health leader is being lauded on cameras almost on a daily basis? Does that influence the way perhaps a public health official or a doctor makes decisions and recommendations?
So I want to say I've actually read all of the pages of the diary.
Okay.
So there's 2 releases, 1,100 and then some almost 500.
Right.
Most of his comments are actually about the pressure it was creating and the harassment and death threats and what that led to in terms of security. So that's actually most of his comments about the fame. Who here has not taken a selfie with a celebrity who's been here in the studio?
Right.
And I'm going to say it's basically everybody, right?
Yeah.
It's human nature.
It's human
to want to lean into the limelight.
It's human nature.
And he had it.
He had it, but if you look at the preponderance of his comments, most of them are actually concerns about this is making me really uncomfortable, I'm uneasy, this is leading to these security issues. It's, the occasional comment about Barbara Streisand is not the headline here.
So they're defending this dude. They defend him. He just did what he had to do. They don't care. For them, all they can think about, Fauci, defending Fauci as much as possible, because, as I mentioned before, they were all complicit with it. They were all in on it. They were all happy about it. Fauci, along with the socialist Democrats, every last one of them should have to answer for what they did to this country. Every last one of them. I mean, people had businesses. It was family-owned businesses, been in their families for decades. And because of Fauci and what the Democrats did, shut it all down. They lost it all. People lost so much, not just homes, jobs, businesses, but they also lost family members. Now, a home can be replaced. A vehicle can be replaced, but you can't replace the family member. They're gone. And now none of them want to take responsibility for it. None of them want to take responsibility for what they have done. Not a single one of them. And you have to ask yourself, with all this information coming out now about Fauci and the evil left, why are they not wanting to take responsibility? Why not? Why not take responsibility? They should want to take responsibility, but they're not going to because they have an agenda. And this is kind of personal to me because, again, as I mentioned, I just talked about what CNN had this lady, looked like maybe she was from China. I don't know. She was from Asia somewhere. And she straight up on there telling them, saying that before the American people realize the freedom that they have, they should be forced to drink the Kool-Aid. And I'm like, are you kidding me? They're actually saying this? And if I'm not mistaken, she was on with Aaron Burnett, if I remember correctly. It was years ago. But she actually said this, and none of them said, no, you know what? That's not how we operate here in America. The federal government cannot force you to drink Kool-Aid. The federal government cannot force you to get booster 1, booster 2 of the Kool-Aid. They can't do it. What happened to my body, my choice? See, during that time, nope, your body, no, you can't do it. You don't have a choice. These are a bunch of hypocrites. Some of the biggest hypocrites on the planet. So yeah, it is kind of personal. I worked hard at my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel got over 100,000 subscribers. You can see I got the play button right here to prove it. Right there. Here's the play button. There's a play button for my YouTube channel that I worked hard for. I mean, I worked hard to get that play button. And I'm like, oh, I'm going to crush you because you said something we don't like. I didn't say it. CNN was saying it. I just shared it with the world. But they didn't like it because they felt exposed. We'll be right back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
On Mamdani as he pushes for government-run grocery stores in New York City. A similar project underway in the Midwest is not doing so well. You can see there on your screen.
I walked in there. I'm pretty sure you walked in there. There's no meat. There's no vegetables. There's no nothing. Is anything can be done?
I used to come here and I used to walk here. And then after a while, it's like, wow, I can't get what I need here.
Isn't that interesting? They can't get what they need. Well, why not? I thought that was the whole point, to make everything 30% cheaper, make food cheaper. So then that way you can get whatever it is you want, right? I thought that was the whole point. So now you got these grocery stores that's trying to implement, or they actually did implement what Mamdani is implementing in New York, and this is the results. This is what's happening. Look at the shelves. Look at the shelves. Is this not a problem? I mean, what do you think is going to happen in New York? New York, they're going to do socialism better? Is that what we're supposed to believe?
It's clear this Sunfresh at 31st and Prospect is struggling. This is the first section people see when they come in. There's barely any produce. A lot of the coolers and shelves around the store look the same way, empty. So shoppers have been asking us, if the store isn't closing, then where's all the food? A rotten smell comes through the door, and anywhere you turn, you'll see products that need to be restocked. No hot food or deli.
There was a time this store was on life support. I can tell you today, right now, it's damn near dead.
This is a new low, even to people like Pat Clark, who've watched the store go through its ups and downs.
30 days ago, hell, we look like a grocery store again.
The city owns the Linwood Shopping Center. A nonprofit operates the grocery store. Public and private investments are in the millions of dollars for the center.
No, the city owns the grocery store. It kind of reminds you of New York. And what's going to happen when the other ones start running out? They're going to start going over to these other mom and pop shops, because this is something else that's going to happen. I brought this up the other day, and I was talking to this guy who's all into the stock markets and everything. And he was saying that when they do this, when they've done this in the past, okay, this is not me saying, this is stuff that they've done in the past, that these mom and pop shops end up going out of business because they can compete, or the mom and pop shops will go over to where these government buildings, they're selling this stuff now, the food, and they'll buy as much as they can, and then they'll take it back to their shop. But what happens when you go to these government facilities like this, they say one loaf of bread, you can only get one. So if you have a family of 5 or more, and you're going to make sandwiches for lunch, and there's some big boys in there, big boys, because they typically want 2 sandwiches, and you're not going to have enough. You're not going to have enough. You're going to run out. I guess depending on the loaf of bread you get. And I guess I'm guessing, I don't know, but I would guess out loud that the loaf of bread that the government going to give you is going to be full of starch, full of everything that you really don't need. And then they try to be like they're the health nuts with all of it. Like they're the health nuts. This, my personal opinion, is a major problem. And Mamdani, he doesn't care. And people keep going with him. They keep acting like he's the best thing. And they're pushing this socialist agenda so hard onto the American people. They're pushing it so hard. I want to show you something else. And this is actually pertaining to ICE. How much time do we have here? Okay, we got enough time here. Well, actually, let me show you this one first with Mamdani. I'm going to show you this one with Mamdani because he had a sit down, and dude is he says he's a socialist, but I think it's just cover for communists. I think we all agree to that. Anybody watching disagree that Mamdani is a communist? I mean, by all means, tell me where I'm wrong.
If a commission...
Before I play it, let me give you a little context here. A lot of black people around the country have been kicking and screaming, talking about they want reparations. And just to give you some actual history information on reparations, right after the Civil War, the Republicans, which freed the slaves at the time, they did reparations for all of the free slaves. So then that way they could have the 40 acres and the mule. And then that way they can start up their own land, build their houses, et cetera, et cetera. because they were forced to be here. That's the only time, if you ask me, in my opinion, that reparations made sense. Well, what happened is that the Democrats, they went to the Supreme Court and they told the Supreme Court that it is unlawful for the government to give out anything to anybody. The Supreme Court sided with the Democrats, and any black person that received the 40 acres and a mule, they were forced to turn it back over. And some of them were forced to even give it to their former slave owners. Did y'all know that? It's in the book. A lot of times they put information in the book for black people because they know black people are not going to go in there and look it up. Did y'all know that? So that's the only time reparations was ever actually implemented. And now they've been kicking and screaming about it all this time. And Mamdani, he's wanted to make everything free, but when he's asked the question about giving reparations to black people, listen to what he says.
Studying reparations in this city recommended cash reparations for people impacted in New York City. Would you support that recommendation?
First, I want to say that I stand by what I submitted.
Yes.
It's the truth.
Yes.
It's not a personal assessment. And we often think about slavery and the complicity in slavery as being exclusively to certain geographic areas of the country.
Right.
Here in New York City, we were very complicit. And so I look forward to whatever those findings are. I can't give you an answer in advance of them, but I can tell you that this is critically important because this is also what it looks like to acknowledge what history truly was.
Really? So why not just come out like Kamala Harris did and just say, yes, 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 yes. Oh, actually, Kamala Harris, she kind of pushed back on it too, didn't she? A couple of times. But he's want to make everything free, but he's not going to give you any of that, right? We're going to look into it. We'll look into it. Just won't come straight out and say it. Well, we'll just look into it. And let me ask y'all another question since we're talking about Mamdani. How, as of today, when you look at the continent of Africa, who's enslaving who? I'm going to just put that tidbit out there. Y'all go look it up. See if it has anything related to Mamdani. That's all I'm going to say about it. Go look it up. ICE. God bless ICE. Yes, God bless ICE. So apparently ICE is showing up in New York and they're not happy about it. They're wanting ICE out. And for anyone who was watching Rise Up this morning on LFA TV, I showed a video with this young lady was talking about the playbook that Mamdani is doing when it comes to the illegal immigration in New York. She laid it all out. If you haven't seen it, go to rumble.com/LFA TV and check out Rise Up today. It is July the 29th. It's towards the end. It's towards the end of the broadcast. But she lays it out completely to a T what Mamdani is doing. But they don't want ICE anywhere in the country because they want lawlessness. They've already come out. Look, there's only one side wants to close the prisons. There's only one side wants to defund the police officers. There's only one side that wants to abolish ICE altogether. Only one side. Those of us that are MAGA Republicans, we want a safe and secure nation. I mean, we all want it. But those on the left, for some reason, they don't.
Which dovetails into other things, ICE. When you reach Congress, will you vote to stop funding ICE?
I will vote to abolish ICE.
Abolish.
Abolish.
Good.
I mean, there's things that you could fix, and then there's things that you just have to start over again. And ICE is one of those things that we just have to start over again. It's gotten to the point where clearly they are not functioning. They're in helping us. They are not protecting our communities. They're not protecting our borders.
Are you kidding me? ICE agents are removing criminal elements out of the United States of America, and they're not protecting us? Help me understand. Help me understand. Y'all remember when this dude is police commissioner, and he doesn't want ICE there. Y'all remember this?
Folks that are masked, that they're not sure if they're law enforcement, that they may be kidnapping people. Like, we have had those reports. I want to be clear to the community. The community should know that if you see something like that, that is legitimate, that you don't know if someone is law enforcement, you should call 911.
Let me ask you this. So essentially what he's saying, this was them telling the Somali community, if you see ICE agents, call 911. Let me ask you a question for everyone who's watching. How many groups, militia groups, what have you, have multiple people in the group, let's say 5 or 7 or more, and they're just randomly going around and picking up people and kidnapping them? If that was the case, at any point, it would be high alert. Would it not? Would they say, wait a minute, we got people that's impersonating law enforcement? Wouldn't that cause for a high alert? When they put it out saying, hey, we got these people doing XYZ, but no, they know that these are actual law enforcement that's actually doing their jobs, removing the criminal element from the streets of America, and they're telling people when you see ICE agents to call 911. So that right there tells me that they're trying to put police officers against federal agents, trying to get them to go against one another. How's that not a problem? How's that not an issue? We're supposed to look the other way? I don't think so. I can't look the other way. These people have no issues causing the problems that they cause in our country. None at all. It's almost like they're happy to do it. It's almost like this is the goal, to create as much animosity as possible. And I'm so sick and tired. I'm really sick and tired of this, of the left trying to prevent us from saying what we want to say, from exposing from what we want to expose. Why is it that we have to walk on eggshells when it comes to those on the left? Well, you can't say anything because you might hurt somebody's feelings. They're trying to put people away because their feelings got hurt, saying it's unwanted speech. This is not a third world country. This is the United States of America. We have freedoms in this country. And these liberals constantly saying, oh, you're the fascist, constantly saying it. They say this about us all the time. But yet they are the ones who's doing exactly what they say we're doing. But yet they're the ones doing it. They're the ones doing it. But they try to say that we are the ones doing it. Thank you so much for the Rumble Rant on the LFA channel. Thank you so much for it. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. There's some beautiful flags for you. Thank you so much. It's been a while since I've done that. I'm pretty sure people have been donating, but I just keep missing it. Let's just recap really quick because my hour is getting ready to come up here. And it's gone by so fast. Fauci got caught. He's pleading the fifth because he has a pardon. And I hope that the Republicans do not give him any breathing room. I hope they don't give him any breathing room for what they have done to so many people, to so many lives. You know, they've been lying about everything that they've been doing. And now we have the socialism. They're pushing a whole socialist agenda onto the American people, thinking that we're all going to go along with it, trying to convince us that we've had these socialist programs all this time. And no, it's not the case. I encourage everyone to go look it up. Go look up what socialism. Ask AI, right? Because a lot of people trust AI so much more than anything else today. Like, instead of saying Googling it, people are asking AI. Go ask AI, what is the difference between a social program and socialism? I actually did a video, and I did a video asking AI that question. What's the difference? And AI came back and said, they're not the same. I mean, I've already known that they're not the same. I know they're not the same. But they want us to believe that it is, so that way it can be easy for them to manipulate it, and so many people are falling for it. And I do support ICE. You know, I get called so many names, so many colorful names because I support ICE. I mean, why can't I support ICE? Because ICE is doing exactly what we intend for them to do. They're a law enforcement agency removing the criminal element that shouldn't be here in the first place from the streets of America. And they go, but Will Johnson, he just said that he was going to go after the worst of the worst. Actually, they said they were going to start with the worst of the worst. And then everybody else that shouldn't be here, you got to go too. He didn't know, at no point did President Trump ever say, or Tom Homan ever say, that they're only going to go after the worst of the worst. He said they're going to start. Doesn't mean that if they find some along the way that they don't pick them up. They said they're going to start. That's on their list. The top of their list is the worst of the worst. But all the rest of them, you just bonus if you get caught up doing that procedure. That's how it works. That's how it works. So now, more ice, please. I gotta do it this way. More ice, please. Y'all like my cup? Y'all like my cup? Y'all see that? That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. I mean, I like the cup, right? I like it a lot. Look how white it is on the inside. And I've actually put drink in here already. I haven't put any coffee in it, but it's one of those cups that you would use when you go camping. More ice, please. God bless ice. God bless ice. This is on my personal website. On my personal website. If you like it. If you like it. All right, everybody. That's it for me. Kevin Smith coming up next right here on LFA TV. Rumble.com/LFA TV. That's where we are live right now. If you want to see Kevin, go to rumble.com/LFA TV for everyone that's watching live right now. But other than that, I will see you tomorrow in the Culture Wars. Stay safe out there. God bless.
What's happening, everybody? Wednesday, July 29th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Obviously, the only thing anybody's talking about right now, the fact that Anthony Fauci is a gigantic coward as he testified. I guess technically he testified. Really, he just sat there looking sad for a couple of hours, which I would really hope that he would, considering Anthony Fauci might be the single most dangerous person in American history. We'll show you guys all the highlights and the lowlights of that as we talk about the Fauci Diaries. The Fauci Diaries, one of the creepiest things I've ever seen in my entire life. I'm not really sure what kind of an 80-year-old man keeps a diary to begin with. Do you think he kept it under his pillow so that his parents wouldn't find out about all the boys he likes? I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Which is apparently, all you have to say. Also, Kami Mamdani has been told by the 9/11 families that they don't want him at the 9/11 ceremony, but he's going to honor them anyway by showing up, despite the fact that he, met with the guy that tried to blow up the World Trade Center the first time. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a radical right-winger. What the hell do I know? What do I know? I don't know. I don't know anything at all, I guess. So we'll dive into all of that good stuff. Today was a wild day. I'm not shocked that Anthony Fauci pled the fifth. He's a coward. He's an absolute coward. And for some reason, apparently, according to him, he likes to listen to Barbara Streisand. We found that out in his Look, I don't want to put too fine a point on. I don't want to put too fine a point on it. But if you are 80 years old, an 80-year-old man, and you're listening to Barbara Streisand records, and you write it down in your diary, well, that's just about the gayest thing I've ever heard in my life. It's really gay. So I'd be curious to know what it was like being interviewed by Julia Roberts and hanging out with Barbara Streisand. But, of course, I'm not a creep like Anthony Fauci. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. Yes, that was one of the, let's see, who said that? B. Hops said it. Yeah. He lamented on the fact in his diary that this is very odd. He lamented on, I don't even know how to say this properly. He lamented on the fact he loved the idea that he was being designated as one of the sexiest men in the world. Have you seen him? He looks like one of the goblins that refused to give Harry Potter his gold. Anthony Fauci might be a lot of things, but good looking, not really one of them. Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit the thumbs up button, share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here at the 3 p.m. hour, rumble.com/LFATV. Before we get into it all, guys, head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. You guys can use promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the website. That's promo code RUMBLE to get 20% off everything on the website. So before we dive right in, let's take a quick look back, because some people are sitting there going, Anthony Fauci wasn't going to say anything. This was a political hit job. That's what this was. And there was no reason for him not to plead the fifth, because, they were just looking to get him in some kind of a perjury trap. Just to be clear, that is exactly what this was, because for some reason he was given a 10-year pardon by Joe Biden on Biden's way out the door, as Ashley Moody pointed out. Ashley Moody, of course, the senator from Florida, she should know better than just about anybody, considering Anthony Fauci had some interesting things to say about the state of Florida in his little diaries. Here was Ashley Moody. No, give me one sec, sorry.
I'm just very interested why it was this date. Did it have anything to do with the fact that 2014 was also the year that the NIAID or NIH began funding EcoHealth Alliance's Understanding the Risk of Bat Coronavirus Emergence grant?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
And this is the same grant that funded the work on bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute on Virology. Millions of Americans are questioning what happened during COVID, why we were given misleading information, misleading advice, why you gave conflicting statements based on, I guess, how you were feeling that day. And Americans, rightfully, we lost over 1 million Americans.
I mean, that is the question. It is the conflicting statements, because really, if you were to criticize Anthony Fauci, you were really criticizing science in one of the most arrogant statements ever. But let's go back to some of the conflicting statements made by Anthony Fauci. You see, Father Time, the goblin from Harry Potter, he doesn't really understand that the internet lasts forever.
But they're really criticizing science because I represent science.
If you're vaccinated, you really don't need to worry about getting it in a way that's serious or transmitting it.
That is true. That is correct, Chris. It'll either protect you completely against infection, and the chances are very likely that you'll not be able to transmit it to other people. The risk is extremely low of transmitting it to anybody else. Full stop. Vaccinated people are clearly capable of transmitting the infection. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better. If people are not wearing masks, then maybe we should be mandating it. I often myself wear 2 masks.
And I'm quoting you now, at the population level, masks work at the margins, maybe 10%. To hear that they only work at the margins, maybe 10%, would make a lot of people ask, okay, then why was I wearing a mask?
You're really attacking not only Dr. Anthony Fauci, you're attacking science when you say that this is going to go away tomorrow like magic, when you know that there's no chance it's going to just disappear. We hope this just goes away, burns itself out.
So my question is, why weren't you straight with the American people about this to begin with?
So the bottom line is, it's a guesstimate. I gave a range.
It seemed in that quote to suggest that you were basing your recommendation on polling and what people could accept. Is that not what you meant?
No, I mean, it's a bit of that.
We're seeing all of these school closures around the country. Is that the right move for children and families?
And I think what's going on right now is generally an appropriate approach. You want to start doing something to socially distance yourself. How dramatic that is, closing schools and doing other things, should be proportionate.
It went too far, that particularly for kids who couldn't go to school except remotely, that it's forever damaged them.
Well, I don't think it's forever irreparably damaged anyone.
The U.S. Surgeon General has called it an urgent public health crisis, a devastating decline in the mental health of kids across the country. According to the CDC, the rates of suicide, self-harm, anxiety, and depression are up among adolescents.
Now, I don't want to put too fine a point on it. I will, but that goes on and on and on and on. And the irony of the whole thing is that the reason why Anthony Fauci kept a diary is because he knew he would never face any consequences for it, despite the fact that many kids, particularly those with learning disorders, have been set back years. The amount of kids who didn't get to do all that, that dumb stuff that we look back on, that we took for granted, like graduation or prom or scoring the homecoming touchdown. Kids never got to experience it. I remember watching a high school wrestling match that was stopped in the middle because somebody's mask fell off. Anthony Fauci didn't really care because he got to hang out with Barbara Streisand and he got to go to Jake Tapper's house while the rest of us were locked in our homes. And because really, if you questioned him, you were questioning science. Now, the irony of the whole thing is, like, he is not science. He's not anything to do with that. And the best is, every time he attempted, anytime anybody criticized him, he actually had visible struggle sessions in his dear diary. Ron DeSantis is a jerk. He is mean to me.
You called our governor, Governor DeSantis, and I'm going to quote this so I get it right out of your journals, a total jerk, that he is a complete disgrace, that he is blocking local authorities from mandating masks in various locations, including schools. And you were very concerned and upset that we were actively, and I'm going to quote, criticizing you, and we talked virtually every day about being wrong on everything. And what is astounding is that you wrote you feared because of that, because we were questioning our government, because we were fighting back for the truth from our government, from scientifically based recommendations, because we were pushing for that. You said you feared that our democracy is in dire danger.
I mean, it's actually wild. So this is the problem with power. You give a guy nobody's ever heard of before a little bit of power, and it goes directly to his. There is no person in the history of this country who has caused more pain, more damage than Anthony Fauci. He might be the worst person in American history. I don't think that's that bold of a statement to say that there has never been a person, I mean, chat, put somebody in, put up a name that you think has caused more damage to the American people than Anthony Fauci. I can't come up with one. I mean, aside from the fact that the vaccines were not safe and were not effective, aside from the fact that we forced autistic 2-year-olds on planes to wear a mask, despite the fact that hundreds of thousands, I don't know, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of old people died terrified and alone. Generational businesses shut down. People were forced to move across the country from the places that they once called home. Bill de Blasio set up a hotline that you could rat out your neighbors on if they were having a party of more than 10 people. Now, truth be told, without COVID, I wouldn't be here. It was the COVID lockdowns in New York that pushed Sean and myself to begin the rallies, to get people out. 20, 30, 40,000 people came out to our events. So on some level, I should be thanking Anthony Fauci, but on another level, I wish I never had to. I wish I never had to. And then he has the audacity to sit in front of Congress with that stupid look. And look, he was like 2 seconds away from crying the entire day because, to be clear, he had a 40-year legacy, which will be defined by today. Now, he thinks he's getting off scot-free because of his Fifth Amendment, which, of course, he does not have, as Josh Hawley pointed out.
Constitution. Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more, Brown versus Walker, 1896, when he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyers sitting behind you now shifting nervously in their chairs. They know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people. But I think I know why you're doing it. It's because you don't want to answer questions. It's because you did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic you got rich, didn't you? You got rich while people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich. And not only were you doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally. Cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic, didn't you? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Of course, he doesn't have those rights. Now, look, there were a lot of people in this hearing that got very legal on him, and you know they cross-examined him in a way that a lawyer would do. Lawyers, everybody's favorite people on planet Earth. There were some people out there who just decided to come right on out and say it.
It was about 6 years ago today that I decided I'm going to give up my businesses, sell them all, run for office, run for the United States Senate. Here I am sitting in front of you 6 years later saying, who the fuck do you think you were for doing that? It is a total disgrace what you did to this country. And if my Democrat colleagues are standing there defending you, I hope the voters of the United States of America watch the clips of every one of you doting on a guy who was more interested in being a celebrity than saving American people. I will make it my mission to make certain that every single one of those Democrats who did that will see that clip over and over and over again. Because there is no defense of what you did. You may have had a 50-plus year legacy of public service, but it ends in total and complete disgrace.
There you go. Look at that. Look at that, guys. A senator who talks like a human. What a thought. What a notion. Who the do you think you are? You are not God. You are a tiny, small man who will be remembered for nothing. For nothing. Later, when Senator Bernie Moreno, as seen there, was questioned on why he thought Anthony Fauci decided to answer the way he did, well, I gotta tell you, I wasn't too familiar with Senator Moreno, but I'm becoming a huge fan of his.
Excellent, thanks. Senator Moreno, why do you suspect Fauci's pleading the fifth after testifying 200+ times before?
Because he's a piece of shit.
Thank you.
Pretty straightforward, because he's a piece of shit. That's right. The diaries were bananas, talking about how he's the most famous man in the world. That he's up for sexiest man alive. How excited he was that people had like weird prayer candles. If you, and I mean this genuinely, this will be the part we'll clip today, okay? If you promoted anything Anthony Fauci has said over the last 6 years, you don't get to tell me anything ever again. If you promoted masks or the completely invented concept of social distancing, because apparently air on this side of the room is different than air on that side of the room, which doesn't make any sense. Or my favorite was the plexiglass. The plexiglass that was up. You go to the supermarket and you got the cashier right there. You got the plexiglass because apparently air can't go around it. People sitting in cafes with pool noodles on their heads. That way they could figure out what was 6 feet apart. I'm not making this up. I mean, there was a level of delusion out there that is almost indescribable. Here it is. The pool noodles. This happened. You do not get to tell me anything. I didn't make that photo. People went out and they bought hats and they put pool noodles on top of them so that they could remain 6 feet apart, something completely concocted by that midget gremlin. Completely made up. Completely invented. Now, Senator Rand Paul has said that he will be, this is, of course, the problem with government in its totality, is that now they have to have a vote in the committee on contempt charges. Do I have any confidence whatsoever that Republicans will actually fight? That they will actually do anything? No, I have none at all. Here with Senator Paul.
Let's be clear today, what we've seen. I really did want to hear from Dr. Fauci. I wanted to hear perhaps an apology, perhaps some semblance of being sorry for what happened or that judgment errors were made. We didn't hear any of that. But he was subpoenaed here to testify, refused to answer any questions, even after being directed by the chair and being advised of the law requiring him to do so. He has cited a privilege that is unsupported because of his blanket pardon and because he waived the privilege by testifying at the start. I'm going to give you one more opportunity to comply with the law, limited to the period of your pardon. At any point between January 1st, 2014 and January 19th, 2025, did you destroy any federal record or tell anyone else to?
Under the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Given that you have a unlimited presidential pardon, what is your specific objection that you are making?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
My question was limited to the period of your pardon only. I find your objection unsupported and direct you to answer the question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Because you refuse to answer, citing a privilege that is unsupported because of your pardon, and after being denied to do so, this committee has scheduled a vote next week on a resolution certifying your contempt.
Now the question is going to remain. If you are held in contempt of Congress, do you go to prison? Or does that only happen to Republicans like Steve Bannon and Peter Navarro? Because Steve Bannon was held for one count of contempt of Congress, and he did 3 months. Anthony Fauci did it 111 times. So my question is, can you do math? Will Republicans step up and do it? Or will we have some octogenarian out there who's, oh no, we can't do it. That wouldn't be parliamentarian. That wouldn't fall under the decorum of the grandiose of the Senate, despite the fact that, the Senate has become basically a joke now that we leave Senate seats to people's sisters, and one member of the Senate no one has seen in 3 months. So but guys, don't worry. Don't worry, because if you're watching this, I know you've got massive, unbelievable faith in John Thune to do nothing. Nothing. I keep saying it. I mean, I got into an argument with a local Republican the other day about the filibuster. And it just showed me why we lose. Like, no one has any balls whatsoever. Well, we can't get rid of the filibuster because it's an institution. Like, Democrats are going to get rid of it too. So why not use the power that we currently have? We can't do that. No, we can't do that. And America's ruling class seems to not understand why everyone hates them. Why everyone hates them. Well, you really want to know why? Charlie knew.
Or the right. I think I totally agree. And I would just say, look, in a post-COVID world, I'm just an idealist to believe that we can...
Hold on, Andrew.
You're not the left. You're not intolerant.
You know where
You're
I'm going with this.
Yeah.
We did not receive any apologies from the ruling class that lied to us repeatedly during COVID. The lockdowns, the efficacy of the vaccine, the mask mandates, school closures, and we just act as if it didn't happen. And I don't think the American ruling class understands the undermining of their credibility that happened when the entire country had their lives thwarted, especially young people. We're just supposed to reopen the country and be like, well, why don't you trust us anymore? Well, it's because, the Hunter Biden laptops, Russian disinformation, 50 intel operations signed this letter. And I'm making a good point here because there was no contrition
That's just one example.
And again, I could go one after the other.
No. I would say that actually COVID, to me, I mean, this is actually generational, is actually very much like the 2008 crisis in a way. That spawned Occupy Wall Street. This has sort of spawned a different sort of political.
Do you want to do Russian collusion? Do you want to do the laptop? Do you want to do? I mean, take your pick on the way things are covered in this country.
All I'm suggesting, though, is this full-on, constant relitigation of what took place in the past, as opposed to a clear-eyed view of what's happening now.
I would just interject respectfully that it's not just relitigation. First of all, no one was held accountable largely for what happened.
That's why I said it's sort of like 2008, because a lot of people thought all those bankers were supposed to go to jail, frankly.
Well, and honestly, there should have been, I think there should have been some administration of justice. That's a separate issue. I was young at the time. I can only speak about what we're living through now. And a lot of the COVID injustices we are still seeing today with younger people and their ability to own homes, with the inflation that President Trump is trying to fix that was inherited by Joe Biden. So what I'm getting at, and I know a lot of the C-suite of America watches this program, they might understand where is this populist fervor coming from, is that you have missed the mark on so many of the core proclamations you made to the American people.
And by the way, Andrew Ross Sorkin, you're right. You and all of your banker friends should have went to jail. You robbed America, and then America bailed you out. This constant relitigation of the... No, we're not relitigating the past. We are currently litigating the present. Because no one is ever held accountable for anything. Ever. And no one watching this right now, there's thousands of people watching this right now. There is not a single person watching this who has any faith whatsoever that Anthony Fauci will be put in prison. He lied to Congress. He committed perjury. Today he was held in contempt of Congress. And not a single chat. Let's have some fun here. Does anyone think Anthony Fauci will spend 2 seconds in prison? Not a single person believes it. Despite the fact that we have clear evidence of crime. Never mind the morals. Never mind the fact that lives and businesses, careers, the largest transfer of wealth in human history. Homes are now double what they were before COVID, particularly in blue states where everyone has fled. Not a single person believes he will go to prison. Why? Because when Republicans have power, they don't use it. And then they come back at people like me for being mad that they didn't use the power we gave them. Don't be mad at me. Buy a mirror and look in it. Or open your legs and see if you still have them attached. Because Democrats come for Republicans. If Democrats retake the House, if they retake the Senate, a lot of my friends are going to jail. While Republicans are sitting back looking at the Federalist Papers, trying to figure out what John Jay meant in Federalist number, who gives a shit? And you people wonder why I'm not going to help you? It's because you stand for nothing. One person in particular. You watch. I'm telling you right now, this election, here's what's going to happen in the midterm. Get the socialists. All right, we'll talk about them in a minute. Because Republicans have not delivered on any of their promises, voter turnout on the right will be so low that Democrats will end up winning across the board in a great many states. That's what's going to happen. And then we're going to have to look at the RNC chairman's going to come out and go, I can't figure out what happened. Well, I don't know. Not a single person from the Obama administration or the Biden administration has been put in prison for the crimes they committed against the American people. We started a war for no reason. Gas is back up to $4 a gallon. Right now, many of the gains across the market have completely dropped off. But hey, don't listen to me. I've only been right every time. It's like I got a damn treasure map leading you to what needs to happen. And you guys are like, who needs a map? We'll just close our eyes and figure out our way to the treasure in the dark. But I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy. Pretty wild. Pretty wild stuff. Guys, we'll be back in 1 second. There is other news that we got to get to. The communist here in New York put out a hit list of 250,000 Americans that he would very much like his supporters to kill, and nobody seems to notice. Also, he's decided to close every grocery store in New York City by making up numbers. Things are just, things are getting great. Oh, and President Trump is speaking, so we'll throw it to him in just a minute. Before we do that, here's Jeremy. Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not gonna lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmor.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmor.com/LFATV. Order now. Guys, head on over to tryarmor.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmor.com and use code LFATV. Guys, we're going to throw it on over to President Trump right now. He's taking questions in the Oval Office, not only on Iran, but on the Save America Act. Here's President Trump.
Mr. President, why do you think Dr. Fauci invoked the Fifth Amendment so many times today when he has the pardon? And what was stopping him from just giving an honest testimony this morning?
Well, look, I've never been a big fan of Fauci. Why he did that was very simple. His lawyer told him to. I don't know if he would have been better off not doing it. There were a lot of questions that I guess he could have answered, and some maybe he didn't feel comfortable in answering, but his lawyer told him to do that.
Mr. President, on Iran?
Prime Minister Andy Burnham hasn't mentioned publicly migration at all since he's gone into number 10. Did you discuss it with him?
I did, briefly. He's going to have to mention it because it's killing your country.
Mr. President,
killing you.
He won't talk to GB News.
He's killing your country.
He won't talk to
And not him. I mean, we'll have to see. I know Starmer did very little about it. And they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Africa. They're coming from South America. They're coming from different parts of Asia. And they're invading Europe. I mean, they're invading Europe. It's an invasion. And the UK is a prime suspect.
Mr. President, on Todd Blanche, Senator John Cornyn of Texas has been hesitant to back the confirmation. It seems to be some sort of deal that he's talking about. What is your reaction to his hesitancy?
Well, all I can say is Todd Blanche is outstanding, and I thought it was pretty routine because he's so good. You just wouldn't find a better person. So I don't know, maybe John Cornyn's upset with me because I didn't endorse him. I don't know what it is, but I haven't heard that there's a problem. I heard he's going through quite nicely.
And do you think Senate Majority Leader John Thune, after the comments you heard regarding Save America and some other stuff, do you think he's still the man for the job?
Well, we're going to find out, and I'll let you know.
Mr. President, it was a beautiful service yesterday for Senator Graham, beautiful eulogy that you delivered. As far as Senator Darlene Graham is concerned, based upon your conversations, is she going to focus primarily on foreign affairs like her brother, or will she focus more on domestic issues?
I think domestic, really. I've spoken to her a lot, and she's much more focused on domestic, including costs and pricing.
And
I think she'll be outstanding.
Mr. President, Jay Clayton, he was just confirmed by the Senate.
Yeah, he's great.
Would you like to see him continue with Bill Pulte's work at exposing election
Oh yeah,
interference
sure.
in
I'm sure he will.
2020?
Bill did a great job, and Jay has just been confirmed. And he's outstanding. He was the head of Sullivan and Cromwell for many years, and he's very outstanding. And I think he's going to do a fantastic job. And Bill was great. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, in light of advanced ChatGPT AI models escaping their lab and conducting cyber attacks, are you considering stronger controls on AI, and would you consider negotiating?
Well, we're looking at AI. We're looking at controls. We're also making sure that we lead. So we're leading China in AI by a lot. China has virtually no controls. It's freewheeling a little bit. So we have to be careful in both ways. We don't want to restrict them where all of a sudden we come in second to China. Whoever wins with AI is going to win. That's how big it is. So it's bigger than the internet ever was. It's bigger than anything ever was. So I don't want to restrict. I know many of these people. I don't want to restrict them from doing great work. Yeah, please.
Under what scenario do you see Iran attacking U.S. installations and personnel overseas and you withdrawing?
Oh, I don't see that. No, we're not. No, we're gonna hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but we got to smack them a little bit.
Mr. President, are you going to hit back when they strike?
Will I always hit back?
Yes.
Pretty much. Yes.
Mr. President, just want to put clarity on that, sir. Is that in response to the attempted ballistic missile strike on Jordan last night? When you say it's our turn to hit back?
Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000-mile-an-hour missiles at us. And fortunately, we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
How was your meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky yesterday?
It was good.
Do you see a time scale for getting
No,
that?
it was good. Look, he's out doing his thing. I'd like him to end the war. So it's very simple. I get along with both. I get along with President Putin. I get along with President Zelensky. And like I told him, I wanted to end the war, get the war ended. Thousands of people, 25,000 people died last month. That's standard. And it's not acceptable. So I said, just end the war.
Mr. President, on the war, do you want the House to come back before August 31st to act on the Russia and Iran sanctions bill after it
Well,
goes
if
to
it's
Senate?
necessary. I mean, it shouldn't be necessary, to be honest. But if it's necessary, I'd like to, are you talking about the Lindsey Graham?
Yeah.
So I'd like them to add Iran as tariffs, not just as sanctions. I think it's important. That's what Lindsey wanted. Because I heard that they have tariffs on Russia, but not on those 5 countries having to do with Iran. I'd like to see tariffs on Iran. It would make it much stronger. So perhaps you're very good at this. You can maybe tell them. I think they should put in for Russia, but I think they should put in for Iran. And that's really what Lindsey wanted. Yeah,
And on Iran, one more, sir, sorry.
And good job at the dinner the other night.
Thank you.
Did a great job.
Thank you, I appreciate that. President Xi told you that China would not give or sell Iran any weapons. And there's a new report that Iran's about to get 400 rocket launchers from China going through Pakistan to Iran.
Well, that would be surprising. I mean, things like that happen, but that would be surprising. He told me very strongly he wouldn't partake, and he knows I'd be quite disappointed. Yeah, please.
Mr. President,
And he's coming here, I think, on September 24th.
two questions. First, we're coming up on the 25th anniversary of 9/11, and a good number of 9/11 families have called on New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani to not attend a number of these memorial services. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think they're having a hard time with Mamdani. The people having to do with anybody having to do with 9/11 right now, on the victim side, and there are a lot of them, they're very unhappy with what's going on in New York, and they're very unhappy with the mayor. I understand that. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Republicans are underway negotiating the budget. Would you sign a CR without the Save America Act attached? Is that something you want to see?
I'll have to look at it, but they should get to Save America. How simple can it be? Voter identification, proof of citizenship. I mean, now you have to understand the Democrats, not one Democrat will sign because they want to cheat. There's no way they can get elected if they don't, if that happens. But we should have unanimous Republican support. And if we don't, people should look at those Republicans. But think of it. Who would not sign voter identification with photo? And who would not sign proof of citizenship? Only people that want to cheat. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Bev.
All righty, so that was President Trump there getting asked the question about what we're going to talk about next, about how many of the 9/11 families do not want Zohran Mamdani to show up at the 9/11 ceremonies coming up, what is it, a month and a half from now? Shouldn't come as a shock to almost anybody that they do not want him there. Here's that story.
Anniversary ceremony at Ground Zero. The families are calling out this mayor over his controversial record and his ties to Islamic extremists, like the imam who testified on behalf of the World Trade Center bombers. He even defended a terrorist in a 2015 post, suggesting FBI surveillance is what pushed him towards al-Qaeda. It's part of a longer history of Mamdani downplaying 9/11 and making it about himself.
I want to use this moment to speak to the Muslims of New York City. I want to speak to the memory of my aunt, who stopped taking the subway after September 11th because she did not feel safe in her hijab. Growing up in the shadow of 9/11, I have known what it means to live with an undercurrent of suspicion. I will always remember the disdain I faced, the way my name could immediately become Muhammad.
Tommy, your take?
Just to be clear, it wasn't his aunt. It was his dad's cousin who has never lived in America. Just to be clear. Yeah, so the 9/11 families don't want him at the 9/11 ceremony, which shouldn't come as a shock when you meet with the guy who decided to try to blow up the World Trade Center 10 years prior. But luckily, he has no self-reflection whatsoever. Doesn't care, and he has decided to honor the 9/11 victims and their wishes by...
People who are survivors of 9/11 are calling on you not to go to 9/11 memorial services. I wonder how you feel about the fact that they're trying to keep you away.
I will proudly honor the families, the survivors, the first responders forever impacted by that horrific terror attack by standing alongside them at this year's 9/11 commemoration, reaffirming that we will never forget the solemn day felt by all of us who call this city home, and frankly, by all of us who call this country home.
Hi, Mayor. I was just wondering if you could also respond to Prime Minister Netanyahu's comment.
Where, of course, he'll make it all about him and his poor aunt who didn't live in America and couldn't wear her job on a subway that she didn't take because she wasn't here, and it wasn't his aunt, it was his cousin. Not really the point. Not really the point. Of course, the irony of this entire thing is this comes 2 days before, spoiler alert, another Islamic terror attack, this time in Berlin.
We're back with a Fox News alert. You are looking live at Berlin, Germany. The Associated Press is reporting that at least one person is dead and several others are injured after a car drove through a pride parade near the Brandenburg Gate. Authorities say a manhunt is now underway for one or more suspects and have told people to evacuate the scene. Police say some of the victims are dealing with life-threatening injuries.
That's right. Another homegrown German Islamic terror attack. This time a guy decided to drive his car through a gay pride parade in Berlin. Just another day. Just another day. But don't point it out, guys. Do not point it out. Because if you point it out, that makes you the bad person. That makes you an Islamophobe or whatever word. I'm just, look, just saying, don't point it out. Don't do that. You're the bad person if you do that. Just like we shouldn't point out the fact that Mamdani continues to provide new plans for New York City that will not work. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That is MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. But of course, we can't stop there with Zoran Mamdani. He's still back on his little train about opening up city-run grocery stores all over New York City. As a matter of fact, and this is the weirdest thing, Mamdani has figured out something that no one else has ever figured out before.
Here's how it will work. Once a month, our 5 city-run grocery stores will set prices for this core set of goods at 30% below typical retail prices. No exceptions, no gimmicks. The savings will last for the entire month. That means no weekly fluctuations nor sticker shock at the checkout line.
That's right. He's going to sell essential goods at 30% below market value. Well, my question to you, Mr. Mamdani, is where exactly are you going to get these products from? Where are you going to find milk and eggs and bread and the rest of the household essentials? I guess those are our household essentials. I'm sure you'll get some, you'll probably dog meat or something. Where are you going to get them for 30% below market value? Where? Are you going to pull the eggs out of your ass? I don't know. Luckily, we know how this is going to end. And how do we know how it's going to end? Well, this ingenious idea, this earth shatter, has been tried before. As a matter of fact, it was tried in Kansas City. 2 predictable results.
It's clear this Sunfresh at 31st and Prospect is struggling. This is the first section people see when they come in. There's barely any produce. A lot of the coolers and shelves around the store look the same way, empty. So shoppers have been asking us, if the store isn't closing, then where's all the food? A rotten smell comes through the door, and anywhere you turn, you'll see products that need to be restocked. No hot food or deli.
There was a time this store was on life support. I can tell you today, right now, it's damn near dead.
This is a new low, even to people like Pat Clark, who've watched the store go through its ups and downs.
30 days ago, hell, we look like a grocery store again.
The city owns the Linwood Shopping Center. A nonprofit operates the grocery store. Public and private investments are in the millions of dollars for the center.
Did you see all that stuff on the shelves? No, me either. Because it turns out when you run a city-run grocery store, you know what everyone does? They just steal everything. Whoa! But, that reality doesn't really set in for Kami Mamdani, so he's got a new plan. he's got a new plan. Instead, what he's going to do is he's going to just tell you where all the rich people live so you can kill them. Which, of course, as with the Kansas City-run grocery store, something that has been tried, this has been tried as well. When the Bolsheviks decided to get really, really mad at the profitable Ukrainian farmers, what they did was they just told all the poor people in the village that those people over there, which they described as kulaks, had a little bit more than you, and therefore you should go and take from them because they only got what they got by stealing it from you. But, you know, nobody knows in New York City, how do you really know where the rich people live? I mean, you know, it's not like if one guy's got a farm in a tiny Ukrainian village and that farm is bigger than everybody else's farm, it's pretty easy to figure it out. But you wouldn't really know where the rich people live in New York City, so the best way to do it would be for the city of New York to accidentally release the addresses of all the rich people. That way, just in case there's any lunatics out there, like Luigi Mangione, you can just stand outside of their apartment and kill them when they leave.
Appetizer, because if you own property in his town, he knows exactly where you live. The city just posted a searchable list of every homeowner on the hook for his new tax. Names, addresses, 30,000 of them. A socialist mayor handing out a Rolodex of the rich in a city that just watched a CEO get gunned down on the sidewalk. Sounds like a hit list. You got a problem with it? Go protest. It's what the city's there for anyway.
I think one of the bedrocks of our city is protest. It is something that has been a part of what makes our city so special, that New Yorkers can express themselves whether they are in support or in opposition, no matter on whatever topic.
Protest? The city runs on capitalism and cocktails.
Yes, and by the way, it's not your city. You're not from here. So, you know, maybe stop trying to destroy everything that is great. But that's not what the media is worried about. No. They're not worried about the fact that Zoran Mamdani just doxed 250,000 people in New York City. No, they're not worried about that. What are they worried about? They're worried about the fact that Haitians aren't going to be able to work in America anymore. Because naturally, everyone on MSNBC, they need their Haitians. Because, you know, that lawn's not going to mow itself. I mean, if the host on MSNBC didn't have 200,000 Haitians out there, who would raise their children? Who would bring them back and forth to their private schools? Who would bring them? I mean, they can't do it, obviously. They're too busy sleeping with their assistant to take time to, you know, clean their own house or cook their own meals or mow their own lawns out in the Hamptons. So they're very, very upset.
Today, roughly 350,000 immigrants that have temporary protected status are expected to lose their work permits. You know, the things they need to do jobs that they do every day in this country. It is the first wave since the Supreme Court cleared the way for the Trump administration to end those protections. As a result, employers now fear a labor shortage as they brace for the loss of vital workers. Analysis from the University of Pennsylvania says about 70% of TPS holders were participating in the U.S. labor force. The group.
Now, look, to be fair to them, they are right. 70% of people who were under temporary, operative word, temporary protected status were participating in the workforce. But we have seen this before. We have seen when the Supreme Court and the laws of the land changed the laws that would affect the workforce. For example, there was a time in this country where rich white people, Democrats, rich white Democrats, didn't really want to do their own yard work. So what they did was they went on over there and they imported free labor. And then some guy from Illinois decided that maybe we shouldn't do that. And all of a sudden, the weirdest thing happened. We got rid of all the slaves. And somehow we figured out a way to keep the economy of the South going. This is the exact same thing. Democrats don't want to pay people enough money to do the actual work, so they're going to import Haitians. As a matter of fact, 12% of the total world population of Haitians live in America.
That's a real number. 12% of Haitians globally live here. Kind of odd. But hey, what do I know? There's going to be a labor shortage, so we're going to get your lazy ass out there and work, because new data is showing that 105 million Americans aren't working, which is more than during COVID and during the Great Recession. So it turns out a bunch of people just ain't working. And yes, some of those, for sure, are children and retirees, absolutely. But some of them are people who just don't feel like getting off their lazy asses. I'm sure many of them are able-bodied 20-year-olds who are sitting around playing video games or, I don't know, making TikToks. I mean, you know, it wouldn't kill you to go to work. Maybe it would. Maybe it would. But hey, what do I know? What do I know? Oh, today was a wild day. Today was a wild day. I hope that Rand Paul brings that vote before the committee very soon. They hold him in contempt. They throw his goofy ass in jail sooner rather than later, so that maybe someone in America can have confidence in the fact that when we give Republicans power, they'll actually do something with it. Guys, we'll be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. Tomorrow, very special day. It's a big day. It's a very big day, and I'll tell you why tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
All right, welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us. This is the Paul Herrell program, and today we're going to be continuing to cover what many of you have already been witnessing and consuming out there on the interwebs, which is Anthony Fauci was hauled before Congress, where he took the Fifth Amendment, and it was a lot of grandstanding, really. from a lot of different people. A lot of great points that were made, but does it lead anywhere? Is it going to lead with what the people want, which in this case they want justice to be done? We've talked about on this program the last few weeks how Anthony Fauci is responsible for millions of people dead around the world, how components of our own government actually did the gain-of-function research, financed it, exported it to China, and now China is essentially being used, while they may be responsible in some portion, they're being used in a lot of ways as a red herring here. Depending on depending on what you believe, we do know it came from a lab. The now question is, are we ever going to get our own government to admit that it was intentionally leaked from that lab? So far, even according to Tulsi Gabbard's own documents, it was an accidental leak, but it did in fact come from a lab. So when you really look at this from a 30,000-foot view, you see that there's a lot of moving pieces to this, and my fear is probably the same as yours. It's not going to actually lead to Anthony Fauci being held accountable for his crimes that I think we can safely say now, and really you've been able to say this for a long time now, these are crimes against humanity. Yes, breaking laws, but these are massive, massive crimes. And anybody that's got anything to lose by admitting this is going to circle the wagons, going to protect him at all costs. Even President Trump today in the Oval Office just moments ago saying he's going to respect the pardon of Joe Biden given to Anthony Fauci. So really and truly, what's the point? I mean, that's the honest question we have to ask. It is kind of satisfying to see Anthony Fauci be a monkey in a cage, because that's essentially what he was when Josh Hawley is coming over the top saying, "What color tie do you have?" And he's like, "I plead the fifth." What day of the week is it today? I plead the fifth. I'm not going to lie. That's extremely satisfying to watch, considering how the American people were all animals in cages, monkeys in cages, when it came to Anthony Fauci telling us how high to jump, what kind of mask to put on, what kind of therapeutic to take, or what kind of poison to take in the form of remdesivir that, left a lot of people dead. So it is satisfying to see him there, having to jump through these hoops, but is anything actually going to happen to him? He belongs in jail. He actually, after a thorough investigation and a jury of his peers, I mean, in my opinion, the death penalty needs to be on the table when you look at how many millions of people are dead, I believe, because of him. But let me know if I'm wrong in the comments. Sound off. We'll talk about it. I've got Eric Haynes in seat number 3 today. Rob is out. The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, folks, welcome to the show, broadcasting from the great state of Arkansas. Really do appreciate you being with us here on LFA TV, as well as the Paul Herrell program YouTube, Ex-American News, Hometown TV in North Central Arkansas through the air. Before we get to Eric Haynes, just want to remind everybody that the Paul Herrell program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. That's right, the Healing Veterans Project, and we've now added the QR code for you on the screen so that you can more easily go donate if you feel so inclined. Healing Veterans Project, of course, lighting the path to wellness for veterans who have been prescribed red light therapy, photobiomodulation, PBM, by a doctor, but the VA will not cover this. And so we're stepping in with Healing Veterans Project, and we're trying to provide them with these life-enhancing, I believe, healing red light panels that can do things for inflammation, chronic pain, anxiety, PTSD, nerve pain, everything under the sun, sleep problems, you name it. Healing Veterans Project is there for the veterans and trying to get them this one thing, this technology that is life-saving, in my opinion, and we can do that for these veterans at healingsveteranproject.us. That's healingveteransproject.us. Scan the QR code, donate one time, donate monthly, sign up for annually, quarterly, whatever you want to do. Please do this because it helps us stay on the air and it also is helping veterans. We also want to remind anybody out there that has a business, if you have a business or you know of a business owner that does point of sale retail business, we want to partner with them, give their customers, their patrons, the opportunity to donate at checkout. And if you're interested in that, then you email me, Paul at healingveteransproject.us. That's Paul at healingveteransproject.us. And we're thankful to be powered by the Healing Veterans Project. Here in seat number 3 today, we've got Mr. Eric Haynes. Eric, how you doing?
Great to be part of the program. Great to be part of the conversation today. Science, or I guess I should say, the science. Remember how it was called back then? Trust the science. The science.
Yeah.
Took the Fifth Amendment today. and 111 times actually. It was pretty embarrassing to watch live. I'm sure most of the audience would agree that Dr. Fauci is, and I talk to, I work in the healthcare industry, I know a lot of people in the healthcare industry, and he is a disgrace to the healthcare community at large.
Is there anybody in your field of work that holds out any respect for this guy anymore?
No, his name is not mentioned in a favorable light in any way, as objective conversations go. I mean, I guess Josh Hawley said it perfectly today when he said he's done more to harm science than anyone in my lifetime. And when he said that, I was shaking my head. I was like, I've got to 100% agree with that. I cannot think of anyone else, in the science and the healthcare community in my lifetime that's done more to damage, short of, a Kevorkianite or somebody like that, hell-bent on euthanasia or something. But or abortionists.
Science be praised. That's a very good thing to say. Science be praised. You ever see that old South Park episode where they go back or they go into the future and the atheists are still at war with each other because they can't quite get the right brand of atheism, so they're at war, making the point that even if you eradicated religion, there would still be wars. Because there are some people, the religion's the only reason for war, and it's like, no, it's us, guy. Anyway, that's why I say science be praised.
Yeah.
No, that is an interesting take about the fact that the science took the fifth today. Yet we were badgered for a year about this is what the scientists say, this is what the white coats say, which are essentially, it's no coincidence I bring up religion, they are thought of in secular society as essentially clergy that absolve or condemn based on whatever they say the science is on that day.
What's confusing is that he's pardoned, so he doesn't have to take the fifth. He already has a pardon. There was no point, and I think Hawley brought this out today too. He's like, I don't even know why you're taking the fifth. You have a pardon. There's no objective reason. I mean, and he had, half a dozen Harvey Specters behind him in their suits advising him. One guy that even had to got escorted off of
that clip.
The desk. Thankfully, and because he just wouldn't shut up. But all those guys are advising him to take the fifth, and it's like, dude, you're already pardoned. You don't have to take the fifth. You're just making yourself look stupid.
Yeah,
so,
I agree, and I also think there is no way. I think from Fauci's standpoint, even if he were to go tell the truth, even if he were convinced that I'm going to be honest and I'm going to tell the truth, I don't think he even knows what the truth is anymore. I think he's lied so much he couldn't even keep his own story straight. And I really mean that sincerely. Like, that's what a psychopathic liar this guy is, that even if he's not convinced that he would not accidentally get the story wrong and then be charged with lying to Congress.
I mean, I think of all of the businesses and churches and organizations in this community and so many communities around the country who literally had and showed videos for their customers and parishioners and of Dr. Fauci saying, this is what the great Dr. Fauci told us. This is how he said to put on your mask, and this is what an N95 is, and this is how you have to wear this mask, and then go ahead and double mask too.
Yeah.
And this is what, social distancing is, and this is how you measure out 6 feet. I mean, there were he had how-to videos that businesses were playing about how to react and protect yourself, and they were all nonsense.
Yeah,
and most objective people looking at the situation saw that and said, yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all. Mm-hmm. But you did have a lot of people that were bound by contracts, employment situations, and they were muzzled, and it's really sad.
Yeah, and those that were not muzzled were actually, they lost their license or they were punished financially, lost their job or whatever. Yeah, I think initially when I woke up and I saw him, I guess it was about 9 o'clock Central Time, so 10 o'clock Eastern Time. He's, going on, and the clips are starting to roll in over on X, and he starts taking the Fifth Amendment. You hear him say, on the advice of counsel, I'm pleading taking the Fifth Amendment. And I just thought to myself, wow, this guy, the Constitution matters now.
Right.
The Constitution matters now for Fauci. He's clinging to the Constitution now, which is there to try to, supposed to restrain the government and guarantee our rights and freedoms. And I immediately thought of all the churches. I thought of the churches that were forced closed, and they kept their parishioners from worshiping the Lord corporately. Then I think of the churches that voluntarily closed on his advice. I think of the strip clubs that were still allowed to be open. Think of the liquor stores that were still allowed to be open, but churches had to close. And now this guy wants to talk about his rights.
Think about the fact that churches were called super spreader events and venues, but a strip club isn't a super spreader.
Exactly.
Think about that for a second.
Disgusting.
Wrap your mind
Yeah.
around that.
Don't think about it too long.
Oh, my congregation of people just trying to worship and stay positive and happy and do what's right in the eyes of God. They're super spreaders, but
the strip club. And then you think about the
Chelsea up on stage 3.
Everybody say hello to Rebecca.
Yeah. Sorry, Star. I needed to do a better name than Chelsea. I know some Chelsea, so forgive me for that. What I meant Stardust or something. Okay,
Yeah.
let's do better about stripper names.
Well,
jeez, I mean, come on. When you think back of it, we're all just faces buried in our hands over that period now. And I'll see people on social media. They'll tag some pics from back then, and they'll be like, my, how stupid we were.
Yep.
You know, it's just they're all like double masked out to go to a theater and see a movie when they finally opened because they'd been shut down for a year.
And then when they had, you remember when the churches did open up, you still had the masks with some of these churches.
Couldn't sit close to each other.
They didn't want people to sing.
Yeah.
They were like, hey, you don't sing. You guys just listen. Don't sing praises to the Lord. Yeah. You really figured out, like, you know, you really figured out who was serious about this whole Christianity thing real quick. Like, okay, hang on a second. I thought that, like, our right to worship was so important to us. And not even our right. Like, who cares what the government says? But, like, this is what we are called to do. This is what we believe in. I thought we believed in it so much that, like, if the government told us we couldn't, we'd do it anyway and go to the sword. If it meant go to the sword, like we would die before we would not worship our Lord. And
you can't sing "How Great Thou Art," but Daisy on stage 3 is doing lap dances over on the side. It's like, come on!
I know.
Did we really let? But say all that to say, because we went through that, I am confident that we would not let something like that happen again.
Boy, I hope you're right. I hope you're right, because some days I think that's exactly correct. Sometimes that we've got such a short memory.
I was in the airport. I was in the airport last week, and saw some folks, a number of elderly folks walking around with masks on, and it's okay. I found myself not not wanting to make fun of them in any way or besmirch them, or they're probably just fearful of other people that are on the plane that might be sick with whatever,
like the diarrhea disease.
It's like,
well, that's actually bacteria, or is that a virus? I think that's actual bacteria, which a mask theoretically would stop.
Yeah,
in theory, right? I mean, I'm not a doctor, but
and airborne, like something like COVID, going through the cloth masks or the loose fitting masks or bandanas, like my kids' Spider-Man bandanas that they were forced to wear to go to school. Bless their hearts. Trying to look up at a teacher, trying to teach them how to read.
Yeah.
And she's speaking through a mask, and they've got, what's her, Elsa from Frozen and Spider-Man masks on. It's just nuts.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So this guy, Anthony Fauci, folks.
Yeah, most bacterial stuff is you're going to have a lot of close contact there because it's going to be either passed through fluids or food.
But this guy, Anthony Fauci, guys, I mean, let's be real. I mean, what we all witnessed today, I hate to be a black pillar. I'm not being a black pillar in this point. This is just me being real. There's nothing that's going to, out of all of these guys, I mean, we could go back to Clapper, Comey, Brennan, and all these guys that need to be in jail or need to be charged, investigated, all that stuff, which I'm a big proponent of doing. Not holding my breath on that either. But out of everybody that everybody knows this guy. Everybody, if there's one guy that needs to be held accountable, and I know I talked about the death penalty earlier, and I know that is alarming to some people, but I'm just sitting here thinking, we've gone through on this show how many millions of deaths are attributed to COVID. We know what happened with EcoHealth Alliance, and we know he covered it up. We know he covered the idea that it was that it came from a lab. He covered it up, and the only reason he would cover that up was, well, it's a couple of reasons, but one of them is self-preservation, and that's the biggest one, and the second one is politics. Yeah. Like, period. End of sentence. End of story. So
fame.
Right. We now know fame because of his...
Remember from his diaries?
Right. And he called it diary.
The idiot was more obsessed with looking good in InStyle magazine and being on the cover of GQ and Time and how he looked in his pictures than being focused on what he should.
Yeah.
I mean, the fact that those things were ever even referenced, even if you want to give him a little bit of credit that, well, that's just part of it back then, but no, you can't think that way when you're responsible for what you're responsible for. It's disgusting.
No, it really is.
Go hang out with the Kardashians.
And the fact that he, in his testimony today, in his opening statement, which he did give, referenced that Rand Paul had leaked his diary. He said he called it a diary, which I just thought was funny. Like,
what is he, a 13-year-old girl?
Why would he call it a journal or my recollection of event? No, he called it a diary, like a little girl. And that's essentially who he is. But I don't think anything is going to happen to him, and that is it. To me, it just goes to show you the state of our government, the state of our, just because what is painfully obvious, just because our guy gets in the White House doesn't mean that we are in power. No. Because if the people were in power right now, and if you took a vote right now that Anthony forget being sentenced to the death penalty under our laws, just going to jail, it would be overwhelming, in my opinion. There would be people that said, yes, this guy destroyed lives. He was responsible for these policies, and he needs to go. And it would be overwhelming, and yet nothing is going to happen to this guy at all. Nothing will happen to him. This was the first clip that I saw this morning of Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri questioning Anthony Fauci. And I will say, as I said at the top in the opening of the show, I did get some satisfaction out of this guy having to basically answer and basically be a monkey in a cage.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, nothing says honesty like taking the fifth, huh, Doc? Let's try something. What day of the week is it today?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color tie are you wearing?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color is the carpet in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more, Brown versus Walker, 1896, when he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyers sitting behind you now shifting nervously in their chairs, they know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people. But I think I know why you're doing it. It's because you don't want to answer questions. It's because you did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic you got rich, didn't you? You got rich while people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich, and not only were you doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally. Cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic, didn't you? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
You remember Greg Folkers? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Your chief of staff is the answer. Do you remember Patricia Conrad? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
She was your personal assistant. And what were these individuals doing in the depth of the pandemic in November of 2020 when millions of Americans were suffering from COVID? What were they doing? I tell you what they're doing. Folkers was on your behalf soliciting and gathering information for a cash award. Let's look at it. We've got his email right here, right over my shoulder. Volker says, I'm working on this nomination for the Dan David Award for Fauci. We need to beef up the COVID part. Do you have language in the can that you could share that delineates how we responded in new ways to COVID? He sends this to multiple federal employees. What was the Dan David Award? Do you remember, Doc?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
So, I'm gonna let you go ahead.
You please.
So, I follow Matt Walsh.
Yeah.
Had some great comments today. One of the things he said, objectively speaking, though, in watching this, as enlightening as this is and as frustrating as this is, it represents the fact that he's not going to go out of there in handcuffs, and he won't get put in handcuffs tomorrow, and he probably won't get put in handcuffs next week or the week after that or the week after that. He said, his post said, wow, do you hear what those Republicans said to that bad guy in the hearing today? Yeah, they really ripped him apart. It was so awesome. What's that? Oh, no, the bad guy won't be arrested or charged with any crime or suffer any consequences of any kind at all. No, there will be a follow-up on the hearing. No, there will not be a follow-up on the hearing. No relevant legislation passed in response to it. No changes of any kind made at all, ever. But did you see that viral clip of that one senator? He even used a cuss word, a real cuss word. He's so tough and brave. I'm so impressed. Aren't you? Mm-hmm. I know he's being facetious, and I get it, but there's just that's the real rub. And for people in our audience and for us that are watching, it's like that's really the rub, is that shouldn't be true. But that's the reality of these hearings at times, is that it's becomes a mockery, because it's like, oh, now everybody goes home and nothing happens. Mm-hmm. And these guys get clips that we'll watch and we'll take note of, but what's going to happen?
Yeah, I mean, you look at the difference, the stark difference. I guess the last time Congress meant something, even though it was, I think, illegal, the last time it meant something is when they put Steve Bannon in jail, or they put Peter Navarro in jail, right? That's what the Democrats do.
Yeah.
And I get we have this pardon that we're no longer going to challenge, and we'll talk about what President Trump said about that here moments ago. Here was the one of the highlights of the hearing. But you're exactly right. This is all, honestly, this is great fundraising for the midterms for Republicans. I'm sure they need. I'm sure. Yeah. I'm sure they need it. But that's all that it is. Practically speaking, that's all these sound bites are.
Yeah.
So man, you like the guy. I don't even know who that guy was. Never even heard of that guy. That senator that said the F word to Fauci. Who the F do you think you are? And I was just like, really? Like, yeah, that's what we all think, but
it was Moreno, and he was
Moreno,
the same guy that had everyone that to the audience. He's like, hey, Fauci, turn around. Let me ask some questions to the audience. If you had your businesses ruined, if you had your lives negatively affected, if you lost loved ones, he went through a whole list of things that Fauci contributed to the problem of, he said, stand up. So basically the entire room stands up behind Fauci's lawyers, because Fauci's lawyers were in the first row, and everyone behind that was an audience participant. And every single person stood up. And he goes, turn around and look at them. And Fauci never even moved to look at those people and to acknowledge them. And that, to me, said everything about his response. He doesn't care. He will never come to something like that with contrition and apology in his heart at all, ever. He'll take that to his grave. And now that he's been pardoned, he's not going to go to jail for it. So it just is what it is.
Yeah, to your
and
point,
we've got to live with it and move on.
Your point about who's suffered. I mean, look, this is somebody in a nursing home. Looks to be a grandfather, grandmother.
Oh my God!
Yeah, wrapped in plastic.
I've never seen
babies
that
I mean,
before.
this happened all over the country.
Oh, goodness.
What we did to people. Do you remember the kids that were trying to play the tuba in the band, and they were all in these little outhouses to play their instruments? Literally retarded. Like, I mean, that's what we did at the advice of people like him and Scarf Lady. So yeah, but again, nothing is going to happen. Here is Rand Paul and Anthony Fauci's attorney that was kicked out of the hearing.
But the attorneys are not recognized. In fact, the attorney was told not to sit at the table, and he's not obeying that recommendation. There's a row behind you, sir. That's where you were told to sit, and you're not. And now you're disrupting the proceedings. And so, look, this is the way Anthony Fauci wants to be remembered, for a lawyer not listening to the rules. That's the way you want to be remembered, and that's what you're going to do. You are not recognized, sir. Security, please remove him from the room.
He doesn't even have a microphone in front of him to talk.
And he's like, "Oh, you're going to let me answer your question?" No, that's not what this is for. And then, of course, the Democrats, they're gonna make what they did. But again, just more context here. Remember when we were all told, to get the vaccine, and you had, people like James Corden out there singing Anthony Fauci's praises.
Anthony Fauci. Look at my head.
Anyway, this is what we are subjected to.
It's time to make new memories once you got the vaccine.
Once you got the vaccine, we were subjected to a level of propaganda that, I hope you're right. I hope never again. But I mean, just look around. You look at the propaganda that's still out there. But in terms of the pipeline of the government into these private TV companies, news media, everything. I mean, it was all lockstep. It was a switch was flipped, and we were in the midst of really a total communistic system that we didn't even know was being built. People warned that it was being built right under our noses, and now we're in the midst, and tomorrow we're going to do a show on this. We're going to do a show on flock cameras and the data centers, because people are starting to connect the dots, and the amount of flock cameras that have been put up across this country since January of 2025 versus what was 2024, it's taken off it's just been exponential. Then you think, well, now we got to have these data centers, and with the data centers, they have the computing power, arguably, is what some people say. And the reason we're speculating is because nobody really tells us what the data centers are for. They're going to have the computing power to essentially monitor in real time everything that these flock cameras are seeing. And, by the way, they tell you what they're doing in plain sight, because the name of these cameras are literally flock, meaning we are livestock to our overlords, to our government overlords.
Bah.
And the next time you say it won't happen again, it won't have to happen again. They are erecting a system, Eric, where the next time it happens, whether it's a pandemic or whatever it is, they won't have to get the public's cooperation, because they did. In large capacity, they did. They got a lot of the public's cooperation with the masking and with all of that stuff. And to your point, I don't think they'll do it again in as much as they did. There won't be as much
Not in our lifetime.
Voluntary participation. Yeah. So now they have the ability to force you to do it, force you to stay at home. Whether it's debanking you or, we are literally building the surveillance state right in front of us right now in the name of public safety.
We'll see.
Anyway. Then, of course, we had.
I hope we don't see.
I hope we don't see either. Of course, we have. I'm muting a lot of this because, we'll get some sort of Paramount.
Oh, there he is.
NBC, CBS, whatever, strike. against this. The vaccine and all this stuff. Get your shot, get your booster. And Jake Beckett says, today is like Christmas for every GOP politician and influencer. Viral, to your point and Matt Walsh's point, viral clips raining from the sky, and the base will eat it up. And best of all, absolutely nothing will happen.
Yeah.
On the idea that nothing will happen, here's President Trump's Truth Social. This is what he posted early this morning. It is July 29th, correct. Okay. He says, many more people died of COVID under the Biden administration than under the Trump administration. Operation Warp Speed was a spectacular success. Now, maybe there's people in this audience that believe that, and I get there's really no way to know what the truth would be because there's no way to test it, right? You can't go back in time and do something else and see what the results are. We only have the results that we have based on the decisions that were made. But as we get further and further away from 2020, there surely are not more people that are saying that Operation Warp Speed was a spectacular success. It doesn't feel like it was a spectacular success to me, in particular because somebody like Anthony Fauci, who I believe is a criminal and has committed crimes against humanity, again, nothing is going to happen to this guy. But the president goes on. He says, in fact, many say one of the most successful things ever done by an American president, meaning Operation Warp Speed. He says, I overrode Fauci on this. His ideas were crazy. Also, I said from the beginning that the virus came from the Wuhan laboratory in China. Fauci strongly disagreed, always trying to protect China. I inherited Fauci. And by the way, I think trying to protect China is also trying to protect the United States government's own involvement in creating this thing in the first place. But he goes on, I inherited Fauci, who was there since the 1980s, but with each passing day relied less and less on him. He made too many bad calls, like on masks. Remember, at the beginning, he was anti-masker, then he switched to a super-masker. In any event, I didn't let him shut the country down, although he wanted to. I went the Federalist way and let the governors decide. The Republican governors did a much better job than the Democrats. Fauci was largely taken out of play, and then along came Sleepy Joe Biden, who made Fauci a king. I called Biden to tell him Fauci was no good, either didn't have a clue or was dishonest. The call was well received, but sadly not acted on. Biden went on to give Fauci vast destructive power. And he says the rest is history, President Donald J. Trump. Well, you know, and this is the thing. This is, I think, a disconnect with a lot of people that, you know, lived through Operation Warp Speed. You know, maybe you out there disagree. But one of the issues with this is that in 2021, Cernovich reminds us that President Trump gave Fauci a presidential commendation for their efforts in Operation Warp Speed. Here is President Trump earlier today after the hearings talking about the news of the day with Anthony Fauci appearing before Senator Rand Paul's committee.
Mr. President, thank you. Dr. Fauci invoked the Fifth Amendment more than 100 times today. Yes, Senator Rand Paul said he's going to hold a vote on holding him in contempt of Congress. Do you think Dr. Fauci should face repercussions for this?
Well, I watched the whole thing today, but more importantly, I was a part of the whole Fauci. I inherited Fauci. He was here from the 1980s, so I had him for a period of time. And I disagreed with him on a lot. I would have had to close down the whole country if I listened to him. I went the Federalist way, which is basically let the governors decide. And generally speaking, the Republican governors did very well. The Democrat governors did not very well. But Fauci wanted to have nobody wearing masks, if you remember, and then everybody had to wear 5 masks, as many masks as you could get. I mean, made a lot of mistakes. And he wasn't a big factor for me. He was a very big factor for Biden. And if you remember, even though we were prime time in terms of that whole disaster of COVID, fewer in the Trump administration than in the Biden administration. We ran it well. Operation Warp Speed was talked about as being one of the great success stories anywhere in the world, actually. And we did a good job. But many more people died under Biden than died in the Trump administration from COVID. COVID was a disaster, but Fauci did not help.
Mr. President, do you think that the DOJ should reopen the investigation into the auto pen, specifically pertaining to Fauci?
Well, the only thing you can really think about is the auto pen, because the most powerful thing the president has, they say, is the power of pardon. So he was pardoned by Biden. And I respect that. I know how powerful it is. It's a very powerful, they say it's literally the most powerful thing a president has. Now, whether or not I sign my things directly, always, almost everything I sign directly. You're witness to many of them. He signed very few. The only thing I know that he signed was Hunter Biden's pardon. But I'm not sure that he signed, he probably didn't sign this one. So I can't tell you what the law is. I've heard that you have to have a lot of proof. You need to have letters. You need to have all sorts of things that the person operating the auto pen has to know exactly what it's all about. He didn't know what it was about because I saw him testify. So maybe there's something on the auto pen. Other than that, the power of pardon is very powerful.
So that's that then. This is what it sounds like. I mean, I don't. The DOJ's already said they're basically dropping the auto pen scandal months and months ago. So, I don't even know what Fox News is running right now, but you presume Fox News is running the events of this hearing all day today, and yet we already know, just based on that clip that you heard, that the pardon is going to be respected, and Anthony Fauci just has to put up with being the subject of ridicule and mockery and shame the rest of his life, but won't actually pay for the crimes I believe he committed. There won't even be, an attempt to investigate that or convince a jury of his peers otherwise. I mean, this is the state of things. And so you really think about it. Last week, we saw a white woman be sentenced to 200 days of community service and a $1,000 fine for using the N-word directed towards a child. Anthony Fauci is going to live out the rest of his days a free man.
He's 85, too, so you got to consider that. He's 85 years old. It just is what it is, right? There's nothing is going to be done, and you just have to accept that.
I know. I mean, I know that's what we're being asked to do.
I've said this many times before. When you bank on people going out in handcuffs as this is what the justice that has to happen, you are going to be disappointed in folks in Washington, D.C.
Every single time.
Every single time.
And yet they will continue to come and ask for your vote to do the same. Piggybacking off of our conversation 2 days ago about socialism and how is screaming socialism really the winning message to allow the Republicans to maintain control of Congress, I'm skeptical. I don't really think it is.
You mean screaming communism?
They're screaming communism or socialism, either one. I don't really think that's going to be the winning message because you are in power. You can go after the communists and socialists now, right now. You could have made the modern iteration of the Democratic Party as is expressed, whether it's through the big people like George Soros that fund pallets of bricks or being dropped off or whatever. You could have done that because you are in power. You could have already passed a bill outlawing genital mutilation of kids and calling it health care. You haven't done that. And so it's very difficult.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult proposition when all you have is the big, beautiful bill, which everybody has forgotten about. And because it was so big and so beautiful, because it's so large, it's very tough. I mean, you just think, the BBB. I mean, I don't know what was in the BBB. Specifically, I know they got a lot of money for Border Patrol. They got them a lot of money to secure the border. I know they got that. But aside from that, I mean, because it's so large,
there's a lot of tax reductions. In that bill,
tax reductions. Yeah. That's true. That's true. Here's Rand Paul about the idea of looking. I think he's going to talk about. Is there anything that can be done about Anthony Fauci?
That's the vote that will happen in committee next week. It will be in contempt of Congress. We believe that with his liability, his immunity from criminal liability, that he didn't need to hide behind the Fifth Amendment, and that maybe the Fifth Amendment doesn't attach when you have a pardon in place. That'll be a legal question, but the question on contempt will be voted on, and then there's a question of whether or not the Department of Justice will take that up. I've recommended before for his criminal prosecution, and neither the Biden DOJ nor the Trump DOJ have taken it up. All I can do is recommend prosecution. I can't initiate a prosecution.
But do you think be clear, everyone has
Did you find anything incriminating in the diary entries?
I think to me there's a lot of interest. Obviously, that he was using 8 personnel in NIH to advocate for monetary rewards. And when there was a question of the monetary rewards, he was responding, we have to get to yes on this. And it's not an insignificant amount of money. We're not talking about a $100 award and a dinner certificate.
So, yeah, I mean, all of this is, the vote he's talking about is contempt of Congress.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Even if that flies and the DOJ goes after him for that, that's up to maximum 1 year in jail. 1 year in jail. So, again, 7 million people dead across the
Like I said
planet.
earlier, Fauci had half a dozen Harvey Specters behind him that would never allow him to see the inside of a prison cell for 1 minute.
I think it's really sad, too, though,
year.
because the other thing here is the reason you punish people for crimes they commit, especially when you're in a position of authority and power. Rob reminding us that he was the highest paid employee in all of the government, is so that you create a poster child for other people to never do that again.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, if you are a conniving sociopath, that in Fauci's case, I think a lot of these guys, because they're not Christians, are terrified of dying. So they have a totally different view of to them to die is not to gain, as the Bible says. For Christians, to die is actually to gain. If you're one of these people in government and you're looking at this, you're like, man, I can continue with this whole project. I can continue with this entire way of thinking. I can have contempt for the majority of Americans. I can lead like an intellectual who knows better how to live the lives of an individual than they live themselves. I can presume that authority. I can take that authority. I can do all of that. I can even get rich in the process. And at the end of the day, even if I'm dumb enough to be caught, if I'm arrogant enough to be caught, I'm only going to be hauled in front of Congress and ridiculed. I'm still going to keep my wealth, and I'm still going to keep my reputation with the left that, thinks that this is just some sort of witch hunt because they still worship you as some sort of scientific, God in a white coat. So I don't have. There's nothing positive about what happened today, in my opinion. There's nothing positive because it's just a circus. It's a circus meant for our entertainment. And I mean, and I am, broadcasting. We're covering it because it's the news. Maybe this is the only thing funny about it.
5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anything you say, 5. Go ahead, ask me a question. Did you? I have a secret document that I think you need to say.
Yeah. Something to lighten the mood. Something to just shake me out of my disgust with this entire process.
Sure.
Dave Chappelle certainly can do that. Even John Fetterman throwing shade on the official narrative. How long, Eric, before John Fetterman becomes a Republican? Honest question.
He's getting pushed.
He really doesn't like how the people on the Democrat side won't support Israel. Obviously, there's people on the right that are skeptical about the Israeli-U.S. foreign policy being baked in.
I didn't see this today.
But
he put on a suit?
He actually put on a suit, which makes me also. As soon as I saw him in a suit, I thought, this guy may be about to become a Republican. Why? Because he had to know he was going to be on camera.
Hey, he can wear hoodies if he wants to come over and vote on the other side of the aisle.
Yeah, but
on everything.
All right, here's Fetterman.
It's not about much more your regrets, but I have one, and that is early on that there was the theory that the virus could have emerged from the lab, and early on that became like a right-wing kinds of theory, and I thought it seemed to make sense. Now, there was a really advanced lab that was close by, and then you have this unknown virus out. So, but that became a very partisan thing, and now it seems now it's more and more emerging theory that would have come from the lab. Now, I think that the next time our nation's facing something like this, we are not become, as I might have been, blinded by the partisan idea that.
Again, that's all the clip I have. Basically saying that he was blinded. I mean, Fetterman here is admitting I was blinded by the partisan politics of it all, and bought into the right-wing conspiracy theory that it came from a lab and it wasn't some sort of, what do they claim it was, a bat market, wet market with a pangolin, whatever, pangolin. So ridiculous.
I still have the pictures on my phone from January of 2020 when that was the narrative being pushed out, was that this farmer's market, basically, where they sell dead bats in China for people to eat, that was where everything originated from.
Mm-hmm.
That was his story. These wet markets.
Yep.
Total nonsense.
And I'm
total
lie. I'm going to throw this out there because we're going to go into
it's just a lie.
We're going to go into Ukraine, Russia later, but I'm just going to throw this out there and we can pick it up here in a minute. But if it is in fact true, I'm going to say this: if Russia and Vladimir Putin are convinced that it came from a lab in China, but the research was done in America, then it was outsourced to China. I can foresee have foreseen a future scenario where the 30 bioweapons labs that are in Ukraine do the same thing and blame the outbreak on some right across the border from Ukraine, some podunk Russian town, where they make up some story about it was poisoned caviar and the drunk Russians on vodka just didn't know how to handle the caviar and the virus sprang up from fish eggs or something. You know what I mean? Like I'm just putting that out there because a lot of people still believe that one of the reasons Vladimir Putin went into Ukraine was because of those U.S.-funded bioweapons labs and the idea of another pandemic. This time being blamed on Russia, the way our pandemic is blamed on China. And again, I'm not saying China wasn't responsible in some way, shape, or form. They don't have a monolithic government, just like we don't have a monolithic government. But only blaming China is a red herring because it absolves, and that's the whole problem with this.
Yeah.
I mean, President Trump can say, he can say, look, I did not rely on Anthony Fauci. But do you agree with that? I mean, I don't know what was going on behind closed doors, but I was there every afternoon for those press conferences, those first 2 weeks. Those first 2 weeks
at the Capitol?
With Mike Pence,
yes.
Deborah Birx in her scarf, Anthony Fauci, and Donald Trump. And we were all there. And the entire nation, is it 4 o'clock? I think it was every day at like 4 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my family, we would gather around the TV and we would listen.
Yeah.
And you know who was doing most of the talking? President Trump did most of the talking, but Anthony Fauci would always come to the podium. And he was put out there as this authority figure. And that's the guy that funded the EcoHealth Alliance that created the virus in the first place. It is literally a movie script, and he should be in jail for it. And don't even get me started on Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and the vaccine, and the spike protein, and the mRNA, and all of it. Don't even get me started on that. Because that's the other part of this, that if you crack Anthony Fauci, you also crack all of Big Pharma, because that's where it leads.
That was a little bit of a frustrating aspect of today's little conference there with President Trump taking a little bit of a victory lap for Operation Warp Speed. It was like, that opened up a lot of things because there was a vaccine, but the vaccine wasn't the thing. So Operation Warp Speed was all about getting an mRNA vaccine out to be approved as quickly as possible to treat COVID, and we, quote, opened up, unquote, faster than a lot of other countries. But that's not something to take a victory lap over, and we know that now. I mean,
Yeah.
So President Trump, like, don't use that as like a point of pride now.
But he has
the
been.
data doesn't support
and
that was valid. And Dr. Fauci and Rachel Maddow and all these others got on TV and said, and you know what's great about this vaccine is once you take it, you can't spread it and you can't get it again.
Yeah, that's right.
And then it was like, wrong. That's 100% wrong. There are people that have had it multiple times and it will still spread. So stop. But that didn't happen. This is my annual reminder of what Fauci said. This was on my phone from February.
Oh, it's a picture of bats.
February. This was the clip, the snapshot that I took and sent to my wife and other friends saying, this is the word that's coming out of D.C., is that these bat farmers markets where we have okra and corn and peaches, they have bats. And there were bats infected with this virus that's now going to plague the world. Those were the kind of messages I was sending to, because that's what the healthcare community was being told. I'm embarrassed of that now. It's frustrating. We didn't know any better. And that's why I think it's good to have this stuff going on now, because we can't say we didn't. If they try to start this crap again, we don't have an excuse. Like, we know we are sheep, but if we let something like this happen again, it's on us.
100%. And I'll just remind you, I thought of something when you were talking there. Kamala Harris in the debate with Mike Pence says, "Oh, I'm never taking Trump's vaccine. I'm never taking this vaccine." And then, of course, they get 80 million votes.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, no, take it, because Big Pharma, because this was the rollout, this was the goal, and never heard of the phrase the word myocarditis before the vaccine rollout started. So, not to mention the sudden deaths and everything else. So, but here's how the left is responding. So I was singing TMZ's praises the other day just because their DC branch has been getting some really interesting clips. But here's the Shadow of Ezra says this is Harvey Levin, who is mentioned in the Epstein files. He throws that in there. Is going to bat for Anthony Fauci today.
Anthony Fauci, over a period of decades, has been an amazing public servant. In the 80s, I had many friends who died of AIDS, a horrible, painful death. And I had friends who lived because of Anthony Fauci, because he was willing to
Brother,
look at
let me tell you something. Many people
That's a great brag right there.
Yeah, many people think that they lived in spite of Anthony Fauci and the drug that he was giving them, similar to remdesivir that actually killed people. So
experimental drugs in a different way than they had looked at them before, and that really resulted in lives saved. And he has done so many other things in his career,
like funding
to thwart
a
epidemics,
novel respiratory virus,
to save lives, not just in the United States, but all over the world. He has been a dedicated public servant.
Yeah, so there are still people on the left that are that brainwashed. Whether or not he believes that or not, there's tons of people that believe this guy
Some of
is
the
telling the
Democrats
truth.
in that hearing today were trying to desperately to give him passes and to do the whole he tried valiantly and sacrificially. He tried. He was just doing what he thought was best. He was just following the science. You know, he was just following the data.
Well, here's a portion of the clip that we do need to talk about, because as you watch this next clip, I want you to understand, like as we've talked about on the show, it's near 99% certainty nothing is going to happen to Anthony Fauci. Listen to this.
NIH funded putting aborted babies' fingers and scalps off the heads of aborted babies and putting them into the backs of research mice. The scalps later grew fine baby hair in the mice. They even included those disgusting photos in their research paper that you funded. Not all of those were research on coronaviruses, but some were. Thankfully, the current NIH director has said no more
Literally,
of this.
Fauci looks like a comic book villain right here. I'm just throwing that out there.
He's Dr. Doom.
Dr. Fauci, yes or no? Do you think that human aborted parts should be put into mice for coronavirus research?
The advice of counsel, I
I
respect.
would have actually loved to get that. I would have loved to have actually gotten an answer on that. These people are Dr. Frankenstein. Like we were listening to people give us life advice day to day, how to live your life day to day in a pandemic by people that are funding the most grotesque experience and really experiments that saying that they devalue human life is an understatement. But you mentioned earlier, we're sheep and the whole flock camera thing, like that this is really how they look at humanity. They look at humanity as that they are superior. They are superior to us, and we are their subjects. We are their lab subjects. And the lack of real clinical testing on that vaccine, the truth of the matter is the rollout of the vaccine to the public was the clinical trial of the technology. And that's being charitable because, there's obviously many other people that think that all of the ailments were the feature, not the bug, that was the point of the vaccine.
And now there's plenty of people like me, and I'm just going to go ahead and throw this out. I know we got yourself and a lot of other audience members that were completely anti-vax, and I want to say I respect that, but I had to take it. I had to take it so that I could go into hospitals and do my job every day. I didn't have a choice. I guess technically I did, but I loved what I do. I love my job. And so now I have one initial vaccine and 2 boosters in me. And there are days where I wake up and I'm just wondering, like, I don't have a history of, bad illnesses in my family. I don't have any pre-existing conditions right now and consider myself fairly healthy. But I look at the rest of my life, I will wonder if someday something will happen to me and I won't have been prepared for it and I couldn't have done anything to prevent it other than make a different decision, or years ago in my career.
Wow.
So it's a tough reality for a lot of people, and I do have colleagues and friends that are suffering from heart conditions that they have no business suffering from because it's not in their history.
Yeah.
It's not like grandma and granddad and my parents had it either. They're just like, why the heck am I having heart problems right now? I'm 52 or I'm 38.
Do they correlate it to the shot? Most of them?
They're never going to be able to have that documented yet.
No. What I meant is, in their opinion, do they say, I think this was the shot?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. So they don't have like a scientific correlation. It's just
it is a sobering reality too, because there is no other explanation that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, Eric, first of all, man, thank you for sharing that because I know that it can be stigmatized or whatever, but there are millions of people just like you, as you said, that did it to keep their job, and now I'm thankful that you are as healthy as you are right now, and of course none of us are guaranteed tomorrow in any context. I mean, I know of a minister that does mission work overseas, and in order to go do this mission work, he does it a couple times a year. Mm-hmm. In order to go do this, he had to take the shot, and he weighed it, and he said, "You know what? I think I'm supposed to still continue being a missionary overseas." And so he weighed it and said, "I'm going to get it," and so he got it. Thankfully, so far he's okay too.
Yeah.
So, but that is not the case for everybody. That's for sure. Guys, sound off in the comments. Tell us what you think. We're going to reset here, take a break. I know you've got to get out of here in about 30 minutes. I want to talk a little bit more about Russia and Ukraine and what happened yesterday with Lindsey Graham's funeral. Some people are speculating, will we look back on yesterday and will we understand that it was the beginning of World War III? I know that sounds hyperbolic or sensational, but it is something that I'm actually considering. So we'll talk about it. I'll lay out my reasoning when we come back. This is the Paul Herrell Program. Don't go anywhere. Back in a minute.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red Vive.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or Red Vive works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So if folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
Now for the lowest price ever. Kings, $19.98. Queens, only $18.98. And Giza Dream Bed Sheets, the best sheets in history, for as low as $29.98. Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you, what a concept, now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But that's not all. Order right now and we'll ship your order absolutely free.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the Mush Puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about 1.5 years ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for being with us, broadcasting from the great state of Arkansas. I want to remind everybody that the Paul Herrell Program is powered by Healing Veterans Project, and you need to go to healingveteransproject.us if you want to contribute. We're trying to give veterans red light panels. Photobiomodulation, real medicine that works a lot better, I think, than getting veterans hooked on opioids and that sort of thing. the VA will readily prescribe that, but they won't allow doctors, who have prescribed this stuff to veterans. They won't pay for the panels. So we figured, hey, well, we'll just we'll launch a charity and we'll let other people do it for them. You can scan the QR code. That's what I recommend you doing. Scan that QR code on your screen, and it'll take you to the donation platform where you can donate monthly. It's tax deductible. You'll get an email with your tax deductible letter. You can do it monthly, yearly, annually, one time, whatever you want. And if you're a business owner or you know of a business owner, please give them my information. We're trying to partner with businesses, retail businesses, that at their point of sale, we can come alongside you and say, hey, will you donate $1 to Healing for Veterans? And we would love to talk to you about that. We can make that happen, and there's a couple different ways we can do it. And so if you're interested, please email me, paul@healingveteransproject.us. That's paul@healingveteransproject.us. You see it there on your screen. And again, if you want to donate, scan the QR code and become part of this movement that is literally lighting the path for veterans to heal and deal with their chronic pain, their fatigue, their nerve pain, their, I think, even anxiety, PTSD. So check it out. Eric is in seat number 3 with me today. Eric, man, I really appreciate you opening up. I appreciate you being a part of the conversation.
Great conversation so far, man.
I want to transition from
tough day.
What's going on in Fauci. Yeah, it's a tough day with the whole Fauci situation. I want to transition from that to talk about World War III, though. We've been covering this for a while, and but only in the last couple of days did we cover the fact that Laura Loomer, who is a conservative influencer on the right, who has been a staunch critic of Ukraine for the last several years, specifically under Biden and giving all of our money to Ukraine, she has gone on a basically an apology and promotional tour in Ukraine, sitting down with Volodymyr Zelensky, sitting down with, hang on one second, this door right here bothers me, it's in the shot, sitting down with this general.
That's my fault.
Andrei Belitsky. I mean, just doing everything she can to talk about how amazing Ukraine is and how now we got to fight Russia. And so it's obvious that there is a effort of front to get, at a bare minimum, to get Republicans on board with funding Volodymyr Zelensky and fighting Russia. Now, this is happening with the background being that Ukraine reportedly attacked a Iranian vessel. Iran is saying they're going to respond. This is also happening at a time where the entire Middle East is attacking one another. We now have Yemen and the Saudi Arabia back at it. We have Iran launching missiles at the base in Jordan. We have people saying we've got to have ground troops, that it's just the only way. There are still people out there that want us to just nuke Iran. Again, a country of 7 million Christians, 92 million people, 7 million Christians. They're saying no, it'll just be Pickaxe Mountain. Anyway, it would be absolutely crazy if we wake up one day and we go back and we listen to the campaign of 2024 where we all can agree there's a reason Nikki Haley didn't get the nomination. If we wake up one day and there's been a nuclear bomb dropped on Iran, I don't know how. I think you're in the history books for the wrong reasons at that point, not the reasons that we would want. So I think it's a very real deal. What I am now seeing, though, is a potential where, and I have always linked these two together. You can go back and watch the shows that I did. I've always linked peace between Ukraine and Russia with peace in the Middle East, especially going into 2024 and into 2025. I always thought, man, if there is peace between Russia, that's why there is such a deep state NATO allergy to peace between Russia and Ukraine, because those same influences want, in my opinion, the same influences that want war, I've always said this, between Russia and Ukraine to continue in some never-ending war, are the same people that think a 20-year war in Iran would be a good thing as well. And I've always said this. And I always thought that there would not be a war break out of the Middle East if there could be peace secured. Now you got to go back and remember that in Donald Trump's first year, he made peace between Vladimir Putin, Russia, and Ukraine a top priority, and there were several attempts to get it done, and I believe it was sabotaged at every turn. And now there's a movement to get us to support it, somehow to inject this into the MAGA internet sphere. And I don't think it's going to work at all because, I mean, we all know that the problems that we have with Zelensky in Ukraine, which is this uniparty money laundering depot that we send money to, and it gets, I think, siphoned to European countries. I think it's even what helps them rig their own elections in Europe. I don't think Europe has leaders that actually represent the people at all. This is just my opinion, but it's the truth. And you look at Europe and you look at NATO and you look at how communistic they are, you look at how godless they are, you look at how they arrest people for social media posts. It is insane. I was hoping the one silver lining we got out of the Israel-Iran-American conflict would be Donald Trump slamming NATO for not helping, and maybe we would leave NATO. There appears to be an effort to stop any of those discussions and tie it all in together and just have us a good old-fashioned World War III. And really, when it comes to the Ukraine-Russia thing, we'll basically be picking up where we left off in World War II, actually dealing with the Soviets instead of using them. Of course, they're no longer the Soviet Union. That's another thing. You got to wonder, and I know I'm going on a rant here, but you got to wonder, as people are souring on this war between Israel and Iran and America, which they are, and many people like me, I was never for it to begin with. I voted for Trump because I thought this wasn't going to happen. You got to wonder if they're saying, you know what, we got to get it into the people on the right's minds that Russia today is the same Soviet Union that inspired movies like Rocky IV and Red Dawn. We got to bring the 1980s back. And we gotta do this because if we can keep that war going, then it'll bleed over into the Middle East war, and we can actually remove Iran as a regional power. Well, you and I both know, we've talked about this ad nauseum, or at least I believe in the people that I've talked to, you can't remove Iran as a regional power without ground troops or nuclear weapons. I don't think it's possible. So we're talking about thousands of American lives to be able to do this, and this is not what I didn't sign up for anything, but this is not what I voted for.
By the way, can we just keep the movie conversation going too? Let's add Hunt for Red October.
Yes.
Let's add Rambo 2
Yes.
because actually it was the Russians
really
that were the ones.
I'm not familiar
with the POW camps.
I'm familiar with
Rambo 2.
Okay, I'm familiar with First Blood more so than I am the Rambo sequels.
Yeah, I mean the list could go on and
Some
on.
things
and
don't
on.
react too well to bullets.
One ping only, please.
One ping only. Yeah, so you're exactly right. So that's
the movie when I was a kid I learned what defecting is.
Oh, really?
Oh, he's going to defect. Oh, Captain Ramius is going to defect. Oh, boy. He's going to come over to the USA.
Were we talking about the actor that just passed away?
Right.
The first
Dr. Grant from Jurassic Park.
Yeah,
Sam Neill.
Sam Neill, right.
Yeah,
he's in that movie.
I would like to have seen Montana. I'm sorry. That was a bad one.
No, I like
Should've
it.
picked a better
No,
line.
I like it. I really do.
Really.
I like it. It's anything lightening the mood right now. Got to be a black pill bulimic with me. We need to vomit up the black pill and take the white pill, everybody.
At least we have
God
our
is
great
in control.
80s and 90s movies.
Yeah, and those are great movies
to enjoy.
But
geopolitics, the Russians were always the bad guys.
Yeah, and geopolitics is changed.
Yeah.
You know, geopolitics is different now.
Yeah.
Not to say that Russia's, a benign power or anything. They're not. But they also have way more nuclear weapons than Iran. Like, even if Iran has a nuclear weapon, which some people speculate they do, even if they were to get a nuclear weapon, it would be a very small one compared to Russia's massive nuclear weapons. What in the world are we doing? So let me throw this up on the screen here.
Yeah.
This is from The Last Refuge, Sundance Conservative Treehouse. Laura Loomer writes this. First, we'll get it. She says, in the frontline city of Kharkiv, Ukraine, I just met the renowned general Andrei Beletsky, founder of the Azov Battalion. Now, the Azov Battalion is the Nazi battalion that everybody on the right in the Biden administration were saying, hey, we know these guys are Nazis. Matter of fact, I believe there is credible reporting to suggest that there were members of the Azov Battalion on the ground in Charlottesville during the Very Fine People hoax. There's actual evidence out there, it's not necessarily conclusive, that Azov was there to make it more white supremacist than it was.
What?
I'm not even joking. I'm not joking. You can go look this stuff up, folks. So anyway, the founder. So she used to call the Volodymyr Zelensky a Nazi, and now she's saying the Azov Battalion, which was in the news about being a Nazi organization, the commander of the 3rd Army Corps in Ukraine. Combat operations against Russia are ongoing just 30 kilometers from Kharkiv in Russia. Now, the Last Refuge points out that General Andriy Beletsky was convicted and sentenced to prison for attempting to murder an investigative journalist who wrote about the rise of fascism in Ukraine. But after the armed Maidan coup in Ukraine in 2014, Beletsky was released. And then he founded the Nazi Azov Battalion. Loomer now advocates for him. Now, why in the world would she be doing this and have such an about face in her positions? Well, she is a staunch supporter of war in the Middle East and getting rid of Iran. She's a staunch supporter of that. And so just on that alone, there is an affront to somehow tie these two. I always think they have been tied together, but I thought it was in terms of peace. No, they're now being tied together to basically encompass everybody. That's why now Iran and Ukraine are engaged in kinetic activities against one another. Again, Viva Frey, who's very skeptical of Laura Loomer, saying, in fairness, I must ask directly at Laura Loomer, is this AI? Here is Laura Loomer at a drone factory. I think she said that this wasn't AI, but she's essentially, well, let's see. Let's listen here, see if we can pipe this in through the systems here.
Against authoritarianism, we're going to deploy the drone to the front lines so that it can be used to kill Russians. So rest in peace, Senator Lindsey Graham, a defender for freedom and liberty all around the world.
So Lindsey was at a drone factory, the official narrative is, before he flew home and had a heart attack and passed away. Now Laura Loomer's over there doing an apology tour in Ukraine. Again, Lindsey Graham, huge proponent of war. We know this. This is all connected, folks. This is all.
Wow.
And very well could all be a reaction where the catalyst was the sudden death of Lindsey Graham. And I don't know that for a fact, but boy, this all feels like a giant psyop to me. A giant psyop. And so now what are we doing? In honor of Lindsey Graham, in honor of his life, the United States Congress is now passing new sanctions against Russia that Lindsey Graham wanted passed. Alexander Stubbs says Lindsey Graham and Richard Blumenthal, I love to say his name because I refuse to pronounce it correctly, because Blumenthal sounds like a nice pack of cigarettes.
Blumenthal is such a tool.
Richard Blumenthal, in his sanctions package, moves forward in the Senate with a clear bipartisan majority, 86-12. It was an honor to participate in the discussions with President Zelensky and the senators. So Zelensky and Benjamin Netanyahu were both at the White House yesterday meeting with President Trump. I believe they met separately, but who knows? Officially, they met separately. Who knows? Okay? There is something going on here, folks, is what I'm trying to tell you. Jack Basovic writes, Zelensky clearly wants to get the U.S. to escalate the conflict in Iran to us into direct conflict with Russia by combining these military efforts. And then here is a snippet of President Trump and Sean Hannity at the funeral of Lindsey Graham yesterday. See if you notice anything.
He was extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never saw a war that he didn't like. Only his true friends would understand that, but he wanted it for the good of our country.
Lindsey, he was often unfairly characterized as a warmonger. I've heard that false criticism a lot. It's not true. The truth was the opposite. Lindsey desperately wanted and talked to the president about a lasting peace in the Middle East. He wanted every region, every country in the region on that path to peace. That was Lindsey's dream, if people would only listen to what he had been saying.
He was extremely hawkish. I will tell you, he never...
Yikes.
It was the best of times and the worst of times.
Think about the yin and yang.
The tale of two cities. Ladies and gentlemen,
jeez.
Kudos to Trump for just like saying the truth about Lindsey and how he loved war. versus Hannity, who, good grief, man, how do you even? I mean, I know you're trying to respect a guy that you knew and were friends with, but come on, don't try to rewrite history. That's ridiculous. You're never going to convince. Like, nobody's like, well, I thought Lindsey Graham was a warmonger, but then I listened to Sean Hannity's speech and I realized I was wrong. He was for peace. I mean, seriously, right? Like, why even put that in there? Why not say something else? I don't know. Like,
Poor Sean. That's terrible.
Oh, man. So yeah, I don't know. What do you think about that? I mean, what do you think about this idea of tying it together? We could look back on the funeral of Lindsey Graham, coincidentally, not ironically, but kicking off World War III, because you had Bibi, you had Zelensky, and now you've got this combined with this weird social media tour that Laura Loomer's doing, trying to rehabilitate the image of Volodymyr Zelensky to MAGA, is so strange.
There's going to be a tipping point. We talk about this all the time.
Yeah.
There are tipping points. And there's going to be... Remember when we got that fake AI video where when we first saw it, we're like, oh my goodness, did they just bomb and kill Zelensky?
Yeah. We thought,
remember?
Yeah, I remember that.
It's like, it's going to take something like that. And I mean, 5,000 people are dying a week over there if President Trump's numbers are correct.
Yep.
I mean, over the course of 4 years, what's that?
Oh, it's
a million 40,000 people.
It's millions of Russians, but it's way more Ukrainians. It's just so many dead.
So many people. Eventually, there will reach a tipping point, and it'll be like, okay, like something's going to give, and something big's going to happen, and then the dominoes will really fall.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely
we'll have to
think you're
figure out
right.
what our response is. What are we going to do?
Right. I know. I think you're right.
How are we going to get involved? We can't. We're not going to play it like FDR did in World War II, and just sit back patiently and wait for us to take a hit. So I don't know.
Hang on one second. I'm looking up something that I meant to pull for the show about this. Yeah, here it is. This is actually where I got this. So a friend of the show, Brian Norris, who was on last week, he posted this on Facebook. And if you haven't listened to that podcast with Brian Norris, you need to go back and listen to it, especially when we did talk about his run for Secretary of State. But we talked about, when we got into the Iran war thing, him being a former, retired active duty, he was active duty for years, like, he really knows his stuff and was able to talk about this in an intelligent way. Yeah. So he posted 9 hours ago. He says, "Are we going to look back and say yesterday will be known as the start of World War III? I'm not fear-mongering. This is a solid question to ask based on the landscape. World wars do not suddenly start. They creep in very slowly. Usually it's well after the start when we recognize it for what it is, a war." Yeah, right. I mean, that was true. I think that was definitely true of the Civil War. When we say that the Civil War started historically, nobody was calling it a Civil War.
Right.
It wasn't until a long time after, in the midst of the conflict, that they said this. He says, yesterday, Trump, Zelensky, and Netanyahu all met at the White House. All three have been involved in semi-isolated regional conflicts. That was until this past weekend when Ukraine struck Iranian vessels in the Caspian Sea. In the Caspian Sea were not linked. Now they definitely are, based on public statements from all sides. So we now currently have the USA, Ukraine, Russia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Israel, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, and Yemen, all involved in kinetic operations that have now crossed lines into one conflict. And don't forget North Korea. They have troops staged in Belarus, apparently thereby pushing this from Eurasia into Asia proper. It does not appear any de-escalation will happen soon. In fact, with the Houthis bombing of the Saudis' main refineries, which is further straining global oil supply, one can surmise a forced escalation will be in the works. So what does this even mean for us? Was this the plan and hence the mandatory draft, ? There are some reports out there that there's some sort of AI push to figure out how to best mobilize quickly, AI getting our young people to be drafted. Is this where $5 trillion in debt was spent since Trump was elected to prepare for this eventuality? Is this why, for the first time since World War II, the USA is negative debt to GDP? I don't know, but when objectively looking at the geopolitical landscape, the only thing I can see is a major global war, which I hope and pray never happens. if you hear me say anything today, pray for our country and pray for peace. Pray for peace. Pray for peace. But I will say this, and I don't know anything really. I haven't looked into much of the reports about a potential draft or whatever. I mean, I know you automatically get registered for it now, whereas when we were growing up, Eric, you had to go register with the Selective Service. I believe you're automatically registered for it now. I will say this. Everything I know, the limited military contacts that I do have, everything I know says we do not have the manpower to wage a giant land campaign. We just don't. We haven't been putting our money into the Army the way you would need to if you were going to do a Desert Storm or in Iraq or Afghanistan. We haven't been doing that. And so if we were to get involved with boots on the ground, past what we already have, which would just be small incursions. This is one of the things Brian Norris said. We don't really have the ability with supply chain and our whole mentality to get in there and stay for a long time, but you could send ground troops in and you could hit them in the mouth real hard, kill everybody, and come home, and then do it again, then do it again, then do it again, then do it again. You could do that. Obviously, I think you would also have loss of life when that happens because that's what it's what happens when you put soldiers on the ground. People die quicker. But if you really did want some massive campaign, you would have to have a draft at this point because of the state of our forces today. And you look at Russia, you look at Iran that's got 1 million men. You look at Russia that has, what do they have? How many troops? Do they have 1 million people right now? Does Russia have the largest active army on the battlefield since World War II? They have it right now.
Huge.
So, I mean, if you're looking at that and you actually want to go nose to nose, but how do you do that without nuclear bomb? How do you do that without scorching the sky and literally destroying everything? This is crazy talk. This is crazy talk if this is legitimately being considered. But my point is my only point with the whole draft, I don't know if that's real or not, but all I'm saying is if you do decide to wage a giant war, you have to have the draft. Because we don't have the manpower that we once did, because everything's gone towards Air Force drones and that sort of thing. Not enough to drones, as we're finding out. Not enough at drones. We're finding out real quick, fighting this new wave of warfare, that spending all our money on aircraft carriers that can't even get close enough into the country we want to attack has not been a good idea. Is not with the topography of Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, it's not conducive.
Yeah.
So I don't know. We pray for peace. Pray for peace. Pray that all of the talking points that we heard in the 2024 election about ending wars, ending forever wars, slamming the neocons, slamming their hubris. Pray that resonates and we don't do this. Eric, I'll give you the last word, sir.
We got to give President Trump credit. He has ended how many wars?
Okay. Yeah,
I mean,
he did
on smaller scales.
Yeah.
He always brings up the Congo and a few other places. And I don't mean to take away from.
Well, you did have India and Pakistan.
I don't take away from his ability to be very diplomatic and to be forceful and engaging in those conversations for peace. And I think he should be nominated for and is being nominated for the Peace Prize, and I think he should win it. But
really, hang on.
He really has to get.
You think he should win it at this point? That's a bold statement right there.
I mean, the nominations were in based on what he had
previously done.
Yeah. Now that you went in and
sorry, I just showed Rob's empty Clint Eastwood chair. My bad. I forgot.
Now that he's slamming Iran. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I appreciate you being on the show.
Sure.
I always appreciate you being with us.
Great conversation.
And we'll catch you again the next time.
God bless you.
Yeah, absolutely, folks. I'm going to reset here. Going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a moment. This is the Paul Herrell Program.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
Now for the lowest price ever. Kings, $19.98. Queens, only $18.98. And Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, for as low as $29.98. Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But that's not all. Order right now and we'll ship your order absolutely free.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba, so we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club, and we just really appreciate the healthy food that they make so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back, folks. Thanks so much for being with us. It's a privilege, honor, pleasure to be with you. Broadcasting from the state of Arkansas. And I say it still loud and clear, maybe not clear, but brisket prices are still too high. They're still too high. So I don't even care really what happens anymore with geopolitics. Obviously, I don't want more war. I want peace. We got a lot of stuff domestically that's falling apart here in this country that we got to deal with. But I don't really care about any of that. I'm totally selfish. All I want is brisket at like $2.98 a pound. I mean, is that too much to ask? I mean, I'd rather have it at $1.98 a pound, but can we get brisket back down to under $3 a pound? Is that possible? Anybody out there? Come on. We can lead a movement just on that. I think we could. Will the barbecue coalition, the American Barbecue Coalition, needs to be the next political party, and we will unite the lovers of smoked meats out there. Yes, we will marginalize the vegetarians, some of them, and maybe even the pescatarians. But who cares about them? I want my brisket below $3 a pound. Come on, we can do this. We can do this. Matter of fact, we need our own T-shirts. We need it all. We need to go after the meat packers, what they're doing to our farmers. That, by the way, is a real grand conspiracy that needs to be dealt with. You talk about arrests. We need to arrest those people. What are they doing? All because of environmental social governance and them, they want us to eat lab-grown meat. We all know this. This isn't a conspiracy. They want you to eat lab-grown meat. Some people think you're already eating lab-grown meat that's being advertised as normal and organic and actually from an animal. But some people, have you seen those videos on TikTok where they pick at the steak or the chicken? You're like, yeah, that does look like it's some sort of 3D printed Dr. Frankenstein monstrosity that, you know what, I wouldn't be surprised if it's all said and done, we find out that it was actually Anthony Fauci who was behind all of that. Not just Bill Gates, but Anthony Fauci. So, anyway, some of your comments. Eileen Jimenez, love your show, Paul. Well, I appreciate that, Eileen. Dave 357 Mag, brisket, yes. That's exactly right. I mean, look, I grew up eating pork shoulder, Boston butts, love it. But at some point in my barbecue career, I decided to aim for higher peaks. And that's not to say that there's not any skill involved in cooking some good, pork ribs, spare ribs, baby backs, or a good pork shoulder. There's techniques in that. There's different ways to do it, and I admire them all. But brisket was and is the pinnacle achievement for a lot of reasons. Beef is superior. It just is the flavor of beef. But that particular cut, it's not an easy cut to make taste good. It's not. Pork is much easier to make taste good than a beef brisket. When you have these two muscles that come together, divided by the decal, you've got to find a way to get them done around the same time, and you got to baby it, and it's fun. It's fun to learn. So it's all made a lot easier now that you have these pellet smokers. You guys know this. Made a lot easier now that you have the pellet stuff, which I respect. If you want to get a pellet smoker, get a pellet smoker. I respect that 100%, I still have a stick burner, a very large stick burner, and love it. Love everything about it. Love having to understand what it is to, maintain a fire, clean smoke versus dirty smoke. All of that stuff. I love it all. And I owe it thanks to a lot of great YouTubers that have come and they're very successful. One of them being Mad Scientist Barbecue, Jeremy Yoder. That guy knows his stuff. Also, Brad over at Chud's Barbecue. You got to put in Aaron Franklin in there too. I think he was really the OG guy when I was heard about this thing called the brisket. And this was probably, I've been married 18 years, so this was 17 years. The first year of my marriage, you can ask my wife, it was difficult. It's like something clicked in me. I got married. I have a wife. And all of a sudden, something clicked in me, and I just had this desire to cook out, to grill out every single Saturday, and and it was terrible. I was horrible at it. I wasn't looking up YouTube. I was going, but based on what I had learned, from my grandfather and from my father, who, in their own right, they definitely know how to cook some ribs and do some barbecue chicken. I mean, in their own right, very, very good, but they weren't ever doing it indirectly. It was more direct heat type of chicken where the coals are way down below. And that's some of the best stuff you can get, by the way, when the fat renders and hits the coals and you get that smell. I mean, and that's really what a lot of the South over there, and these people over in the Carolinas where they cook the whole pig, that's how they do it, and man, it's good stuff. But I was obsessed, and I wasn't prepared to get into this, but I'll just tell you, I mean, it was, my my wife had to tell me to stop. Like, hey, you cannot grill out every weekend. And I could always grill steaks. I mean, who can't grill a steak? Okay, so can always make those taste delicious. Better than anything you can get in a restaurant. But at one point, it was one Christmas, and I remember I wanted to. It was one Christmas, probably 2 years into our marriage, and for some reason I had gotten obsessed with mesquite wood, and I was like, I couldn't be with my family on Christmas Eve. I was with my wife's family on Christmas Eve. I'm going to see my family on Christmas. So my wife's, but I live in town. We live together in the same town. So I was like, you know what? For my family that I can't be there for on Christmas Eve, I'm going to cook them some ribs and just surprise them with ribs. So I, cooked them some ribs. And, I mean, in hindsight, I definitely noticed that they were pretty smoky. Like, you go to wrap them up and, your whole house smells like smoke. But I was like, but they're tender. I mean, I got the tenderness right. And so, so I go over to my folks' house and I give them this gift. Here, I cooked you guys some ribs. Lo and behold, I found out that, my brother-in-law, bless his heart, I mean, he ate a little bit, but they were so smoky, they just had to put them outside in the garage. They stunk the whole house up. Because I was using mesquite like an idiot. And mesquite, you guys know, it's very, very strong. You can't cook stuff for hours upon hours on mesquite. It's just not going to work out. And so, and then Christmas came, the day after Christmas came, and my sisters sat me down, and they said, Paul, we need to have an intervention. I said, what are you talking about? I was like, well, your meat tastes like it's been in a house fire. It's not any good. You're not good at this. You're not good at it. I was like, okay. I was like, you're right. I know. It's too smoky. I got to figure out. And that was kind of my base. That was the Dunning-Kruger effect. Are you guys familiar with the Dunning-Kruger effect? The idea is, you have a graph here, and when you start to learn a new skill, your confidence is way up here. It's way up here. You think you've got it, right? But as time goes down, as time goes across this axis, your confidence actually dips way down and then comes back up gradually over time. I experienced the Dunning-Kruger effect when I was told that my barbecue tasted like it had been in a house fire. But that set me on a good trek. It was a good American Idol moment where all of a sudden I'm told that I can't sing good. The difference is I didn't have people my whole life telling me I could sing good. I had somebody tell me really early on, you got to get better at this. So that started me on a very long hobby that I am now an aspiring pit master. Now, if you ask Rob Spencer, he will say I am a pit master, but I still think, I still think I'm aspiring. So, Dave 357 Mag says, smart people think they're not smart enough and idiots think they're smart. Dunning-Kruger. There you go. That's good. W. Wilson 1964, mesquite is a spice, so to speak. You add it to your other woods, a little goes a long way. That's exactly right. Definitely. Anyway, I appreciate you guys indulging me. Real quick, there's got to be some more. We definitely have more. Some Anthony Fauci stuff to get to. We didn't get to. We mentioned blue menthol earlier, but we didn't actually get to his clip. He is not happy with Republicans going after Anthony Fauci. Listen to this.
His attorney has been gagged, thrown out of this hearing room. They should certainly be addressed, but not in a show trial.
Dude looks like he's about
not
to...
as part of a continuing vendetta against a single individual.
He does not look
In
well.
no courtroom in America can you have your witness plead the Fifth Amendment and then your attorney gets to testify. That's what that letter is. The attorney's complaining and testifying, saying, he didn't do it, the prosecution's unfair. You don't get to do that. That's one thing you give up when you take the Fifth Amendment. You say, I'm not going to testify. I'm not going to give you any information. You don't then get to put your lawyer forward to justify it. He can do it in the press, but you can't come and testify. He was not invited to testify, and he was out of order, and it was appropriate to have him in jail.
Yeah, so if you're just joining us, we covered this in the first hour. Rand Paul kicked the guy's attorney out because, we thought the rules didn't apply to him, which is typical of anybody in Washington, D.C. When they're being held accountable. They don't like to go by the rules. And that's why this whole thing is a sham, even as much as I love Anthony Fauci being a monkey in a cage. When we were the monkey in the cage to him, as we talked about, nothing will happen to this man.
Your diaries now show that you actually suffered pulmonary infarction in, I think, probably June 2021. I was just wondering whether it ever went through your mind that maybe that injection, all those boosters you took, might have caused that. And the question I was going to, and I'll ask this question, were you ever made aware of the fact that Peter Marks was warned that the algorithm was going to hide the safety signals? And were you told that senior FDA officials were given shown dozens of safety signals associated with the COVID injection?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Your diaries now show that you actually suffered pulmonary infarction in, I think, probably June 2021. I was just wondering.
That's interesting. That's actually, I missed that. I missed that in his diary, Fauci may have actually suffered from his own vaccine that he was in on distributing to innocents across the world. Yeah, and you got to think about just all of the kids that have died because of this, or all the kids that have problems because of this. You think about the total deaths of the COVID-19 in general. Also remdesivir, and yet this man, and this is one of those things. We're not even putting him on trial. Kind of an ancient Anglo-Saxon way of looking at things would be, hey, I mean, we're going to go after you, but if we can't convict you, we know that that any punishment we can give down here is far lesser than the permanent judgment of the triune God of the Bible. And so we will leave it up to, the afterlife, right? And so that's true now. That's still true. What Anthony Fauci has coming for him, in all likelihood, if he does not repent and turn to Christ, is far worse than anything that can be done here to him on earth. However, our government is so corrupt that we are not even going to attempt, in my opinion and prediction, to do anything about this man. And maybe they go after him for contempt of Congress, but that is setting up. If that's what they do, if they go after Fauci for contempt of Congress because he's got a pardon and pled the Fifth, and he only does a year in jail, assuming that any jury in D.C. would do this, we're setting up a really terrible precedent. I mean, I've always been for Al Capone and these people. Go after him however you can. I get it. But at some point, it really starts to feel like a slap in the face where James Comey should be on trial right now for treason, and instead he's on trial for seashells in the sand. Okay? This man should be on trial, Anthony Fauci, for mass murder and crimes against humanity, and instead we may get him for a year on contempt of Congress. Oh, okay. Okay. Mike Benz, Fauci is pleading the Fifth today because he only has two choices. Tell the truth that shatters what's left of his reputation, or lie and get hit with perjury charges that his past pardon can't protect. And that's why, and that's the second reason. He knows that. I don't even want to, Fauci talked today. He talked about how this is a witch hunt.
I have appeared multiple times for hearings in the Senate and the House, usually under oath, and sat for several days-long transcribed sworn interviews answering questions about the very issues that are now the subject of this hearing. However, given Senator Paul's obvious obsession with calling for my prosecution, his repeated slanderous comments about me, and recently his publicly releasing
Who's that over his left shoulder wearing earrings? Is that a man wearing big dangly earrings?
Embarrassing and intimidating me, the only conclusion
or is that a woman?
I can reach is that the sole reason he is calling me before this committee is to get me to say something, anything, that could vindicate his repeated.
Yeah, anyway, that's exactly what Mike Benz is saying there. Then there's Josh Hawley. We already played that clip for you. And here's Rand Paul on the obstruction.
The chairman has denied your assertion of privilege and directed you to answer, but you nonetheless refuse and stand on privilege despite the existence of the pardon. The committee will have to consider after this hearing what appropriate action should be taken against you for the failure to testify after being directed to do so. It's against the law to obstruct an investigation of Congress. There will be repercussions to your refusal to testify today. Senator Peters.
85 years old. 85 years old. Here's another clip.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
In the red folder on your table is a copy of Section 192 of Title II of the U.S. Code. Your counsel has been provided a copy as well. That section makes it a crime for a witness appearing under subpoena.
All right, he's basically saying the same thing. And that brings us to the end of our Anthony Fauci. We covered Ukraine, we covered Russia, we covered potential World War III, and the unification of these two battlefronts that are going on before our eyes. Tomorrow on the show, we're going to talk about flock cameras, a little bit of a preview of tomorrow's show, and the fact, by the way, symbols and names and words have more meaning than most people would like to admit. There's obvious, I believe, fundamentally a spiritual meaning behind a lot of it. But the fact that these cameras are going up in cities all across America right now, and the name of these cameras, the name of the company is Flock. And now Flock is trying to say that people that want to deflock America are terrorists. And you have people doing this in Europe and in America. They're tearing the cameras down. But the fact that the very word, the very name is Flock is so insulting and offensive, but it goes to show you that they want our permission. Hey, your city voted to install Flock cameras. We called them Flock. We're telling you that your livestock, we're telling you that your cattle, we're telling you that your sheep, we're telling you what we're doing, and you signed the contract anyway and put them up everywhere. Now we got to have data centers that we don't know what they're for. We have people saying, no, you need to embrace the data centers. President Trump even said that last week. That the people don't even really know what they're for. We're just told we got to have them. Got to have them. Got to pass the bill to find out what's in it. And I'm just telling you, we're gonna do a show on flock cameras tomorrow, and it's gonna we're gonna go over the rise in these flock cameras that have happened very, very quickly over the less than 2 years, and what it means. But it really just comes to this this struggle that we have with AI. And so we now have these other reports that AI companies are purchasing large quantities of used and rare books. They're scanning their contents to train AI models. And then they're turning the originals to pulp. The sum of human thought, digitized and shredded. Every book that gets scanned disappears from the physical world permanently. This is the allegation. The knowledge survives only as training data inside a system no one can hold, browse, or resell. What used to sit on a shelf for centuries now exists as weights in a model that might get deprecated next quarter. This is one of the videos here that you see them getting rid of the books. Or this is maybe just the process to actually scan the books. Because the process to scan the books, I think, looks something like this. Some sort of Arabic text. Automatic book scanner. Hey, look at that. This one particularly says, this is Shahanza of the Internet Age. Says, nobody seems to understand this, but I cannot stress enough that a judge told Anthropic that training their AI models didn't constitute copyright violation as long as they transferred the text inside, as long as they transferred the text instead of copying it, legally necessitating the destruction of books. Now, that doesn't make any sense to me. Because you're still copying it, but I guess if you transfer it and then destroy it, you haven't copied it? Once again, if that is true, once again, just showing the ridiculousness of our legal system. This person says, developer says, it's completely unnecessary to destroy books when machines like this exist. This book scanner by Treventus, for example, can scan fragile books without destroying it. So yeah, you have one or the other. So people are saying, no, there's different ways. People are saying, no, they're destroying the book because it's more efficient to scan it. And then this person says, no, there's a legal problem. I don't know if that's true. That doesn't make any sense to me. I doubt the veracity of that, but I mean, I suppose that could be accurate. But the bottom line is this is spooky stuff, and I am not here for it at all. At all. No Eva Braun says, buy physical books. That's exactly right. You might as well buy physical movies as well. I'm a big fan of owning my favorite movies because I don't want Amazon to have the ability to take them away. Build libraries and get rid of that AI excrement, Dave 357 Mag. Yeah, I mean, we've got libraries, but I'm not a fan of those either because they got a bunch of pedophile books in there for kids. So it's a mixed bag, man. So yeah, we're going to have to be our own repositories. That's all the time that I have for this edition of the Paul Herrell program. I'll be back here tomorrow, and we'll be covering, again, flock cameras as the lead story unless something else happens in between there that takes precedent. But I've had it on the agenda for a while now, and I've ignored it. So hopefully tomorrow, well, our lead story will be flock cameras, and we'll talk all about it and the rise of the surveillance state. I want to give a shout-out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 24/7, Sherrod Chiropractic, and also the Paul Herrell program powered by HealingVeteransProject.us. Scan the QR code, make your donation today as we light the path to wellness, specifically for our veterans. We'll see you tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell program.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacy Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
I have a ton of respect for the guy that works at Boeing for 45 years. That was the career he wanted, and he's there, and it was kind of a linear, maybe slow step up and plateau, and retired, gets to watch the whole bit. It's the diligence and everything involved in that is admirable, and I love it. Military veterans that maybe have that career, then another 20-year career afterwards, and it's like, that's very interesting. I'm also fascinated when you're in a church group or dinner or a party, and you end up kind of partnered up with something your wife maybe dragged you to, and you're talking to her friend's husband or something. And it's like, whoa, you did this and you were there, and that's interesting. Why you made a lateral move to this and opened up a new opportunity, and you're frustrated here. So you said, I'm not doing this anymore. I'm going to kind of reinvent the script and do something else. Those things are interesting. Because I always think back, like, what kind of conversation did this guy have with his high school guidance counselor that created this path? And typically it wasn't that conversation. It was, the willingness to say, you know what? I'm willing to roll the dice and bet on myself and do a new thing, go to a new place. And, it'll be good because I'm going there. I'm going to partner with God, make it good. And today's guest sums that up about as good as anybody that I've ever researched. There's so many things this guy's done and done successfully. I don't even know exactly where it's all going to go today. Born in Napa, California area, went to USC, wrote an article for the USC paper. He was been around celebrities even in that window, wrote a fascinating book about things, spent 30-some years on Wall Street, just been in Seattle, lived in Tennessee, kind of about everywhere, and somehow even only, I think, written one article up to that point, sort of took over, inherited a newspaper, and decided, you know what, I'm going to stand up for conservative principles and inject them into the media narrative and actually lift up and platform people that are telling the truth. When you look at his feed, he's with all kinds of interesting people doing interesting things, from John Rich to Outkick Sports to you name it, kind of in the Nashville area at this point. Lives in Franklin, Tennessee. I got a soft spot in my heart for it. He's the owner of the heartlandjournal.com, and he wrote a new book called Songs About the Heartland, a journey from Wall Street to Main Street. And I don't think anybody sums up the flyover conservative message more than Mr. Steve Abramowitz.
Wow, you made me sound really interesting. That's fantastic.
You are
tell
incredibly
Tell my kids, please. Yeah, thanks.
Your kids probably have had a hard time when they're talking to their friends and they're like, so tell us about your parents. Like, what's your dad do? What time is it? We're sort of reinventing ourselves as we go, but I'm anxious to introduce our audience to you, because also I follow what you do. And this will be a very interesting relationship to have ongoing, because there's always something new, always something crazy coming on. And I really am drawn to people that have an open mind and maintain a predetermined moral compass. Like the sun always comes up in the east, it sets in the west, regardless of what the news cycle's saying or the trends or what the colleges are doing or the protests. Or it's like this is still, there's truths we can kind of base the world on and then interpret the changing events around us, and you do that unbelievably well. So let's introduce you to our audience. Tell us a little bit about that journey. I just threw in some bullet points, but we can even get into that beer crawl article on St. Patrick's Day at USC back in the day.
Okay, we can start there. I mean, I only did that so that I could get a press pass at the awkwardly named Daily Trojan, which was our college newspaper, so that I could really get to the front of the line. I had done this my senior year in Mazatlan, where I rubbed a little mud on my hand and was able to get to the front of the line to the bars and pubs. So I figured, hey, if I could get a press pass, I'd probably get to the front of the line down there too. And sure enough, and it's a madhouse if you remember the good old days of Manhattan Beach, California. So that was what that was all about. But as far as the newspaper is concerned, I do it for my kids. You triggered me a little bit when you started your first sentence with Boeing. Starbucks, Boeing, Microsoft, all of these Seattle-based companies that I came up the ranks with in my professional career were complicit, as was the University of Washington, in what we're dealing with right this week, the COVID era. And so, long story short, I ground everything I can in truth, so they don't have, imagine this poor Dr. Fauci guy, 5'2", having to go back in the docket and remember all of his lies so that he doesn't have to respin them again and consider himself not only lying, but, potentially perjured. So, and lying before Congress. So you just tell the truth and you don't have to do that. It's a lot easier, and you can also defend it.
Mark Twain says you don't have to have as good of a memory if you just tell the truth.
He also said that a lie will go around the world faster than the truth. So you might as well just stick with the truth, go slow, don't be first, be right. And then you can always point back to it and say, see, told you so. I think I'm batting 1,000 on my conspiracy theories. So I'm cool with that.
Most of us are. I almost, the people I question the most are the ones that, like, I don't really believe in conspiracy theories. I'm like, none? I get you not this or this, but zero. Like those, you make me more nervous than the crazy guys that I ignore that make me nervous. So it's
Well,
interesting to say
people
that
look
about
into what the phrase conspiracy theorist was invented by an intelligence agency. Okay, so there you can worry about that. But what's the greatest conspiracy of all time? Is Jesus real or not? Right. So if you believe that right out of the gate, you're already on the right side of truth. Everything else falls under that because he created it all.
Well, and that falls into the East and the West sun thing. I want to go back to your article because it's interesting. The idea of there's an entrepreneurial mindset that you can sometimes even see in 5-year-olds. You can see young before it ever translates to business. You wrote that, to create an opportunity in college. I have an older brother. We grew up in a small town in Kansas, but everybody was an athlete, played sports. He was on a junior college basketball team, did well, and they got recruited to go to Biola University in LA. And they won a national championship when he was there in the 80s and for the basketball team. So he did pretty good for, a 6-foot white guy, that playing basketball, just a hustler, good player. We got invited to be on a European team that traveled, and they also shared the gospel, and they traveled through Europe playing basketball and exhibition games, and it was also an outreach. Well, they were in Wimbledon when the tournament was going on, and Borg was playing, and Jimmy Connor was playing, and everybody. I mean, they're still kind of broke college students. They're being paid to go around and do stuff. It was during the summer break, and everybody had these old 35 millimeter cameras. And my older brother they're outside where the tennis match was going, and he saw this little door opening up and people coming in and out, that were like media, and he's sitting there thinking, and he's like. Again, we grew up in a small town in Kansas, so the idea to even be at Wimbledon is like, this is unbelievable. He takes 3 or 4 friends, goes, give me your camera, and he just put them over his shoulders like this. And he went to that door and knocked on, opened it up, and he said, yeah, come on in. And he went in there, and he was standing behind the main CBS camera for the shot for the Wimbledon tournament because he had the camera just kind of like, he's like, what are they going to do, kick me out? And so he just went there, and he was able to watch the whole thing right behind the main center camera, at the stage. And it's like, little opportunities. Sometimes you're just like, there's 10 people there and one person's like, oh, I'm going to step in there. And it might be, asking the girl out, or it might be going in and doing something, or it might be, betting on yourself and saying, hey, I'm going to do this thing. But I love those kind of stories because they're like an early indication, maybe in a movie of what's going to transpire, in someone's life. And I think just taking advantage of that small opportunity and doing something that other people could have done, but kind of created an opportunity for yourself. And you did write a real article and it created value. It was something in the marketplace.
I think the greatest experiences, or at least successes, came from my life based on a mistake that actually you never would have known at the moment, but you can persevere. For example, perfect example, I met Jimmy Connors and John McEnroe because I'm from Napa, California. I was living in a condo at Silverado Country Club because our house caught on fire. We had some wood framing inside of a fireplace that wasn't made very well. So we were staying there until it could be fixed. And they had the U.S. Open there. So I actually met those guys. And, that was a great moment in time for me. Bruce Jenner happened to be there too. But I guess being, and so, I can follow that along. But that leads me to the sort of situation that you're talking about, like to interview Riley Gaines before she was a well-known entity, before Turning Point USA, before working with Outkick with Clay Travis. She was just a woman who swam and had like 15 records, but had to go against a man. And so that was the exact same story that led me out of Washington, being a concerned dad for my daughter who swam, to all these other things, to actually get to interview someone like that who went on to bigger and better things. So it's amazing to me, and I thank Jesus for it every day, that these unexpected tourist moments led to huge things. I mean, I can't go, here's my favorite one. It's in the book. The reason I left LA and decided not to pursue a career in movies and television and entertainment is because I used to go to the Viper Room every Halloween while I was in college. And the year that I graduated, went to Australia, came home, went back to LA for Halloween, and a young man named River Phoenix died on the sidewalk in front of me, giving me the perspective, you don't want to do this. Don't pursue this life and career. And it wasn't actually me thinking common sense, because we don't have a lot of that. It was, I believe, God telling me there's another path for you. And boy, was it a roundabout way to finally get to where I am today.
Man, that's a pivotal pivotal moment. I know you mentioned that in your book. I was actually wanting to bring that up because your life does seem a lot like a movie, when you're looking at the bullet points, and that would be a scene that sent you here, versus here. That's been 30 years ago probably, and the trajectory of the father you are, the businesses you run, the kind of impact you're having on the world. If I were to look at that fork, it seems to have gone from hey, I'm here at this club because it's kind of maybe about me in that era, and everybody at that age, life's kind of about you. That's kind of the purpose of maturing. But to a life of real impact, that's been an overflow and blessing to others.
Yeah, the first interview I ever did, I was a college kid as well, coming home, and it was actually during the riots, so I couldn't go back to campus, but I could drive north to Napa, California from LA, 6 hours on I-5, and I interviewed somebody who had the only access to Charles Manson. And unfortunately, this was pre-internet, so not only is my original article from the Daily Trojan no longer available, but neither is that. But it kind of gave me that bug that I think I want to do this. But I had a career in Wall Street and actually did all the stuff in Northern California because I didn't know why, which led me to Seattle, which I didn't know why, and ended up getting married and having my children, which led to COVID and the draconian efforts that the state was doing and all the other things with gender indoctrination, really. And so that brought me to Tennessee, where I hadn't really dabbled in entertainment for many, many years. But the first thing I realized when I got here is, wait a minute, there's only $2 million for independent filmmaker grants. So I started lobbying the legislatures here, became good friends with a lot of them, just had a fundraiser for one last Friday. And we were able to get it to 25 million in the last budget that was just signed this year and will actually go into effect right away. So something that didn't exist when the TV show Nashville was here, it took all the money. Now kids don't have to graduate from Belmont or Vanderbilt and head out to LA, where there are no jobs, if you haven't noticed, and they're selling off those historical Burbank studios. So, and probably going to put data centers or golf courses on there. We don't know. But bottom line is, when I see the opportunity that has always been in my mind, I went to college to be in film, but realized 40 years too late, that's not for me. I'm right back into it, like the old Al Pacino line. They pulled me back in, but here I'm actually doing really good because it's not about making money or carrying lights around or, befriending Harvey Weinstein. It has to do with making an impact for independent filmmakers in the state of Tennessee that is just now becoming a destination location. And I just saw in Variety magazine, they're wooing Paramount here because TikTok is also here and they own it. Larry Ellison does, as you know. And so if all that came according to plan, maybe that was the grand plan. I don't know. But back when I was on the sidewalk by the Viper Room, had no idea.
Wow.
As most kids don't.
I want to highlight your book. We have the links down below. The show is going to go on 60 different platforms. So whether you're on Spotify or Apple or Rumble or wherever you're at, there'll be a link down below. Go to heartlandjournal.com for more things than you're going to possibly even be able to wrap your head around. Resources, podcasts, interviews. These guys filled in a gap to give awards, for when award show was canceled. They made their own award and did it. So just always seizing, opportunities to do the right thing. But the book is called Songs About the Heartland, A Journey from Wall Street to Main Street. Flyover Family encourage you to dig into that. That's going to be an encouraging thing for those of you that have kind of lived through the cancel culture, lived through some of the shifting times where things that might have happened over a 10, 20, 30-year period of time, we now feel like they're happening in a year, feel like they're happening in a month. The world is changing faster than we can get it. So check out that book. Before we move on to other topics, I want to kind of stick in the book a moment because, there's always the cause and effect. Everybody knows, I always talk about the why behind the thing behind the thing. McDonald's, obviously everybody knows they sell hamburgers, but they're also the biggest real estate, company. They make more money from real estate than I think they do from hamburgers. They own the dirt every building's on, and it's kind of, nobody sees that front facing. They see the Big Mac, but it's really a real estate empire. When I meet people, I always kind of like wonder the thing behind the thing, and I don't spend a ton of time on it, but I know it had to be impactful with your parents. I want to kind of dig into this because you get into it in the book a little bit, being Holocaust survivors and the parenting philosophies, things that maybe they might have imprinted on you as a child that were sort of maybe apps running in the background, in your software as you were interpreting the shifts in our culture to see what USC was like, in say 1990 compared to maybe, what it is today, the university structure, Marxism, these kind of things. What words maybe went into you as a child? What concepts went into you as a child that maybe you just got to put kind of pinned to the side that became more relevant as an adult and specifically over these last 5 or 10 years?
Probably Abramowitz. I mean, I literally have this psychological issue because I talked about in the beginning accidental tourism, being in the right place at the right time, like Where's Waldo or Forrest Gump, let's just say. Well, there was this little thing called World War II that happened, and in my entire family in Vilnius, which is now Poland, but it's now Lithuania. Because they got independence much later, the lines get really blurry. I shouldn't even be here. The only person to survive is my grandmother, who had my father in a Russian refugee camp and then ended up growing up in a deportation camp in Germany until America. Well, they might have gone to Australia, they might have gone to Israel, but they ended up choosing America because I guess my grandmother had a sister in San Francisco, which is where they ended up. And there's a street named after her in Napa, where I'm from. Right. Tannen, it's called Tannen Street. And so I just take that son of Abraham very, very seriously. And so whenever I read the Bible, I'm always looking for man, he wasn't the guy that he didn't know what God was telling him to do. He's just doing it because he heard this voice and he actually did it. And thank God he did, because if it wasn't for him, my grandmother wouldn't have been alive. If it wasn't for the Nazis, I guess, my grandmother wouldn't have come to America and I wouldn't have been here. The only Californian in my family, everyone's from the Bronx, New York. So I got an uncle who's in his 90s. He's from Brooklyn, but he married into our family. So long story short, I just think I love rolling with it. Like when I'm throwing a curveball, man, I'm Mark McGuire. I'm going to knock that thing right out of the park because it's the fun and the challenge. You were scrolling through my website, and thanks for doing that. There's a green image there. That's a song I wrote. I'd never written a song before, and I wrote it because of the book, Songs About the Heartland. That's the title of the song. And so it literally chronicles my life from at the very top. It says Songs About the Heartland. You can see it. But the point is that if there's a challenge to be had, or if there's a curiosity to be tickled, I'm a guy. I just go. And I guess I got a little bit of chutzpah too. There's another word for you, because if they don't want me to talk about it, I talk about it. Like my mom said, I don't think you should be a salesman. I don't think you're a salesman. I said, oh yeah, watch. And I did. Rest her soul. She died in 2013.
What do you think when you see the current mindset of our mass immigration and the lack of assimilation? Because people would hear this and say, well, see, we should be all for immigration. You wouldn't be here without that. What kind of mindset did your family have in becoming American when they got here, and the flow into the culture as you were raised compared to what you're seeing with the current policies and cultural shifts?
Yeah, people don't read that much anymore, and they don't know their history. The America of the 40s, when my dad arrived, my mom was actually born in New York, is not the America of 1990s, 80s, or 2023 by any means. We've become quite different. If anything, we've gone retrograde back to like the 1800s. And what I mean by that is the Jews that were allowed into America because of a guy named Truman, who was an accidental president, he only took over because FDR died, allowed it. The folks who were floating around in the boat in the Mediterranean, they weren't allowed in to the Palestinian area. It was just such an accident to survive the war and then to come here. And she wasn't fleeing the Nazis. The war was over. She was fleeing the socialists, which are back in power now. And so to your question, I always say to people now, and I really hate when they say, Jesus would be very open arms. Well, he respected borders too. He understood that we were talking about spiritual versus secular, and secular is countries, laws, and borders. And so you can have immigration. I love it. Of course, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for it, but that's not the way we play anymore. There were videos just this very day. They cut a square in the fence and people are being boosted over and in. That's illegal immigration. And that's what the progressives and the DSAs and the Democrats to some extent have been doing ever since Ted Kennedy created this as a means to change the demographics of the country, including the voting bloc. Very cynical, but it's true that there's a way to go into any country. You can't climb a fence and get into North Korea. Try it. Right. See what happens. You can't drop yourself into the Gaza Strip and expect to be embraced, right? Especially if you're a gay for Gaza. Like, goodbye. Let's show you our tallest building and we'll throw you off of it. So, and that's not me being racist or rude or whatever. No. That's historical fact. This is what they do. There's video of it. You can prove it. They'll put you in a cage and burn you too if you say something they don't like. So, point is, American liberty, which is what we were founded on, the only country to ever exist in human history based on liberty, has rules. And if you play by those rules and you're civil and you follow the immigration rules to come into this country and then start a business and raise a family and produce and be productive, fantastic. I love you. Come in all the time. I love it. We're a nation of immigrants. That's the reason. But we're a nation of legal immigrants. We're not here
important word in that
to go to Minnesota. Yeah, we're not here to go to Minnesota, go to Minneapolis and start filing a bunch of fake forms to take all of our taxpayer money and send it home so that the economy of Somalia is benefiting. That is not what assimilation is. And I just did an article about Miami. Miami is exactly the melting pot that it was supposed to be, but the schools are a disaster because there's so many people that are now second generation Americans still not speaking English at home. They didn't assimilate. They didn't do the melting pot thing. They did something that's completely different, and that is not a good for society. That is how, in a strange, weird way, the Russians invaded Crimea by saying there are Russian-speaking people there. We own that. We need to protect them. Well, no, you don't. They were sovereign. But we got all up in arms about that. Same thing in Ukraine. So I don't really understand the argument about America being somewhat racist or xenophobic or Islamophobic or anything else by just wanting to say, look, there are rules. We want to be able to control who lives with us and who doesn't, who our neighbors are and who aren't. The Bible said the same thing.
Definitely, the Bible is clearly, if you look at any stories from the Tower of Babel on, it's anti-globalist, pro-nations. And nations.
Moses had to ask permission to come into a society. They didn't just walk around trespassing because it was fun. They literally had to ask, say, hey, we'll come in and we'll buy things. We'll help your economy. They said, no, that's okay. That's the way it works.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the Heartland Journal for a moment. Tell people, what is your goal with that? If people pursue that, if they're looking at it, they go to the website, if they're going to have that be part of their tabs on their laptop, they're getting the emails, they've signed up there. What impact would you like that to have on their life? What's your goal with this publication?
Well, the goal of the publication is when you log into that website, heartlandjournal.com, I want you to see headlines that you are not going to see on CNN, and you're not going to see on Fox News, and you're not going to see the interviews that I've done in the podcast section, which is about an inch below right there, because you can already do that. And people spend like 18 hours a day sometimes with CNN on in the background, especially if you're in a nursing home. And I just want you to be able to know that, like, hey, there's some stories in the heartland. You call it flyover country. I call it the heartland. And by the way, the name Songs About the Heartland is from a song called Heartland by George Strait, about as heartland as you're ever going to get in music. So that's where that all comes from. But bottom line is, I don't think you could go to fox.com right now or even dailywire.com and see those headlines. That's why I think it's unique, because I want people to know that, hey, there are important things happening, whether it be a data center moving into take away the Colorado River from Vegas, where you get your drinking water, or a forest fire that 300,000 people have moved across. I haven't seen that anywhere. I haven't seen that in the news or online, but you can see it with me. So they'll catch up usually. When I first started as a young stockbroker, a guy named Art Cashman said, you want to invest in stocks that they're talking about in the back pages before they're in the front page. Well, that's how I was able to avoid Enron. That's how I was able to avoid the housing crash with the mortgage bonds. So he's right. That's what I try to do here is like, hey, there's something happening in Wisconsin. There's something happening in Nebraska that actually has national implications that one of these days may hit you in Miami, but you're too busy watching, Jake Tapper, tell you whatever Kim Kardashian is wearing today. So I try to just be unique like that.
I love it. Well, and the guests that you have, it's unbelievable. Your reach has increased over 600% followers in the last year. Let me just read this. I mean, Flyer family, if you're listening to this, you're like, well, who's he talked to? What's this about? John Rich, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Lee Greenwood. I mean, come on. Kirk Cameron, John
Kevin
Snyder,
Sorbo right there.
Dukes of Hazzard, Kevin Sorbo, Art Laffer. I mean, these are, economists, politicians, actors, the whole thing. You've got the America Shaman from January 6th. That's a very unique opportunity, and a lot of people got to have a conversation with him. I've talked to people that did. I talked to somebody that was in a cell next to him, and they had a whole different story about what that guy was about. So the kind of conversations you have impact people and are valuable in the public discourse.
I've had about 10 J6ers. You're absolutely right. Kevin Sorbo, you just scrolled by, Dean Cain. These were people that were relatively canceled by their industry when they were, popular and someone at the top of their game. And so Jennifer O'Neill, whose very first movie ever was with John Wayne. And she got canceled by her agent, fired her in the elevator leaving The View, because she went on The View and spoke about, so one of the original, Nick Searcy has been on a couple times with the J6er. So those are the stories that I'm always looking for, is people that needed a microphone and weren't given one, like Twitter canceling or Facebook jail or CNN just, unplugged them, but used to be very popular. Martha Byrne and her husband, who was the most decorated NYPD police officer ever, went to jail because he's just happened to stumble upon some kind of Chinese conspiracy, and Donald Trump pardoned him. But she was on my show 3 times. It was like the beginning when she was accused, middle when he went to jail, and then happy ending when he got pardoned. So they were both on together. And those are just the kind of stories that I've just been blessed to be able to get access to, because nobody else would take them. It's the old, Rupert Murdoch model of coming to America from Australia and starting Fox News as a 4th network that we didn't have, because over half the country wasn't being served and they just wanted it. And so instantly overnight it was successful. I'd love to be able to say this will be instantly overnight successful, but it's been 5 years. But we're marching through about 2 million page views in the last 180 days. So it's happening. It's just a question of, do people really want to know? And of course, I always harp on the fact that they're pumping these kids out who can't read. So it's nice to have a news website that you can't read, but you can listen to a podcast. So, we're trying to cover that too. And my book is on audio. So if you don't want to read it, you can hear it. My voice, if you can stand it. But that's the kind of the world we live in right now, is that some of the biggest filters up there are vested in you not hearing the truth. And somebody's got, I'm not the only one by far, but someone's got to break through that. And of course, we get into this, podcastistan, we call it, where the people who agree with us 90% of the time are now fighting with the other people that they agree with 90% of the time, and making it all look really, really bad. When we first started the podcast, there was about 100,000. And I remember listening to the very first podcast, which was Adam Carolla, and he was just dabbling around. He had a microphone. Then it became 100,000, and I did it during COVID when I was listening to Dan Bongino and Charlie Kirk and Mark Levin, and Rush Limbaugh in his last year of life had just put podcast of his show out, so I could finally kind of catch up. I never could before because I had a day job and he was on during the day. And now there's 4.7 million of you and me. And it's really hard at 24 hours a day to get the word out there as it was in the early days. So I'm glad I've got what I've got from the early days, and he was able to overcome some strikes on YouTube and 2 years I was blocked on Facebook because the guests I get, they're not going to go for that. They looser now, but still a problem. And the good news is we're still here. We're still fighting along. And I just think that if you come to our website or listen to our podcast or listen to my 3 and 3, which is my 3-minute recap of the week every Friday, you will know more than 95% of your friends who spend all day on CNN every day, 5 days a week.
I love it. And that's a valuable thing. We stumbled into this, accidentally in, 2021. And just because we saw doctors that had 10,000 patients with 0 deaths, and you turn on the TV, it's just a death ticker. I'm like, hey, our kids actually came to us like, hey, let's put our businesses aside. Let's interview people that have answers. And we said nothing wrong. We just said the truth early. And we've gone through 9 YouTube channels, and still our voice, it's digitized. If I went on somebody's podcast that talks about trees, and we just talked about trees for a day, it would get a dangerous to community standards warning because my voice is on it. And
well, you say the word ivermectin and you're immediately demonetized. You can't make a living at it. It reminds me of the old movie with Christian Slater where they were using ham radios to kind of get the word out. But this one is a little bit more advanced because they invented Zoom at the same time as COVID, so we could talk to each other on video like we are right now. This isn't Zoom, but you know what I mean. Video conferencing. And you can make a show, and all you need is a USB port and a microphone, and anyone can do it. That's why there's 4.7 million of them, some of which have done one, and that was it. Some of which are like NPR, and they do it every day, 24/7. So it is a new medium to do exactly what you and I want to do, which is try to fill that void of the boring, who's Megyn Kelly mad at today? What did Brad Pitt wear to the Oscars? What this, that, and the other thing. We do an award show too, don't get me wrong, but it's based on voters who are subscribers or followers of our show that actually are real. So it's not the commercial guys at Paramount, at the executive saying who would sell more tickets to the movies or who would sell more music through the albums if they were to win this award and we could promote it. This is voted on by you, the listener. So or the viewer. So it's just trying to remind everybody that America is a super, super wealthy country in creativity and art, and that can be infotainment too, as long as the information is truthful and not just clickbait. I wrote an article called Tickling the Algorithm, which basically dispels this whole idea that what you're trying to do is, it used to be if it bleeds, it leads in the newspapers. Mm-hmm. Well, that was before internet. Now clickbait will try to get you in there to say, oh my gosh, the world's coming in. You read the story and it's like, wait, the world's going to be here tomorrow. But that's you for clicks, for money. You do that. Yeah. It's a business. We try to avoid that. And a lot of the influencers that do it, and I hate that word influencer because you don't want to get your news from an influencer. They're not supposed to influence you. They're supposed to inform you. And if it can be entertaining, infotainment, that's fine, but don't influence me. That's propaganda.
Our time is going to go by way too quick today. I can feel it already. You would be like the best guy to recruit to have like a 3-hour dinner with, sometimes. So just, I got more things than we're going to be able to get into today. But I want to jump into Anthony Fauci because it's kind of funny. That's kind of where you started in this space. That's where our family started in this space, and we've done quite a few different things. When his emails came out, these things wouldn't be possible if the media didn't run cover for it. And we make these things available. His whole email list we made available to a text-in group. When people text us, they can text 40509, just the word Fauci, and we have all of his emails. There's the whole Beagle investigation. When all those things all came out, it's his diaries. And people might say, well, that's his personal thoughts and information. Well, you know what? If you made my kid fall behind 2 years in school and in development because you locked things down for something that apparently, according to your own diaries, you didn't think was that big of a problem. It sounds like he knew early on. I'm thankful to Rand Paul for doing this work. But it looks like Anthony Fauci knew from the jump this thing didn't come from some bat in the wet market. He knew this was kind of the case, and seeing that come out, I don't know what'll happen to him legally. He's got this pardon. Maybe it's not ironclad. He did lie to Congress, so maybe there's some things that'll come out there. But this is coming out. I got this here on the screen. In early 2020, Fauci recorded in his diary how much he was able to make the stock market drop with his lie that COVID was 10 times more deadly than the flu. At the same time, in the same diary, he wrote that COVID wasn't any more deadly than the seasonal flu. While he was going on TV saying the opposite to terrify the public into shutting down the economy. It was all designed to take out Trump's most formidable weapon for re-election, the booming economy. Some of these things here in the diary, I spoke with Bill de Blasio and convinced him, based on what I was saying publicly in my conversation tonight, to close New York City schools. Bill de Blasio was already influenced by his public statements, but he says, I went on to tell him that he should close the bars and restaurants in New York City. I had a similar call with Ann O'Leary. At the same time, keep in mind, his daughter was a software engineer at Twitter. His wife was in charge of another agency looking at this. As you're seeing this thing unfold, and we may do a scroll through your Twitter feed as well, because you did a little trip through memory lane for people on there with mask dancing and some of the crazy policies. You kind of forget about this stuff because the world, it's amazing what we can just kind of move on from like it never happened. You know, and everybody's like, well, I don't know how we take any of these people seriously, you know, moving forward. You know, you got celebrities riding in their car with them and their children masked up, breathing their own, you know, air. What is your thoughts as you see this starting to come out with Fauci? And I think it's just going to accelerate through the week. Does it make you angry? Do you feel vindicated? Do you feel like, well, I was right? Do you feel frustrated? Like how do we as a species tend to fall for propaganda? You know, so gullibly. What are your thoughts as you see this starting to unfold, Steve?
I feel like a Jan 6 prisoner who was let out of jail and actually pardoned, where you can actually breathe a sigh of relief and say, okay, there was justice done. But for Fauci, it hasn't yet. He has a Napoleon complex on steroids. Yeah. He had Andrew Cuomo on speed dial. He had Jake Tapper on speed dial. He had Dana Bash apparently were making fun of Republicans together on emails. And just like Bill Gates got busted in the 90s for his emails, now he is. And one of the first articles I ever wrote was called Ashley's Diary. And it was a diary that was left behind in a cab because of I guess a drunken or somewhat disillusioned night out. I don't know the facts on that, how it got into the hands of somebody else, but they took it public. And then they went immediately to work trying to debunk it and say it wasn't true and it was lies and it was stolen. And the people who actually released it got, you know, some blowback, just like the Benghazi guy who made the video, and they tried to blame the video on all that. And so and Hunter's laptop, another great example. And so just being an observer of all this, I'm from Kirkland, Washington. That's where my office was. That was ground zero for COVID. I saw all of this BS produced nationally, but I already knew before that even happened that Washington State was sort of it was an island of itself. The news, nobody cared nationally about anything that ever happened in Seattle. Many, many years ago, there was like one gunshot at the Bite of Seattle, and a big crowd came rushing out of the convention center, and that made national news. But and maybe WTO. But other than that, nobody really cared. It's always LA, New York, or DC. And so I kind of knew, like, wait a minute, my friends who live all over the country are telling me Armageddon is happening 4 blocks from my office, and no, that's not really true. And so I immediately said something's wrong here. So the University of Washington got involved in the propaganda game and all of these other things. And so Fauci and Deborah Birx, who I knew was running all 50 states governors and lying to them and giving them confusion. I had Dr. McCullough on my show. I've had Dr. Malone on my show. I've had Dr. Atlas, who literally came into the White House, told Trump, I'm not so sure about this. And Fauci immediately went to work kicking him out. And he did it. And he's from Stanford. You know, these are brilliant people, Dr. Malone especially, who lost his license. And so I just knew that, so I used to put Malone and Dr. Cole from Idaho, who was looking at the blood, in my newspaper. So I was just there. No, I'm like, okay, no one else is doing this. Something's wrong. Why are they doing this? And it just automatically told me that there was a vested interest in lies. And even Gavin Newsom buying above rate masks and then forcing them to be resold at a profit told me that, all right, they politicized science, they politicized disease, just like they politicize gender, just like they politicize public schools, just like they weaponize everything they get their hands on. There's more to this than meets the eye. And I wasn't going to fall for it. The county that I'm from, King County, Washington, where Seattle is, 98% vaccination rate. So the trillions of dollars of propaganda that was spent to get people to believe that this was more than the flu worked.
Yeah,
I don't know how I'm in the 2%. That's an accidental tourist thing again in my whole family, but that's another story. But bottom line is, it works because if you tell a lie often enough, it becomes true. And Fauci was the mastermind, because you can go all the way back to my days in San Francisco when he was doing this with AIDS. Or you can go to where my family is from, New York, where he did it with Bronx children who are all in a mass grave at the moment. And you can go about to where he did it with beagles, Snoopy. Who hates Snoopy? Apparently this little guy does. So yeah, I'm not a fan of Dr. Fauci. I hope Rand Paul keeps his promise, which you can't trust politicians, at least that's what we've been proven to see, and actually gives this guy some kind of relief, because people like Paula Dean lost relatives over this guy when they shoved them all into old folks' home who were the most vulnerable. And I just, not on my watch, and I'm still on this planet, and I just think Fauci and Birx and a lot more, the old CDC rep, I can't remember her last name, was Newski or something, they all need to answer for this. Worse than the apartheid folks, worse than, I mean, it's close to Nuremberg if you count the deaths and you hold them responsible for it. It's worse than the Holocaust, believe it or not. I don't want to make allusions to that. It was really bad, but this is bad too. And he's just on the cover of magazines and talking about his awards and how funny it is that he could, get Trump to kind of dance to his tune when a guy like Dr. Atlas goes on the outs and almost wasn't allowed back at Stanford.
The thing that felt very unsciency to me as just a layperson, we've been business owners our whole life, and you kind of survive based on detecting truth and knowing, is this a good deal or not a good deal? Will this scale? Will this not scale? And kind of like reading people, reading situations, looking at the clouds saying, hey, it looks like it's going to rain. There's signs of things. And I would get it if when COVID hit, there's some guy like me in Missouri that's like, hey, if you eat more barbecue sauce, you're going to be fine, whatever, like just some random thing. But when you're listing these people, we've had Peter McCullough and Malone, and we've interviewed all of them as well. When you have, there was a couple, two guys that owned a chain of clinics, I think near Bakersfield. This is the first thing I saw. The local ABC channel had them as like a long table, and they were saying, they had stacks of patients that they're looking at and ways they were treating them. And they go, the problem is, I'd love to talk to the doctors in Houston. I'd love to talk to the doctors in other places, see what they're doing. But we're having great results doing these things. And I think there's a lot of hope in how we can work around this and get through this. And they asked him, well, but Dr. Fauci says this and this. Yeah, that's these guys. One of them's name is Erickson. I remember seeing this because it went like 10 million views in a day or two, and then it was gone. And he goes, well, in all fairness, I don't think Fauci has seen a patient in a long time, and I've seen these patients this week, and we're getting great results. This is what's working, but they're siloing us. We can't communicate with other doctors. This does not feel like science. And I remember when I watched that, and then the fact that it was erased from the world. For me, it was almost like, in a horror movie where you kind of start putting the pieces together, like don't go to the barn, there's drips of blood on the way there. Like all the clues kind of come together at once. And then everything from there forward with the propaganda push and the fact that anybody that you would have recruited to be a first round draft pick to give input on this was silenced, and they only listened to one guy. That was baffling, but it's more baffling that it was so effective. It's concerning for me a little bit in humanity that propaganda worked so well.
Yeah, well, I just was on a show the other day talking about this. I think America, especially the youth, have been groomed to believe that social media is the same as socialism. And so as soon as you get command and control, which is one guy telling you everything you need to know in an emergency, especially pushing it all the way down to the local mayors and the governors of every state, you can see how fragile it is. And then a lot of people are always asking me, like, I don't really understand why the Germans would go along with what Hitler was proposing. Well, all you got to do is look back to the Treaty of Versailles and say, wait, they were pushed. They pushed to the limit, and a guy was ripe to come in there and tell them what to do to give them their chutzpah back. And so I think that's what we went through, is that everyone was very scared. Fear always works. They were looking for somebody to save them. Fauci stepped in and said, I'm the guy. I wasn't the guy during AIDS, and I wasn't the guy during Beagle experiments, but I'm the guy on this, believe me. And yes, I have a vested interest in remdesivir. And yes, the reason I own a newspaper is because the owner and founder, who came out to Seattle in 1993 and started the Mill Creek View, went into the hospital, was given remdesivir, put on an incubator, and died. His widow said to him, Fred, if you don't make it out of here, what do you want to do with your legacy, with your newspaper? She said, call Steve. He called me, and I said, Why? All I ever did was write that newspaper article for the Manhattan Beach bar crawls. And she said, he thinks you can do this. And I said, okay, I'll get it back up and running. And then I'm going to give it to somebody who really knows what they're doing. And that was 6 years ago. So I guess I know what I'm doing now, or at least trying real hard. And so that whole thing was ground zero for COVID from that guy who had approved funding at the University of North Carolina, Madison, Wisconsin, and Wuhan, China. Ever heard of that? And so here's somebody you probably never had on your show, and this will give you a little indicator of how this all comes about. Dr. Eric Hansen was a East Texas doctor who was literally trading chickens for treatment for poor farm workers. Didn't wear a mask, didn't believe in masks. I found him because Kaiser wouldn't refill my ivermectin prescription because of this. So I called him because somebody had referred him to me, and I called him and he said, sure, I'll do it. He did it, had a real hard time filling it, but he did it. And I had him on the show because the Board of Health in Texas revoked his license to do what he was doing, helping farm peasants, basically, young, low-income people, for chicken and rice in exchange, the altruistic way, because one of the patients complained that he wasn't wearing a mask because that patient was convinced that a mask worked. Well, we just see in Fauci's emails, masks didn't work, 6 feet separation didn't work, remdesivir didn't work, building that big old hospital on the boat didn't work, and in Seattle, where I'm from, they opened up the Seahawks Stadium, the Super Bowl champion Seahawks Stadium, before they had that, and you could get your injection on the 50-yard line. Whatever happened to that? It had to be stored at 30 below zero or some crazy number like that. All of a sudden, you can get it at Walmart. So all of these things just to open my mind that we have corrupt boards of health in the biggest state in the nation. We've got doctors who are doing things that they probably shouldn't, like not refill a miracle drug that has a Pulitzer Prize, but this doctor said you should. So who are they to question doctors? On and on and on. And it all just opened my mind to like, well, they do that in that. Why don't they do that in politics? Why don't they do that in medical? Why don't they do that in car dealerships? Why don't they do that on Wall Street where I was? That's how I was able to be involved in the present of the creation of mortgage bonds. We only sold AAA rated mortgage bonds. Then they put insurance on it and started putting in all the subprime stuff. And that's what blew up. I'm a simplifier of complex things. And so it wasn't hard for me to see that they were politicizing science. Just look at the charts of the annual flu going back to the 1800 Spanish American flu. 1 year, none. Those were COVID cases.
That's a mic drop right there. Flyer family, we have right here, Chairman Rand Paul's put out 1,000, I think, pages here of these documents and entries. If you send us a text at 40509, it's free. It'll be an auto reply. You're going to get a Dropbox link. Actually, you're going to get a few Dropbox link. It'll be Anthony Fauci's email history. That's available there. The Beagle research, those documents are all there. And then all this diaries. If you want to read Anthony Fauci's diary and just sit there and look at it, and it looks like a middle school girl fangirling over his own self. It's fascinating. Send us a text at 40509, the word Fauci, and that'll just come auto reply right back to you. It's interesting, and if nothing else, save these things. Because you never know what kind of a regime or what's happening in the future. Nobody predicted this. The more documents you save, the better. Steve would have been better off if he'd have saved his beer crawl article from back in the day and had a copy of it somewhere in a shoebox. Maybe it's around. Let's just wrap this up real quick. Tell people again how to find you. I will have a link to your X down below. If you're listening to this, tonight, go and look at his timeline history. On his X feed of the masks. Sumo wrestlers wearing masks. They're barely covering their twigs and berries, but they got their mouth covered, and they're going to roll around and sweat together. Remember NFL players? They would tackle each other, and they come to the sideline and put on a mask. There was no logic in it, but the world bought into it. You probably didn't because you're watching this, or maybe you did and you found us because of these things. But if you want to be prepared for the next thing coming, theheartlandjournal.com is a place that you need to have as a tab on your computer. Steve, I'm going to give you the floor to wrap up and send us out of here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. That website right, or that Twitter feed right there, is the old Mill Creek View one, which I still do, and then there's a Heartland Journal one as well, at Heartland Journal. It's on YouTube. It's on Substack. We write on Substack, paid and free. We have a daily newsletter. If you subscribe at heartlandjournal.com, right there, you get it in your inbox every day. And like I said, 5 minutes with me, I think you'll know more than a whole day's worth of Fox or CNN or podcasts of others. And then, of course, there's the podcast, which you can get on YouTube, Spotify, iHeartRadio, anywhere you get your favorite podcast. And if you want to see me, beard and all, it would be on YouTube or Rumble or Play TV, which is owned by Parler, which I love because Parler was taken off by AWS, and I had 100,000 followers, and now we've recreated it and done it all again from scratch. And there you go. And then there's my 3 and 3 every Friday. That's the news recap where I give you 3 stories the mainstream ignored or won't ever do. That you can find me.
Really, a little disclaimer on that. You got 3 big articles in 3 minutes, or as close as I can get to it. You kind of give yourself an out on it. You enter it with grace for yourself. I love it. That's hard to do. I love it, guys. Flyover family. Steve's a great guy. He's doing great things. Follow him, support this work. If you've ever had a complaint, if you had a loved one fall for these things, have the right information from the right source. He's got it. He's a great husband, has great kids, 2 great kids. He's got a black lab named Caroline. You know, I mean, how could you not fall in love with a guy that has a big dog? We like dog people around here. We got a Doberman. So big dog people have a soft spot in my heart. Steve, thanks for being available to us today and coming on. I'd love to have you back again. I know there'll be something crazy to talk about in the future. We had about 5 things we didn't even get to today. So we need to have you back again and break it down. Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, whom we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver. He offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
At Sentry H2O, our under-sink water filter with remineralization, the Sentry Wellness System is engineered to exceed wellness expectations in 2025. It removes a broad spectrum of harmful toxins, including ammonia, lead, fluoride, PFAs, PFOs, and more. It enriches water with essential nutrients like calcium, magnesium, and raises pH for natural alkalinity. With zero waste operation, no water is lost during filtration, unlike traditional reverse osmosis. It is a simple 15-minute DIY installation, no plumber required. The Sentry Wellness System stands out by blending German water technology with American engineering, designed to deliver great-tasting, health-boosting water efficiently and affordably. Learn more at SentryH2O.com.
All right, Flyover family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
If you had a time machine and you could go back to, say, 1930 and you had 1 ounce of gold or a $20 bill, both of those would buy you a complete men's suit, brand new, the shirt, the tie, the belt. Either one would buy you the whole thing. If you had a time machine and then you brought both of those resources into today, 1 ounce of gold could still buy you a full suit at pretty much any men's store in America. The $20 bill, why, it probably only gets you a handkerchief or a pair of socks.
How do you get the gold and silver? Well, it's very simple. We have a friend that we've known for over 25 years. In fact, his dad was a mentor of ours, and his name is Dr. Kirk Elliott. And the way that you connect with him is you go to flyovergold.com. It's a website that we set up to make it very simple. All you do is go there, fill out your information, and someone from Dr. Kirk's team will get a hold of you to answer all of your questions. Whatever you have, they can help you out. Or you can simply call 720-605-3900. Again, 720-605-3900 to set up that free consultation. Do it today. You will be so glad that you did.
Would you drink this? Looks disgusting, right? What if I told you this muddy mess could turn into crystal clear drinking water in seconds? This is Sentry H2O, the filter that makes dirty, dangerous water 100% safe to drink. Camping, hiking, survival, or just peace of mind? This little beast has your back.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacy Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Hey everyone, I really hope you are enjoying the program today, and I hope you enjoy LFA TV as a whole, because let's face it, we're not getting any younger. However, if there was a way to slow down our aging and live a little bit longer, would we do it? I think we would. You ever heard of Fatty 15, folks? Well, Fatty 15 is a brand new supplement that has C15 in it. You might ask, what's C15? Well, C15 is the first fatty acid to be discovered in 90 years that actually prolongs your life. Over 100 studies over many years were done on dolphins because these two doctors were in charge of basically increasing the dolphin population. So they started introducing this fatty acid called C15. And what they found was something amazing. The dolphins were living longer and the dolphin pods were growing bigger. It was an amazing discovery. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you can get C15 introduced into your life to slow down the aging process of your cells. And it's not only going to make you feel and look younger, but it's going to make your body think it is younger, which means you're going to start doing more things again. There's a thing called cellular fragility syndrome. And cellular fragility syndrome happens as we get older. This is going to reverse it, folks. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. That is fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Get your discount today, folks, and start this new journey to help you live longer. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA today. Now, back to the program. Thank you very much.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we have a lot to get to today. I mean, we're talking Anthony Fauci, one of the most evil men on the history of the earth. I mean, he might go down as the most and the biggest mass murderer in world history, but we'll talk about that in just a minute. First, I want to talk about Max Associates, the maxassociates.etsy.com, the number one place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. You don't want to miss out on this deal. I'm telling you, 20% off your order, free shipping anywhere in the United States of America. You can't do better than that. All right. If the shirts right there are about $23.99, 20% off of that will get you about $18, $19 and then free shipping. So you're talking about getting your shirt on your front door for about $18, $19. You can't go to a store and get a shirt for $18 or $19. Forget having it shipped to your home. So maxassociates.etsy.com has anything you could possibly want that has to do with America. You love America? Check out maxassociates.etsy.com. Also, guys, make sure you check it out. The book is out, By Design, The First Black President. It now has 9 reviews on Amazon. We haven't gotten the signed copies to everybody yet. We had so many orders for signed copies that when we bought them all at once, and it takes forever for Amazon to get them all here. But they'll be here August 3rd, which is Monday, so it's not too much farther off. But for anybody that wants a signed copy or just a regular copy or Kindle, secretamericalive.com. I'm telling you right now, this is the book everybody is talking about, recommended by Dinesh D'Souza, Roger Stone. I mean, you're not going to want to miss out on this. It's got all 5-star reviews on Amazon. If you've ever wanted to see the behind the scenes, the conspiracies come to life, this is it. If you ever want a cinematic thriller, like a movie that plays in your head where you could actually see the reality as if the conspiracies were the reality, this is what you want to see. By Design, The First Black President. secretamericalive.com. All right. One more quick thing, actually, I want to show you guys. Sunday. like the car.
I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember
Sunday.
that.
Yeah. So Sunday, Jay and I are doing a very, very special episode at 9 a.m. Eastern. It's going to be an hour and a half long, 9 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. Eastern, this Sunday, with Dr. Robert Malone. We are going to be his first show since returning from his trip to Israel. We're going to be his very first show. It's an exclusive interview with Dr. Robert Malone. We're going to talk about his trip to Israel and what he saw. We're going to talk about the Fauci hearings. We're going to talk about COVID origins, medical freedom, chemtrails, the tick bites, anything else you can possibly think of. We are going to talk about it with Dr. Robert Malone, one of the best doctors in the world, right here on Secret America. Sunday at 9 a.m. Eastern, August 2nd, right here on Secret America. All right, Jay.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait for that.
Sunday. Okay. Yeah. I used to love those commercials. I'm so used to those commercials, Oh, man, I tell you.
Yeah, I remember them. They were like the monster trucks or car racing.
Exactly.
Yep.
It was the monster truck shit. Yep, that's what it was. Not cars. It was the monster truck shit. You're right. Okay. So everybody knows by now what happened with the whole Fauci pleading the fifth 111 times, by the way. Isn't that funny? 111. I mean, he pleaded the fifth exactly 111 times. That's just a strange coincidence. So it's not a conspiracy, people. Sometimes there are coincidences, and that's one of them. Very strange, though. Plead the fifth. And the funny thing is, before it even started, I actually told my significant other, I told her, he can't plead the fifth. He's been pardoned. It's just like when you have immunity from prosecution, you cannot plead the fifth. So he should be held in contempt. He should be sent to jail until he decides to answer the questions. What do you think, Jay?
100%. And he made a choice today. He decided, I'm going to risk the contempt rather than tell the truth.
Because he knows it won't happen. He knows it won't happen.
It better freaking happen. We want it. It better happen. Something has to happen to one of these people. There has to be, because if you and I did that, we're going to jail.
Oh, easily. But that judge has real power. Congress has no power.
I mean, they could hold him in contempt of Congress. Something's got to happen here.
Hold him And then even if they vote to hold him in contempt of Congress, they have to refer it to the DOJ.
Well, let's go. We have Jack. Let's go. It's right here. This is open and shut. This is open and shut, is what this is.
They said they're going to have the vote tomorrow. That's what he said.
Well, I don't want to hear about how it's testing the waters. No, the guy does not get to use the Fifth Amendment when he's got immunity.
Yeah,
he's already got it.
No, for people that don't know, the Fifth Amendment, is the right to self-incrimination, right to oh God, it is the right not to self-incriminate. Okay, right. So you are allowed to plead the Fifth if somebody is asking you questions that might incriminate yourself. You are allowed to not incriminate yourself. Okay, you are allowed to plead the Fifth, but when you have immunity, when we're talking about incrimination, we're talking about criminal incrimination. Okay. When you have immunity, there is no criminal incrimination. You can still incriminate yourself. In fact, incriminate has the words crime in it, incriminate. So if he's not going to be guilty of a crime because he's been pardoned or because he's got immunity, he is not allowed to plead the Fifth. You can hold him in contempt. And that's why, Jay, I always thought in these kind of hearings, why don't they have a judge with judicial powers in these hearings with them?
Well, because it's the club, right? I think that's why. It's the club.
I mean, Jay,
they actually they don't want one of their own taken down in one of these hearings. These hearings are usually for
common sense
press clippings.
Though, Jay?
What's that?
How much common sense is that, man? You have a judge in the hearing. The judge can hold him in contempt right there. Bailiff, take him into jail.
Wait a minute. Did you just say common sense?
Yeah.
I mean,
not in America.
Not in Congress. That's for damn sure. I mean, the thing was watching it, it was just Democrats didn't ask him. Let's just put it this way first. This was not a good look for Democrats. It was not a good look for him. Maybe anybody who might be a fence rider or just somebody that's not maybe casual observer and wanted to watch. This was a bad look for them. They're doting over a guy who's taking the Fifth. Well, wait a minute. And I know everybody has that constitutional right. Okay, that's correct. But in this case, he really didn't. But everybody does. Right.
No, he didn't.
But it was a bad look. They didn't even ask him a question. They didn't even attempt to ask him a question. All they did is find ways to bash President Trump. That's what they did. That's what they always do. It's what, and when they talk about measles, Jack, they talk about measles. The only reason we have measles on an uptick in this country is because you, Democrats, and Mayorkas and Harris and Biden allowed the entire third world to enter our country unscreened and unvetted from 2021 to 2025. Let's just be clear about that.
And they're trying everything they can to get it off the subject, which was Fauci and the things he did. They were trying everything they can to bring the subject back to somebody else, to deflect. That's the best thing that he do is deflect and project. They deflect and project. That is their playbook. Now, the thing is though, when they're doing these things, it makes them look bad, but I really don't think that they care anymore. They just don't care anymore. And we have to actually punish them, Jay. We have to punish Fauci. We have to actually hold him in contempt. But the thing is, when we hold him in contempt, we have to actually see to it that he is taken to jail. Holding him in contempt without taking him to jail is useless.
That's why, like you said, it's got to get referred to the DOJ, and the DOJ's got to do something about it.
The DOJ has to do something, and a lot of times they don't, as you saw in when Biden had the presidency and run the DOJ, but Republicans ran the House. They referred people over to the DOJ. The DOJ can just bury the shit. They don't have to do a damn thing.
Well, in this case, we have a DOJ that is President Trump's DOJ. Well, they better do something. If they get referral on Fauci, they better do something about it. Because like I said, this is equal treatment under the law. And anybody that's listening to this show, watching this show, has ever watched this show, you would be in deep trouble if you did what Anthony Fauci did today. And it as much as we wanted to laugh about it and whatever, it really does at times when you're watching, it makes your blood boil.
Of course it does.
What this guy got away with, like what he did.
It's bigger than you think, Jay.
Jay?
I want to ask you a question. You ever wonder why he was pardoned all the way back to 2014? I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah, because, probably a lot of things with AIDS and everything else he was involved in.
Let me tell you why. I'm going to tell you exactly why. As soon as you unfreeze, I will tell you why. Okay, there you go. Okay, so listen to this, Jay. In 2014, the reason he was pardoned in 2014, and this is big news for everybody because most people do not know this. The NIH back in 2014 was awarded a grant to study, guess what? Bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology.
There you go.
You hear that? Does everybody hear that? Bat coronaviruses at the Wuhan Institute of Virology. So they've studied coronaviruses that they said came from a bat at Wuhan. They got a grant to do that in 2014. And it just so happens his pardon goes right back to 2014, baby.
Yeah. And some of this other stuff you heard about what they did with aborted fetus like parts and liver.
Yeah.
This stuff is just
something separate,
barbaric. The man is a monster. He's a total monster. He's megalomaniac, like they called him, or whatever. He is the biggest narcissist. Know what else I'd like to see happen to him? I'd like to see his medical license stripped. So whenever he does pass away, he doesn't go to the grave as a doctor. You know, that would. I mean, that guy cares more about his image and what he, we saw it with magazine
we saw
covers.
that based on his diary, yeah.
Everything. But even during COVID, when it was supposedly killing everybody, right? Fauci was on every late night talk show. The guy was doing magazine covers. The guy was making a fortune while people were dying. At the same time, while we had nurses all over the country with enough time to choreograph dances every week to put on
and there was
TikTok.
nobody in these hospitals, Jay.
Joke.
Where are all the people in these hospitals? These nurses. I heard, Jay, and this is just what I heard, that most of the hospitals were actually empty. Did you see all those people making those dances in empty hospitals?
Yes.
Empty hospitals.
Yes. And
by the
I'm
way,
not saying-
guys, I don't
Go
think
ahead.
people understand how big that is, Jay. What I just said in 2014, the NIAID awarded funding to EcoHealth Alliance for bat coronavirus emergence research in the Wuhan Institute of Virology. I don't think people understand how big that is. First of all, they said that it came from a bat. The coronavirus came from a bat in Wuhan. They had to put two and two together. They say it came from Wuhan, a lab leak or a bat, whatever they want to say. Coronavirus came from Wuhan. They were given a grant in 2014 to study bat coronaviruses in Wuhan. His pardon goes back to 2014. Put two and two together. Jay, this right here, you know why this was so big for me? I am writing a COVID book right now by design, The Viral Vote. And I did not know about this until earlier today. So this will be in the book. Let me tell you right now. And if you think that the pardon and all that is just, a coincidence, or even if you think it's a conspiracy, I'm going to tell you how it happened in the book.
No, those dates with those pardons were not just, throwing a dart at the wall and picking a date. They're there for a reason, 100%. You know what else was great today? The whole cult, this whole Fauci cult. They were actually expecting Fauci to go up there today and make Rand Paul look like an idiot. And they just basically, he threw the cult, as John Nolte said in Breitbart, he threw the cult under the bus. Because now what do you got? What do you got now? Your guy took the fifth. Your guy couldn't even tell Josh Hawley what color tie he was wearing. Your guy couldn't tell Josh Hawley what color the carpet was. You couldn't even have him turn around and look at the people behind him that were there in support of getting him in prison. You couldn't even turn around. That's what you got from Anthony Fauci, all of you, your little Fauciites, whatever you want to call yourselves. That's what you got today. Now where do you go?
Man.
Now where do you go?
Yeah, 111 times. Incredible. But Jay, I don't think people realize the full effects of Fauci's lies, okay? I'm going to list a few things for you. 200,000 businesses closed permanently. Learning delays in K through 12 schools. Speech and development delays in children. Massive uptick in mental health issues. More suicide deaths than COVID deaths in kids. Let me say that again. More suicide deaths than COVID deaths in kids. Many fired over vaccination status. People denied life-saving operations because of vaccination status. People dying alone in their room by themselves. Some people dying in between a plastic border You can't hold their hands. You can't be with what if it's your mom, your only parent, the only person you have alive? She's in there dying from cancer, in horrible pain. All she wants is to see her daughter one more time. No, you don't get to see her. She's going to die alone. That's Fauci.
How about people getting arrested for going to a beach and not having a mask on?
Oh, I got something good for that.
Yeah, people getting arrested at outdoor games where they're sitting by themselves with their own family and not having a mask on or not being 6 feet apart and getting arrested. How about that?
Take a look at this. Take a look at this. You want to see the hypocrisy of the masks?
The vaccine.
The hypocrisy of the masks?
Yeah, and the vaccines. Remember
Look
that?
at this. This right here says it all. This is the hypocrisy of the mask.
And they get away with that. I remember that.
Yeah, they get away with it.
And they get away with it. Why are those kids masked up? By the way, those kids, if they would have gotten COVID, would not have died. The mortality rate was like 0 for kids that age.
Yeah, that's why it's
And they
more
got them
suicide
in
deaths than COVID deaths. Yeah.
But yeah, you had them in masks. It's absolutely incredible. I'm telling you. And the damage that they did to the medical profession, our trust.
Man, it's over. It's over.
It's never going to be the same. Never.
But it wasn't just them, Jay. It was the individual doctors that did it too.
Agreed.
But Jay, it wasn't. They didn't. Honestly, I don't think that they made us distrust the medical facility. I think what they did was they opened our eyes to who we could not trust.
Yeah, I was going to say they opened our eyes. I think it's probably a combination of both. They opened our eyes to some of the stuff we never thought, and it also made us just say, I don't trust anything anymore. I mean, I really just don't. I'm vaccine. I'm not trusting a vaccine at this point. I mean,
look at this.
Not a chance.
Take a look at this. You see this is the hypocrisy of COVID. Yeah. I want everybody look. I'm going to read this to you. This is the hypocrisy of COVID. California screaming. Democrat Gavin Newsom picture dining at French Laundry restaurant with 11 maskless friends breaking his own COVID rules. Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot defends getting a haircut amid coronavirus outbreak, says stylist wore a mask and gloves. Texas mayor told residents to stay home after taking private jet to Cabo. Pelosi caught getting hair done at coronavirus shut down San Francisco's salon. Not 24 hours into the indoor mask mandate she imposed on D.C., Muriel Bowser officiated an indoor wedding in Adams Morgan and stayed to fete with hundreds of fellow maskless guests. Exclusive photo. Gretchen Whitmer violates own coronavirus orders at dive bar. For the people. Lefty Rhode Island governor issues lockdown order, then heads out to wine bar. New York City Mayor Bill de Blasio violates his own government's recommendations and hits the gym in Brooklyn amid the coronavirus shutdown. You do not hate these people enough.
And you know what this also was? A preview for everybody who thinks communism is so great. That's what it is. That's what it
communism,
is.
Right there.
That's it. All these elites doing everything that they tell you can't do.
That's exactly, for the people that don't realize out there, that is exactly what communism is. See, you think socialism is going to be great because with socialism, they're going to gather up everybody's funds and distribute the wealth equally. Well, let me tell you, when these people gather up your funds, these people, they do not distribute them. Why would they distribute it back to you when now they control you? They control you. So what they're going to do, they're going to gather up everybody's funds. They're going to confiscate everything they can. And then they're going to say, well, we're not going to distribute out. What we're going to do is give you a universal basic income. We're going to give you a universal. We're not going to give it all to you equally all at once. No. We're going to give you a universal basic income. And then anytime you badmouth us, we're cutting it off. Anytime you do this, we're cutting it off. It doesn't matter what we do. You don't do what we do. You do what we tell you to do. That's communism.
Yeah, and that's what basically Mamdani's trying to do to New York City. He's running the Cloward Piven strategy in New York City. He's trying to make it.
Explain what that is, because a lot of people need to know.
It's trying to just destroy the system, so then you then have to rebuild it in the image of socialism. That's basically what it is, and it's basically a universal basic income plan, is what it is. Is to just not destroy it, which he's trying to do. What we talked about yesterday with the food, make it where it just collapses.
Yeah, it's exactly. Facilitate a political crisis.
Same thing with landlords. What he's trying to do with the landlords, with the rent freezes, he's trying to get them all out, right? The government, and then they remake the whole thing in their image. I got to find you the video where actually Cloward and Piven, and it's not that long ago, and they kind of explain it. I mean, way better than I could. They're the ones who came up with it. And I got to send you that video, and you can play
it. Who's even better? Yuri something or other. What's his last name? He's a defective from the KGB. He was brilliant. He tells you exactly how America is being taken over. In fact, I want us to listen to this video. I'm going to find Yuri real quick because he will explain to you how America got taken over. I'm just going to find the video. Take me 2 seconds. I just got to remember his last name.
I mean,
what was his last name?
I don't remember. Let me I'll read you a textbook definition of Cloward Piven.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to find this while you're doing that.
Yeah, go ahead. It's a political strategy outlined in 1966 by American sociologist and political activist Richard Cloward and Francis Fox Piven. It is a strategy of forcing political change to societal collapse through orchestrated crises. The Cloward-Piven strategy seeks to hasten the fall of capitalism by overloading the government bureaucracy with a flood of impossible demands, amassing massive, unpayable national debt, and other methods such as unfettered immigration, thus pushing society into crisis and economic collapse.
Absolutely.
And guess who posted that March 15th, 2024? Take a guess.
That?
Charlie Kirk.
Oh, yeah. Excellent.
Charlie Kirk. He posted that. His caption was, Joe Biden is implemented the Cloward-Piven strategy first developed in 1966. It seeks to hasten the fall of capitalism by overloading the government bureaucracy, crushing national debt. And they also tried to do it. And they tried to do it at the border too. That was the whole thing with the border.
So, Jay, real quick, this video is about 8 minutes long, but I want everybody to hear this because this right here, guys, everybody that's watching, if you have not seen how places like how communism can take over the West, you need to see this. This is very important for everybody to watch. So it's about 8 minutes long, but we're going to watch it because it is incredible. All right, take a listen.
Spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process, which we call either ideological subversion or active measures, активные мероприятия in the language of the KGB, or psychological warfare. What it basically means is to change the perception of reality of every American to such an extent that despite of the abundance of information, no one is able to come to sensible conclusions in the interests of defending themselves, their families, their community, and their country.
Right there. Did you hear what he said? Despite, and this is back in the 80s, he said it will come to despite the availability of information everywhere. People will not be able to come to a consensus on how to defend themselves and their family and their people. And he's right. That's why we can't defend ourselves from communism, because nobody has organized everybody in a way to defend ourselves this way or defend ourselves against that. This guy is brilliant. Take a listen.
It's a great brainwashing process, which goes very slow, and it's divided in 4 basic stages. The first one being demoralization. It takes from 15 to 20 years to demoralize a nation. Why that many years? Because this is the minimum number of years which requires to educate one generation of students in the country of your enemy, exposed to the ideology of the enemy. In other words, Marxism-Leninism ideology is being pumped into the soft heads of at least 3 generations of American students without being challenged or counterbalanced by the basic values of Americanism.
You hear that? Without being challenged or counterbalanced in education. That's why our country is headed down the road it is, because they've been doing this for generations, Jay. Generations.
Long game.
American patriot.
Yeah.
The demoralization process in the United States is basically completed already. For the last 25 years, actually it's overfulfilled, because demoralization now reaches such areas where previously not even Comrade Andropov and all his experts would even dream of such a tremendous success. Most of it is done by Americans to Americans, thanks to lack of moral standards. As I mentioned before, exposure to true information does not matter anymore. A person who was demoralized is unable to assess true information. The facts tell nothing to him. Even if I shower him with information, with authentic proof, with documents, with pictures, even if I take him by force to the Soviet Union and show him concentration camp, he will refuse to do it until he is going to receive a kick in his fat bottom. When a military boot crashes his balls, then he will understand, but not before that. That's the tragic of the situation of demoralization. The next stage is destabilization. This time, subverter does not care about your ideas and the patterns of your consumption. Whether you eat junk food and get fat and flabby, it doesn't matter anymore. This time, and it takes only from 2 to 5 years to destabilize a nation. What matters is essentials: economy, foreign relations, defense systems. And you can see it quite clearly that in some areas, in such sensitive areas as defense and economy, the influence of Marxist-Leninist ideas in the United States is absolutely fantastic. I could never believe it 14 years ago when I landed in this part of the world, that the process will go that fast. The next stage, of course, is crisis. It may take only up to 6 weeks to bring a country to the verge of crisis. You can see it in Central America now. And after crisis, with a violent change of power, structure, and economy, you have so-called the period of normalization. It may last indefinitely. Normalization is a cynical expression borrowed from Soviet propaganda. When the Soviet tanks moved into Czechoslovakia in '68, Comrade Brezhnev said, "Now the situation in brotherly Czechoslovakia is normalized." This is what will happen in the United States if you allow all these schmucks to bring the country to crisis, to promise people all kind of goodies and the paradise on earth.
There you go. To promise people all kinds of goodies and the paradise on earth, Jay. But I didn't finish that video because I wanted you to, real quick, Jay, see what he says about leftists. Okay, because he actually talks about leftists, and I want you to see this real quick. It's only a minute long. Check this out. Listen to what this guy says, and this guy's a genius. He was a KGB agent. Everybody, take a listen to what he says about leftists.
Useful idiots, the leftists who are idealistically believing in the beauty of Soviet socialist or communist or whatever system, when they get disillusioned, they become the worst enemies. That's why my KGB instructors specifically made the point: never bother with leftists. Forget about these political prostitutes. Aim higher.
But to eliminate the others, to execute the others, don't they serve some purpose? Wouldn't they be the ones we rely on?
They serve purpose only at the stage of destabilization of a nation. For example,
did you hear that?
Yeah, like protesting and rioting.
Exactly. That's their only purpose. Watch what he says after their purpose is over.
The leftists in United States, all these professors and all these beautiful civil rights defenders, they are instrumental in the process of the subversion only to destabilize the nation. When their job is completed, they are not needed anymore. They know too much. Some of them, when they get disillusioned, when they see that Marxist-Leninists come to power, obviously they get offended. They think that they will come to power. That will never happen, of course. They will be lined up against the wall and shot.
They will be lined up against the wall and shot.
They go first. The useful idiots always go first.
They're the useful idiots. The left. Right. If you're on the left, we're not trying to make fun of your ideology or your God or whatever you want to say it is. But guys, this guy knows it all. He went through socialism and communism. He was a KGB agent that helped further the cause. He became disillusioned. He defected from the KGB, came to America, and he's telling you, you guys your ideology is only useful to destabilize a nation. After the nation is destabilized, which we are in the process of being right now. We are in stage 2 right now. We are at the end of destabilization. Okay, next will come crisis. Right now, we are at the end of destabilization. And once that happens, once destabilization is over, you know what the crisis will be? The crisis will be them lining up the leftists and shooting them against the fence, metaphorically or physically, whatever.
Yeah. How many times do we have to say it? And they're just not going to get it. They're just not going to get it. They don't believe it. They don't believe it.
Not until it's too late. Once you're lined up against the fence, Jay, it's too late.
Yeah. What was that meme I sent you where they were lined up against the fence, but then the other one was lined up against. They were the same picture, but they had like rainbow colors on or something.
I'd have to see it again.
What was that?
I see so much shit nowadays.
Oh, it was hysterical. I forget
But
what
Jay,
exactly. Yeah,
He's
go
right.
ahead.
No, I'm
he's
sorry.
exactly
He's right.
No, he's exactly right.
I mean, dude, what he said there was I mean, it's unbelievable. You know, demoralization is first. We're past demoralization. Destabilization is next. We're right at the end of destabilization. We are destabilized and we're teetering. Okay,
yeah.
Trump is supposed to save us from the teetering, but we're still teetering at the moment. But if they win 2026 midterms, you know, that could end the part of destabilization and bring us into crisis. Once we're in crisis mode, the left is no longer needed. They are the useful idiots. There's no going back.
Yeah, they're not going to be the ones that are taking power.
They think they are. That's the thing.
It's AOC and all these other people that are there. They're the ones taking power. They're not going to give you anything.
No,
they're going to give you
smart, Jay. This
they're
guy's
not
a
gonna,
genius, man.
No, they're not going to give you like, hey, good job. Thanks for helping us out. You're going to, no, they're like, thank you. We don't need you anymore. And if you don't like it, guess what? Bye.
Exactly. And for the people that are listening out there, for the Nancy Pelosi's, you know, for the Hakeem Jeffries out there, you know, for the Chuck Schumers and the Adam Schiffs out there, once these people are fully in power, you will be lined up against the fence and shot. Maybe physically, but definitely metaphorically. You will be taken out back and shot physically or metaphorically, one or the other. Either way, your useful purpose will be over. You will have destabilized the nation enough to where now they can take over and enter into the crisis situation. Okay? After that, once the crisis situation enters, if they're able to gain full power, then it turns over into normalization. Jay, we cannot let it get to normalization because that means they have full power, and that means they're going to normalize every sick thing that we're hearing out there, Jay. We can't let it get there.
They've been doing it, like the normalization.
No, I'm talking full.
No, I know. I understand. I get it. But the way they let's talk about the destabilization. George Floyd riots, destabilization.
Mm-hmm.
COVID, destabilization. Every time you see them marching in the streets with, you know, Free Palestine, destabilization.
But it's also the politicians on the left. With the huge destabilization, with the laws that they're doing, with the rhetoric that they use. That's all destabilizing a nation.
Yeah. And that what they have are these foot soldiers out in the streets. They need to have these people out in the streets. That's what it is. And it causes chaos, and it causes people to be upset and says, oh my God, what's going on? We got to get this back under control. And then they say, we'll get it under control. It's Donald Trump's fault. It's the Republicans' fault. No, it's not. Absolutely. It's you guys doing this on purpose.
Absolutely.
You notice when Joe Biden all of a sudden it all disappeared. It all stopped. Right?
All stopped. Yep.
All stopped. Now this time they won't stop. All right, they won't stop. They're not going to make the mistake again. So yeah,
and they're taking over, Jay. They're taking over the left. The socialists, the Marxist Leninists are taking over the left right now. Once they get full power, it's over.
I mean, the useful idiots you're seeing now are the Joe Bidens. And
the Hakeem Jeffries and anybody on the left that is not one of those crazy socialists are the useful idiots.
Yeah, these so-called moderates, which they're not. Yeah. They've been going way more left just to appease these people for long enough. But then it comes to the point where you're not left enough. You got to go. Hakeem Jeffries, you came way to the left. You're not left enough. We got to get rid of you.
It's not even that they're not left enough. You're not one of us. You're not one of us.
But they're not. But they're just not left enough.
Let's say they go all the way to the left. Let's say they go all the way where they want. They're still going to line them up against the fence and shoot them physically or metaphorically because you're not one of us.
Yeah, you didn't come up that way.
Exactly.
That way.
You're willing to change your ideology with the wind.
Yeah, you used to be kind of this, and we don't really trust you, but thank you for helping out. You know, but like people that Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, Nancy Pelosi, in order for them to stay in power, they needed to. They were kind of intimidated into allowing these people in. And now that these people are in, you can't put Frankenstein back on the table.
Nope.
Good luck.
Pandora's out of the box, baby.
Yeah.
That's a big mistake on their part, Jay.
The horse is out of the barn. The toothpaste is out of the tube. You can't put it back. Good luck.
That is just, it's a big mistake on their part. Once they let one person in and that other person was able to get other people in, it's too late. Now it's too late. Now, I'm going to say, They can stop it. And how they stop it is they have to go after these people in primaries. They have to actually go after them in the streets. They have to go after them but they can't, Jay. You know why they can't? Because they don't want to seem like they're fighting their own party because they want to fight Trump. But the problem is, if they don't fight their own party, they are going to be extinct. They are going to be moved out, and communism will reign supreme.
I don't see how they are not going to be extinct.
They have to fight now.
I don't see how they do it, because you're gonna. What will happen is the ones that are smart, maybe like a Fetterman becomes an independent, or maybe he becomes a Republican, like the ultra moderate Republican. I don't know, but he's not going to stick around much longer with all the stuff that's going on. He's not, and he drew a line. His line was Israel. Why? Everybody's gonna have a line. His was Israel. If they're gonna be this much against Israel, I have to leave the party. That's just the way I feel. Okay, other ones will find other reasons to leave. Where I don't believe in freezing rent, and I don't believe in government-run grocery stores. That's going to be the line for me, and they'll leave. And then the ones that are too dumb to leave, they're going to be the ones that are first to go.
But Jay, you don't want them to leave.
It's happening in front of our face.
Because if they leave, Jay, you don't want them to leave. Because if they leave, then that party will be. It's only a two-party system. That's all we have. So if they leave, that party will become the permanent Socialist Communist Party. The only way to stop this, Jay, the only way is they have to fight. Right now, they still have the purse strings. They still own the purse strings. Okay, they need to fight back now. They need to fight back now. But the problem is they're too scared. They're too scared.
Hold on. The DNC is broke.
I know, but I'm talking about super PACs, Jay. The DNC means nothing. I'm talking about the super PACs.
It means a lot, but I don't know, Jack. I don't know that the PACs are even enough at this point. I don't know.
They've got hundreds of millions in the PACs.
I don't know that it's enough, because look what's going to happen in Michigan. You got this guy, Al Sayed, who's running. He said he wants John Fetterman's head on a pike. Literally said it.
But there's no good candidate running. Look, Jay, here's all you have to do. I'm going to tell the Democrats how to stop this communist regime.
Good luck. You tell them.
Here's what's going to happen, Jay.
Good luck. Let me hear
I'm going to tell you right now. It's not that hard, actually. What you do is, if no, I know how to do it. They're obviously idiots, but this is all you have to do. If you know people that are going to run, like what'd you say his name was, the guy in Michigan?
Al Sayed.
If you know people like that are going to run, that you know are against the values of your former party, or anyway, what you do is you find the perfect candidate anywhere in the country, whoever you think you can find, someone like that can speak like a Barack Obama, someone that has the intelligence and the moderation of a John Fetterman. Put them together, find that person, move them to Michigan, and have them run against them, and put the weight of the party, put the weight of the money behind them. If you do that, you can stop these people. But you can't stop them by just getting some local candidate from bumfuck and hoping he can beat him without any money. You have to go after them.
I don't think they're going to do it.
No, I know they won't. I'm just saying they could get it stopped right now if they do this.
Well, I think what's going to happen is it's going to be a socialist party, socialist communist party.
Absolutely.
And we're just going to have to be the people that beat them at elections. And it would help if we had fair and honest elections, but we don't.
Well, what happens when
that's how we could lose. What's that?
What happens when eventually the other party's going to win a president? It's going to happen. So what? Even if it's 100 years in the future, what happens when a socialist communist president wins the president? Because there's only two parties. If they take over the left party, it's going to be a communist. What happens if that person eventually wins?
I don't even want to think about it.
Yeah, I'm saying we've got to stop them now. The Democrats, guys, I'm telling you right now, I've seen it happen before where people pick candidates from other places in the country, people that are polished, people that are really good, people that know what they're doing. They move them to the district and they run them against whoever it is, and they put the full weight of the money and the force behind them. You can stop it. They won't. But you
Jack,
can.
I think that they have such Trump derangement syndrome. They are
That's
so hyper focused on one freaking person.
Yep.
That it's great. Even today, like we said with Fauci, what did the Democrats do? They deflected everything to Trump. Everything to Trump. Oh, what's going on now? We're not here to talk about what's going on now. We're here to talk about what Fauci did. That's what we're here to do. but it's Trump, the measles, this, that, and it's all garbage anyway. The stuff that they're saying isn't even true. It's all garbage. It's hyperbole. It's nonsense. But they are just so hyper focused on one person that they can't even see what's happening in their own house. It's crazy.
It is. But I got to say, Jay, the worst part about all of this is the communists have figured out how to take over. They figured out how to take over by only taking one party, not trying to take both, because they know the Republicans can't do anything about it. What are we going to do? We can't help the Democrats by finding a Democrat for them and running him. We can't do that. So the Democrats are just going to let them take over, and eventually it's going to be Socialist Communist Democrat Party against the Republicans. We cannot stop them. So that's actually a brilliant plan by the communists, but the Democrats, Jay, I gave them an exact plan of how to stop this. You want to stop this? Now is your only chance. It's your only chance.
And they won't. And guess what? It all started with a slick talking guy, the first black president. So that's how this all started getting mainstreamed.
Absolutely. And you guys can find out about that. Actually, I'm glad you brought that up. You guys can read about that in the book, The First Black President, secretamericalive.com. Check that out, because it all got mainstreamed with this guy, like Jay said, and you can read about it in that book. Jay, right, like I said, this is the only chance they have if they do this, but they're not going to. And that means we're going to be going up against communists for the rest of our lives.
Possibly.
What if they win the House? What if they win the Senate?
Unless it boomerangs at some point, it could happen. There could be a boomerang.
The problem is, you know why it was so smart to do this? Because first, before they got into the party, they got into the education system. They own the education system.
Everything.
So it can't boomerang, Jay. It can't.
Well, it could boomerang with people, because listen, here's what I'll say. When a lot of people, when they get to a certain age and they grow up, right, and they get a job, or they start to realize that the government is not, quote unquote, your friend, and that they're going to mug you, right? Some people do wake up, and a lot do.
Absolutely.
A lot do. So it could happen. I'm not saying it can't happen. And as you just said with the schools, they took that over. They took over Hollywood. They took over even now they're going into sports leagues. I mean,
and the media.
Well, the media, 100%. The media has been forever. But
that's what's killing us, Jay. The media and the education, it can't boomerang. They've made sure that it cannot boomerang. Once they take over, Jay, because the conservative, it's not going to boomerang, because those people that you say are going to be smart, and they are, but they're going to come over to our side. They're not going to be on their side and try to stop it.
Well, okay, I'll take it. And that maybe just I say now we still outnumber these people. I know it doesn't look. We do. I know it doesn't look like it, because they're always out in the streets. None of them have jobs. They get paid to protest. They'll say, "Oh my God, there's lots of them." But I keep saying, when we turn out, even with the fraud, when we turn out to vote in elections, we win. It's just the way it is.
It is for now.
We do. So
for now.
Well, and we got to keep it that way.
But they have the education system. We can't keep it that way.
Well, that's another thing that again, Congress, hello, you've got to dismantle the Department of Education and give education back to the states. This president is trying to do it unilaterally. He can only do so much.
Yeah.
He can't rip it down himself.
You heard Yuri say that all it takes is the education of one generation to turn a country into a Marxist-Leninist country. One generation. Jay, they've been educating a generation that is coming up right now. They're about to turn 18. They're about to be able to vote. They've been educating them for 20 years. This is the generation coming up. If we don't stop it now, we are going to, this is the generation. This is it.
Reagan said it. One generation away.
Yeah.
I believe that.
We're always one generation away from losing our freedom, like Reagan said. But Yuri said it only takes one generation to educate Marxist-Leninism, and that is the generation we have coming up. Jay, what are we going to do if we don't have any of the education system, if we don't have the media, and all of those people, 90% of them are coming to the left because of the media and the education system, and the left is socialist communist. What are we going to do?
Well, we're going to do what we have to do and combat it as best we can. And like you said, hopefully enough people get tired of it and realize it's not all it was cracked up to be, and they leave it. That's it. And we just keep winning elections as best we can.
Why can't we put out propaganda? Why can't we put out propaganda?
Well, we got it. Listen, messaging's got to get way better on the Republican side. Way better.
You saw the messaging from Trump and Pam Bondi. It's terrible, Jay.
Well, Pam Bondi's was beyond bad. I think Trump's is okay. I think there are other Republicans that listen. Even today at the hearing, I hear James Lankford talk, and I want to punch my television. This guy from Oklahoma, who's a Republican in the reddest state where President Trump won every county in the damn state, 3 state elections, and we have James Lankford with his soft tone with Fauci. Well, you have every right to invoke the Fifth Amendment. I think he said it like 5 times. Like, yeah, we get it. He has every right, but no, he really doesn't, James Lankford.
No, not with the pardon.
Yeah, but he really doesn't, and you never said that. It's just pathetic. It's weak. There are too many of those guys, but we have made progress on trying to purge the party of the James Lankfords. We got rid of John Cornyn. We got rid of Bill Cassidy. We've gotten rid of some people. It's possible. So,
if we fight back now, Jay, we might be able to stem the tide for a little while, long enough to destroy the Department of Education. But Jay, what do you think is more important, the media or education? I'm going to tell you it's the media, and I'm going to tell you why. Because even though education educates these young minds, it's the media that confirms it all. It's the media that says, yes, they're teaching you the right thing. It's the media that says, hate Trump, kill Trump, and that's why they go after him. It's the media that is used by the CIA for mass Mockingbird information, for mass MK Ultra. It is the media.
No, the media is huge. The media it's a propaganda machine. I mean, I think you look at other countries that are communists. What is it? State-run media.
That's all it is.
You don't hear anything. I mean, this day and age, it's probably a little harder to control because you have the internet. But at the same time, no, they can control the internet. They can control the internet. But Jack, let me go real quick. We have Barry McGrowan. He has a $2 donation. He says, it's all about parenting. Don't blame the schools, sports, or social media when your child is living under your roof. Parents are at fault. That's a great point. It is about parenting.
That is a good point.
That's a great point. Parenting is huge. And a problem is also, especially in minority communities, you don't have a 2-family household at this point. That's by design too. That you should do a book on that by design. That is by design. And
Jay,
he puts another one.
A book on everything, man. Trust me.
I mean, that's a book. The by design, the civil rights movement. I mean, the civil rights. That's by design. He has another $2 donation. He says, "Make ass whoopings great again." Okay, yeah, I like
Thank you, Barry. We appreciate it. And guys, just so you know. If you donate on Rumble, again, we appreciate it, and we're going to read your messages. And even if you have a question or if there's a topic you want to talk about, but if you go to Kick and donate, it goes to us but Rumble is not really our thing because it's the Live from America TV network. So, but you could still donate there, and we're still going to read everything you want. But if you want to support the show, it would be on Kick because that's the only place that does the super chats other than Rumble, and Rumble is LFA TV, obviously. But guys, we really appreciate it. And Barry, I mean, that's right. Make ass whoopings great again. I love that, Jay. Not only that, but the children. It does start with parenting, man. A lot of the
100%.
parents these days. They're absentee parents. They just let their kids do whatever the hell they want. Their kids don't even tell them when they're leaving. Their kids don't ask them if they can do stuff anymore. They just go and they basically ignore each other.
Well, also, we have too many parents that think their kid is their friend.
Yeah.
I told my kids from a young age, I go, I'm your father. I'll do anything for you, but I'm not your friend. Maybe when you're older, you're on your own, we could have a more friend-like relationship. But when you're not independent, we're not friends. It's not the way it works. We're also not equal. The other problem is, and yes, nuclear family, a huge problem. But the other problem is this. Too many kids, and I don't care how old they are, they're 15, 16, 17, 18, 20. They think like me and them. Let's say I have a 20-year-old. We aren't on the same level. Do you understand what I'm saying? I'm still here and you're still here. So yeah, you're an adult by, technically by age, you're an adult, but you're not me. You don't get the same privileges I do yet. When you're on your own, living on your own, financially independent, we're pretty much on the same page in that regard. But until then, we are not on the same level. And there's a different, a different level of respect there that has to be instilled. And too many parents just don't do it. They're soft. They're afraid of being in trouble. They're afraid of just offending their kid. It's the whole participation trophy crap. It's awful. And that was by design too. You should do a book about participation trophies.
Yeah, trust me, dude. That's why I did that's why I made it a by design series, because I can write about everything. I'm going to be writing those books for the rest of my life. But I will tell everybody that COVID book, the one that I'm writing about COVID, that's going to also have the 2020 election and the vaccine wrapped into it, I will probably have that done by early to mid-September. So that's just another month and a half, because I'm going to be writing vigorously to get this thing done. Last time it took me 4 to 6 months because I didn't really, it was my first novel, didn't know what I was doing. But now, after all the great reviews I've gotten on this book, everybody's asking, when's your next book going to come out? So I'm going to try to write them as fast as I can, Jay.
Hey, listen, just write them as fast as you can, but quality, you still stick to the quality. If it takes you a little
don't
longer
you worry
than you
about
wanted,
that.
it takes a little longer than you wanted. It is what it is. I mean, you got a book out. You already started another one. You don't rush it. Just do it right. Better do it right than do it quick.
The quality will never be compromised. If I can't get it done by early to mid-September, I'll push it, but the quality never compromised. You guys are going to love every book that comes out. And Jay, when you have ideas like that, kick it to me. I'll write them down, because I'm going to write a book about everything, So if you got ideas, participation trophies, or the by design, the way parents, it's become to where they're more like friends rather than parents. That's all by design. I'm telling you, I can write a book about every single thing you can think about. So if you think about something that's been done by design, let me know. Jay, you let me know. Anybody out there, let me know, and we will happily do it.
It doesn't even have to be a book. I mean, the participation trophy could be like a little blurb you put out maybe once in a while. By design, participation trophies. This is why this happened. This is why they did this. Something like that. It doesn't have to be a whole book. It could just be like a little
something funny
article. You put an article out on that.
Well, I'll tell you something funny. My friend at Eric Unchained. It's ERIK Unchained.
Yeah, he's just in my space.
Yeah, it's funny because Barack Obama put out a summer reading list. He said, hey, I've been through these books, and he put out a list. Underneath Barack Obama's summer reading list, he put this book. He said, hey, I got a book you should check out, and he put, by design, the first black president, underneath Barack Obama's summer reading list. I thought that was great, hilarious, and maybe he'll see it and read it.
That would be great. Hey, I hope he reads it, and even if he gives you a horrible review, that's great publicity.
Yeah, it'd be great publicity, but I don't want no damn bad review. He better give me a good review. I want a good review.
Listen, I think you're asking for too much. Just hope he reads it and says, I read this book about the first black president, and it's completely wrong. That would be great.
I'll tell you one thing. If he sends me a cease and desist letter, I am going to be the most famous man on earth, because that will give credence to the book.
Well, no matter what, it'll give you credence. It'll also just get you publicity. That
you'll get me publicity.
Told
Jay,
me
you don't send a cease and desist letter if you're worried about the truth, if you're worried about something that's not true.
He probably just doesn't like the photo on the front.
Yeah, we will. I mean, if he ends up sending it, believe me, you guys will be the first to know if he ends up sending a cease and desist letter.
Listen, you just tell him it's Baramo Baca. It has nothing to do with you.
It doesn't. Yeah, it's completely fictional. It's Baramo Baca. Your guy's name don't even sound the same. Baramo Baca and Barack Obama. That's not even close.
Absolutely. Somebody just said, Barry says he didn't donate, but I'll read it anyway. He's good. We should all send Thune a participation trophy. And that's another thing.
Can I go back? He didn't even participate, though.
Well, I just want to go back real quick to Bernie Moreno when he went off on Fauci today.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And he said, who the fuck do you think you were? Basically,
I love that.
Okay. I want that same energy from the Republican Senate towards John Thune now. Who the fuck do you think you are?
Yeah.
You're basically telling us no to a bill that 90%, 95% of Republicans want and over 80% of the country wants. Who the fuck do you think you are? Say it to them.
Yeah.
We'll back you up.
Where is that energy? Where is that passion?
That's what I'm talking about. I loved it today. But if they don't actually do something to get the Save America Act passed, it's all theater. Like I said,
it is all theater. That's the thing, Jay. It's all theater.
It's fundraising, Jack. It's clips, right? We love that clip. Bernie Moreno's he's gonna fundraise off that clip.
That's why he did it. That's why he did it.
But I love that he did it. But we know why he did it. But I want it when the rubber meets the road now, and the rubber meets the road on the Save America Act, and it's going against the guy that's in charge of you as far as the Senate goes. So let's go. You want to be tough? You want to talk tough? Let's be tough for real. And that means going after John Thune publicly and humiliating him and shaming him and make you get the people around him talking to the point where he says, you know what, I just got to do it. I can't take it anymore. I'm just going to do it. That's it.
I agree. But unfortunately, I don't think something like that will happen because I do think it's all theater. I think that they do it because they know they can't get them to do anything. Since he's pleading the fifth, I can just say whatever I want, get a fundraiser. It's a perfect opportunity for a fundraising opportunity. So yeah, that's all it is.
Exactly. We're tired of it. We're tired of these show votes where you're doing it, but it's to basically make you look good for when you campaign. Go, I supported it. Oh, look, I supported it. We just didn't have the votes.
Exactly.
Hey, how about when you know you have the votes for something that's controversial or might ruffle some feathers? That's when the rubber meets the road, man. That's it. That shows me who you are.
Absolutely. All right, guys. Make sure you check out maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. Trust me, you guys do not want to miss out on this deal. 20% off your order, free shipping anywhere in the United States. You cannot beat it. maxassociates.etsy.com. Also, the book is out. Everybody is loving it. It's got 5-star, nothing but 5-star reviews on Amazon. I've got a ton of orders for signed copies, but you can still get your signed copy or a regular copy at secretamericalive.com. This is By Design, the first Black president. It is the very first book in a By Design series. The next one is By Design, the Viral Vote. So get this one first. You want to make sure you have the whole collection. There's going to be a whole collection of hundreds of these by the time I'm done. But this one is my very first novel, and this one means a lot to me. And this one is getting an unbelievable amount of praise from people like Dinesh D'Souza and others. So I really, really appreciate all the people on X that have bought the book, that have left a review. If you've read the book, please leave a review on Amazon if you enjoyed it. So far, it's been nothing but 5-star reviews. So thank you so much, guys. Check it out. I'm telling you, even if you say you don't want to buy it, say you're on the fence, go to Amazon, type in Jack Danger. When you do that, I'm the first book that pops up. Then go to the Kindle part and click download sample. You can read the first 30 pages of the book without having that. You don't have to have a Kindle device. The Kindle app is free to download on any device. So you can read the first 30 pages of the book and decide if you like it. So if you're on the fence, try that out. Trust me. By Design, the first Black president. secretamericalive.com. Also, guys, Sunday, this Sunday, August 2nd at 9 a.m., Jack Danger and Jay Gatling have an exclusive interview with Dr. Robert Malone. It'll be his first show since returning from his trip to Israel, his first show anywhere in the world since returning from his trip to Israel. He said he has a lot to say. He said, we're going to talk about his trip. We're going to talk about what he saw. We're going to talk about the Fauci hearings. We're going to talk about medical freedom, COVID origins, and everything in between. Chemtrails. Believe me, last time we had him on the show, right at the end, we tried to ask about chemtrails, but we didn't have enough time. Chemtrails will be on the docket for Sunday. You do not want to miss Sunday's show. It is going to be huge, okay? We will actually be featured on the front page of Kick and Rumble on that day. So it's not just going to be on LFA TV, and it's not just going to be on all the other channels. We are going to be featured on the front page of Rumble and Kick under the featured creators for both of them. So on Kick, it's Secret America TV. On Rumble, it's LFA TV. Check it out, guys. You don't want to miss this. This is going to be a massive, massive show, and it's an hour and a half long. It's not just, an hour show or a 30-minute show. We're going for a full hour and a half. And like I said, Rumble and Kick are the two places where you can donate. And, we read your, you can donate to support the show. And that's where we read your post or question or talk about your topics. So check it out. Go to both of those. Follow us on both of those. And be sure to watch the show live, 9 a.m. this Sunday. Also, guys, you can subscribe and follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. Secret America TV is the screen name for all of those. I noticed, we just started on Kick, but we need more people to follow us there, just like we on Instagram. Our Instagram is not what it needs to be. We've got a ton of viewers, but everybody always follows us on X and Rumble. We got a good amount of subscribers on YouTube, but let's get some people on Instagram, Kick, and a little more on YouTube also, please. So Secret America TV, if you like our show, we got thousands of listeners. So if you like our show, subscribe and follow Secret America TV. We are live Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern, except this week we are going, like I said, we're still live Monday through Friday, but we got the special show this Sunday at 9 a.m. Eastern. You do not want to miss that. Jay, you got anything to say before we go?
No, nothing. Just whatever you just said about all those platforms. Yeah, please follow us. We really appreciate it. It helps the show a lot. Thank you guys so much.
Absolutely. It lets us know that we are making an impact. There's no other way for us to know that we're making an impact. And Cajun Lady, I know you guys are waiting for the book. It will be here on my doorstep August 3rd. I will sign it and write a personal message, and it will be shipped out the very next day. Each person will get a tracking number. I can promise you that much. So everybody, thank you very much for waiting patiently. We really appreciate it. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.